Yeah. But if anybody wants to check out your new music, the music you currently have out, any upcoming shows, where's the best place to find you?
Best place, social media definitely helps a lot. Instagram, my handle's at Cole Hartley Country. There's a little blue check mark next to it. You can't miss it. Um, I got a website up. It's www.colehartleyofficial. I post all of my upcoming shows and stuff on that. So that's kind of the biggest show announcement
Mhm.
as far as music and stuff goes. Go check it out on Spotify, iTunes, Apple. All the places where music exists. Even if you want to put it in your Snapchat videos or your Instagram reels, you can. And so go check it out just under Cole Hartley.
Yeah. I think a lot of people underestimate the value of having your music in like Instagram, Snapchat, in the, like accessible in
Uh,
the reels and stuff like that. So it's
Helps
it
done
makes a difference. So
actually. A lot of people see stories.
oh yeah, oh yes. So but once again, I really appreciate you. Um, m- Before we kind of wrap this up, one random question for you:
So,
What's a bucket list city that you really want to play at next year?
ooh, a bucket list city that I really want to play at next year.
And I put that next year in there to kind of keep it attainable, just so you don't come in
Yeah,
and say like Red Rocks or something.
I mean that's definitely at like the top of the list.
Yeah.
But gosh, I don't know. There's so many places I want to go, so many fans that I want to go meet and stuff. I mean,
Mm.
we've kind of built up to where we've got fans all over the world even.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to go see all of them and stuff, but I think I'd like to get back to Dallas.
Yeah.
I think Dallas is probably the one spot that I want to get down to and play.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll bounce over to Billy Bob's and play there or something.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Dal- Dallas and Southern Oklahoma. I don't know. They got something kind of special going on, and it's
I
really
don't know what
cool.
it is, Southern Oklahoma, man, but they got something going for them.
Yeah. I just had somebody out. The girl
I
I
lived
had on before
for a while.
you.
I loved it.
Yeah. The girl I had on before you was based out of Southern Oklahoma, and it was just we are trying to figure it out. It's like you guys are doing something right there. So, but
What's the name of the gal that you had on?
Adara K.
Erica. Never heard of
Yeah.
her. I'll go
Yeah,
check.
she's really talented. She's got some good
Cool.
stuff out. So yeah, she's something going on there. I can't quite figure it out yet, but we will. So cool.
Something in the water.
Right. I think that's the go-to line, isn't it?
Actually, when I lived in Southern Oklahoma, we had to drink bottled water. The water was bad.
That sounds like my time.
Right.
Yeah, there's so much salt.
Something like that. Yeah. Salt or arsenic or who knows.
Yeah. So, but once again, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. We're gonna do a little musical switcheroo here and get ready to bring in the next guest and let you get on your merry way for the day.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me, man.
Yep. Thank you for coming on, and we'll stay in contact. All right.
Okay. Sounds good. Take it easy.
Cool. You too. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. We should have our next guest queuing in here in just a second. So in the meantime, you get stuck with me. That's scary, isn't it? The fact that you get stuck with me. But I really appreciate everyone for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. I know I look a little tired, and 12 hours on the mic will do that to you. But I really appreciate y'all, and thank you so much. I just want to share this story one more time because I think it's important. Back in 2021, the reason that we started this podcast fundraiser was because my mother was diagnosed and passed away from pancreatic cancer. Um, and so one of her dying words to me before she became, I guess the word is incontinent or couldn't speak, couldn't move, any of that stuff. Um, she told me to never give up on the podcast. So it was that moment where I kind of decided once life kind of takes its progression here, to keep my mother's honor alive and just kind of honor her. We're going to continue to do the podcast, but every year on World Pancreatic Cancer Day, we're going to do this podcast fundraiser marathon and just kind of try and help to, hopefully one day find a cure for pancreatic cancer. And, Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is one of those organizations that was very vital and important to my family's journey while dealing with pancreatic cancer with my mother. And so it's with that we kind of do this for them and in honor of my mother. So um yeah, sorry. That story getting a little bit easier to tell, but it's never quite that easy to reflect. But we're going to bring in our next guest. We got Molly Lovett. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I'm doing really well right now.
Good. Yeah, I'm so honored to be a part of this. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, glad to have you back on the podcast. I was trying to figure out when we had you on last, but I couldn't quite remember. So I figured it's been at least a year, but not quite 2 years, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited to have you on. I was glad that got to get with your team and find a time that works for everyone. So I'm really excited here. So,
yeah, for sure.
So how's things been going for you? What's new in the life of Molly Lovett?
Yeah, it's been a crazy year for sure. This is the first year that I have been touring a bunch. Like I've been on the road with my band almost every weekend, which has been awesome, getting to like play other cities and meet new people and fans and make new friends everywhere. So that's been really cool. We got to open for Dierks Bentley recently. I got to sing a song with him, which was just crazy. I can't believe that happened still. We played some shows with Priscilla Block and Kylie Morgan. And then, putting out a bunch of new music. I just had a music video come out for my song Flower Girl. And just kind of keeping the momentum.
Yeah, for sure. It's been really cool since we first got introduced on the podcast during the pandemic, and just kind of getting to watch a lot of these cool like things pop up on your Instagram or your social, like whatever it is. Like, did you do a video telling your dad that you were gonna open for Dierks Bentley or something like that?
It was kind of like that. So okay. I didn't video telling my parents, but they were like freaking out. We all were. But I made a video before the show, kind of just telling people my plan. I had a game plan the whole time going into the Dierks Bentley show, where I was planning to talk to him before and ask if I could sing a song with him. So I had already hired a videographer, photographer. Nice. Like I did all of these things in the hopes that I would be singing a song with Dierks Bentley. So so we got there and I just knocked on his door in the green room and we talked for a while, and I finally just asked him, and he was so cool and immediately was like, yeah, like let's run it right now. Let's do it. And I was like, okay, like I can't believe that worked. So it was awesome.
It's that old adage, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I've been telling myself and everybody else now. I'm like, the worst thing somebody can say is no. You just, if there's something you want to do, just try, just
go for it. You got a shot. As long as you ask, you got a shot.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
What song did you sing with him?
We sang Different for Girls, which is his duet with Elle King.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. And how's obviously that's a very iconic moment over this past year, just kind of getting that opportunity to sing with him and stuff of that nature. How's things been since? Have you had any opportunities to, or been asked to perform with him again, or not perform, but open for him again? Or is it just was that kind of a one-off thing?
Yeah, I am definitely hoping so. I've been keeping in touch with his team and crew, and hoping we can hop on some more shows in 2024. So we will see.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah. That's got to be exciting, especially when you get that one opportunity and then you never know what doors it opens. So
exactly. Yeah.
So you said that you have a bunch of music ready to go, right? Yeah. I think. Okay. How's that? How's the creative process been working for you? You just been kind of writing recently, or what have you kind of been doing recently?
Yeah, it's been pretty much this year has been my weekends on the road playing shows, and then my weekdays back in Nashville co-writing almost every day. Nice. So it's been, so I have a lot of songs that I love, and some that we have already started recording, which my recording process has been a little different this year as well. It's been so much fun. One of my good friends, Brianna Tyson, has been producing my music this year, and she's actually in my band. So it makes it even more fun. And I've had my, guitar player and bass player playing on the tracks, and it's more of a creative process for all of us to kind of do together. So that's been really, really fun.
That's cool. That's really, really cool. And then, of course, you mentioned the music video for Flower Girl. I When you take the approach of music videos, is it more of your idea, or do you kind of just give a vague outline of what you're looking for and let the like camera people or whoever's filming it kind of take over?
Luckily, my camera girl is my cousin. I always
No.
have her do my videos for me. So it's really fun because me and her and my publicist Nicole will usually kind of get together and just throw out a bunch of ideas and make a game plan and outline of kind of what we want. But I love letting my cousin Lauren, is her name, Lauren Hayes Media, shout out. But she's so great and just sees things that, we don't see. So she definitely, makes changes and just makes everything better.
Yeah. It's always good to kind of have that in your back pocket, like especially somebody that's family that isn't necessarily looking to pull one over on you. They have
Totally.
your best interest in heart, and they're maybe not always the easiest to work with because it's family, but they're always there for you.
Yes. No, I love getting to create with her. And the whole Flower Girl video was so much fun because we incorporated a lot of my family into it. We had one of my cousin's wedding dresses was the one in the video.
Yeah.
We had my parents' wedding rings and my mom's veil. And my little cousin was the flower girl at the end.
Nice.
So it was a whole lot of family incorporated into the video. So it's I love it.
That's cool. That's really fun, especially becoming a full family affair.
Yes, it really did. It was so sweet watching my little cousin, the flower girl, watch the video for the first time. Like she kept watching it and then she would look away like embarrassed, and it was so cute. But then she kept asking to watch it again. So
That's
it was
funny.
sweet.
That's cool. So is the music video for the original version or the wedding version?
Good question. It is for the original version. But the idea for the wedding version kind of came when we were about to put out the Flower Girl music video, because it was months later. We put out Flower Girl in June, and I was like, this is kind of random that this is coming out months later. And I don't know, it just kind of hit me. I was like, oh, what if we do a wedding version of Flower Girl and put that out with this? So I'm so glad we did that, because it just gives a whole new layer to the song. And I love piano and the strings, and it just, they did a good job. It sounds so pretty.
Nice. It's one of those things where, it kind of seems counterproductive to kind of release a music video months after the song has been out, but it could almost work in your favor where it's kind of breathing new life into the song, and it
Totally.
kind of gives it its second legs.
Totally.
So,
Yeah.
so as you're kind of going through this process, we talked about the new stuff you're working on, getting ready to release. What's kind of the timeline you're looking at as we go into the new year? Obviously, we got like 6 weeks left in this year. Are you just kind of primarily focused on doing shows, or just what's the kind of your outlook for the rest of the year look like?
Yeah, the rest of the year is a lot of writing. We only have 2 like weekend runs left of the year. One of them is Thanksgiving, and then we've got one in December.
Nice.
And they're both in Missouri, so they're close to my family, so I'll see them, and that'll be great. But yeah, I still have a lot of solo shows here in Nashville that I'll be doing. But really focusing on writing right now the next few weeks. And then I'm going to take a couple weeks off, which I'm excited to do. I'm going to go back to St. Louis and see my family and spend a couple weeks just with them and kind of regrouping. And then once 2024 kicks in, we are gone like every weekend for a few months straight. So it'll be back to the craziness.
as long as you have that break to kind of put yourself back at even, I guess
Yeah.
that's, getting that opportunity to take care of yourself and just kind of mentally reset or recharge, whatever verbiage you want to use. I think that's the most important part. And as long as you're taking care of yourself throughout like touring and your day-to-day life, I think you'll be all right. So
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I
yeah.
definitely think the regrouping and taking time for yourself, I've learned
Mm,
this year is very important. I've been trying to give myself like at least Mondays where I
fair.
do, less. And it's just give
Yeah.
yourself a moment to breathe, you know?
Yeah, and it's important to, I was telling somebody earlier during the fundraiser, some of my favorite day is the moments where I could just sit in silence and breathe. You
Yeah.
know, because you go through like these super stressful situations, and the 2 minutes in between meetings where I could sit in silence and not have to worry about somebody interrupting me. It's like it's almost addicting. Like I
Yeah.
live for those moments. So.
Hmm.
Um, so you're based out of St. Louis. I'm almost positive we talked about this before, but so I went to school at SIU,
Yes, that's
Carbondale.
right. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and St. Louis was always an interesting trip to make, just because I never, unless I was going to see a friend, I somehow I always ended up in East St. Louis, and that was always
Oh,
very sketchy.
yeah, not the good part of St. Louis.
And everybody would be like, "Hey, where you at?" And I'm like, "Uh, East St. Louis," and they're like,
No.
uh, are you dumb?" And I'm like,
Uh,
"I don't know. I'm just kind of here." And they're like, "Okay, well, get out of there before it gets dark." So
That's
I'm
so
like,
funny.
"Okay,
Yeah, that was whenever like I still was living in St. Louis and I was
mm,
making trips to Nashville pretty frequently.
yeah."
My grandma and grandpa would always call me and be like, drive safe, we love you, and don't make sure you don't get off in East St. Louis. You keep going. And I'm like, I know, guys, I know. But
So coming from St. Louis to go to Nashville, would you? Um, I don't remember. Would you go through Carbondale, or would you cut further south and then jump on whatever highway it is through
I
Kentucky?
would I would go a little further south.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I
Um,
I don't know. I always find it interesting, just kind of the millions of ways you can get to Nashville from like Southern Illinois and
yeah.
St. Louis. So,
Hmm. Yeah.
but
But no, I had some friends that went there. So
yeah,
yeah, I know the school.
yeah, it's a good time. Always a good time. Um, so and it's so crazy to say there's only 6 weeks left in the year.
It
Like
is
I,
crazy.
I keep making these statements. What are your plans for the rest of the year? And it's like it sounds like a big, bold, like, oh, I've got so much to tell. But in reality, it's like you got 6 weeks. So,
Yeah,
you
it is
know.
crazy. And this is kind of the time of year where the music industry shuts down a little bit and
Hmm.
everybody kind of takes time and goes home or just spends time with their family,
Mm,
which is nice that, the whole industry collectively kind of
just
does that at this time. And really, it's just kind of people putting out Christmas songs now
mm,
and just kind of fun stuff like that.
yeah, it's a good time to put the brakes on things. Like that's one thing I really like about this fundraiser that we're doing is it gives me enough content to put the brakes on things for a
Yeah.
month or two, where it's like, cool, I can just kind of relax and not have to worry about getting anything until mid-January. So
Yeah, that's great.
yeah,
Yeah, this is
awesome.
so cool that you do this.
Yeah,
Yeah, this fundraiser. That's awesome.
yeah. It's become a fixture every no every Thursday before Thanksgiving. So um So, outside of music, what have you been getting into? What are you kind of enjoying, like outside of music?
That's a good question. I have no life outside outside of music pretty much.
Fair.
But no, just getting to there's been like far and few weekends where I have been in Nashville and not, been on the road. And that's been really nice because I haven't seen my friends, I feel like, in so long. I just got to have a Friendsgiving last weekend, which was
Nice.
so nice. I went to a few of the Nashville soccer games this year and
Nice. Yeah.
had a blast at those. So much fun. I have a big sports family back in St. Louis. A couple of my uncles played for the U.S. soccer team back in the day, and
Nice. That's cool.
yeah, so they go to all the St. Louis games. So I was
Hmm.
like, oh, I guess I'll be a St. Louis and a Nashville fan now and
Right.
go to some of those games. But yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, for the next couple weeks of being able to just hang out with friends and write with friends has been fun. I have a couple writes today after this.
Yes.
And you know, it's all with people I love. So yeah, it's been good.
Yeah. It's been seems like you know how to kind of cut it off. Like when you need to take a minute for kind of yourself, it seems like you've got that outlet. Be like whether it's going to the Nashville soccer game or just kind of laying low. That's always important. So
Totally. Yes. Yeah. I definitely had to learn the hard way sometimes where you run yourself down and it's
yeah.
like, oh my gosh, I need I need a minute.
Right, right. I feel that way too much. And then being on the road as much as you are, is there a fun little stopover that you always kind of look forward to? Like when you know you're going to this town from St. Louis, is there like a tourist attraction that you really look forward to visiting whenever you're on the road?
We don't have like a certain place that we go, but we
Mm,
have made it a fun game where whenever we stop in a gas station to get, you know, snacks or whatever it
mm,
is, we will try to find like the weirdest snack or drink or
okay.
something that's in there and somebody will get it and then we'll all have to try it.
Okay.
So there's been a few like coffees that are just there was like a Hostess Twinkie flavored coffee, like just weird things that we force each other to try when we get back in the van.
So
um,
please tell me you make that into a TikTok because that would
yes,
just
we did.
okay.
Yes, I need to post more of them because sometimes we'll forget.
Yeah.
But we did make a TikTok of the Hostess
Yeah.
Twinkie
Because
coffee. That was so weird.
I feel like that's one of those random challenges that would just go insanely viral on
Yes.
a place like TikTok.
Yes. You know what? Yes, I do need to start posting and recording more of those because we find some strange things.
Nice. Go to well, I mean, I guess it's so weird because I used to tell people anytime they come through Tennessee or not Tennessee, Texas, to stop at Bucky's, but being in Tennessee, you got a Bucky's right there right now.
Yeah.
So it's
Hmm.
it's not even like a Texas treasure anymore. So
Oh, yeah, I guess not. Yeah, I just went there for the first time not too long ago. I
nice.
love because I had heard so much about it. Everybody goes there, everybody stops there, but it
Yeah.
was cool.
It's one of those things where I went the first time I went, I stopped on a Sunday. There
Oh, now you're back. Yep.
okay. So first time I ever went to Bucky's was on a Sunday, and there was families there having Sunday dinner
No
at
way.
Bucky's, and it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh
So
my gosh. That's hilarious. I mean, you
yeah,
could. They have a lot of food.
yeah, they really do. So, but enough about Bucky's because now I'm getting hungry. It's like, ah, dang it. But
Yep, yep. It's that time.
Yeah. Really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with me. You're always welcome on the podcast. Feel free to reach out and,
Thank you.
anytime y'all need anything, I love working with you and Brickshore and, your entire team's always amazing to work with. So,
Well, thank you.
yeah,
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me and for doing this for
yeah,
pancreatic cancer.
yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. And then if anybody wants to check out your music or social media or catch a show, where's the best place to find you?
Yes, please do. mollyloveit.com is my website with all my tour dates. And there's links to all my music and everything on my website, but it's just at Molly Loveit on everything.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Molly, thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad we got the chance to sit down and hang out and all that fun stuff. And until next time, we will talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you
Yep.
guys.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye. Awesome. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you all so very much for hanging out with us. We got a nice little 10-minute break here before our next guest. Let me pull up my sheet here. Who do we got coming in? We got Gabriella Stella. So we're going to take a nice little break here. No, that's not what I meant to do. Put that there. Bring this up. Do this. But in the meantime, if you're watching and you would like to donate to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, there is the QR code right here. Feel free to scan that, and we'd really appreciate it. And if you are so inclined, that would be amazing. But we'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
My name is Pamela Jackson. So I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, who is 13 now. I was in my 3rd trimester. And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my 3rd trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach. And it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. You know, when I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. You know, I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, you know, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did a Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I'm doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get genetic education and testing, what makes it more difficult on the patient level and also on the provider level, what can we do better, as well as what do we need to advocate for on the system level to make these changes happen. For me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system, and I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that bring Black and Latinx folks to get genetic education, genetic testing, and spread the word to make this more normalized. I think the other thing that PanCAN is doing really well is that when it comes to patient advocacy, pancreatic cancer is a really difficult diagnosis, and being able to find a community of people that have been through similar experiences can be really helpful when you are going through something like that yourself, or when you have a loved one who's going through a pancreatic cancer diagnosis.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable. Spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors and just, you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
Awesome. Well, welcome back in, guys. This is our 12 and a half, something of that effect, of the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon benefiting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Hope everybody's having an absolutely amazing day. If you are interested in donating, you can do so right here. Here's the QR code you can scan, or go to our landing page, lnacares.site. It's the two easiest ways to do it. Or if you happen to be watching on Twitch, you can hit the donate tab in the description below. We got our next.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah. So,
glad to hear that. Glad to hear that.
Awesome. So glad to have you on. Excited to get to know a little bit more about you and chat and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much. How are you doing? Like, are you having a lot of coffee, or like, how are you staying up?
You know, if I had an answer for that question, I think everybody would do it, but I don't. It's just a sheer power of will at this point.
Fair
So
enough.
yeah.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we appreciate you coming on. So Gabriella Stella, kind of take this opportunity to introduce yourself, what you're about, like a little brief comic book 101 synopsis.
Yeah, definitely. So my name is Gabriella Stella. I'm a 24-year-old singer-songwriter, originally from Dallas, Texas. I just recently moved to Nashville, Tennessee. I love it here. I do pop music. I write my own music, play piano. I'm learning guitar. That is like my goal for next year for sure. And my music is very much of, my life stories. And I also like to write experiences about mental health and things that I've been through, because I want my music to feel like it's a very personal experience and that you can come up to me and talk about my music. So that's a little bit about me.
For sure. Well, I always enjoy bringing people from Texas onto the podcast in any capacity. I had moved to Waco 4 years ago. So.
Oh, okay. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I feel right at home here. So I don't know where in Texas, but I'd really like to keep it my home.
I love that. Yeah, I'm from Dallas, so it's always the best. Texas, we got to stick together.
Right. So, kind of looking at or talking about your music and you, who originally introduced you to music? Was it from your parents? Something you kind of discovered on your own?
Yeah, I mean, my dad was he's been on and off in a British invasion band since I was little. He plays drums. So, I mean, I grew up with the Beatles, the Who, and then I had my mom playing like Shania Twain and like the Chicks. So I grew up with like those two. And I've always loved music. And funny enough, I watched Hannah Montana, and we had a talent show at our school. And I was like, I need to sign up for this, and I'm going to sing. And at this point, I had such bad stage fright, and I'm like practicing, and my mom's like, I don't know if I've ever heard her sing. Like, she's worried. And I do this talent show. There's a video somewhere, I need to find it, and she's filming and she's talking to my grandma in Spanish, like, I don't really know how this is gonna go, but like, we're gonna support her, like, we'll just say like, good job. And I start singing, and she actually is like, oh my god, she's so good. And it was a really cool experience. So that's kind of how I got into my music.
Awesome. And then, so from there, it just kind of snowballed, or was it more of, like doing school involved events and like choir and all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely kind of snowballed from there. I started signing up for like acting classes, I started singing classes. My mom had me in dance, not the best dancer, but I definitely can, keep up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I told my mom, I was like, this is something that I want to do. And I mean, I didn't start taking it seriously until I was like 15 or 16.
Mm.
And really got into like the music industry. So
Yeah.
when I was younger, it was a lot more like, okay, she likes this. We'll see if it's kind of like going to stick. And when she realized, okay, this is something that she really loves and it doesn't seem like just a hobby, is when we started taking it more seriously.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Was there a specific moment that sticks out to you as to like, hey, this is why I'm taking it seriously, or this is why I need to take it seriously?
Um, It's interesting because I think that day of the talent show, after I finished, they had like playbills of like kind of
Mm.
everyone who sang. And all these kids were coming up to me having me sign them. They're like, oh, I need your autograph because one day you're going to be famous. And in my mind at that time, I was like, what? I was like, no, but it was so cool. And to look back on that really just shows me that like ever since I was little, I've had that in me.
Nice. Yeah.
And I've just always loved to be like in front of the camera or doing something in the like industry. And I think from then on, I was kind of like, okay, maybe this is something that could be more than just a hobby. And when my mom was like, when I was 15, she was like, let's sign up for these things. I'm like, oh, okay, I can actually make this a career. It's not just like a hobby.
Yeah, for sure. It's having that realization, even at such a young age, and knowing that that's what you wanted to go for and what you wanted to do is really cool. And I'm sure it wasn't, you know, always the easiest. I'm sure you probably had points where you're like, is this really what I want to be doing? Do I want to be like on the grindstone for the next 12 hours working through this album or this song or whatever?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still rewarding, right?
No, definitely. I mean, and what people don't understand, especially being an independent artist, is we're funding this. Like,
Mhm.
it's not just like, we have Atlantic Records or these, indie records like funding our careers. We're
Mhm.
working these, coffee jobs, bartending jobs, jobs that, necessarily we're not like, yay, like let's, this is what I want to do. But that's what helps us fund our careers. So when people are like, how do you support indie artists? The best way is to listen to our music, follow our social medias, share it to friends and family,
Yep.
buy our merch if you can, because we are those smaller artists and anything helps. I mean, really, but it starts from the ground zero. I mean, you look at Dua Lipa, and she was doing small clubs, and now she's doing
Mhm.
this huge stadium. So it's like it definitely is possible, but you just have to know to just support those indie artists for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It's indie artists today, superstar tomorrow. Like you never know.
Oh no, and
Mm.
it's so like accessible now, especially with TikTok and social media. I don't think there's this, and this is what's so cool to me is I've gotten to see this is originally, being 15, you had to have an EPK, which is like a
Mm.
press kit. You had to have like certain things in order to feel like you were a professional musician. And I think
Mhm.
now you can just release a song on TikTok and be like, hey, I'm releasing this tomorrow. Post it as many times as you want. You start to get traction. It's like you start getting noticed by labels. So it's
Yeah.
it's so cool, and it's broken down that wall of like musician label. It's like,
Yeah.
no, there's no wall anymore. Like I can
Yeah.
just get through it.
Yeah. It's broken down the gatekeeper mentality that's plagued the music industry for years.
Oh, exactly. And I think, it's interesting because some musicians, I mean, obviously, who've been in the game for a while are kind of iffy about social media, but I think
Mhm.
this new generation that I'm in, it's a great way. I mean, like I said, we're funding it. So if I can
Yeah.
post a video for free, heck yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to
Yeah.
post all the time.
Yeah. I mean, social media is the great equalizer because, especially with the TikTokification, I guess is the word that I want to use of social media with like reels and shorts and
Hmm.
all that stuff, where you don't have to have the biggest following to get a million hits on a video. Like it literally, all it needs is that virality moment or whatever it is and catches
Exactly.
and you're good to go. Like,
Yeah.
and now is that like an accurate science or is that obtainable on a day-to-day basis? maybe once you hit a certain level, but at least at the
Yeah.
beginning part, you got to take as many swings as you can get. So
Oh, literally. I mean, I think what I've learned, especially in this industry, is you never know what could happen. My mom always says, you know, one door closes, 10 more open,
yeah,
especially in this industry. And things change overnight. You have artists who are posting videos and maybe they're at, you know, 10,000, which is like a great starting off. And then
yeah,
the next day they're at 100,000. Then the
yeah.
next day they're at 500,000. You're like, oh my God. Like,
What is going on?
yeah. So it's like, I think, you know, like you said, there's no reason for you not to swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with, and this pains me to say it because I'm a video producer. That's what I do in my for
Okay.
my day job is I'm make promo videos and stuff of that nature. The with the way camera phones are nowadays, anybody can be making the best looking content. You know, all you need is a remotely new, I'm not even going to say a brand new, a
Yeah.
remotely new camera. And
Mm-hmm.
you're shooting better quality stuff than I was shooting 10 years ago with $1,000.
No, it's crazy. I mean, one of the music videos, I think it was like 3-4 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
Selena Gomez filmed Look at Me Now on an
Mm-hmm.
iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was all filmed on an iPhone.
Yeah.
And it looks incredible. I mean, most of the content that people are posting of these like singing covers where they're like in really cool locations and have their lyrics around them are on all on iPhones.
Yep.
So there definitely is, if there's a will, there's a way. If maybe you don't have an iPhone, ask your friends. I'm sure they're willing to help you. There's you know, being an independent artist, like meeting people, and I'm especially in this industry and being an independent artist and putting yourself out there, we all want to help each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, it's going to help us and it will put like a good taste in other people's mouths if they're like, hey, you know, Gabriella helped me with this. Because I always want to help everyone. I've never been like, we need to compete because there's no competition really. We're all going to win at the end of the day. Every journey
Yeah.
is different.
We're all going to get to the final destination, some sooner than others. And
Exactly.
yeah, so I 100% agree with you there. Um, so as far as like your music and focusing in on your music, where are you kind of at creatively right now? Are you working, writing, recording?
Yeah, I mean, I've been writing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I get inspiration. It's funny. I got asked this yesterday. I get inspiration from conversations, street signs, Instagram captions. Like it's so random how things will happen, and I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, that's a really cool song.
nice.
So I've been writing a ton. You know, I think when you're going through things personally, that's something how I express. And I heard this from Cara DiGuardi. She said, if you don't have songs to write, you need to live life.
Yeah,
And, you know, I've, you know, gone through a breakup this year. I've been going through some like really intense personal stuff, but it's made these songs that I don't think I would have written if that didn't happen.
yeah.
And I think, you know, there is a beauty in the breaking. And I think what I've learned is songwriting really is that healing process. And even just like writing poetry, and my poetry can turn into music. So it's been a really cool experience getting to kind of write these songs that I never thought I would be able to like be vulnerable enough to write.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's really cool. And then being that you're writing and in Nashville, how often are you playing shows right now? Are you playing as often as you can, or are you kind of being a little bit more strategic with how often you're playing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, during when I first moved here, I moved here in May. I was getting a lot more shows during the summer. I think it's kind of died down because of the holiday season, which is
Yeah,
kind of like not that crazy. Because right now everybody's listening to Christmas music, so
yeah,
there is like a cutoff also with releases where it's like you need to like kind of because it's pretty much like this last week that you can really of October release stuff. Because after that it's Christmas. It's
yeah,
Christmas music. People are over the new music. Like it's just not a thing as much anymore unless
yeah,
you're kind of like a bigger new musician where like it's easier for them to release a song and their fans will listen to it. So I think
yeah.
as right now I'm just kind of chilling and then I'm ready to get back to the new year and start it strong again.
Sick. That's really cool. I don't want to say that's smart because like I mean it'll work for you because
Hmm.
you know it's authentic to you. You put a lot of thought process into it.
Hmm.
And yeah, Christmas is in general a hard time to sell original music for somebody that isn't selling bajillion copies or whatever Taylor Swift and Beyonce do on a
Oh yeah.
daily bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So being that, are you a full-time musician at this point, or do you have a day job?
I have a day job. I wish, I've been saying, music doesn't pay the bills yet, because I always make sure, because that's the goal. I mean, obviously, I moved here to focus on my music. My goal definitely is to, in a year from now, get a publishing deal. That is my goal. It would be an incredible, and I think it's a very achievable goal, because I do write music constantly. And that's how BB Rexa got started. That's how Kesha got started, how Katy Perry got started. Gail got started. There's a lot of artists who started writing music for other people, and you work your way into the music industry because they're like, oh my God, we wrote with this girl the other day. Have you heard her stuff? Like, she's amazing. So I think, that is my goal in the next year, is to get a publishing deal, get my name on the map, and then definitely start writing my own stuff for myself.
Nice. That's really cool. I dig it. I dig it so much. And then outside of music, what have you been getting into recently?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so it's kind of fun. I've gotten into, so I'm vegan, so I do a lot of baking. I love to cook. I have my little friend on me. I love my
Nice.
cat.
Been a lot of cats on the podcast today, so.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, no, they're a trip, I will say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've just been reading a lot more. I've started reading Twilight again. I just felt like it was time to restart the series. And then obviously watching, I'm obsessed right now with Selling Sunset. I don't know if anyone's watching that, but it's pretty addicting. I love a good reality show.
Nice. What's that reality show about? I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, so it's about these real estate ladies who sell these crazy $1 million homes in Beverly Hills. And they show them, and then it's like, oh, well, this is Harry Styles' house that we're selling today, or and then of course drama ensues, if it's oh, she stole my listing, and it's like the stupidest drama, but it's entertaining to watch, and you're like, how are these people fighting over houses right now, or stuff that had nothing to do with real estate? And it's just, love me a good reality show.
Right. It almost feels like it's MTV Cribs mixed with Real Housewives of LA or something.
Well, actually, the guy who produces the show, he's the one who produced The Hills. So it's very much that format. So that's totally, you're on brand. That's totally the vibe that it gives.
Nice. I think that would just be entertaining to watch one night when I've been drinking way too much. And it's like, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm going to pass out. See you guys later.
I love that.
So. But yeah, really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us. It's been an absolute blast. For anybody that wants to check out your music or catch a show or, whatever, interact with socials, where's the best place to find you?
Best place to find me is www.gabrielastella.com. It has all my socials, all my streaming platforms. You'll find all my shows on there as well. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, once again, Gabriella Stella, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on. If you ever want to jump back on as you kind of get new music out and all that stuff, I would love to have you back.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, we're going to do a little musical switcheroo here and swap out Gabriella and bring in our next musician here. So see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you all so very much for joining us. We really appreciate the support. I'm going to throw up a video here really quick and wait till our next guest joins.
Trimester. After I had my daughter, I was pregnant with my daughter, who is 13 now. I was in my 3rd trimester, and I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my 3rd trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach, and it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. When I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did a Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I'm doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper
All right. Welcome back into the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon. I'm your host, Tom Quiet, and we have our next guest in the queue. We have Maddie Taylor.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm
I'm
just
glad we finally got this worked out.
yes, yes,
It's nice
yes.
to meet
It's
you.
nice to meet you as well. It's
Thank you.
you get a weird form of Tom in this interview because we're going on 13 hours at this point. So
I know. I was thinking of that. I was like, oh my gosh, he has got to be tired.
a little bit, not too bad though. You know, the person that I feel the worst for. Sorry, I just ate a bowl of Cheerios on that little break there, and that was probably the worst decision I've ever made in my life.
Oh no.
I feel bad for the people that come in at like 9, 10 o'clock. They're going to get a really rare form. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was thinking of that too. I was like, oh no, the
Yeah.
later.
Oh, yeah. It'll be fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm ready for it. But excited to have you here. We got Maddie Taylor joining us. For anybody that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time, kind of give us a little introduction of who you are, what you're about.
Okay, I am a country pop music artist and singer-songwriter. I am from Portland, Tennessee. I'm 18 years old, and I'm just singing in places and writing songs and recording them and just going from there, I guess.
Awesome. Awesome. It's
Yeah.
Portland, Tennessee. Is that East Tennessee
Uh,
or
I I think it might be.
okay.
I think so.
Gotcha.
It's
Gotcha.
like
Gotcha.
40 minutes away from Nashville. It's north of Nashville.
Okay. So
Mhm.
North Tennessee then, or Central
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Very close
One
to
of those.
Kentucky. Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. So,
Yeah.
what got you into music? Who introduced you to music?
Definitely my mom. I grew up on like 80s country
Yeah.
music, but someday I guess I just started singing,
Fair.
and they were like, "You want to go to a vocal coach?" So we found a vocal coach, and her name was Renee Grant Williams. She actually coached Carrie Underwood and Miley
Oh, nice.
Cyrus and like other stars. Um, very well known stars, but she recently passed away, I think 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I got started with her, and then I got into like competitions, vocal competitions. I never won any, but and then I have recently gotten to like farmers markets and singing at like restaurants and stuff in like Kentucky and Springfield, so places like that. But I haven't really got like totally into Nashville yet.
Mm-hmm.
But that's definitely a goal of mine. So
Nice. 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 Well, I mean, you're close enough to Nashville that you don't have to like move. Like, I mean,
right,
you could move there, but you don't really have to. Like, I think
right.
with how expensive Nashville is to live right now, it's like, yeah, drive 40 minutes, hour, whatever to get into Nashville might be worth it at this
Mm,
point. So,
yeah. They're
but
very close, but it is kind of far at the same time.
yeah. Well, I guess I kind of have a jaded perspective because I've lived in places where it takes you 3 hours to get anywhere. So,
Oh
it's like,
no.
yeah,
Oh
it's,
goodness.
yeah. Lived out in New Mexico for about 4 years. And
Oh
to get,
wow.
to the next biggest city, uh,
Mhm.
3 hours minimum.
Wow.
So it, you know,
That
it
would be
is what it
hard.
is. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
When you have to do it, you don't really think about it. It's like I need to go to a knee specialist or I need to go to like a special doctor that they don't have.
Yeah,
Well,
just kind of like another day.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, um, growing up, you said you were doing a bunch of competitions and stuff like that.
Mhm.
When did you when did the light switch kind of hit that, oh, hey, I could turn this into a career. I could like really do something with this outside of like school activities.
I honestly don't even know.
Mm,
I remember I was so scared to like start performing again because I actually took a break
mm,
from like competitions because I wasn't really feeling those anymore. Um, but I remember coming home like every day from middle school, and like that would be my safe place to come home and sing, and just like by myself in the house. And one day, my friend called me up. She actually is a singer from a very well-known family in my hometown.
nice.
Um, and she's actually touring with it's an Elvis tribute band, which is so cool. I'm so happy
Nice.
for her. But she called me up and she got sick and she couldn't perform at a fall festival here in my hometown. And she called me first, which was so cool. And she was like, "You can do this." And I'd like never performed a set before. But she called me and I was like, "Okay, I guess I can." So I came up with a few songs and I did it. And I feel like without that, I don't know if I'd had been started, you know.
Yeah.
So I really thank her for that.
Yeah. It's always really cool when you like get the opportunity to sit back and think about those opportunities that seemed very minute or very small at the time, like, oh hey,
Yeah.
yeah, my friend gave me an opportunity to play a song with her or whatever on stage. But then
Mhm.
as you grow up and kind of grow through life, it's like, wait a minute, I got to do that when I was 15, 16, 17 years old. And I guess the perspective of the world kind of changes when you realize like these opportunities don't just come at any given point. Like
Exactly.
they're,
It's not a coincidence.
yeah,
It's supposed to
absolutely.
happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, so you dropped Deserve Me. Well, you dropped Deserve Me and then Deserve Me acoustic. I was trying to wrap my brain around that one for some reason. I don't know why, but um is what's kind of tell us the story of Deserve Me before we jump into this a little bit.
Okay. So basically, I have always like wrote songs from like other people's perspectives too. Not just mine, because sometimes I find that hard. I don't know why.
Hmm.
But one time I was like, I need inspiration to write a song, and I was texting my friends, and I was like, "Can you like give me a scenario, like a scenario that you have lived?" And my cousin, she actually gave me one about her ex-boyfriend, which was just he was awful. And I lived that through with her. Um, there's actually a part in the song that says something about I can't remember. Every time I try to rephrase it, I can't remember my own lyrics. I was like crying to my best friend about this guy or something like that, and I was the best friend in that scenario. So I wrote it from her perspective, that he just didn't deserve her. So I don't know.
Awesome.
It's not
And
about me.
I got you. Fair enough. So is this all leading to like a bigger project? Because I mean, you've been pretty consistently releasing music over the last few years. Pretty, what, 2 or 3 songs a year? Am I gathering
Yeah.
that correctly? Is it?
Yeah.
Are you working towards like a feature, like an album, or are you kind of just kind of sticking with the norm right now as far as like releasing singles and whatnot?
I would love to make an album soon.
Mm,
Um, Definitely in the near future, I would say.
nice.
But right now I'm just releasing some singles, just kind of going with the flow. I have another song that I need to release soon, and I think I'm reaching for a goal to release it this year, at the end
Nice.
of this year. So,
Nice.
and I do have some things planned for that. So stay tuned.
That'd be really cool. I always like when musicians end or begin the year with like a surprise release,
Mhm.
you know, not to try and blow up the spot and ruin the surprise if that's what you were kind of thinking already, but it's always just like a nice cap, or a cap or a starting off point for the year when somebody releases music and you kind of go into the new year or leave the year
Yeah.
like ready with something to
End it with
promote.
a bang.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
right.
word. It's the word I'm looking for. Um, but I so with "Deserve Me," you released an acoustic version of that as well.
I did.
Was there a specific reason why you wanted to do that one as an acoustic as well, or was it just kind of there?
I Yeah, I honestly associated this song with like more of a intimate feel. So I definitely wanted to like strip back a lot of like everything that makes a song um fuller and I just wanted to kind of like strip it down to just guitar. And I don't know, I feel like maybe people will feel it more when they listen to the acoustic version. I know I do. So yeah,
Nice,
that's
nice.
the main reason.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I dig it. Um, so kind of looking at the rest of the year, you said you got this new we'll call it a secret release at this point. We'll kind
Okay.
of we'll call it a secret release that you want to try and get out by the end of the year. I mean, how often are you is like I know obviously with it being the end of the year, shows are kind of calming down, but are you playing pretty consistently right now, or is that not your main focus at this point?
I love to perform.
Mm.
I definitely want to get a band together. But for right now, I'm not really playing consistently.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 2, 3 shows a month. It's not really, it's kind of the off season. It's not really busy. The summer is usually my busiest time. I don't know about other artists, but there's just more going on in the summer for some reason.
Nice. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the summer's kind of like the best time to
It
just,
really is, yeah.
yeah, just to go out and play, especially in where you're at in Tennessee, like right up against Kentucky. I kind of have a vague idea where you're at because I lived in Bowling Green, Kentucky for a little bit.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
yeah, and making that trip down into Nashville was always kind of a little bit of a treat, especially at that time. I wasn't making a whole lot of money, so whenever I had an extra $20 to go into Nashville, it was always fun.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
cool, cool. And so then just kind of looking outside of music, obviously, um, it can't consume your entire life. You have to have moments of like to disconnect and whatnot. What are some of your hobbies outside of music? What do you do to decompress?
Lately, I haven't really been into reading, but usually I love to read
Ah,
books.
fair.
Um, I would say I like to walk.
Hmm.
I like to watch TV shows. Friends. I love Friends. It's my favorite TV show ever. I was so sad to hear about Matthew Perry dying.
Yeah,
So sad.
yeah.
Um,
I I have an embarrassing story to confess about that one. I I
oh
thought
no.
I thought Matthew Perry had already died when they made the announcement. I thought it was one of those like prank situations where they try and trick you to thinking somebody had died when they had already died, and then I realized nope, it's Luke Perry, completely different human being that had passed
Oh my
away.
gosh.
Yeah,
I've
and
done that before. It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. It was so bad. Like I'm sitting there, I'm like, he died like a year ago. What do you or like a couple of years ago? What's going on? And they're like, no, that was Luke Perry. This is
That's
Matthew
so real.
Perry.
I've done that before. I get like names mixed up. I guess yeah, it's the last name, probably.
Yeah, it definitely is. It 100% for sure. So, um, so uh yeah, that's kind of what kind of books are you reading? Like what kind of when you do get a chance to sit down and read, what kind of books do you like to read?
I love to read mystery, dystopian stuff, crime,
Hmm,
some crime, and of course romance.
nice.
Why not
Yeah.
add that in?
Sometimes you just have to, right?
Exactly. It's in every book anyway, I think.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
agree. I gotcha. Um, and then just as far as like writing and whatnot, is there a current song that you're working on that because I'm always kind of interested in what musicians are currently working on. Is there something you're currently working on that's kind of got you thinking a little bit harder than it should, or something that's really interesting that you're kind of working on right now?
I actually wrote this song yesterday, and um, I only have a chorus and a verse to it, but I think it might be something that I want to release in the future.
Nice.
Um, yeah, I would
Cool.
definitely want to post it soon,
Cool.
like a
What do
little
you
video.
got? Not to give anything away about it, but what do you think it is about it that is kind of intriguing you? And it's like got the hairs in the back of your head standing up, like, hey, this is something that we need to look at.
I think it's something that's like not really talked about or sang about, sung about a lot in songs.
Mm,
The name, I like the name of it the
cool.
most, I
Yeah.
think.
Nice. And is that something that just kind of came naturally as you were kind of playing around with the idea and the lyrics and all that stuff?
You know, sometimes I go in my notes and I find like things that I've just like written down, like jotted down,
Hmm.
and then I go back to them and then I have more on my mind about it. So I
Yeah.
just like end up writing for like 10 minutes and there I have a chorus and a verse. Yeah. I don't
Fair
know.
enough.
Sometimes that happens.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And then just kind of as far as like promoting yourself and if people want to check out your music and any shows as kind of like the new year starts to roll in and the summer starts to come in, where's the best place to find you online?
I have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. I have Twitter, but I don't use it.
Fair.
You can follow me there anywhere. Anyway, um, YouTube, I don't use that either, but just the mains, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok.
Nice. I think YouTube is one of those interesting platforms where
It is.
it like yes, it's a video platform and it's where people go to watch videos, but I think it's a very underrated social media platform.
Mhm.
Like
I
I
watch YouTube every day.
yeah. And with their community threads and all that stuff that they got going on, I think yeah, I think there's something there. So
So, yeah, sometimes I just like love to watch YouTube instead of like shows because
mm,
it's real people, you know,
yep. I,
living
I've
life.
I've lost many a evenings getting sucked into the YouTube rabbit hole. Like I'll get home from work at like
Yes.
6:30 or whatever, and it's like, oh hey, so and so released a new video. Okay, let's watch it. And then before I know it,
Right?
it's 11:30 at night, and it's like, crap. So, it's like,
Right.
where did my day go? Where did my night go? I got to go to bed. So,
I know
but
I could waste some time on YouTube.
oh yeah, it's so easy. But
And
uh,
TikTok.
yeah,
No.
let's not go with TikTok because I've lost a lot of hours doing that one. So yeah, it's I agree, but I'm trying
Yes.
to stay off TikTok. So
Me
try
too.
try.
Well,
So
I'm not really trying, but
fair.
it's a goal, I guess.
Yeah, I got you. But once again, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us.
Of
We're gonna play.
course.
I'm glad we got this in. We're gonna play a little musical roulette. Get the next musical guest in, and yeah, Maddie, feel free to reach out anytime you're ready to jump back on. We'll dive in a little bit deeper, and yeah,
Awesome.
it'll be good
It was
times.
good talking to you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
appreciate
having
the
me.
hangs. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. There it is. All right, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Well, I hope everybody's having a great day, great night. I see Josh Johns is in my chat. Don't you have like a forecast or something to predict? I'm kidding. I love you, Josh Johns. Let me see what's going on with our next musical guest here. Message her. There it is. Uh, All right. I love that I've typed in "we still good" so many times today that my chat, the second I push W, it just auto puts out "we still good." Uh, that's hilarious. I love it. But anyways, um, once again, I appreciate everybody. It's been a long day, and we are getting there, so to speak. We've still got a whole bunch of musicians coming up. Got a still very packed lineup. And if you hadn't made a donation yet, please do so. Or if you would consider to do so, that'd be amazing. Um, right here is the QR code. You can scan that and feel free to jump in and all that fun stuff. Um, yeah. So it's good times, good hangs. I'm gonna queue up a video here really quick. We'll continue watching the last video we watched in our last break, and I'll try and figure out where our next musical guest is.
He's 13 now. I was in my third trimester. And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my third trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach, and it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. You know, when I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. You know, I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, you know, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
I learned that I had pancreatic cancer. Issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did the Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I'm doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get genetic education and testing, what makes it more difficult on the patient level and also on the provider level, what can we do better, as well as what do we need to advocate for on the system level to make these changes happen. For me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system. And I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that bring Black and Latinx folks to get genetic education, genetic testing, and spread the word to make this more normalized. I think the other thing that PanCAN is doing really well is that when it comes to patient advocacy, pancreatic cancer is a really difficult diagnosis, and being able to find a community of people that have been through similar experiences can be really helpful when you are going through something like that yourself, or when you have a loved one who's going through a pancreatic cancer diagnosis.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was a 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and just, you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
Alrighty. Hold on a minute. Let me. Sorry about this, y'all. I hope y'all are having an absolutely amazing day. I'm your host, Tom Quiet. All right. Yeah, sorry, just trying to get the next artist lined up and lined out, all that fun stuff. Once again, thank you all so very much for joining us. It is the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon. You know, we are out here, we are doing the job. We are raising funds to fight pancreatic cancer. All of our funds go to benefit the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I've said that so many times, I can't believe it's still hard to say. If you're interested in donating, right here is the QR code. Feel free to donate there, scan the QR code and donate, or you can hit our landing page right here, lnacares.site. And yeah, we will bring in our next guest. We got Lindsay Hinkle. Hey, how's it going?
It's good.
Glad to have you here.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, I do want to start off by saying that the ugly stripper shirt got so many looks in the best way possible.
Yes.
I wore it to a music festival on the busiest day, so you got a lot of plug skis there. So,
well, thank you very much.
It was a good time. I had some older people that were giving me a little weird looks, and then actually it's quite funny. So I did this on I think I wore it like on a Friday at a music festival, and I was doing a podcast with the promoter of the festival, and I was wearing the shirt, and that because it was the promoter, he had all his photographers there taking photos, and I wasn't even thinking. I sent it to my dad to put on he's got one of those electric like picture frames where it kind of rotates photos out and whatnot. And right dead center in the photo, working harder than an ugly stripper right in the picture frame. It is the perfect thing. And yeah, so
that's awesome.
I don't even know if he notices it, because it took my sister a little bit to read it, but she kind of started putting context clues together. But yeah, so how things been going for you?
Awesome. Oh, good. So busy and so thankful.
Yeah, that's
really
good.
Thankful.
That's good.
How about you? You've been doing this for how many hours now?
13 and a half.
Do you get to go, like, do you get to eat?
Yeah, hold on. I got a bag of Honey Nut Cheerios. That's about it. No, but okay. Every 2 to 3 hours, I give myself like a 10-minute break. And if I'm like really starting to lag or something, I'll end an interview early and I'll take 5 minutes to go grab something really quick. So yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's not like a jar under the desk.
No. I okay. Thought about when I was first doing it, I was like, should I take it to that extreme where I'm not like even moving for 24 hours? But no, I think that smell would get to me after like an hour.
Yeah, I mean, for a while there, you could do the old what is it? A guy from Aviator. Oh my
The
gosh, I can't. Name. Hey, oh, it's gonna drive me nuts now.
are you talking like a Stadium Pal type situation?
No. No, I'm going to think of it in a minute. The movie here, I'll Google it. The movie Aviator.
Uh-huh.
The guy the movie was about. He
Oh,
went like totally reclusive, and then like peed in jars. He was like a germaphobe.
oh, okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Ralph Waldo Emerson? Is that did I just pull that
no,
name out of nowhere?
you did.
Okay. That
Hold
probably
on.
the
Howard Hughes.
there you
Howard
go.
Hughes. Yeah.
I tried to sound smart and yeah, it
Well,
didn't.
the one thing I always remember is when she's at the door and she's like, "It's me, Kate." And I just love the way that she talks. And she's like, but I was trying to think of the name that she was saying, and it's Howard. It's me, Kate. Because I love the way she says it, but I couldn't think of his name at the time. There's not enough caffeine today. Not enough at all.
Well, I get my doses here and there. Like you'll definitely see like the spike when I get caffeinated, and
Mhm.
then like within an hour it's just like gone, and it's like okay, but I'm not going to sit here and drink like an entire 24 pack of soda because that just sounds like a terrible idea.
That sounds like diabetes.
Yeah, there's this thing called diabetes that I really don't want to deal with. It runs in the family.
Diabetes.
Diabetes. I love it.
Yeah, I've started making myself even though as a musician we stay at a second shift schedule.
Mhm.
I've been making myself get up at 7 for the
Yeah.
past week, but I still am serving. So I don't get home. Like last night, I get home till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. So today I'm because it's like day 5 of getting up that early. So
Mhm.
today it's catching up with me, but it's okay because I'm getting a lot more things done. Because it takes me, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but it doesn't matter what time I wake up, whether I get 5 hours of sleep or 9.5 to 10 hours of
Yeah.
sleep, which that's a thing. But
Yeah.
I need about an hour or more to be a functioning person. Like I
Functioning.
need at least 2 cups of coffee in about an hour,
Yeah.
and then I'm in great spirits. Now, I mean, I have like gotten up and scattered out of a hotel room after a show and loaded in and got on the road at like 10 or 11. But was I fun to be around?
Probably
Probably
not.
not.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. So,
Fair.
yeah.
You,
It's been good.
you
I've
see,
been getting so many these done.
yeah. See, I feel like I've kind of gotten gypped a little bit because I've spent a good portion of my life, at least the last 11 years, having to be up by 7 a.m. every day. That even when I do
Mhm.
get that chance to sleep in, like last night or Wednesday night when I was kind of no Tuesday night when I was kind of preparing for this. I don't even know what day it is anymore. Who cares? But Tuesday night I was preparing for this. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay up till 2, 3 in the morning and sleep in as late as possible, and then I'll start my day and then catch a nap somewhere in between. And I was up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I got 4 hours of sleep. It was maddening,
It's
very
circadian
maddening.
rhythm. It's your circadian rhythm. We all have one, and you spend so much time. It's a blessing and a curse, but it's
Mm-hmm.
like from your ancestors when we were like caveman, getting used to being up at daylight for survival. And so,
Mm-hmm.
like, our bodies just naturally go into this fight or flight thing where we wake up at
Yeah,
a certain time. You
fair.
can't not do it. And you're right, it sucks because, like, the times that you really want to sleep in, your mind's like, no,
Yeah.
no.
Yep.
We have to go out of this cave and hunt some wildebeest.
Yep. I guarantee you what's going to happen is I've been up for 24 hours and I've only gotten like 5 hours of sleep in total yesterday. And I guarantee you I'm going to be up at like 7 o'clock or something ridiculous tomorrow. And yeah.
Melatonin helps. And the blackout curtains. Blackout curtains are fantastic if you have a migraine or you get migraines
Yeah.
like me or you need to sleep in. They're amazing.
Yeah.
And
That's
you
fair.
can Walmart, like super cheap.
Yeah. Well, I mean, luckily where I live, it stays pretty dark pretty consistently just because I live on the backside of an apartment complex and I'm right up against a tree line. So it stays pretty dark. So nice, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. So how's your music going? Anything new and exciting in the world of Lindsay Hinkle music?
So many things.
Nice.
I've been kind of I've got a few things that I've been planning, but I haven't been doing any live shows because I have twisted up some tendons in my hand, and
Mm,
I have to keep my hand in this splint thing for like the next 6 weeks. Um, but I have been steadily working towards getting a campaign and a Guinness World Record.
nice.
Won't know until it takes about 12 weeks to get any confirmation from
Hmm.
them, and I think we're gonna go back and forth on the way of measuring it. But I'm selling ads on the back of my album to fund the album, and so I've been corresponding with several businesses all across the US and some parts of Europe to accrue necessary funds to
Nice.
promote said album, as well as recording said album. And also planning a wedding. I'm getting married January 15th. And so that's a whole thing, even though we're eloping and literally no one's invited except for the required staff that it takes to get for one to get married.
Fair.
Like you think, even the bear stuff, you still like need an outfit. You have to get a ring. You have to pay someone to do it. You have
Yeah.
to get the license. Then you got to get photos because we're not animals. Like we need, some kind of like printed thing. And so, those just bare necessity things, they just keep adding up, man.
Yeah.
So,
I feel that. That's just like the harsh realities of life, I guess, at this point.
oh, it's yeah, it's awesome, but it's like you still think you're like I'll go into this being like very bare minimum. Okay, well, let's just do this, and then we don't have to buy a bunch of dinners, and yeah, we don't get any presents because we're not actually throwing a ceremony. Because the whole point of wedding gifts is like you have a reception, and that's thanking everyone for the wedding gifts, and we're not having any of that. So we're just like, well, we'll just bypass the gifts and just like do this, and then that way, like it's cool,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's still like all of it's like still a whole thing. But I'm just glad I'm doing it because I didn't know I ever would. I'm pushing 40, bruh. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be 39 December 22nd.
Nice. It's man. Wow. That's just
Yeah,
a lot.
it's a
That's a
big
lot.
deal. It's
Yeah.
a thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a legal binding contract that, and she's taking my last name, so there's gonna be one more Hinkle in the world. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm
Nice.
sorry,
You should almost
but
I was gonna say you should almost
say it
both
again.
wear the ugly stripper shirt to the ceremony.
The
No.
wedding. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. We should get some photos after with that on. But I actually wore that shirt for a long time before I got some printed, and everyone was making so many comments, and everyone's like, "Where did you get that shirt? Where did you get that shirt?" And so
You get
that's when I
them.
ended up printing them. But I also do, and the other cool thing about it is it's really not offensive,
No.
like saying I work harder than ugly stripper. So only you, the reader, can define what ugly is.
Yeah.
So it's really not like talking shit
Yeah.
about anyone. No shit has been thrown, and also it lets you know how hard you're working. You know.
Yeah. I 100% agree. It's one of those things where that shirt has officially been dubbed my music festival shirt.
Oh
It's
yes, yes.
it's my music festival shirt, and I'm kind of half tempted. Although my grandma would have a stroke if I wore that shirt to Christmas Eve dinner. If I just walked in with that shirt, my aunt's husband, who's not my uncle, but he's been around long enough, he might as well be. He'll laugh his ass off, but everybody else in my family will be offended. It'll be quite funny.
Well, I don't like. Specifically remember calling my brother, because my brother has been the co-signer of my bullshit since I was born. Like, if I ever needed anyone to just like have my back and be like, yeah, just do it. Yeah, it's a great idea. Like, no matter what it is. And so,
siblings are always good to egg you on like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like, oh yeah, you could definitely make that jump on your bike, or oh yeah, your car, that's a V8, that's a Crown Vic. You can get to 120 and you're going down a country road in your parents' car, and he's the one always co-signing that. And he's like, oh, it says no trespassing, but we could definitely fish here. Like, I know some people that fish here, like definitely. He's that, but I called him and I called him, like, Dan, I've got 300. I'm going on this. It was the first tour I booked, and I called him, like, Dan, I booked this tour, and me and two friends are in this Corolla, and we have 200 T-shirts in the back that say I work harder than an ugly stripper, and I've put those on a credit card. If I don't pay for these shirts, I'm going to go bankrupt. Like, I'm not going to be able to pay this debt. I have to sell these shirts. And and I this and all these shirts say I work harder than an ugly stripper.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah, he was like, if you're going to be able to sell them anywhere, you're going to be able to sell them in Florida. And I was like, yes.
That's the way to be.
I literally sold all of them. There were a few smalls, and then I had some orders for some other sizes that I ran out of. But it was I filmed it, and I need to post it on YouTube. But I made like a mini documentary of the tour, because I did not know if anyone was going to show up. Like, I really had no idea. I'd never put myself out there this far and went on a limb and booked these shows, and I had to get room. So I was like taking on a tremendous amount of debt. Just to play these shows, having no idea if anybody was going to come. And then the very last show, the one that paid the most, that I had done the most promotion for, that was the main show. It was Salty Nun in St. Pete. I'm actually playing there for New Year's Eve. But I booked Salty Nun, and that was like the final ending show. And there was a tornado. And it's in a tent. So I'm like, yeah, this isn't gonna happen. Like, it's over. And it ended up blowing over, and there were still 250, almost 300 people that showed up in a tornado warning. And come to find out, no one in Florida cares. They're like, oh, it's just a Tuesday. Like, they get tornadoes, hurricanes, they have parties. That is more incentive for them to go to a show. So it was awesome. But I was really scared. So there's also actual footage of me like crying in the hotel after it was all over. It was like just pure happy tears.
Nice. Well, I think we got to cut it off there. We got our next guest in the queue. I could literally sit here for 3.5 hours and just talk to you, but I don't think that would be conducive to your mental health, my mental health, any of that stuff. So, and
I definitely haven't peed in a jar. So
yeah. And I just found out half of my office is currently in stream watching this thing right now. So I see them sitting, like, I just see them all popping in, and I'm like, cool. Now I'm a little nervous. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Glad I ended it with that.
Yeah. But Lindsay Hinkle, thank you so much. If anybody wants to check out your music, all the fun stuff you got going on, where's the best place to find you?
Instagram, just Google Lindsay Hinkle, but lindsayhinklemusic.com. LINDSEYHINKLE music. Thank you.
Awesome.
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I did not go to Nashville, so I did not completely ignore you. So I know we talked about that last time about me going to Nashville. It did not happen. So
I knew that when you sent me pictures of you wearing my shirt. We're good, man. But when you do come, I'm gonna button.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Awesome. All right. Well, Lindsay, thank you so much. We're going to bring in our next guest here, and we'll do a little musical switcheroo. Cool. Have a good one. All right. Here we go. We got Joshua Utek. How's it going today, man?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, just living the dream.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of, I am literally just tearing things apart over here as I, sit in the corner doing the podcast marathon. So.
Are you still awake, dude?
Oh, I'm still, I mean, I guess you can call this awake. I have no clue anymore.
What time did you start?
Midnight. Yeah.
Okay, so you're 11 and a half hours in right now?
No, I'm 13 and a half hours in. I am 2 hours ahead of you.
I'm 2 hours behind. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yet somehow you look like you're in worse shape than I am.
Yeah?
You look a little tired there.
I am tired, man. I've been working a lot.
That's fair.
Struggling with sleep a little bit, so I'm trying to work on that. But
fair enough. I think everybody struggles with sleep, so.
Anyone who doesn't, I envy them at the moment.
Fair.
I tend to feels like I sleep for an hour, then I wake up, and then I sleep for an hour, and I wake up.
Yeah, I gotcha. Cool.
But we'll see.
Yeah. So how's everything with the music going? What do you got going on in your world?
I'm gonna have some new music coming in the next month or two.
Nice.
A couple new songs. One's a cover of a Chris Stapleton song, and then there's another original that's going to be on the album that I'm working on. But I'm gigging a lot, so excuse me. It's just tough trying to balance everything right now. That's kind of what I'm trying to work on, is the health, balancing the health, rest.
Yeah.
As far as also doing 2 jobs, full-time music. I just went full-time music this year.
Yeah, I think we had that conversation. I was asking you about something else, and you had mentioned that you had gone full-time into music, because was it when I asked you if you had any connects in Oregon or something? I don't remember, but
yeah. I was just turning down music jobs because I had this day job. So I was like, what do you really want to do, right?
Yeah, that's
just
cool.
That time to take the chance.
Yeah, I'm glad you're out there going after the dream. That's really cool. So because we have half my office sitting in this chat, they want to know, what kind of music do you consider yourself making? Or what kind of music do you make?
Acoustic guitar is my primary instrument. I'm starting to dabble in piano, but my music that I write is like acoustic rock, blues, folk, and maybe a little bit of a country vibe on some songs.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think you're throwing people off, because is that a Megadeth shirt you're wearing? I can't quite see from here. Okay.
Megadeth. I love metal and pop. I love most all music.
Fair.
I just settled on the Megadeth shirt for today because I like it.
Yeah, fair enough. It's like I've gotten to the point in this podcast marathon where I'm just kind of laid back right now. It's like I'm not paying attention to the details. I'm just kind of going with it right now. So it's been a good day. So glad to have you on. And so as far as like your music, you mentioned you got new stuff coming, all that fun stuff. Now that you're full time, how often are you out playing? Are you playing like every day, or?
About the last 2 weeks, I had 5 gigs each week.
Nice.
Some were like 2 in one day, kind of thing. This last week, I had 5 one week and then 5 the next week. This week is a little lighter, thankfully.
Yeah,
I had one on Tuesday. Those are the tough ones when I have one on the early week, because I'm still working part-time Monday through Wednesday in a coffee shop, so I have to get up at like 5 a.m.
you got to at least keep the paycheck somewhat consistent for at least for a little bit. So
Yeah, that's definitely helping with making sure if I have a slow week, or then I can have a slow week where I can take a couple days off performing, because I got sick like leading up to that 10 gigs in 2 weeks run, and like I got a sore throat and stuff, so it was just rough. My throat's finally kind of recovering, and I
nice,
was singing through all of it. So
nice.
yeah, like this week I've only got like 3. I had one on Tuesday, then I had one Friday, and then I have one on Sunday. One of the reasons I went full time was because this company I work for, not only just booking like breweries and restaurants and
Yeah.
coffee shops and wherever, clubs and stuff. There's a company I started working for a couple years ago called Gigs for You. I don't know if they're national or not, but they book us. They book musicians all over, like corporate events, and specifically at SeaTac Airport.
Okay.
And they're doing those airport gigs, like I think 3 to 4 shifts a day and 7 days a week. So
Nice.
you can be down at the airport. Now there's a lot more musicians in the program.
Yeah.
I'm down there in December like 4 times, plus then another corporate gig.
Yeah.
So they were basically sending me work like, hey, can you work at the airport tomorrow? And I was like, I got this day job. And I was like, what am I doing? I don't want to run a coffee shop. I want to be a musician. So
Yeah.
It's been a blessing, man.
That dang day job always getting in the way. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, so I remember one of the last conversations we had, at least on the podcast, you were playing. What were you playing? Super. What football game were you playing on, like Super Nintendo or NES?
Tecmo Super Bowl.
Are you still playing Tecmo Super Bowl every Sunday, or?
I'm actually taking this year off. I've been so busy with gigs, I haven't even watched a football game, and that's usually like my one of my guilty pleasures is American football. But I'm working Sundays now, and I volunteer at a spiritual center that I go to a spiritual center and I volunteer. So I sing at the spiritual center one Sunday a month, and then I also volunteer one Sunday a month, and then I'm usually working the other 2 Sundays.
Gotcha.
And so I just haven't. It's not been a priority. So I'll just watch like the 10-15 minute replay highlights of the games on YouTube. And I tried sitting down to play the Tecmo Bowl this year, and I just wasn't feeling it.
I feel like it got to a point. I feel like it got to a point though where you were getting so good that it was just kind of like not even a challenge anymore.
That was another factor for sure. Like, I mean, especially if you play a preseason mode, which is the best way to do that. That way you can play your team versus whoever else in the league they're playing that week. Everybody's in good condition in that game. There's not really gonna be any injuries. So it's less likely that you're gonna lose unless you're terrible at the game.
Yeah.
So it kind of was going like year after year, every season I would maybe lose 2 games, and then it was just, well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win this one. So
yeah.
And traditions are fun, but all things change in life, man. So
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it was fun during the pandemic. It was a fun little pandemic thing that happened, and then now it's kind of like, yeah, I'm good. So
sort of. I mean, I actually was doing it pre-pandemic, so I've been doing it. I've been doing it for a long time. I think the only other time I took a break from it is when I went through a divorce like 6-7 years ago. I was just too, you know what I mean? Some things just aren't fun at the moment anymore. When you're that depressed and stuff.
I got
so
you.
that was it. But I've been doing it a long time. I just decided this year, I'm like, I think I'm just not into it. Maybe I just don't have the time or the energy, or I just
probably a combination of the both for the most part. So so you're staying busy, which is great. You got music, you got shows, you got work, volunteer stuff. What's kind of the outlook for the rest of the year? Are you how many shows you got left in the year, or are you kind of, I don't know, what's Washington kind of like in the winter months? Does the shows kind of slow down, or is that just
depends on the shows? It seems like the club scene is back and going strong.
Gotcha.
There's shows all the time at the different clubs downtown that are like always having live artists. So I'm hoping to get into more of those in the next year. More multi-band bills, start rubbing elbows with people, making friends, and just making connections. And continued on that road. For me, I'm booked pretty solid through the holidays. I've got couple corporate holiday gigs. I've got the regular gigs all over. I'm playing some new places this year. Played a lot of new places this year, which was cool.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm playing like a new place near the Kirkland waterfront this Friday. So that should be fun. It's called the Grape Choice, little wine bar. And it's a small world because the gal I was booking with actually knows one of my brothers from high school or something. So it's just like, this is just cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm booked pretty solid. I'm going to keep trying to keep going in the studio. Now we got these 2 songs that are coming out soon. Those are pretty much done, but I still got like, I don't know, 9-10 more songs for the album to do. So I'm trying to find so I'm busy, but
yeah,
I do see little peaks in my calendar where I get to like take a day off. So that'll be nice.
I mean, that's got to be the motivator right there, especially with how busy you've been. That like those days off got to be the motivator, right?
Yeah.
At least at this point in the game, until you kind of get back into like until you start getting like big gigs, and it's like, okay, now all that stuff is like, I don't want to say now it's fun, because music should always be fun, but you know.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Cool. And then you as far as like this new project that you're working on, this new album, how's that kind of the writing process for that going? When you started off on this project, were you specifically writing for an album, or did you kind of just start writing and it's like, oh, hey, I got an album, you know, something like that?
Yeah, it was kind of like that more. I don't usually write with a lot of intention necessarily, as far as like, I got to write an album or I need to write a song. They just kind of come out when they need to come out. Yeah. Whether it's just writing words and that those turn into lyrics, or I wrote a guitar piece and then I need to write something for it. This one it's primarily about a relationship I went through a couple years ago that was hard on me, and the breakup was really hard on me. And so I started writing it when I first met her and we got together. And so the first few songs in the album are like these happy kind of love songs. And then it goes into a very dark, like one of the songs is called I Want to Die Without You.
Nice.
That's how I felt, you know, in the moment. Like I was so miserable. It was one of those mornings like where you can't sleep, and woke up and I was just like, I'm just going to write whatever's how I feel, how as dark as it may be. And those are the first lines that came out of the song. But yeah, it goes from there. And then it kind of goes into, you know, when you're feeling better and you have hope, or whether the hope is for getting back together with them, or whether the hope is just to be feeling better in life and moving on. And then the cover I'm doing of Chris Stapleton is going to come out probably around Christmas or just in the new year. It's called Starting Over. And so I'm putting that one in there because that not only is a great song, it's a great love song, it's also great for just having that intention of you can start over in life. It's never too late, you know?
Yeah, I 100% agree. 100%
agree.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to call the album Spectrum, because it's going to go the whole spectrum of like, I love you. Oh my God, I want to die. And oh, it's going to be okay.
Yeah. That's cool. And I mean, it's kind of, you said you don't really write with intention. So I don't know if that, like, this album just kind of ended up working really well together because it was all written in the same kind of time frame, or if maybe you write with more intention than you think.
I don't know. I think I wrote, so when me and her broke up, it was still pandemic. It was early 2021. And I still wasn't going to work 5 days a week. I was only going in 1 day a week. So I had a lot of time alone, and I just moved into this place by myself. So there was just all this time. So I was pouring myself into like healing health in healthy ways, like yoga and music and other things. So yeah, I was just writing. If something came out, it came out, and a lot of emotion was coming out in those like 6 months.
Yeah, I got you. I feel that. And then just really quick, you're based in Washington, you're in Seattle, right?
I'm just north of Seattle in Everett. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. For some reason, I thought you ended up moving. I knew it wasn't exactly Seattle, but for some reason, I thought you had ended up moving to Seattle. But
no, I thought about it, but the rent is so Sorry, my
Yeah.
thing is squeaking.
No,
Yeah,
you're
the
good.
rent down there is it's expensive where I am, but it's even more expensive in the city. So
I gotcha. Fair enough.
yeah.
But if anybody wants to check out your music or any catch an upcoming show or just see all the cool things that you're doing, where's the best place to find you?
utechmusic.com.
Okay.
And then I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. That's where I'm most active. I also am on TikTok and also on YouTube, but most active on my website and Utech Music, and Facebook and Instagram.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Joshua, thank you so much for jumping on here. It's been an absolute blast. Really enjoyed the chat. Really enjoyed the hangs. And feel free to reach out as the project kind of hits its final stages of releasing, promoting, and all that fun stuff. We'd
Absolutely.
definitely love to have you back on. It's
Yeah, good to see you, Tom.
Yeah, it's been way too. What has it been? A year? I think you were on the last.
Maybe a little bit over.
Yeah.
About a year. No, I don't think I made the last one. So it was a pre-interview before that.
Okay, for sure. I knew it hadn't been. It's been a while, but not that long. So, once again, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. We're gonna do a little musical switcheroo and bring in our next guest, Noel Toland. Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you, man. Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's bring in our next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm living my best life right now.
Oh, I love it.
I'm highly caffeinated, and I've been podcasting for coming up on 14 hours now, and I'm kicked back just enjoying life.
Wait, stop. So this is okay. I see the 14. Oh my gosh. How are you alive right now?
Well, there's this magical little potion called the Monster Energy drink that's kind of doing wonders right now.
Wait, which flavor did you get?
It's the lemon rehab.
Oh,
So
I haven't had that one.
Yeah, have you ever had a Arnold Palmer?
Yeah, I love Arnold Palmer.
That's what it is, basically. It's an Arnold Palmer.
Ooh.
So
okay, because my jam is like the white can with the blue.
Yeah. I tried those when I was younger, and I don't know. I just kept getting sick after drinking them. Like I don't know what it was. Like because it's like a fruit punch thing, right?
Yeah, it's very fruity.
Yeah, and like for whatever reason, like I enjoy fruit punch. Don't get me wrong, but for whatever reason, it didn't agree with my stomach. So
I saw the funniest thing. It was a stand-up show in LA, and the comic. It was the funniest skit. I can't do it to obviously do it justice, but he does this skit about energy drinks and how they're marketed so aggressively,
right?
Like Monster, like there's like a claw on it.
I love it.
Red Bull and all these like very aggressive. He's like, calm down.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay. We're all gonna survive. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh
I've been really into looking at the discount energy drinks. Like if you go into like a dollar store or Dollar General where they got where you can get like the cans for $1, and we have these ones here in Texas. They're called like Rays or something, and it's like I'm a little sketched out because it's $1. I don't know what kind of putrid chemicals are in this thing, but then again, a Monster isn't necessarily the healthiest thing in the world to drink. So, but
you're like, I don't know if I want a $1 heart attack.
Right? I'd rather pay $3 for my heart attack. Thank you. Good night.
Exactly.
So, but really glad to have you on. It's not been that long since we had you on, but when I was reaching out to Nicole about setting all this up, she threw me a list of names, and I'm like, yes to all, please.
Oh,
and
thank you were so much for having me.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So just kind of, you're based out of Nashville, correct? Yes, Nashville. How are things been going in Nashville?
Great. I've been slammed, writing, I'm performing, and I just released a new song. I think I talked to you about Urinera last time I saw you, but the music video premieres on Monday, November 20th. So in a few days on Women of Country. So make sure to check that out. I'm very excited. It's a special video. I made it as a gift to my mom. So there's some surprises in there regarding my mom.
Nice. So we got people paying attention. They want to know what what our favorite flavor of heart attack is. Well, my favorite
Okay.
flavor of heart attack is the lemon tea rehab. So yes.
Wait, I have to find out what the flavor is for the white can. Hold on, I'm gonna Google.
I literally think it's like fruit punch or something.
I think it's something similar. Monster white can. Okay. Okay. It's just called Zero Ultra. So my flavor is Zero Ultra.
Nice.
Monster.
See, this is my favorite time to do the podcast, when I'm literally running on fumes and anything could literally happen. Who knows?
Because you're like delusional.
So, yes.
Yeah. Because I used to pull all-nighters in college when I'd have term papers due, and I'd cut everything off.
I remember like one year, for some reason, I didn't sleep for like 4 days straight. And then I went to bed and I slept for 24 hours straight. All my friends thought I died. Like it was one of those things where it was like, because of how my final system was stacked up, it was like I had two finals, and then like a term paper or something due. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm not sleeping. And then it was bad. So
yeah, I remember, and it was kind of a badge of honor in a way, where some of my friends would compete and see how long we could go. And I remember I did 2 full days.
Yeah.
But I was like a zombie. And I remember I handed in my final to my teacher, and my eyes were just like bugged out. She was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "No. I haven't slept in 48." And I was like, I couldn't talk. And I would be like 47 hours and 39 minutes.
When I did that, during like the second or third day, I had a meeting with one of my teachers, and I was so jacked up on caffeine. I walked to the teacher's office, and I'm just drenched in sweat. And this is like mid-December, Southern Illinois, freezing cold. And I'm just drenched in sweat because I'm like so jacked up on caffeine. And I walk in, she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't been sleeping well." I and I just start freaking out. And she's like, "You need to go to bed. Like, don't worry about whatever this is. You need to go to bed." And I'm like, I don't know if I can physically go to sleep right now. Like, I don't know what's going on. Where am I?
I know, it's like, where am I? I know that feeling. I've had that. I'm like, how am I functioning?
Oh man, I love it so much though. I miss those times, kind of.
I do too.
Nice. So music, everything's good in Nashville for you. You got anything new on the horizon for you, or?
Yeah, so my music video, You're an Arrow, comes out on Monday, and then the rest of the year, so I'm playing the Hard Rock Cafe down on Broadway in Nashville on December 3rd, it's kind of a Christmas show.
Yeah.
Which my favorite time of year. My name is Noelle. Yeah. So I'll be playing some favorite Christmas songs and my originals, of course. And then I've got a ton of new music that I'll be releasing next year that I'm very excited about.
I was really hoping you were going to release a Christmas song this year, because after this, I start pre-recording all my interviews for a series of Christmas podcasts that we do every year. And I was like, Noel, that would make sense. Like, even if it's just like a cover song of First Noel, like whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, I released Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas last year. And I did a music video for it. We filmed downtown Franklin at their very famous Christmas tree lighting event. So if you want to listen to that, that's streaming everywhere now, and the music video's online. And that was to record. It's one of my favorites, and it's very stripped down.
Awesome.
I love my Christmas time.
Yeah. Hey, it's a good time to be. It's a good time of year. I really enjoy it. So.
Yeah.
Awesome. So since we're on that topic, what's your favorite part of Christmas?
Oh my gosh. I love the gift giving part. I just have a lot of fun finding the perfect gift for my friends and family members. And sometimes I think about it like way earlier in the year. So I'll buy things and I'll hide them away knowing that that would be a perfect Christmas gift.
Yeah.
But I just love everything about the season. There's just this sense of joy everywhere, and the colors of the lights, and family getting together, and I don't know. I know some people don't really love the holiday, which I understand. But for me, I guess because I was due on Christmas. I was born the day after. So for me, it's like, okay, there's Christmas, and then it's like, oh, but it's not over. My birthday's the next day.
Yeah.
And that's just a big party.
I always felt bad for the kids that were in that situation where they had a birthday right around Christmas, because I always felt like they were getting gypped off a little bit, where it's like, oh, Christmas, and then your birthday. Yeah, and it's like you always had those relatives like, oh, it's a combined gift. It's a birthday and a Christmas gift,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So for me, I get asked that question a lot, and I get asked the question of, do I get annoyed when people sing the first Noel to me? And I say, no, I love it. Like,
nice.
Sing away. It makes me happy. And then people, and everyone loves that song. It's such an amazing song. But when I was a kid, I'm an only child. And as a kid, my parents were very good about making sure I had separate gifts for both. So I had separate gifts for Christmas, separate gifts for my birthday. And then one year, my parents kind of realized that everything happened to go on sale on the day after Christmas. So they were like, hey, Noelle, okay. They sat me down and like, we wanted to, explore an option with you. They were like, so we're going to get you your Christmas gifts as normal.
Yeah.
But since everything is on sale on your birthday, do you think you might want to maybe go shopping on your birthday and you can get more things because it's on sale? And I was just like, yeah, this is a great idea. Let's do that.
Completely negating the fact that the day after Christmas is literally the worst day to be out in public.
So literally my childhood, and after my parents got divorced, like what I would do is I would split it up. So in the morning, and I'd get either my mom or my dad, and they'd take me to the mall. Was called Washington Square Mall.
Yeah.
So we would start half the day with one parent, and then then I'd have lunch or whatever, and then I'd go shopping with the other parent. And I was like to myself, I'm like, this is a good little racket I got going on.
Right? It's like, huh, I should have figured this one out a long time ago. That's great. I love it. Since your name is Noel, you like the song First Noel. Have you seen the Disney movie Noel?
I don't think I have. Who's in that?
What's her name? The redhead from Anna Kendrick. There it is.
Okay, I have not, but do you like it? Is it good?
It has its moments. It has its moments of being a potential a new age Christmas classic.
Okay,
Like,
I have to watch that one.
It's Anna Kendrick is what keeps it together, but there's also moments where it's just like, okay, this is a little weird for a Disney movie, like making 3 Santa Clauses,
What's the story?
Basically, Santa dies. He and his son, Chris Kringle, I think is his name, or what he goes by. He has to take over as Santa Claus, but he doesn't really like Christmas, so he escapes to Phoenix and becomes a yoga instructor. And Noelle has to go get her brother, and then she becomes Santa Claus. It's the most absurd premise ever, but your
explanation of it was so good.
I mean, it is what it is.
You had me going like, wait, there's got what? Okay, and then what happens? And then what happens?
Yeah, it's because it's I can't think of who plays the brother. He's one of the SNL, Bill Hader. That's
oh gosh, he's so funny.
Yeah, Bill Hader plays the brother, and he's just like, he escapes to Phoenix and he becomes a yoga instructor, and
that's what's funny. The yoga got it. I'm like, Can you imagine the writers, or if I don't, I'm sure there was more than one writer, but like going around
Probably.
being like, okay, what outrageous thing can we make Santa to be into?
Yeah. It's it's an interesting film. I will say that if you have Disney Plus, it's worth at least a watch.
Okay.
But then
I'll watch it. I will watch it.
But then again, I think the better film is 8-Bit Christmas.
Okay.
Have you seen that one?
No.
It's with I can't think of it. Doogie Howser. What the heck's it? Yeah. Basically it's very much told in the same way that like A Christmas Story is, where he's telling the story of the Christmas that he got a Super Nintendo for Christmas.
Okay.
Or a Nintendo, not a Super Nintendo. My bad.
Yeah.
But that one's actually got some like really as a kid that grew up in the 90s and knew exactly what they were talking. Obviously, Nintendo was more of an 80s thing, but as a kid that grew up in the 90s with the Super Nintendo, I was like, I could relate to a lot of it. So
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that 8-Bit Christmas.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just racking it up right now, so it's all good. Whew, this has been a good one.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm staying hydrated, so.
So you have 10 hours to go.
Yes.
Okay.
And right now, see, once I get through this block, it won't be nearly as bad because this is like I put 2 blocks that were a little bit longer back to back to give me a little bit more break time as we get later in the day.
Yeah.
So normally I broke it off into 6 20-minute interviews, and these I think are like 9 20-minute interviews, and this is the second block of 9 20-minute interviews. So now I start getting a little bit longer breaks, which is going to be much needed. So
you got to get yourself a break.
Yeah. Well, I mean, luckily I prepared and I brought food that would be easily preparable in 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about it. So
yeah, that's smart. That's good.
Yeah. Awesome.
But awesome I really doing so. I'm very honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the randomness that became this podcast. So you came in. You came in right at the right time. We had the right succession of guests that just got me going. So,
I love it.
Yeah. I appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. If anybody wants to check out any of your stuff, Noelle Tolan, social media, where are you most active?
I'm probably most active on Instagram or Facebook, but I'm on all the socials. My handle is @Noelle Toland. And then on TikTok, I'm @NoelleTolandMusic. And then I'm also active on my website, which is noelletoland.com, where I'll be posting all the things.
Awesome. I really appreciate you taking the time. And I just thank you so much. That's all I got to say right now.
Thank you so much. This is an amazing thing you're doing, and I'm honored to be here.
I appreciate it. And next time I'm out your way, we will have to do an in-person interview because that's ultimately what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get these back in person. And every time I set out to do that, it's like, oh, we can't do in person. So yeah.
Well, I'm all for it. You got to come to Nashville. Okay. I don't know, next time. Hopefully, I'm trying to work out on a tour. So if I come to Texas,
fair,
I'll let you know. But yeah, I would love to meet up in person sometime soon.
Yeah. Awesome. Really appreciate it. And so we're going to switch things around a little bit and get ready for our next guest, Noelle Tolan. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back here in a little bit.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. Well, what time is it? What do I got going on here? Let's see. We got Nia coming in at 1:10. Let me make sure that she's got her link and all that stuff. Got to make sure everything's moving and grooving, boys. Okay. No messages, so we'll call that good. Anyways, so everybody that's watching at the station, Emily. I think that's Zach watching, maybe. Josh Johns maybe was in here. Um, Thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you for making this a little bit more entertaining. I really, really appreciate it. If anybody's interested in donating, uh, there's the QR code right over here. You can scan that to make a donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. This is our 24-hour podcast fundraiser. We are 10 hours away from crossing the finish line, maybe a little bit less at this point. And this is such a highlight for me every year. I mean, unfortunately, this was because of a very sad situation that happened in my life, losing my mother to pancreatic cancer. And, just kind of the fact that the validation that I got from her at the end of her life was everything that I needed to keep moving forward with all this stuff. So I really appreciate everybody hanging in there and not hanging in there. Wow, I make it seem like you guys are, dragging on or whatever. But I really appreciate it. We got our next guest, Nia Nichols, coming in, and let's bring her in right now. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How's Nashville treating you?
It's been really fun. I hope my Wi-Fi is all right. Is it okay? I'm not cutting out, am I?
Not yet. It's my Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. My Wi-Fi is a little bit sketched. I'm in an Airbnb, so it's like hit or miss. But yeah,
I got it's more my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi has been a hot mess all day. So.
Oh no. Well, how are you feeling? Because you've been going live for what? How long now? 14 hours or something?
Yep, 14 hours. That's right on the nose. I'm doing pretty good. I'm kind of getting to that point now where the second wind is starting to subside, and I'm just going off of pure adrenaline at this point. It gets harder as I get older, but it's still so much fun to do. I get to bring in old friends, new friends, and just kind of it's not your standard traditional podcast. It's just like catching up with old friends.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's for a good cause. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was saying before you jumped in here, it's one of those things where had my mom not kind of validated everything before she passed, I probably wouldn't have done this. I would have probably just, called it a day and just went back to work, and, luckily for me, luckily for everyone, she just kind of gave me that little validation that I probably didn't need, but I wanted. So.
Oh, that's really nice. That's important. That's really nice.
Yeah. And had your aunt on earlier. That was amazing. I don't know if you got a chance to catch that one. It was really early this morning. So.
Oh my gosh. No, I didn't catch it, unfortunately. How did it go?
Yeah. It went really well. It was surprisingly went really well. I was a little bit nervous about it at the beginning, but then, such an easy conversation. So it really didn't go that bad. So.
She's great. She will talk to anyone. So yeah, she's a great guest to have on.
That's great. I love to hear that. So, so you're in Nashville. What do you got? A couple of weeks left in Nashville?
Well, I'm here till Christmas. So
you're here till Christmas.
Yeah, I've got quite a bit of time left, and
nice.
Yeah. So I've been in. I'm sorry, by the way, I sound a bit I'm just getting over laryngitis. So I sound like chain smoked cigarettes my whole life, but I'm just getting over a cold. But yeah, so I got to Nashville a couple of weeks ago, I believe. And yeah, it's just been so much fun. Obviously being sick last week is sort of taking a bit of time off, but it's been really fun and everyone's been really friendly, and I'm doing some co-writes soon, so that's going to be really fun, and playing some gigs as well, and hopefully recording. So yeah, it's been really, really good. I've really loved it.
Yeah, that's I was talking to your aunt about this, and just your ability to kind of come into, I don't want to call it strange surroundings, but new surroundings, and just kind of find your way is absolutely amazing.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, the idea of that really freaked me out last year because I originally planned on coming to Nashville probably like before, like around COVID, like was
Yeah.
about to hit. And I was so scared, like the idea of traveling, like, to somewhere that I have been to America a lot of times, but like,
Yeah.
doing it with your parents and then doing it like as a musician, it's just different. So yeah, last year my brother came with me and that was so much fun. And you just meet so many people because Americans are so friendly.
Yeah.
And so it's so easy to make friends. So this time it's just been great. Like, I've made some really great friends, great group of people, and we go out all the time together to open mics and showcases. And yeah, it's been really fun.
That's cool. And then of course, we brought you you came out to Texas as you were in the process of going to Nashville with your parents. That was a good old time. And kind of seeing you go from playing an open mic at a festival and then seeing you just kind of out with your family playing shows or jumping on open mics, that was really cool to kind of just see you take these opportunities and just go with it.
Thanks. Yeah, well, thank you, again for inviting me to hang out with you at the festival. Like, it was so much fun. And again, everyone's so humble and they just want to help. And I really love that about people here. And it was so much fun. And, meeting like everyone, like the organizers and the bands and everything, like it was just so great. So hopefully I can go back next year.
Yeah. Hopefully, I haven't had a chance to talk to Dustin yet, but I know they're looking at what possibilities are out there because, a festival like that, they pretty much the day after they wrap, they got to start planning for the next, at least start looking at the plans for the next one. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a lot goes into festival planning. So yeah, I don't envy him on that, but yeah, hopefully we can all meet up again next year. I'm definitely down.
Yeah. Awesome. And so Nashville, you still got about a little over a month left on this trip, and then you'll go home for a little bit and come back as you're kind of trying to figure that whole situation out and whether or not you could stay here for long term, right?
Yes, yeah, that's the plan. It's a bit back and forth at the moment, but I think it's worked out really well this way because I this is my chance to meet people and hopefully when I come back and if I can come back long term, I'm not gonna just be completely by myself. Like I have safety nets all around me. So yeah, this trip has worked out really well, like surprisingly well, to be honest. Because at first I was like, oh, my plan was to be here for 6 months and like that's fallen through. So I'm here for like just over a month now. And I was really irritated by it because I thought this is going to be such a mess. Like, what's the point? But actually, I think it's worked out better this way. It's given me a chance to meet new people and, as you said, take in my surroundings, get involved. So it's been good.
Yeah, for sure. It's and just kind of because I think it would have been easy for you. Like, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I feel like it going to Nashville for you was probably the smarter decision because it would have been easy for you to go to a place like Memphis and just like spend a month and a half and just like really build your nest there. But going to Nashville, forcing yourself to meet new people, and as much as I feel like there's a rivalry between Memphis and Nashville, that there's still some cohesion there. Like people from Memphis go to Nashville, people from Nashville go to Memphis. Like, let's be honest here. So
exactly. And I've actually met a few musicians from Memphis here.
Yeah.
So straight away I'm like, oh my God, have you been to South Main Sounds? Have you done this? Have you gone to this venue? And yeah, it's just really nice. And actually I saw Mark Parcell the other day because he drove through Nashville. And obviously for people tuning in, Mark owns a songwriter venue in Memphis called South Main Sounds. And it's such a great venue. It's kind of like Memphis's Bluebird Cafe. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And he was in town and we were just talking about it. And he was like, I think this is a really good place for you to settle because you're not too far from Memphis. You could drive back. It's only like 3.5 hours. But also you're in the place like where everything is happening. So yeah, he was super supportive about it. And yeah, as you said, like got people there. If I ever needed anything, I can call on them. So it's great.
Yeah, well, for sure. And then you ended up getting your new guitar. I saw you ended up finding one.
I did, yeah. So I don't know how I'm gonna bring it home. I think I'm gonna just leave it with someone here. I'm just gonna just look after it for me for a bit. But yeah, so that's cool. You know, I sort of jazzed it up a bit because it's a very boring looking guitar. So I put some stickers on it. You know, I made it all girly and yeah.
So did you go to? Was that something like you got at a local music shop, or did you go to like Guitar Center for that?
I went to Guitar Center. Like there's one just down the road from me, so that worked out well. Yeah, and I originally was gonna try and find like some secondhand, cruddy, beaten up guitar, you know, but they're super expensive. It's like I don't know, you pay more for something to look bad, and so I went to Guitar Center and they were really helpful, and I just picked out this little I don't know what kind of guitar it is. I think it's like a Fender or something. Works fine for me, you know, like I'm not complaining. So
fair enough. You know, you think that I feel like when you go to like a secondhand shop, especially in a place like Nashville, they think they have like some rare piece of musical something. So they mark up the price. It's like, oh, this is a 1968 Fender, you know, like whatever, you know, insert. You know, whatever. So I think that's kind of what's going on at those secondhand shops.
For sure, and it's like they're playing the wrong person because I just don't care. It's like as long as it looks pretty, I just don't care.
As long as it looks pretty and sounds good, that's all that matters.
Yes, exactly.
Nice. So did you post something on, was it TikTok or Instagram? Have you written a new song since you've been in Nashville?
Yeah, I've written quite a few actually, which has been really cool. But they've all been solo writes. Like I've just written them by myself. So I'm hoping whilst I'm out here, like hopefully I can record one at some point. That's sort of the plan because, you know, whilst you're in Nashville, you don't want to waste that opportunity. You want to like record with people. So I've been writing quite a bit, which has been really fulfilling. And then also I'm doing a co-write tomorrow, so that's gonna be cool. So yeah.
Nice. So you're taking advantage of all the opportunities that Nashville has to offer.
Exactly. And I don't do a whole lot of co-writes. Like I work with this my friend back home, Dan Parkinson. He's a great session musician and he's got his own little studio as well. And he's so much fun to work with. And we started writing an EP together at the beginning of the year. And that's probably like one of the only times co-writing has been like successful for me. Because we just did it in such like a weird way. He sent me like half of his song. I'd go home, write the rest of it, come back, we'd review it. And aside from that, I just haven't done a whole lot of co-writing. So I was really nervous coming to Nashville thinking all people do here is co-write. And I'm not sure if I can do it, but you know, I've met this really nice girl. She's like kind of about my age. She's at university at Belmont and you know, works up pretty well with same age range and she's an artist too. And yeah, so I'm really looking forward to writing with her tomorrow. It's gonna be fun.
That's cool. That, you know, it's like, I mean, co-writes are so, I don't want to say they're such a Nashville thing, but I feel like a good way to meet a lot of musicians in Nashville is by doing a co-write, and then like that person will introduce you to somebody else, and then they'll invite you to a songwriters round or whatever. And I feel like that's how business is done in Nashville.
Definitely, yeah, for sure. It's very collaborative here, which is cool. But you know, like I come from the middle of nowhere, really, in England, and so there's not a whole lot of opportunity to like collaborate with people. Like Dan, for instance, he's like the exception to the rule. We collaborate a lot, which is great. But yeah, going from that to then obviously being in a place where all people do is collaborate, it's a challenge, but it's a good challenge, you know.
Nice. Yeah. I agree. So I have to ask, you're in Nashville. Have you tried Nashville hot chicken yet?
No, there's people have been going on about Hattie B's hot chicken. I have not tried that. There's one like not so far away from me. I haven't done it yet. Is Nashville known for hot chicken? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's like spicy hot chicken. Yeah, it's.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should try that today. Maybe that'll clear up my laryngitis.
It'll clear up something. Maybe the laryngitis, but who, you know, if it's as long as you don't go too crazy on the heat level, like I don't know what their levels are at Hattie B's, but it'll definitely be an experience for you.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna have to try it now because you're not the first person that's mentioned that to me, so I'm gonna have to do it.
Nice, nice. And so having been in Nashville now for a few weeks and kind of starting to get your bearings, what's kind of your cool little hangout spot that you like to go to?
Oh, well, so the group of friends that I have, we go to a lot of open mics together, which has been really cool. And we usually end up in like this place called Lakeside Lounge, which is basically just such a typical American bar. It's something I would see on TV back home and think, no way are they like that in real life, but it
Yeah.
is. And
Yeah.
it's a cool vibe, you know?
That's funny.
So we'll go there after, just chill out. But like right next to it, there's like a place called Up Down, and it's kind of like a bar. Well, it is a bar, but it's also an arcade, and
Yeah.
it's got like food and everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have anything really like that back home. So it's been cool to like go to these open mics, and then we all hang out afterwards. We don't all rush home. We're just
Yeah.
like, let's chill out. Let's go and find a new place to go. But yeah, it's like those two places are next door to each other, and that's been really fun. But yeah, gig wise, trying to think where I've been. There's a place, well, I don't know. I'm still sort of like trying to find my bearings with places to sing. Like they're all very cool and very different. But I've only been to everyone like once. So
Nice.
I don't have a go-to place for that yet.
Fair enough. I keep talking to back when I first started doing the podcast during the early parts of the pandemic, I'd ask people about the Bluebird Cafe, and I'll pass on this little bit of advice if you want to try and get a gig there. You just got to start kind of showing up as a guest and just kind of just be there, and then eventually it'll happen. Like just kind of, I don't know, through osmosis or just the fact of constantly being there. I don't know how it all kind of works, but that's what everybody keeps telling me. So
I totally get that because on Halloween I had no plans and I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? You know, I have an outfit, but what am I gonna do? I have nowhere to go. And I thought, I know that there's a couple of songwriter venues doing showcases right now.
Yeah.
So I went down to one of them. One was at the Commodore Grill, which is like in a Holiday Inn, which is like so random, but it's really like quite well known for the showcases there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm gonna go down. You know, I was in my little angel outfit and my little halo, and I thought I'm gonna go down because they're not gonna forget the girl with the halo, you know.
Right.
And I was not expecting to play. I just went down to ask about playing and watch. And they said, hey, you know, we got an open round like after this. Do you want to stick around and play? And from that, I booked 2 of their showcases.
Nice.
So it worked out super well. And I've done that a couple of times. And you're so right. It's just showing up, meeting people in person. You know, they can't avoid you then when you're in front of them.
Emails they can ignore, but you being right in front of them, they're not gonna ignore you. So
exactly.
But really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. What's kind of the outlook for the rest of your stay? I know you got some gigs booked you're going down to Memphis for a little bit, right?
I am, yeah. I'm going around early December, so before I come home. At the moment in Nashville, it's all like co-writes, playing sort of open mics, leading into showcases.
Yeah.
I have I think a couple showcases coming up soon, which I can post about. And then I'm going to Memphis for about a week. I'll be on Radio Memphis chatting to Donna Paget Bowers. She does a show on there.
Nice.
That's December 7th or 8th. I need to check that out. And then I got so many gigs in Memphis that week. So, you know, Hernando's Hideaway, South Main Sounds, Memphis Farmers Market, which is going to be interesting at Christmas because Mark was like, it could be very, very cold. I don't know. You don't want to be standing outside playing in a farmer's market. But yeah, so like that one's sort of touch and go. We're going to see what the weather's like then.
Yeah. It could be very cold, but it could also be very rewarding if there's plenty of people there shopping.
Exactly. So yeah, a lot going on in Memphis. That's going to be really fun. And yeah, hopefully more kicking off here in Nashville. Now that I'm sort of getting over this horrible cold, I'll be out singing like next week. So that'll be good.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, once again, it's always a blast chatting with you. We'll have to reconvene to see if we want to continue our other tradition of a New Year's Day podcast.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
So,
thanks so much for chatting to me. It just, yeah, it means a lot that you include me in this. So thank you.
yeah, absolutely. Well, once again, hope you get better real quick and enjoy the rest of your time in Nashville. And we'll definitely get something lined up again. And as the year kind of progresses, or not progresses, as the year kind of wraps up. And always enjoy chatting with you.
Yeah, well, thanks, Tom. And I hope, you get through the rest of the 24 hours.
Oh, I'm on cruise control right now. I'm feeling pretty good right now. So
That's great. That's good.
we're getting there. Awesome. Oh, hey, it gave me a thumbs up. That's funny.
Yeah. That's cool.
I don't know what caused that. That's funny. But once again, thank you so much. Nia Nichols, all your socials, Instagram, Twitter, anybody listening wants to give her a follow, please do so.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Have a good one. Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Awesome. So we got our next musician in the queue here. We got Chuck Weimer joining us just in a second. Before we jump into that, just kind of remind you, if you're interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, this is our 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon in honor of my mother who passed away in 2021 to pancreatic cancer. We have a QR code right over there. You can scan that to make a donation. Or if you're sitting on a computer, you can go to lnacares.site and that'll take you right to our donation link. Okay, let's bring in our next guest. We got Chuck Weimer. There it is. Awesome. Hey, how's it going, man?
What's going on, Tom?
How you been?
Oh, not bad. I see you got this thing working a lot better than I do.
Yeah, it's just on cruise control right now. As long as my internet stays solid, I'm good. I'm golden.
That's good, man. You figured out banners and all that stuff. And our stuff is like I just bring people in, just say, all right, here we go.
Fair enough. Well, mainly I only do it for this specifically because normally I just do it on Zoom and say, okay, that's the gist of it. But it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, it looks good. So
right.
How you been?
Man, I've been good. I've been busy. I was hoping to catch you when I was down your way in October, but you were out in West Texas, I think.
Oh yeah, Odessa.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that could have been Odessa or Midland. I don't know. We had it was like 2 weeks apart. We were back out that way again. So.
Oh wow. Yeah. So
it was a good time.
I was in like October 13th, 14th, something like that. I was down on the Guadalupe in New Braunfels. So.
Okay.
Not too far from you.
Yeah, that's a cool spot. We're actually in talks with one of the venues out there right now. We got to fill out the information form so that I don't know. They want to know how many people we draw or whatever. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Is it?
Jamie handles all that.
Yeah. Is it? I'm guessing it's one of the breweries out there because I feel like they got a bunch of breweries out there.
No, they got a bunch of breweries. This is one of the dance halls or bars or I'm not sure what the actual venue is. She was telling me about it today. She's like, yeah, she had pulled numbers together.
Gotcha. So I appreciate you jumping on here and chatting with me a little bit. It's always good times to sit down and chat and hang out. And I feel like we don't do this enough. So
I agree. I definitely do. Last time though, we did have you at my place, so that was pretty cool. I appreciate you making that.
I drove all the way down to South San Antonio on a work day. That was probably the smartest decision, yet craziest decision I've ever made. So
yeah, and then had some whiskey with it.
Yeah, for sure. So how's the music going? How's you guys are busy playing gigs and all that stuff? How's the music treating you?
Yeah, we just got back this weekend. We were out in Fort Worth in the Stockyards for the TCMAs, the Texas Country Music Awards, and we did the Battle of the Bands. That was our only obligation while we were there, and it was good. We could take the band out there. We put them up to basically got tickets for them, so we all got a table together and got to experience the award show together, so they could see what it was like. It was their first time, so it was pretty eventful. The weekend was wild. They put us in Battle of the Bands against Case Harden and 12 Mile, and I was like, okay.
All right, what are we doing? Like, okay, fair enough. So.
Well, no, I'm honored to be put up against those guys. I mean, that means that they at least think we are at least as good. And so that was pretty fun.
I got you. That's cool. That's really cool. So where are you kind of at creatively right now? Are you I know you're like always seem to be releasing music, but what do you have coming down the pipeline?
Yeah, so we just put out Don't Ask Me to Dance, which was a co-write with my buddy up in Indiana, Mikey Good, and my producer, Mac Damon. That was on the 10th of this last month. The 10th of December, the final song for the album we put together over the course of this year is Rise, and that'll come out on December 10th, and that's a co-write between myself, my producer, and my previous lead guitar player, Thomas Jones. And then we're already starting work on the next EP that comes out in either April or May.
Gotcha. Because you were doing the one song a month to lead up to the release of an album, right? Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we were able to complete that too, because that was a big challenge, trying to make sure that you get everything done and you have it on time so you can do some promotion. We didn't have as much pre-plan or pre-promotion as we wanted to get on some of them, but it kind of all got tied together when we did 1985. You remember that? The country version of 1985. That actually that blew up on streaming, so we were excited.
Nice.
And so now for April and May, it's going to be some darker stuff. So it's going to be a little bit more of that brooding veteran kind of stuff, and we'll see where that goes. And
nice.
Then we'll get back to the happy stuff again.
That Bowling for Soup thing was such an interesting situation because. So how did that all get set up? Did you reach out to them? Did they reach out to you about doing that, or?
So it was actually funny. If we got time for that story, because it's a little bit of me. I don't shut up. I'll just keep going.
No, you're good.
So Robert Miguel from UvaldeRadio.net down in Uvalde, we become pretty good friends, and we've done the benefit for them. And then we get down there regularly to go play at Broadway 830, and he said, "Hey, I'm coming up to San Antonio. Do you want to go to Sam's Burger Joint to go see Bree Bagwell and Jarrett Ray Reddick?"
Yes.
And I said, "Absolutely, I would love to." And then as the time got closer, I started to realize that I have to work that night or that day, and then I have to work the next day. So I was going to be exhausted, and I almost canceled. And of course, Jamie was like, "You're going to kick yourself if you don't get to go meet Jarrett," because in the 90s, when I was in the Army, I was a huge fan of Bowling for Soup. Like there was, just admittedly, there was no country music on my playlist during that time. Okay. It was all punk and a little bit of harder stuff.
Yeah.
And
you were literally in the Army, probably bowling for soup.
Yeah. We were having a great time.
But
we ended up going, and at the end, Bree and Jamie are talking off on one side. And I can't get a word in with Bree because Jamie and her are just going back and forth having a great time because Jamie's a big fan of her and Sarah Hobbs and all them. And so I go off to the side, and the line for Jarrett was just a little bit shorter because he was doing country and it wasn't a punk rock event. And I get over there and I was talking with him, and he's like, "Oh, so you know Robert?" And I was like, "Yeah, me and Robert are buddies. We, whatever." And then we got to talking on socials, and on TikTok, I kept seeing everybody doing a remake of 1985. They started doing 2005, 20, whatever.
Yeah.
I said, "Hey, has anybody done a country version of that song?" And he said, "No, man, you should do it." And I was like, "Okay." And he threw out the bridge, what if, when did George Strait become an actor? And I was like, "Oh, I like that." And I threw out the first part of the chorus, Waylon and Willie way before Joe Diffie. And he's like, "What do you think? A full rewrite, or what are you going to do?" And I was like, "I don't know. Let me play with it." Did a full rewrite. And then I asked him after I sent it over to the lyrics and everything. I said, "Do you want to feature on it?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah."
Nice.
I want to feature. So he was kind enough to do that.
I mean, he's smart. Like, he's keeping himself relevant, like, as far as like keeping his music and stuff in the folk or the forefront of pop culture as far as like music goes. Because I sent you the one band we had on that did 2002, and then I saw you did 1985, the country version, and it's like I didn't know all this was going on. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, some of those they just they become earworms and they just dig into your head until you finally like, all right, I gotta write some stuff down.
Yeah, for sure. And so that did really well for you on social.
Yeah, in the first week we ended up over 1,000 streams, so we were like, okay, that's moving pretty decent. That's a good clip. Slowed down a little bit, but we got good feedback from his fans as well. You know, the punk rock only fans, they're like, we like it. It's not Jared, but we like it. You know.
Yeah. It's not this, but it'll do. We'll use this as our, hey, we listen to country music, so thanks.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Don't hate on me. We listen to country music now. So. Nice. Oh, so you mentioned that you just released a new song I guess almost a week ago. Like I've lost all track of time at this point in my life, but how's the reception of the new song been?
Well, with all the traveling and everything, we didn't get to really push it as hard as we want to, but it's doing great live. And I reached out to Mikey and said, hey, just in case I forgot to tell you, the song is live, so you can start pushing it. And so it's doing all right though. It picked up a little bit, and we got some ad campaigns behind it.
Nice. And I've been enjoying the podcast. I don't get to listen every time you release an episode, but whenever I got a nice little car ride in me, I'll throw it in there. And yeah,
those things have become monsters. They started lasting about 2 hours at a time, and it's like, I know not everybody can be 2 hours. I don't know if I can pull that off.
Well, it was one of those things where it was like, I'm kind of torn. Like I like having nice, concise episodes where it's like hour, that's an easy listen. But then again, if it deserves 2-3 hours, whatever it is, then yeah, that's fine. Like I don't have a problem with that, because if the story's that good or that in depth, that's fine. But if it's just going on for 2 hours because you think it needs to, then that's where I draw the line. You know, it's like I'm not going to listen to it. So
yeah, the last one was with the fire chief from Divine. We had him back out. Yeah, he's close, so it's easy for him to make the trip. But it was I ended up having to cut an hour off of it. It was just too long, and we just got way too sideways on that one. We ended up, it was 2 bottles of Garrison. It was half of the honeydew and half of the single barrel. So it's like we really got loose toward the end, and it was like, okay, we don't need that. We don't need this. We don't need this. But
that was this. Was this the guy that ended up sleeping in your spare bedroom, like passed out in your spare bedroom?
So the first time he did, but he brought a chaperone this last time, and but the mayor was the one who actually stayed a good like 4 or 5 hours, I think it was. He stayed a couple hours just to get himself back to right, so he could get home that night. So it was good.
It's like that'd be very bad for you and not a good look for him if he goes and gets pulled over by his own police department. And it's like,
I'm going for all the politicians. Give me the mayor, give me the fire chief. Next, get the police chief down here. You know, the sheriff.
Right. It's like you want to make yourself untouchable there. That's the way to do it. You know, it's like, hey, I've seen you at your worst. Like, you know,
I've got dirt.
I've got, you see this audio file right here. I've got you saying some things that you probably don't remember. So
but we ended up deciding, it wasn't even my decision. I was basically told that night after I agreed, because I was, hanging out with Garrison Brothers.
Yeah.
We're going to rebrand Whiskey, Texas, and You. We're going to change it over. We're going to co-host it together. And it's going to be Whiskey Fire. So we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about a whiskey. We're going to talk about the fire department, and we're still going to talk about Texas country and basically everything else that's going on in the world.
Nice. And are you still going to be bringing guests on and all that stuff?
Oh yeah. Whether he wants to or not, that's going to be one of the things that is mandatory, because we got to bring in, I mean, he and I just talking together, we start rambling and doing silly stuff. So we got to bring somebody else in to keep everything even.
Oh, I could have used that about an hour and a half ago. I hit a really weird point where I was starting to hit a wall, but I was still very caffeinated. And the right guest came on where just some foolishness started breaking out, and it carried over to like 3 different podcasts. And I'm like, oh, I hope I didn't burn any fences on this one. So,
oh, nice.
It's I mean, it wasn't ever really that bad. It was just kind of like the topics got really random. So yeah.
Yeah. For us, it was the we both put up our TikTok live. And so we had his people over there, we had our people over here, and then we had people crossing over, like they'd switch from one to the other, and then they'd switch back, and it was.
That's funny. That's great.
He'd be
I
like,
love it.
Hey, how are you commenting on mine when you're on his? And then he'd be like, wait, his wife went over to mine. Because for what, I don't know, the filter or something was better coming from mine. So he looked all pale and washed out, kind of like this chair right here.
Yeah.
And mine, I guess, had some color to it. So
nice. Fair enough. So I have to ask, because it is one thing that we talked about when I came on your podcast. Chicago Bears.
Oh boy.
What's going on this year, man? I just can't quite figure this one out.
Well, I will say I'm pleased with Tyson Bagent. I know he had that one game that was just an absolute mess, but it started off strong. You know, his first series, he ran down. They scored a touchdown. Cole Kmet standing up, and he's doing his thing. He's looking really good. This week, we're supposed to have the entire line. I say we. I'm not a coach. But us fans are supposed to have the entire starting line is supposed to be who is supposed to be there. Cody Whitehair finally got benched, and
go
ahead.
I was gonna say I saw that come through, and I was like, finally, somebody's doing something right. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Eberflus is trying to keep his job. Poles is probably trying to keep his job. And Justin Fields is supposed to be back, so we'll see what happens with him. But I'm not upset with Bagent. I think he did great, and he's shown himself to be a good backup. And I think as long as Fields can play the way he did in those two games where he had 8 touchdowns between the two of them, I think it'll be okay. I don't know playoffs, but this is the same point that Detroit was last year when they were 1-6. So
yeah. It's you know, I'm definitely hopeful because, like, I think Eberflus is playing for his job a little bit more than Poles is.
Yeah,
because like I think Poles is he's making some questionable moves, but I think in the grand scheme of things, he's making the right moves, other than firing Eberflus and Getsy. But
I heard a rumor they're looking at Jim Harbaugh. So we'll see.
Actually, it was quite funny. I was talking to my dad the other day after this past game on Thursday. And I was like, man, what's going on with these Bears? Like, yeah, they won, but they didn't look that good doing it. And he was like, man, it's the coaching. And I was like, yeah, I agree. But like, who would we go get? Who would actually want to come to Chicago to coach right now? And he's like, Jim Harbaugh. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like that seems to be candidate number one right now. So.
Well, if you look at the roster and you look at the projected draft picks that they're looking at for this coming year, I think there's a lot of coaches that would be excited about it.
Yeah.
The ones that aren't believers that Fields is a decent quarterback. Now they may shy away, but I think as long as they get rid of Getsy, and again, I don't wish him personally any ill will, but as far as an offensive coordinator, he's in the wrong. He only knows one system, and is what it looks like to me. And that system doesn't work with this team. So
yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's one of those things where it's like, that needs to change. I don't think they necessarily need to waste the first overall pick or whatever top 3 picks they get, or top whatever top picks they get. I don't think they need to put it on a QB. I think they need to get some wide receiver help. They need to, more depth in the wide receiver room, figure out the offensive line, because that's what's getting Fields hurt, is they can't keep him vertical. So,
yeah, that, and partly that he just holds on to the ball so long that there's plenty of time, because even the Minnesota game where he got hurt, he had a good 7 seconds before he actually let go of the ball to get rid of it and then fell down.
Yeah,
so he needs to get rid of it faster.
Fair enough. And that's just one of those things where I think, because I definitely think we're in a better position than we were had Trubinsky still been our QB. Like I just don't. I don't think he was a starting quarterback, and the fact that he's barely in the league now kind of proves that, like that he's a backup, like that's what he is. But I think Fields, his floor is a lot higher than Trubisky, but we don't quite know where his ceiling is at this point. So
yeah, well, I hate to admit it, but because I was a big Trubisky, I was a Trubisky denier. You know, I thought that he was just fine. And he might have been okay if he didn't go to the Bears. The Bears have a history of just wrecking quarterbacks. But to see Tyson Bagent come in and have a much higher floor than Trubisky had ceiling is like, okay, yeah, I was wrong. Because that guy, I mean, yeah, he made every pass 7,000 times, but he did it against subpar opponents. And and that's one of those things where it's just like, okay, I was wrong. My bad.
I lost a lot of friends on my opinions about Trubisky. Like a lot of friends, like blocked permanently, haven't talked to him in 3 years.
all over a quarterback who should have been a backup.
Well, it didn't help when Nick Foles came in. And like I remember one game specifically, he came in like last half down by a whole bunch of points and ran the Bears back, and Bears ended up winning. And I started screaming on Facebook Live, "That is how a real NFL quarterback wins a freaking game." And it pissed off so many people. And it was like, then I had to eat my words the next week, because then Grandpa Foles just kind of does what he usually does. Shows his age. So
I think it's hilarious though, because people are going to be tuning in there and be like, "What the heck are they talking? What is this? This is a sports podcast?"
That's okay.
I'm good with it.
It's not the most random thing we've talked about on this stream today, but
no. Well,
I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. If anybody wants to check out the new single that dropped last week, if anybody wants to check out your new music, I was going to say new music as if you had plural coming out this year still, but you've got one more release coming out. But if they want to check all that. What's that?
We did put out Bella Wood. We did the Christmas song. So Bella Wood is also new right now. So between November and December, you have Don't Ask Me to Dance, Bella Wood, and then Rise will be the next one coming out. But there's some new stuff out there that people probably haven't heard yet. So go check it out.
Awesome. Well, if anybody wants to check all that out, where's the best place to find you on those socials?
So the easiest place, of course, is the website, chuckweimermusic.com. It's WIMER, similar to the spelling above my name up there, or above my face up there. And then go Chuck Weimer Music on either Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or any of those. And of course, streaming, it's going to be just Chuck Weimer.
Awesome. And just a side note, I may be reaching out to you about Bella Wood or the Christmas song, because we're doing another series of Christmas podcasts again. So
okay, well, if we haven't sent it to you yet, we'll make sure we get it over there. I think Jamie probably has that ready to go.
Okay, y'all got my number, right? Just shoot me a text or whatever. So
let me double check while I got you here. If not, I'll give you a shake of the head if I don't.
Okay, fair enough. It's like I think I do, but then again, who knows?
It's looking like I do not. So after we get off, you can send it to me.
Yeah.
However.
Okay. Cool. Sounds good. But Chuck, thank you so much for hanging out. It's always a good chat. You never know where it's going to go. Have a good rest of your day, and we're going to do a musical swap here. We're going to bring in our next guest.
Fantastic. Hey, have a good one, and good luck with the fundraiser.
Yep. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All
right. Bye. All right. Awesome. Always such a good hang with Chuck Weimer. Just real quick before we bring in our next musical guest, Olivia Francesca, we have our QR code over here. It takes you to our donation landing page that will, if you're interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, that is the place to do it. Or you can go to LNAcares.site. And that will take you to our landing page, and you can hit donate there. And, it does all the fun things. We wanted to try and make it super easy to donate this year. So if you're so inclined and interested in participating in our fight against pancreatic cancer, we would really appreciate it. Feel free to donate, and we will do our best to reach out and thank you and all that stuff. So we're going to bring in our next guest. We got Francesca. Let's bring her in. Awesome. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? No? Hold on. I think you're muted. That's what's going on. Oh, no. The internet froze. Oh, no. My nightmare. Oh. Hold on. We'll get this squared away. Hold on. Huh. Okay. She's out. We'll bring her back here in a second. I think her internet froze on us. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think it was just her internet that froze. So we'll get her back here in a second. All right. So, anyways, back to my little spiel here. The 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon put on by Live and Amplified, benefiting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If you're interested in participating and donating, all right, here we go. Let's bring her back in.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I'm glad to have you here.
So sorry.
Oh, it's all good. It was quite funny. You're when you froze, you kind of had your finger pointed and it looked like you were yelling at me or something.
I'm sorry. I wasn't.
No, it was just kind of like the worst timing ever for something to freeze because you were like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. But it was like, I feel like you were probably just going to reach to try and unmute yourself or something. And I was like, oh, that's just unfortunate timing right there. So
my whole screen froze and it just wasn't letting me hit unmute. And then everything was glitching so bad. So I took my mom's phone.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. So how are things going?
Awesome. Been gigging around, writing music, practicing, obviously. It's pretty rainy here right now though, and I don't like it, but
yeah, fair enough. So where are you based out of?
I'm in Orlando, Florida.
Okay, fair enough. Awesome. Orlando is a cool town. How's the music scene there?
Oh, it's really nice. Mostly everywhere you go when you're going to eat dinner or something, there are a lot of people playing live music, and it's always so fun to go out and see people performing. It's a really great time.
Nice. Do you find yourself getting a lot of gigs at, it's not called Downtown Disney anymore. I'm showing my age at this point, but Saratoga Springs or whatever that Disney like shopping center is. Do you get
Is that Disney? It's called Disney Springs now, and I haven't gotten there yet, but it would be really from there.
Yeah, because so when I was in college, I used to intern at Disney World, and I remember going down to, at the time it was called I don't remember what it was called at the time, but it was really cool. We'd go down and there'd always be people playing music in venues and whatnot. So I figured that was probably a happening spot for music. So
yeah, it's really cool there. I love seeing the musicians there. I'll always go there with my friends and I'll see someone playing live music and I'm like, guys, let me watch.
Yeah, for sure. That's the way it's got to be sometimes. So for anybody that's just kind of getting to meet you for the first time, kind of take a second to introduce yourself and kind of what got you into music.
Hello, everybody. I'm Francesca Tarantino, and I've really been singing my whole life. And I fell in love with music when I was little. And my parents around the house, they would blast classic rock music like Aerosmith, Lynyrd Skynyrd, and Deep Purple. And that's what I grew up listening to. And so I became obsessed with that type of music. And when I moved to Florida, I'm originally from Pennsylvania, and I moved here when I turned 8. Started getting into musical theater, and I loved musical theater. I got a lot of really cool roles, but then I realized, I want to get back to like the artistry stuff and learn how to do that and write my own music and get back to like classic rock. That's when I found DME, Dreamwalker Music Evolutions, here in Orlando. That's my producer, my mentor. I learned guitar and just how to be an artist there and vocals. And I started taking rhythm guitar lessons about 2 years ago. And then or 3 years ago, something like that. And then a year and a half ago, I started taking lead guitar, which is really cool. And I have 2 songs released. If you want to go check them out, Francesca Terra, Spotify. And I love what I do.
Nice, nice. So when you started going through this process of working with the people you have now, and you're kind of trying to develop your sound, who are you listening to music, like just as far as musical influences go? Who are some of the musicians you were listening to?
Oh yeah. So more on the classic rock side, I love listening to Kiss. Kiss is my favorite band, and
Nice.
they're kind of the people who got me into lead guitar. To be honest, I was like, whoa, their solos are so cool. I want to learn like that. Paramore. I'm actually wearing a Paramore shirt right now. That's not really classic rock though, but I love Paramore. The lead singer Hayley Williams, one of my biggest role models ever. I love her. Um, I always say I want to be like Ann Wilson and Nancy Wilson in one from Heart, because like the guitar and the vocals, I want to be like that together. Recently I've been loving My Chemical Romance, and they've been a really big influence on me too. Aerosmith, like I said before, and Kelly Clarkson and Pink and people like that.
Nice. That's really cool. That's that seems like a very wide range of musicians to like have influences by, and I feel like that'll make you as you kind of go through your progressions as developing your career and your music and stuff like that. Having that wide range of musicians to pull from will only benefit you as a musician.
Yeah, my music taste is pretty crazy. I listen to so many different things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you threw me off with Kiss a little bit. Like when you threw down Kiss, I was like, "Huh." I wasn't expecting that one.
I love them. I'm actually going to see them in Tennessee next week, and I am so excited.
Nice. That's what's up. That's really cool. And so you mentioned that you have a couple of songs out now. Kind of tell us a little bit more about those songs. What are the titles? And yeah.
Yeah, so my debut single, My Runaway, that came out in January this year,
Mhm.
and about being somewhere you know you shouldn't be, and you're trying to escape, but you're worried about what others are going to think of you. Um, and I wanted this. I write rock music. A lot of people ask me what type of music I write, and I write rock music. So that song is really upbeat. You know, it has a really sick guitar solo played by
Nice.
from my producer.
Okay.
And it's a really rocking song, and if you want to go check it out, go check it out. And then my second release is called Tragedy, um, and it's a little bit more on the sadder side, but it still rocks slow.
Hmm.
But it's about losing someone you love. So it's a sad song, and I don't want to say this, but I really hope people can like connect to it. You know,
Hmm.
not experience, but feel it the way I do. And that one is also on all streaming platforms if you want to go check those out. But they're both really rocking songs.
Nice. Awesome. And are you working on anything new right now? Do you have a third song in the works or ready to release, or are you just kind of trying to figure out what the next move is?
Yes, I do actually. I have two, or working on right now. I'm working on two, but the first one coming out very soon, probably in January, is called Truth Cannot Hide, and it's another really rocking song. It's gonna have a really cool guitar solo, and we actually only have like a few more things to do in that song, and then we're done. And I'm really excited about it. And then other one, which me and my producer came up super duper quickly, and we loved it so much that we just wanted to get it done. Um,
Nice.
we've been working on it a lot. Whoa, excuse me. And it's called Crawling, and this is more on like, I want to say like the emo side, because it has those really cool guitar parts that kind of are more influenced by My Chemical Romance. And I'm really excited for that one as well. So stay tuned.
Sweet. Awesome. Awesome. And so I guess I have a question because you obviously are writing a lot of rock music. Is your aspirations to kind of build a band around you and build like a rock band, or do you kind of see yourself doing more of the like the Pink and being like a solo artist but having like a backing band?
I see myself more as like a Pink type of person,
Mhm.
or one of my biggest influences as well as Olivia Rodrigo. I really want to be like her. She's a little more on the pop side, but I still want to be like that front type of person.
Mhm.
A lot of people actually ask me that question if I want to make a band, but not really. I just want to be a front person with the band behind me, you know?
Yeah. And like, I mean, especially when you're starting out, that makes things gives you a little bit more flexibility when it comes to booking gigs and, getting out there to play, because you basically, yes, you have your go-to musicians, but if it's just you, it doesn't necessarily matter who's backing you. Like, you could just, like, if you have like four guitarists at the, and it's like, okay, guitarist 1 and 3, you're coming with me. We're going to Tampa, or we're going to my, whatever it is. So I think that's a very strategic move, especially early on in your career.
Yeah, I mean, a band seems cool, but
Yeah. So, are you playing shows pretty consistently right now, or how often are you playing shows right now?
Oh yeah, I play gigs maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes I have 2 gigs a day, which is crazy, but it's so
Mm.
much fun. But normally 2 to 3 times a week, and they're always so much fun.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then outside of music, when you kind of need the opportunity to like decompress or whatever, are you in school, or like what do you do outside of music?
I am in school. I'm in 10th grade, and
Nice.
balancing the two is pretty hard, I must say. Really random, but um, when I'm not doing anything besides those two things, God, I don't really know what I'm doing. Everything I'm doing in life always has, like music playing in the background,
Mhm.
playing my guitar, and it's kind of how I decompress, to be honest. Um,
Nice.
but I do really random. I do really like nature, so that's where I get a lot of my songwriting inspirations. Whenever I'm writing, I kind of just look outside and let nature like take me, and then I just have these creative ideas.
For sure. Nice. Uh, One piece of advice I have, because as we're sitting here talking and whatnot, I notice a lot of your energy and passion that you have for music. Don't don't take that for granted. Like, use that to your advantage, because sitting here listening to you and all your passion and all the energy that you have right now, man, if I had half of that energy right now, I'd be in a completely different spot. So,
Oh,
being in that mind space, just keep going. Like, that's all I could say right now. So,
thank you. I will. I really appreciate
yeah. So if anybody wants to check out your music and shows and all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you on socials?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. My handles on all three of those are at Francesca T Music. Some
Hmm.
people use Francis Cat Music, but then if you hit the links in all my bios, you can find my music if you want to check that out as well.
Awesome, awesome. And then just for fun, with the holidays coming up, what's your favorite part of the holidays coming up?
Oh, God, I just love the holidays so much. I can't choose a specific thing, but
Yeah.
I will say the Christmas music,
Hmm.
because sometimes Christmas music is so good and you want to listen to it all year round because the melodies are just so catchy, but you can't,
Yeah.
But I'm excited to, put my speaker in my room and jam to Rocking Around the Christmas Tree.
Right. Awesome. That's really cool. Well, Francesca, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us a little bit and continue the fight against pancreatic cancer. And being that you're from Florida, or that you're in Florida, not necessarily from Florida, but you live in Florida. I lived there for a few years in my life, and Florida is always an interesting place. So,
Very interesting. Thank
yeah.
you for having me, and good luck with the fundraiser. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Thank you so much. You have a good rest of your day. We'll stay in contact. Feel free to hit me up if you whenever you have the like next couple of releases ready to go. Feel free to hit me up, and we could jump in a little bit deeper on that on a full length podcast.
Yes, awesome. Thank
All right.
you.
Yep. Have a good one.
Bye.
Awesome. We're gonna switch out, and we got good old friend Bill Abernathy joining us. Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I'm just living the dream, Tom. How are you doing?
I am doing. I'd like to say I'm doing better, but the way the Bears played on Thursday is not giving me much hope right now. But
well, everybody has to go through their trials, correct? Right?
Yeah.
So, as a guy that lives in Kansas City and a guy who has watched the Chiefs over the years, right?
Yeah.
I remember the days of Bill Kinney and some really, really, really bad coaching. Of course, I'm also a longtime Raider fan. and I don't even need to explain that pain. So I'm there for you with the Bears, brother. I'm just there for you.
I feel it. I appreciate that. How's Kansas City dealing with all the newfound Chiefs fans?
Well, yeah, that's just it. Are they really fans? That's the question, right? So, no, it's nuts. Kansas City's crazy. Everybody loves the Chiefs.
Right.
You can't go any place without seeing, people wearing all their Chiefs gear
Yeah.
and doing all that. Game days are an event for sure. I live in the Kansas City market, and so there are lots of restaurants and the drinking establishments here that continually have Chiefs game day events and all that. And so yeah, I tend to stay.
Oh no. Oh no. Is this my internet? Your internet? I don't know. Here we sit, waiting to see if the internet's going to come back. Okay. Well, hopefully Bill will come back into this mix. So here we sit. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us. I guess I'll jump right back into promo mode. If you want to donate to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, there's the QR code, or you can visit this URL and it'll take you to a landing page where you can donate. And yeah, we'd really appreciate any support you can give us. We're in hour 15, I think.
Yeah, I'm impressed by that, Tom. So I got to give you a little bit of love, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's been a journey, I will say. You're kind of coming in at the tail end of my. I hit the second wind and I had like the right guest, and it went really sideways really quickly, and now we're kind of getting back on the straight and narrow. So
I can't even imagine how much coffee you would have to drink to stay live for 15 hours. So
it's actually not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good for you.
So
good for you. Yeah.
I'm trying to stay hydrated more than anything. That's the thing I'm struggling with right now. It's like I cannot drink enough water. Like if I drink as much water as I need, I'd be getting up to go to the bathroom every 10 minutes. So
there you go. I was actually wondering about that, how you manage that. If there was a hose involved or something, I didn't know. So
no, it's just, oh, hey, I got to go. So ending this interview and I'll see you. I'll see you.
Yeah, it's nice when you're in charge, right?
Right.
So,
because there was a point there at the very first one where it was like, okay, how serious do I want to take this? Do I want to be that guy with the hose in a bucket and just letting it rip? But no, not at all. Not at all.
I would have to say, Tom, good choice. Good choice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not the cleanest person in the world, but even that disgusts me. So.
Well, now that we've cleared the air about that, life is better, right?
Yes. So how are things going? How are things going with the music for you?
It's a fun time. We have a new album out that came out on, I believe it was September 26th was the launch date of the new single, and
nice.
The first single, and of course, the subsequent videos and all that stuff. And so I'm having a really good time with it. I think it's a cool song, and it seems to be doing well. I was just poking around this morning, looking at a few numbers, and we're charting on pretty much every chart out there for independent music, and we've hit the top 10 in quite a few. We're somewhere over, I did the math, 50,000 streams or something like that. So, for an old independent guy with gray hair, hanging out in his loft, I'll take that. That's pretty good success early on. So yeah, it's good. It's going well.
Nice. I'm glad things are going well. We don't talk nearly as much as we probably should. I feel like you and I could host a New Heights sequel podcast or something just on football alone. And
I love football. So
yeah. But I feel like every time we talk, your guitar collection gets bigger.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, yeah, bigger. So there's only so many spots on my wall, right?
Yeah.
So, but the guitars have changed a little
Okay.
bit,
Fair
So,
enough.
a lot of people say you can't buy happiness, but you can buy guitars, and guitars make you happy. I'm
Yeah.
kind of that way.
Fair.
So let's see. It's been a couple of years since we've chatted, so I think I've added up there on the top. That one is a new classical that I got that was made in Italy. It's pretty cool. Next to it is a Guild F512. Next to it is my PRS, oh my God, guitar. Then over on the other side, there are my Yari guitars, my hand builds from them. So I have two
Nice.
9-string guitars and a 6-string that actually has a cedar top.
Nice.
And it's actually the guitar that I played the acoustic parts on the single that's out right now.
Sweet.
Sitting next to them is a Guild F512 from 1974, which is one of my favorite guitars. I just call him the dude because the dude abides, man.
Yep.
This is one of those guitars, as soon as you hear it, you go, wow. Even makes me sound good, right? So, and then next to it, there you go. I'll move my head. Is the newest one that I have. It's a 2021 Martin D35.
Nice.
That I've only had for, I don't know, a couple of months or so. And then next to that is one of my prized possessions. So it's a 2001 Martin D41DF. So
Nice.
it was a model of guitar that was made specifically to honor Dan Fogelberg, which, as we've chatted in the past, he's my favorite guy. So those are pretty rare. There was
Nice.
only like, I don't know, 140 of them ever made in 2001. I had Google Alerts set up to buy one of those for 15 years before I finally found it. So
Nice. Hey,
yeah,
that's what Google Alerts is for, man.
exactly. So,
Let the robots work for you.
well, yeah, smarter, not harder, man.
Yeah.
That's the gig. Yeah.
So the real question is, you've displayed them all, but do you play them all?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it depends on what I'm working on that day. Today when I was practicing, I played the PRS, I played one of the Yaris, and I played the Martin D35 because I'm still trying to kind of get used to it, and kind of, for lack of a better term, beat it into submission. It's a
Yeah.
new guitar, so they have to age and they have to be played quite a little bit. But yeah, I played for a couple hours today and split them up, played a few. Yeah.
Fair enough. Awesome. And so with the new, you said it was a single, right? New single out.
Yeah, the new single out. It's called Hideaway. It's on the bigger project, which is a full length album called More. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. How's what's kind of, obviously, I'm assuming in Kansas City it's a lot like the other northern states. You Yankees, I guess, is what I'm supposed to be calling you. It's somebody called me that the other day because they found out I was from Chicago, and I was like, as a Chicago White Sox fan, I kind of take offense that you're going to call me a Yankee.
Well, there's that. Yeah. There's that. Yeah.
It is what it is. But it is. Are your shows starting to slow down? Do they usually slow down during the winter times, or is it kind of just hit or miss?
Well, I'm not that big on playing live, so I do tours, when they are needed. So, I'm old. None of this gray came out of a bottle, bro. So, that whole touring and playing live is kind of a young man's game.
Dude, you're like 40. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I wish I was 40. So, when I put out a new record, depending on how it does, right, is how I decide if I'm going to actually tour or not. But so far, this one's doing pretty well, and so there may be a tour next year.
Nice.
But I won't tour in the winter because I'm old and I'm fragile. So, but there may be a tour coming up, but we'll have to see I usually wait until 2 or 3 singles off the record come up, and if they continue to gain momentum and do well, then generally speaking, my tours are request tours. So
Yeah.
different radio station will be playing it, and they'll say, "Hey, it'd be cool if you'd come and play this here," and so that kind of starts the whole gig. So yeah, so I'm just hanging out, waiting to see what happens out there in Cyberland, and if Cyberland says, "Bill, you need to get off your butt and load up all those guitars and a bunch of other gear and go tour," then off we go. Yeah.
Pack up the dogs and let's go.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
So, if I'm not mistaken, last time we talked, you had just retired from your day job, I believe.
Best day of my life, man.
Yeah.
Best day of my life. Yeah. No, November 17th, 2020. So, yeah, speaking of touring, right? So I went on a tour to support, I believe, the Crossing Willow Creek album, starting in late in December of 18 through about February of 19. And then, of course, we all know what happened then, right? So COVID came along, and so everything shut down. And so I continued to work through 19. And then after 43 and a half lovely years in my corporate gig, I was offered the golden parachute, right? So
Nice.
yeah, and on the 19th of November was my last day of actually working.
Nice.
So wonderful thing, by the way. If anybody's questioning retirement, I fully support retirement.
I think you need to go talk to my dad.
Well, yeah, you have to look at it like this. So my dad was a hardworking guy,
Yeah.
worked his whole life, and he told me that retirement was probably the most frustrating time of his life because he would get up every day and he would have nothing to do. But when he went to bed that night, he was only half done. So, yeah, I love retirement. Cause, I'm pretty busy. I have a lot of things going on in my life, and it keeps me pretty occupied. But I love being retired. It's a wonderful thing.
My dad was forced to retire back in 2019. It was like 2019. He was forced to retire because he had aged. Well, he was getting ready to age out because he's a pilot. But he had prostate cancer. And so he didn't quite get the send off he wanted. And then he got cleared from his prostate cancer, and he went right back to work. And now he's talking about going in and getting a full-time job because he doesn't know what to do with it. Because since my mom's passed, he's got a girlfriend, but she still works a full-time job. And he's like, I don't have anything to do. I'm going to go find a job. And I'm like, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. So,
well, I suppose there's different ways. So one of the guys that worked with me forever retired at the same day as I did. And he also decided he wanted to go get a job. Now, how you define job may be a different thing. So effectively what he does is he works at a golf course. And because he works at the golf course, he gets to play golf for free. So whether you can classify that as a job or not, I don't really know. But that's what he chose to do.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, and I think that's kind of where my dad's going because he is a pilot. He's trying to go get like a job flying like private jets for like businesses and stuff like that because he thinks he can get his whatever like medical he needs. He thinks he can go get it. But like right now he's just teaching. And it's like it's cool because it keeps him busy because he's one of those guys who'll start getting stir crazy if he has to sit at home by himself. And he'll start destroying things because everything needs to get fixed.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So sometimes it's cheaper to work.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. And plus my dad lives in Florida. He's got like a bunch of rental properties, but the rental properties are doing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went dead there for just a minute, but you're back, so life is good.
Awesome. So as obviously the albums are, or the you're releasing music, you got that whole process going. What's kind of the uh plan looking into the new year? It's so weird to bring up 2024 because it feels like still we should be like in the summer of 2023, but like what are you looking at as we enter this new year and into 2024?
Well, we talked about retirement, right? And so,
Yeah.
I've been doing this music thing for quite some time, right?
Yeah.
And I've been fortunate that there's been some success and, some hits and, all that stuff. But I also am now toying with the idea that I may just retire from that
Oh, wow.
and do the whole full blown retirement gig. So there's, well, as in my corporate career, I traveled all over the world all the time. And, there are a few places that I would really like to go, and one of them is Machu Picchu. I've
Nice.
always wanted to go there, and when I do a little bit of research on what that's like and what needs to be done, it seems to me like the best way to really experience Machu Picchu is to go there for a month, and so that's on my list.
Nice.
Of things that I want to do. Again, the music thing is there. If the record, there's a shameless plug. There's the record.
Yeah.
If the record does well, then next spring summer I may be out touring and doing all that young man work is what I call it, right?
Yeah.
But so I'm kind of in between.
Yeah.
Right. It's what a lot of people call what ifisms, right?
Yeah.
So what if the record does really good and you have to tour? Well, then I'm going to go tour. Well, what if at the end of the day there's no value in going on a tour? And I'm probably going to go to Machu Picchu. So
Yeah.
there he goes. So,
Nice. Hey, I'm with it. You're living your best life, as the cool kids say nowadays. So
well, I don't know about my best life, but it doesn't suck. So it doesn't suck. Yeah.
yeah, I got you. And it's got to be a cool feeling or an interesting feeling to know that music is your passion, and at any point you could pick it up and do it, or you could just walk away and be 100% fine with it, because at the end of the day, no matter what, you could always just pick up a guitar and fulfill that musical need in some capacity.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's one of the things that's interesting, because I'm a singer songwriter, so I will never quit writing.
Yeah.
Right? It's an outlet for me, right? And I think that there's three ways that you process information. First of all, you think about them, and then you talk about them, and then you write about them, right? And typically, when you're writing about them, you do a lot more editing, and you do a lot more really what I call deeper thought.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about my music, right? It gives me that opportunity to really dive deep, into things that I'm thinking about. And so I'll never stop doing that. That's something that I've done since I was a baby. And so and there's nothing to say that I couldn't write one and go, oh well, this is good. And go out and, create a single, and release a single, to support, that all the fans and all the stuff, right? But making an album is like work, right?
Yeah.
It's real work. And trying to be cohesive from first song to last song and, and all that. It's fun and I love it. And this album, shameless plug, this album is one of those that really is cohesive, right? And it's kind of one of those albums that I always wanted to make, and it's actually the only album that I've ever made that actually has my picture on it.
Really?
Yeah. I never put my own pictures on my albums. I didn't see the value. If you want to see pictures of me, Google me, right? There's tons of them out there. But this one I wanted to show different facets. So if you look at the album cover itself, right? It's an old picture. It's an old window. Is what it is, right? And in each of the frames of that window are different kind of viewpoints of me. Playing this, playing that, playing rock and roll, playing this, different things in the studio, sitting in a barn, So it kind of shows different facets of what my life is about. And in each one of the songs on the album, they kind of reflect back to one of those pictures. So it's kind of a window into me. People ask, what about this? What about that? What do you think about this? Well, this is a window into me. And each one of the songs has kind of a different feel. It's a different genre, which the radio stations hate, but I love it. I love messing with their heads, a little bit. But it's a different look at different aspects of my personality. And when we came up with the idea to make the album cover look like a window, where you're outside looking in and getting a look at me, I thought it was kind of a cool idea. So that's really what this album's all about.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I really appreciate you sitting down to chat with me a little bit about music, a little bit about the newfound fans of Kansas City and football in general. It's always a good chat with you, and hopefully we'll get to do it again someday.
Anytime, you know my number, you know how to get a hold of me, Tom. I always enjoy our conversations. And before we sign off, I just want to once again give you some love to say what you're doing with this marathon to raise money is fantastic. And God bless you, and keep hydrated. And don't be the least bit shy about saying, "Hey, pal, we need a 5-minute break."
We need to take a fiver.
That favor.
Well, I'm actually kind of looking forward to it because right now, after we wrap this up, I got a nice little 10-minute break in it. So it's like I've just ran through like 2 hours worth of podcast without moving. So my knees are starting to get a little tight on me. So yeah.
Well, God bless you. Get up, move around, enjoy it, and I'm sure that the folks that you're doing the interviews with will wait, Tom. So don't kill yourself there. But
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thanks for what you're doing, and I hope that you get a lot of money to help with this great cause.
Thank you so much, and I'll let you know whenever I make it up to Kansas City, so we can go get some of that Kansas City barbecue you always talk about.
Yeah, we got to do some barbecue, talk some football. That's what we've got to do, right?
Yep, 100%. Agreed. Awesome. Well, you have a good one. We're gonna jump into a little break here, and Bill, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And we'll catch you all here in a few minutes.
Thank you, Tom. Live long and prosper, man.
Yep, you as well. Awesome. Thank you. Cool. All right, so we're going to jump into a little break here, and we'll be back in a little bit.
My name is Pamela Jackson. So I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, who is 13 now. I was in my 3rd trimester. And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my 3rd trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach, and it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, "Oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young." And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. You know, when I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. Wrong. I was actually quite surprised. In community, I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, There are people that can really support you through this entire process. It would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did the Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I'm doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get what can we do better, as well as what do we need to advocate for. Me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system, and I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that bring Black and Latinx folks to get genetic education, genetic testing, and spread the word to make this more normalized. I think the other thing that PanCAN is doing really well is that when it comes to patient advocacy, pancreatic cancer is a really difficult diagnosis, and being able to find a community of people that have been through similar experiences can be really helpful when you are going through something like that yourself, or when you have a loved one who's going through a pancreatic cancer diagnosis.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation.
All right. Welcome back in, everybody. This is your host, Tom Quiet, for the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon presented by Live and Amplified. We are currently in hour 15, almost hour 16 of the 24-hour podcast. We are raising funds for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, and we have our next guest in the queue. So let's bring her in. All right. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's good. How are things with you?
Things are going good. Excited to have you back on. It's been probably exactly 2 years, if not almost 2 years. So
Awesome. Yeah. Has it been that long?
I think so. Because I believe it was the first pancreatic cancer fundraiser we did. Okay. And I don't remember exactly what day we did, but it would have been 2 years ago.
Wow.
So,
well, thank you for having me back.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to sit down and chat. And, I know you've been staying busy and all that fun stuff. So it'll be cool to catch up.
Yeah.
Awesome. So since it has been a little bit since we've had you on, let's go ahead and kind of reset everything and kind of give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to everybody that's listening and just kind of give them an idea of who you are, what you're about.
Sure. So I'm Brianna Dominica. I'm a contemporary Christian singer and songwriter here in Nashville, Tennessee, originally from South Florida. And I also do suicide prevention advocacy as well.
Awesome.
That's me in a nutshell.
Awesome. I really admire your work in the suicide. I was trying to figure out how I wanted to word it, but I'm not very good with my words right now. That's in a favorable light. Like, it's not something that people address a lot. So I really appreciate that you're kind of taking a proactive step there.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're from South Florida, but now you're in Nashville. How long have you been in Nashville?
5 years. I can't believe it's been 5 years already. It's crazy.
Hey, You went in like, what, 2 years before the pandemic then, or no, wait, yeah, 2 years before the pandemic, and I mean, I guess that pandemic time will really shrink your perspective on how long you've been somewhere. So
yeah, since for that part of a year, most of that year, I was
for
in
sure.
lockdown.
Yeah. So as far as your music go, I know did you just release a song, or are you getting ready to release a song? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now.
I just released my music video for my new single, Here I Stand, which that released yesterday, actually, with an exclusive premiere on ccmmagazine.com. So that was very cool.
Nice. So what's the story behind I would say this song, but like this music video, what's kind of the story behind it?
Yeah, so it's a little bit out of the video particularly is a little out of my comfort zone. The whole theme of the video is boxing. And it's basically a metaphor and personification for the spiritual and mental battle, the internal battle that we are faced with every day. Life tries to bring us down. And I guess it could be like illness too, like whatever battles we're facing, to just keep fighting the good fight. And it was interesting because when I was recording the song and getting ready to film the music video, I was kind of in a spot where I had kind of forgotten that, like, the music industry is hard. Things weren't quite moving the way I had anticipated or wanted, as well as things in my personal life. And I was like, well, this is not what I expected at 31. And I thought the needle would be farther along. And it wasn't. So that's like discouraging. And I'm like, well, maybe I need to just pivot and rethink everything I'm doing. And I just felt like I wasn't I felt like I was just in constant battle and on the losing end of that battle. And I kept like, I'm a believer, and I kept asking God, I'm like, what? I'm praying, I'm asking for guidance on this, and I'm getting nothing. I'm hearing crickets. I mean, if you've seen The Big Bang Theory, and Penny, Sheldon knocks on the door, and it's like, Penny. That's kind of how I felt with God. I was like, God, anyone home? And it just kind of felt like it was falling on deaf ears. And as I'm singing this song and recording this song, I'm like, oh, you were using this song to speak to me. I just wasn't listening. So as we were releasing it and recording it, I just was like, man, this is the answer to my prayer. So I hope it can be an answer and encouragement to other people's prayer that feel like they're on the losing end of a battle, whether it be like a physical battle, mental, emotional, spiritual, whatever the battle might be.
For sure. I when it comes to like music videos, it's always been a really cool thing to the story, and then you bring in the music video.
Oh, sorry, you cut out for a bit.
Sweet. Awesome. I saw my thing move, and I'm like, I don't know if my internet's cut out yet, but it might be. Who knows?
Yeah, you cut out just on the tail end of the last part of that question. So
no. So when you approach a music video, do you look at it as the second part of a different perspective of the song, or how do you kind of approach music videos when you work on them?
Oh, that's such a good question. I normally, when I'm writing the song, I see the music video in my head. Like, that's how I know, oh, this song's not just a good song, it's a great song. I can see it. I've got the vision. Ironically, with Here I Stand, I didn't have any of that. I was like, I have no idea what to, like, the song was recorded, it was out, and I'm like, I have no idea what to do for the music video of this song. But this was the song that I felt God was wanting me to release and put in the world. And I'm like, I just don't know how. I'm like, I have no idea what direction to take, and I was talking to my co-writer, Glenn Green, about it, and he said, why don't you do a boxing video? I'm like, okay. And I just started laughing. I'm like, do I look like the type that would, be like do boxing? And he's like, well, I think that's what would make it cool. People wouldn't expect it from you. And I'm like, I don't know. And then I pitched it to my team, my publicist, Sherry, who you know, and my publisher, Dallas, publisher/manager, Dallas. And they were like, I love it. That's such a great idea. That's brilliant. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. And I did all my own stunts in the music video. I had, back when I was in, I can't remember, either tail into high school or beginning of college, I took some cardio kickboxing classes. So I'm like, I can do my own stunts. No big deal.
And how do you feel after feeling like you can do your own stunts?
It was definitely harder than it looked. Props to all the stunt people out there. Like, you guys are superheroes. Like, I was complaining the entire time. I'm like, it's hot. My body aches. I felt like such a diva on set, which I kept apologizing. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm not normally like this. It's just, I'm not used to having to, on top of having to, sing, I'm also having to act and do all the things. And the physical exertion, it was one thing to do the cardio kickboxing and stuff when I was like 18, 19, 20. I'm 31 now. And, I'm like, oh, ow, like that is not quite as easy as I remember it being. Right. Particularly take after take after take. And God bless my director. He is very particular, and it's not just 1 or 2 takes. He's like 8 or 9 takes. But that's how we get, great stuff to choose from, is because he is just so great at what he does, and he doesn't leave anything to chance, and is just very detail oriented. So, I mean, it was definitely the hardest and most physically demanding video shoot that I've ever had to do, but I think it was well worth it with the final result.
And it's also got to be rewarding, like pushing yourself outside of every comfort zone that you have, physically, mentally, emotionally, like all pushing yourself outside these comfort zones, and knowing that you came to the other side with a great product, and that you were able to kind of, I don't want to say survive because that sounds a bit extreme, but you were able to come back and, put a good music video together. And yeah. So, so now that Here I Stand, the music video's out, what's kind of the thought process heading into the new year? Are you writing, recording? Where you kind of at there?
We're looking at new music, always new music. It's been a minute since I've done an EP or an album, so I'm thinking maybe that direction. We'll see. I'm definitely, I think, leaning more toward the maybe doing a praise and worship type project, because I haven't really done something that's straight in that vein yet. It's kind of just been a little CCM, a little minute, like, a little inspirational, but not straight praise and worship. So I might want to dip my toe in that and see how that goes.
Cool.
So yeah.
It seems like you got a lot of options then, as far as like where to go.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's always really cool and really fun. And then just kind of outside of like music, what have you been finding yourself getting into? Are you any new hobbies? Trying to go back into kickboxing, cardio kickboxing or anything?
No. I'm more of a yoga and walking is my jam lately. I'm like, no, I did it. Not again.
Fair enough.
I was sore for like 3 days afterwards. I was
Yeah.
like,
I got you. No worries at all.
But it was, it was a good refresher,
Yeah. I'd imagine it probably reminded you why you got out of cardio kickboxing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I was like, no, this is not my jam. But it was also good to like kind of know that it's kind of like riding a bike. Like, so I remembered all the moves and stuff, even though it's been like, it was close to 10 years since I had taken the class. So it kind of was like, oh, okay, well, if I should ever need that for like self-defense reasons, I would have the recall to do it, that was kind of a cool, comforting thing for me.
Nice.
But I stick to yoga and walking. Fair. Now it's like the holidays, so baking.
Nice. I keep telling myself every year for the holidays that I'm going to get back into baking and just start making Christmas cookies and whatnot. But every year I end up just going to the store and buying a bag of Christmas Oreos and calling it a day. It's one of those things where it's like I start off with the best of intentions, and then I go to the store and it's like, oh, I can just buy my Christmas cookies and we're good to go. So
right.
But that's the life of not enough time in the day.
Right.
So awesome. But once again, I do want to thank you so very much for taking the time to sit down and chat. Obviously, with the fundraiser, it's always a little.
Oh, you cut out again.
Your music.
I lost you again for a second. Yep. There you go.
All right. Man, this internet has not been friendly to me at all today. It's been a rough ride, but we'll get through it. So if anybody wants to check out your music or check out any upcoming shows or just interact with you on social and keep up with everything you got going on, watch the music video for Here I Stand, where's the best place to find you online?
I am on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all Brianna Dominica music, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, Brianna, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate the chat, and it's always fun chatting with you, and hopefully we'll get you back on and get to dive a little bit deeper on a lot of this stuff. So
I would love that, and good luck with the fundraiser and such a important, worthy cause.
Okay. But yeah, once again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And we're going to do a little musical switcheroo here and bring in our next guest.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. All right. So here we go. We are in officially approaching hour 16 of the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon for pancreatic cancer research. And we're going to bring in our next guest, John Worthy. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing all right. Are you in Mississippi right now?
No, I played a couple shows there last weekend. I'm actually in Florida. I have a house show there tomorrow night, so I flew in. My mom lives here too, so I'm visiting her. I'm playing a house show there tomorrow in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah. That's really fun. Because I saw, I think it was on Facebook or Instagram or wherever it was that you were like in Mississippi, and I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna do this interview in Mississippi. That'll be fun with the internet. So,
yeah, Jackson. One of my biggest fans lives in Jackson, Mississippi. So a couple times a year, I'll go there, play a house show at his house, and
Nice.
he buys us food and everything, and then we book a show at a venue. So it's always a fun time.
Nice. That's cool. So how's everything been going with the music?
It's been I've been full-time music for 18 months now. It's been an up and down roller coaster for sure. It's kind of just trying to navigate the waters of a lot of peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of good moments this year. Like I played 5 shows in Europe back in May. Did some touring, played some smaller festivals. I've had a bunch of sync placements on some TV shows like The Kardashians, Love Island, Married at First Sight. But then also, just a lot of times where you feel like you could be doing a lot more. Particularly in the last month, it's been a little slow for me. So just trying to figure out how to stay busy and keep, my own creativity going and everything. So it's just always a never ending game of trying to figure out how to keep things going and navigate the waters of being a full-time kind of independent artist,
I got you. I completely understand. And I think that you brought up like feeling like you could do more. I think that's just more of a fear of missing out. Like, I mean, this day and age, I think it's really easy to feel like you're missing out on something, especially with how internet based the industry seems to be right now. But sometimes you just those breaks, even though they don't seem needed, sometimes they are. Like kind of taking a step back and slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that. Honestly, the last month I've really stayed off social media, particularly TikTok. I was really posting a lot on TikTok to try and push that avenue, but I've definitely felt more sane the last month, just staying off all the platforms a little more and just trying to kind of stay into myself and not worrying about what other people are doing as much. And because I feel like with social media, we all just we all have that jealousy trigger where you see what someone else is doing, and it's tough to not be like, oh, should I be doing that, or how did they get to that spot? So I agree with you. It's good to take breaks, here and there, and kind of reset.
Yeah. So what are you kind of focusing on right now as far as music? Are you writing, recording? Where are you kind of at?
I'm always pretty much doing all the above. So I'm at the end of November on 11/30, I'll be releasing the 6th song off my newest album. It's going to be my 4th full-length album. And I'm doing probably 10 or 11 singles. It's going to be a 16-song digital album.
Nice.
And I'm also doing my first vinyl, which is exciting. I did a crowdfunding campaign earlier in the year, and I was able to raise enough money to print some vinyls. So I'm doing I think it's going to end up being 13 songs on vinyl and 16 or 17 songs digitally. So I'm doing just one by one release, the new way of releasing music, just one song at a time. And then eventually at some point next year, I'll release the whole thing. And I'm also writing music. I have my project, and then I'm also in a project with my girlfriend called KJ Wild. So we've been playing some shows, we've been writing. And then I've also been producing music for a lot of different artists and some TV shows. So that's been good too.
Nice. That's really cool. Yeah, I was always because I've seen a lot of. I know when last time we met was when we were in Nashville in 2020, right before the pandemic, right?
Yep, Diamond Studios.
Yep, Diamond Studios, and were you doing John Worthy and the Bends at that point? Was that the?
Yeah, and I still do that when I play shows. Like the Bends is kind of a collective of musicians that back me up whenever I play shows.
Gotcha.
And but just on YouTube, Spotify, and all that stuff, it's just my name, John Worthy.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But then on stage, I'll say John Worthy and the Bends.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of watching the evolution of your music, like having worked with you in 2020, and then obviously. Am I offline?
Yeah, you broke up just for a split second there.
No, it's hard to believe that it's been almost 4 years since I've been to Nashville, which is when the last time we saw you. But kind of getting to see the evolution of your music and what you got going on, like from doing a duo acoustic set with us to releasing some of the greatest music I've heard from an independent artist in a long time.
Thank
And
you.
you know, the commitment to your music videos is like very inspiring, that it can be done on a small, like on an independent budget. You can make
Yeah.
really good music videos. So I've always really appreciated that about you and your music.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's something I've had to grapple with is, you know, for all those years when I wasn't full time necessarily, I had a job that
Mhm.
funded all that, and I've definitely had to cut back on doing music videos and kind of having all that extra money for marketing.
Mhm.
So just trying to figure out where to go now that I don't have that nest of money to kind of invest into my own music as much. So I've definitely had to slow down with that a little bit and just kind
Mhm.
of reconfigure. Now I feel like you know, I truly am kind of like one of those broke artists that doesn't necessarily have the funds to do stuff. So,
Fair.
but I'd rather not have a job too. So
Yeah, fair
you
enough.
got to give and take a little bit.
Yeah. It's one of those conversations where it's like, do I want that security of a job, or do I want the freedom of being able to do what I want to do? You know?
Yeah, and I think that freedom of time and being able to do whatever you want is worth so much money, you know, just
Yeah.
in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, how often are you playing show, like between the two projects, between Casey Wild and John, I guess your solo project with John
Mhm.
Worthy and the Bends? How often are you playing shows right now? Is it pretty consistently or kind of sporadic?
I mean, it's consistently sporadic, I would say. It's just kind of comes and ebbs and flows.
Fair.
The summer was busy. That was my busiest time show wise.
Mhm.
Like sometimes I'll play 4 or 5 shows in 10 days, and then other
Okay.
times it'll be, you know, 2 or 3 weeks between shows. It just
Mhm.
depends on how I'm booking or what the time is or what happens to be available at that moment. Um, so yeah, we played last weekend. We played a couple shows. I'm playing this weekend in Florida, which will be fun. And then have a little break with Thanksgiving, and then we actually just booked a KJ Wild show we're going to Munich, Germany
Oh
to
well.
play. So that would be really cool. Get to
Is
play in
that
Germany.
is that in December?
Yeah. Yep.
Nice. That'll be cool to travel across or into Germany around the holidays and just kind of see how other countries do it. That'll be fun.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be really into like the whole Christmas market thing. So that would be
Mhm.
cool to experience and obviously get to drink their beer. So I'm
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah, for sure. Have you ever been to Germany before or no?
No, it will be both our first time going to. We're going to Switzerland as well. Never been to Switzerland and never been to Germany, so I'm
That
excited. Have you been there?
No, I've not been anywhere outside of North America.
Okay.
So it's that'll be exciting. You know, it's everybody tells me about the how amazing of an opportunity it is to get to travel outside of the country. So I'm sure it'll be a good old time.
Yeah, we're excited. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and from what I hear, they really love American music, whether depending all genres really. So
Yeah, yeah, we found that we played in Portugal.
mm.
We actually got to play in Israel in May as well, and
Oh
we
wow.
also played in Spain. And they definitely grab. I don't know if it's kind of the whole novelty of it that it's just like Americans are here playing music. I think it's a little bit of that, but I also think
Mhm.
they truly like more of like the rock and roll style of music
Yeah.
than a lot of Americans do.
Yeah, absolutely. I get where you're, you know, yeah. I think it's kind of a nostalgia thing. Like they just they hear what they hear on the radio and they associate it with stuff they listen, like any American musician. I think they just kind of associate as one thing. I don't know.
Right.
It's weird, but um, So outside of music, what have you been up to? What have you been getting into outside of music?
It's definitely been a lot of traveling this year. We've been going out to California quite a bit and doing some house shows in San Diego, and I've actually gotten into surfing quite a bit, which has been fun.
Surfing on Percy Priest Lake there?
No, not in Tennessee, only in California, unfortunately.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd have to wait for like some big barge boat to produce wakes and ride their waves.
Yeah, that be
been
quite the
cooking
business, though.
What's that?
I said it'd be quite the business in Percy Priest Lake just to.
That would be, full-time wave creator.
Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
I've been really into kind of without having the income of my job, I do a lot of cooking, and I kind of just save all my money so that I can travel whenever I want, because that's what I love to do. So just been cooking up a storm, and I don't know if you saw the pictures, but last weekend we had like a group of 6 or 7 in Jackson, Mississippi. So I got to cook for everyone, which was really fun.
Yep, I saw those.
Yeah, and just saving up all that money from not going out to eat, and getting to put that money towards going to Germany and stuff like that has been really cool. Other than that, just kind of I wake up and I pretty much just do music all day, whether it's writing my own music or a lot of the time I'm producing music for other people, and so I'm just doing a lot of that.
Awesome. When it comes to writing your music, is there anything that you're currently working on that's kind of is kind of interesting to you? Is there something that's kind of like reared its head over the last day or two that's like, this isn't there yet, but it could be kind of potentially interesting?
Yeah, I started a song actually the beginning of last week that I'm like 70% done with lyrically, and I have a lot of the music already produced out, and it's just kind of I've just been going through a little bit of a tough patch. My dad passed away almost 2 months ago, so I've just been dealing with that and been writing a lot about that. So this song's just kind of about having that person in your life that can lift you up, during the tough times. And so I wrote a song kind of about my girlfriend, helping me, lifting me up during this tough time.
Nice.
So that I'm excited about that song. It's sounding pretty cool. And I actually have, do you remember Eric from the recording session?
Yeah.
So he moved away from Nashville, but we still collaborate quite a bit. And he also will come and play some of my bigger shows with me.
Nice.
So I sent that song off to him, so he's gonna put some lead guitar over on it. So
that's really cool. That's awesome. So something that'd be kind of interesting to ask: what's obviously the physical differences of Casey Wilde and John Worthy and the Bends? What's like the tonal difference or the sound differences? Is like what as far as like the kind of music? What are the differences between?
Yeah. So I always kind of equate it to, I'm definitely, as like a artist, I'm definitely indie rock, and Kiki comes kind of from a pop / singer songwriter background. So I think together it kind of blends into, not everyone knows this band. Group Love is a band that I really enjoy listening to. They're a husband-wife duo, and it's more male vocals for Group Love, but the female does a lot of singing, and it's just this really fun, vibrant, loud pop / rock / singer-songwriter awesome sound. And I think we definitely kind of have a lot of those elements, but Kiki is the lead singer in all of our songs. She has a beautiful voice, and we write a lot of the lyrics together. Kiki does more of the lyrics, but we always write them together, and then it usually just starts with something that I come up with, usually on the guitar, and we write it the old-fashioned way, and then we produce it out, with all the whistles and bells and make it fun and vibrant. But I would say that's the biggest thing is it's definitely a combination of our two styles into something that wouldn't exist without, our collaboration together.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. So if anybody wants to check out your music and kind of keep up with everything you got going on, where's the best place to find you?
Everywhere. I mean, so before the last month, I was posting, a couple times a day on TikTok. Just that's probably the best place to just see what I'm doing every day.
Yeah.
And seeing where my mental state's at. I just kind of say what's happening. And that's just John Worthy Music, JONWORTHY. Instagram for all the updates. YouTube to see my music videos and new music. Spotify, Apple Music. And speaking of YouTube, I had something pretty cool happen. There's a former WWF wrestler named Stevie Richards, and he does these instructional videos on YouTube where he breaks down different fights and he breaks down moves.
Yeah.
And he has a pretty good following, like 70, 80,000 views per video.
Nice.
And I started getting all these messages on my music video for my song Never Lie to You, saying Stevie Richards sent me, found you on Stevie Richards. So I went to his page, and at the end of his instructional videos, my song Never Lie to You comes on for the ending credits.
Oh, wow.
And
nice.
he got my music's on some different licensing websites. So I guess he, paid for a license to use the song. And I've probably gotten like 150 comments in the last month from different people watching Stevie Richards videos and, hearing the song and then doing a search and finding my song. So that's been really cool.
That's fun. That's awesome. That's
the best advertising right there.
Right. It's something that just happens so organically and probably by accident that you can't plan for it, but you got to welcome it when it happens.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's better than anything you could do for yourself. Just someone else spreads the word, and someone that has a following themselves helps you out sometimes.
100%. 100%. Well, thank you, man, so much for hanging out with me and chatting, signing up to fight the good fight against pancreatic cancer. I really appreciate you. It's been way too long. Hopefully we can sit down next time I'm in Nashville. I promise I'll be in Nashville at some point. But
yeah, that'd be great. And thank you for everything you're doing. And man, 24 hours it's an awesome goal. So good for you and all that you're doing it for. You're doing it for the right thing. So
yeah,
appreciate what you've done.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's starting to really take its toll on me right now. So I'm going to take an extra 5 minutes here and just kind of regroup myself and
put some cold water on your face.
Yeah, get it across the finish line here. So awesome. Well, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes.
All right. Have a good one.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. Bye. All right. Yeah. We'll be back here in about.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did a Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did a Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight. Farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. Like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pernuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
All right. All right. Welcome back in, everybody, to the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon presented by Live and Amplified. All the proceeds are going to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, and I'm your host, Tom Quiet. I hope everybody's having an absolutely amazing day. I took a minute there to kind of regather myself and recaffeinate. Maybe a good decision, maybe a bad decision. We'll find out here relatively quickly. But we got our next musician in the queue. We got Mark Taylor joining us. Let's bring him on in.
Hey, what's going on? How are you, man?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Doing great. This is such a cool thing you're doing. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. It's it's always kind of interesting because I never know like what line to draw as far as new people versus people that we've had on the podcast before.
Sure.
And this year it was like I decided to do more musicians with smaller like podcasting times.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, I'm going to invite everybody I can.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring everybody I can in, and it's going to be a good old time.
I love
So
it. Now this is so cool. It's a really great thing you're doing, and if y'all are watching, go donate. I believe you can do that little QR code right there, and you can scan there to donate. So make sure you go and you help some people.
yeah, absolutely, 100%. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us a little bit. How's everything been going with you? You moved to Nashville, right? You're in Nashville full time now.
I've been in Nashville for almost 2 years now. Yes.
Okay.
It's been I don't know when last time we talked was, but no, it's been absolutely nuts this year. We were out with Russell Dickerson. We were doing some dates, opening some festivals for John Party and Joe Nichols, and doing a bunch of stuff all over the world, really. But no, it was a crazy, crazy, crazy year. I think we did like 35,000 miles on the road or something like that,
wow.
and air and road and everything included. But it was a long, long, long year. We loved every minute of it, though. We had so much fun.
I got you. That's cool. Yeah, because the last time we talked, I think you were still in school. Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh, that was so long ago.
Yeah,
wow.
It was 2020 pandemic or 2020. It might have been 2021 part of the pandemic.
I remember sitting in my dorm room. I had like my dorm room flags behind me on the wall. The scenery has since changed a little bit, but
yes.
Oh my gosh!
And it was like I'm sitting here. I'm like, dang, it's been 2 years. But then again, I guess when we talked, you were like a couple of months away from graduating. So
yeah, that sounds right. Now that you're saying it, that's crazy. I can't even believe that. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's all good, man. So what's new in your world? How's music treating you?
Music's great, man. We I've been writing a bunch for a lot of artists, so there's a couple more additions to this wall over here, which has been cool. And a great guy, Waylon Jennings' grandson, Wade Jennings, cut a huge song of mine and took it to radio and did the whole thing. And it's in a really big movie right now, and things have been crazy. So we've been, in addition to all my artist stuff going on, and clearly we've been all over the place. I've been writing for a bunch of artists in town as well, and just having a great time, loving Nashville, loving music, and really loving on the music industry. It's that time of year when the industry starts to kind of shut down. It's between that almost Thanksgiving standpoint, and then you get to the big holiday seasons. It just, no one talks to each other until January. So we're just trying to get everything in. It's been a crazy week trying to wrap up everything until about middle of January, seemingly.
Right. That's what I'm using this for, because it's like, okay, I'll do this, and then I got enough content to get me to probably February if I really want to push.
Exactly right.
You know, and I can just kind of wrap it up and call it a day.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, see, like, man, it's so crazy to kind of watch all the stuff you've been doing. Like, I know when we first talked, you were not new to the music business. You were like really in it, and you were starting to blossom.
Yeah.
But kind of watching you do your thing over the last 2 years, especially once you kind of got out of the, I'm going to call it the shackles of school.
Correct.
You know, and being able to kind of do music full time, it's been really cool.
I appreciate it. It's been crazy. I mean, even since 2 years ago, I mean, I've not only grown up, but I've also, you know, there's just so much that has changed, and we're able to do so much cool stuff right now and just go tour and, you know, do some really great shows and like playing really cool places in town, like the Bluebird and the Listening Room. And just, you know, I get to pinch myself every day. I get to write songs with my heroes every day, and then we get to go tour with them. So it's literally the best of both worlds. And it's been the coolest thing for me to just be a part of this whole thing. There's such a great team around me, and there's so many great people, but for me to just be a small part of the pie of Nashville and the music industry right now, it's really unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I love working with your team. You know, I've done a lot of work with Nicole, and I've worked with a lot of her musicians, and
she's awesome.
just the whole team you got around you is like amazing. And, you know, it's really hard to compare. So, yeah.
Great. I owe everything to my team. So it's been an unbelievable journey so far, and we got a long way to go, but we're starting to get the wheels turning a little bit here.
I feel that. I'd ask what's changed in 2 years, but I feel like the answer is everything.
Everything. It's been, I mean, everything from the room I'm talking to you in to, you know, we went from playing, you know, little 10-person acoustic guitar shows to, you know, we were with Russell Dickerson. It was probably 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 people there. So it's been this ridiculous change. And, you know, seemingly to me, it was overnight. My band will tell you it's been a little bit longer, but to me, it was like I blinked and all of a sudden we were, you know, playing with Russell and all over the country. And it's just been a crazy year, and very grateful for it. Very grateful.
Yeah, for sure. And so as far as like obviously touring and hitting all the miles and doing all that stuff, are you currently writing or recording, or where are you kind of at right now?
Yeah, so we're in the middle of kind of releasing a couple songs. So we have I bet I can leak it on here. We have a Christmas song coming out in about a week here, so that's going to be really fun. And then we've been putting out songs for the last couple of months, and we had a really, really, really big one with Dust Off That Dirt. That was a massive one for us. I mean, the streams on that they're still going crazy, and we ended up getting radio ads for that. And you know, it's been people were sending me videos yesterday for this is the best thing in the world. The country of Germany evidently loves my song for line dancing. So all these people on YouTube, I found out randomly yesterday. I'm just Googling. I'm like, what the heck is this? And lo and behold, all these people are making videos dancing to my song. So that was a big song for us. And Remember the Party was a really great song as well. And we got another one coming out in the, we'll say early 2024. I can't spill too much yet, but it's going to be a really fun one as well. I can promise you that.
Nice. So since you have this newfound popularity in Germany, plans on going over?
I hope so. You know, we learned about this yesterday. I knew we were getting some play over there, and oddly enough, Australia, Germany, and England have been massive for us in the last year or so. But I didn't know it was, you know, enough to make a line dance out of it. And then you had like the third video. I was like, what's going on over here? But I love Germany. I stopped through there once in an airport. So I didn't really get to see the country, but I would love to get over there because I hear they love country music. So you know, as soon as I can, I'll be over there.
Yeah, Australia and the UK doesn't really surprise me because I know they got a blossoming UK or like a country scene. Now, granted, it's kind of their own country scene, like they're kind of doing their own thing, but you know, just seeing what they're doing, like none of that really surprises me at this point, you know.
Amazing. I'm not complaining. I want to go. I mean, we submit to Australian festivals every year. I want nothing more than to go to Australia.
Yeah.
I love it. I want to go. I've never been, so I want to go so bad, but we submit to every show there every year because all I want to do is take a vacation down there.
Right. One of my dreams is to go over to Tamworth in January. Like just the idea of being in Australia when it's freezing cold here in Central Texas. It's like, yes, let me get a couple of weeks of summer in the middle of So, but no, that's the dream, right?
Yeah, man. It's been great, and just we got to see. Someone told me the other day. I think it was 28 states this year, 29 states, just on this tour we did. So, I mean, we saw a lot of the country, and it got so bad at one point I had no idea where we were because you're just bouncing from state to state to state. My tour manager sitting on the side of the stage with a sign because I kept screwing up. I was like, "What's up, Wisconsin?" And we'd be in Minnesota, and they'd all booing me. And okay, let me walk off stage and start over. But we got to see so much of this country this year, and it just makes me want to travel so much more. And I got to work in Italy a couple of years ago for some writing stuff, and like, I get the itch. I want to keep going. I want to keep going overseas. But no, it's I've heard it's a beautiful, beautiful place. I want to get over there so bad.
Yeah, for sure. It's I have heard the same thing just about anything, and you know, it's especially like even over in the UK, which would probably be a little bit of an easier financial trip at least. Like they're doing something really special with their country music out there, and it's so really excited. So outside of music, obviously you don't have a whole lot of. I assume you don't have a whole.
I think I lost you there. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're back. There we go.
All right, sweet. So obviously with all the yourself into out.
There we go. You're back. It keeps going in and out.
Oh boy. All right. We're in it, aren't we? All right.
One more time.
Third time's the charm.
There we go.
Got it. All right. So obviously you don't have a whole lot of free time with all the touring and all that fun stuff that you're doing, but what have you been getting into outside of music?
Yeah, I'm a big golfer and I'm a big sports fan, so always you know, when I'm not at a show, always either playing golf or at some sort of sporting event. And then also I branded my new whiskey, which has been really cool. So we had a partnership with a company called Cali Distillery, and we developed a really great whiskey. It's a honey aged bourbon called a Steel String Signature, and it's going to be all over the country very, very, very soon. There's a lot of cool stuff we're about to announce with that. But yeah, other than, you know, having this whiskey thing happen and some golf and, you know, trying to see the family every once in a while and get back and see my folks and all that kind of stuff. There's not much else I get to do. I'm singing a lot of demos in town. But yeah, I mean, it's been a very busy year. I will tell you that much.
That's awesome. I will have to try some of this, get some of this whiskey. I know Texas is a little bit weird, but you said it would be in stores and stuff like that?
Yeah, we're about to announce some cool stuff with that. But yeah, if you go, it's CaliDistillery.com, or if you just search Steel String Signature, it'll all come up, and there's a distribution thing in place right now where most of the states, I don't know about Texas specifically.
Texas is a little weird with that. I know they don't like delivering alcohol to.
Yes, but yeah, go check it out. You can just Google it. It's everywhere. You can go find it. And then hopefully very soon we're in a bunch of stores. So we'll keep you posted on that.
Awesome. And if they want to know more about all this, all your shows, all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
MarkTaylorCountry.com, or if you're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, it's Mark Taylor Country. If you don't know any of the words I just said, please consult your nearest millennial. They'd be happy to help you with that task. But just search Mark Taylor Country anywhere and you'll find me.
Nice. Awesome, man. Well, it's always a good time hanging out with you and chatting. We'll have to do this in a little bit more depth next time.
Absolutely. And let's do it, man.
Get you on for something a little bit more in depth. So I'll reach out to Nicole. We'll get it. We'll get it going.
Hey, real quick for everybody, go donate right now. Scan the little QR code. It's there on the screen. Scan it here to donate where my finger is. Go check it out. You can see it right there. Go scan to donate. This is an awesome, awesome, awesome cause, and I'm so glad to be a part of this tonight. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, not hanging in there with me. That's a completely different sentiment altogether. But thank you for hanging out with us. And yes, please go donate. We are approaching our 17. 17. We're
final. Have you been awake the whole time? Have you been hosting this for 17 hours?
Yep.
Woo! Okay. Well, that's
So-
folks, even more reason to go donate right now. This guy is putting in blood and sweat and tears into this right now. He's not slept in 17 hours. I don't want to know how many Red Bull are sitting behind the camera that you can't see right now. So
3.
there we go. That's okay. That's reasonable.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
reasonable.
3's not bad. So
There you go. That's perfect.
But really appreciate it, and we'll definitely be in contact. Get something else set up and do a little bit more in depth on you.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much, and
Yep.
very good to see y'all out there.
Yep. Thank you so much, and we will be right back in a second with our next guest, Chantel Ogden. Let me. Whoa, what happened here? Okay, I got it. Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How about you? I think it froze. It froze there for a second.
The way the day's been going.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I hear that. Hear that.
Yeah. So did you get my Instagram message? Oh, now you froze. Okay, now I can't hear you. Hold on. We're playing let the internet figure out what it wants to do.
Okay.
All right, I think we're back now. I think we're good.
Okay, great.
Awesome. So, did you get my Instagram message?
I got a message that said, if you have trouble, this is what you need to do.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, I'd sent you another message saying that sorry for the mix-up. I was going to bring you in a couple minutes, and yeah.
Oh,
so,
no, that's fine. I'm here. Yep.
Awesome. Well, excited to have you on. Excited to chat with you and get to know a little bit more about you and what you got going on. So, for anyone that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time and getting introduced to you, kind of take a second to introduce yourself and like a comic book origin story, I guess is the best way to describe it.
Sure. That's a great question. My name's Chantel Ogden. I grew up on a farm in Utah, central Utah, and made my way to Nashville about 18 years ago, and just have been really blessed to be able to write and perform and tour and have my songs in film and TV and help other artists to do that as well. So I'm very grateful to live in such a wonderful city like Nashville.
Awesome. And so what was it like growing up in Utah for you?
So I really had a very, I guess what you'd call a very American kind of upbringing. You know, my dad being a farmer rancher and my mom taught school. And I really had a very rural upbringing. So we always had country music on. I grew up riding horses and riding competitively. And that really became a big influence for me as I started to write my own songs and perform, to draw on those real life experiences that are really authentic to me. So that's one of the blessings of growing up in a small town.
Gotcha. And how was your family kind of was your family the ones that kind of introduced you to music?
So my mom played piano, and so she always did that, and I took piano lessons when I was very young, and we always had the radio on, or back then, you know, cassette tapes, CDs playing. And I think, you know, my love of music was just really because music was part of the everyday life that we had. And my dad's side of the family, they aren't big into singing on key, but they love to sing. And so I sort of grew up with people who loved music and loved to sing, even though maybe they weren't the best at it.
Yeah.
But I just think that there's a beauty in just enjoying singing, even if maybe you're not a gifted singer. So that's kind of how I grew up, just around music and having music always be part of the scene there.
Awesome. And what was kind of the jumping off point for you to kind of pursue it as like a career or like however you want to
Might
define it?
be cutting out again a little.
Oh boy, can you hear me? Okay. So what was kind of the jumping off point for you as far as like pursuing music as like a career or a profession, however you want to define it?
So I think for me, I sort of realized that my love of music and my love of writing words came together when I was, um, I guess, just getting out of high school and going to college. And that's when I started to bring the two together. And that passion really started to be a leading factor for me. And so I went to Berklee College of Music in Boston and I studied modern music there before moving to Nashville. And I think that that's really, there's a part of it that is a gift you have. And I think there's a part of it that's a skill that you develop. And when I moved to Nashville, I wanted to become a better songwriter. And I thought if I want to be a better songwriter, I better go where the best songwriters in the world are and learn from them and be mentored by them. And so that's been one of the greatest joys of being in Nashville is just to be able to, get to know and listen to and learn from and write with some of these amazing songwriters who have turned out hit after hit after hit. There's nothing like it. It makes me nervous sometimes to sit in a room with a great songwriter, but you realize that every song starts the same with a blank piece of paper. And so that is the wonder of it all as a songwriter.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I completely agree. So when you started to realize that you wanted to become a better songwriter and moving to Nashville to be around the best songwriters, was that something that you've always kind of had in the back of your head that moving to Nashville was probably where you needed to be if you wanted to become a really good songwriter, or was that something that just kind of progressed naturally as you started exploring like music and what you wanted to do?
So I think it was definitely a very conscious choice to go to Nashville. I think if you want to be involved professionally in music, there's about 4 cities you can really look at, maybe 5. Um, of course, there's LA, New York, Austin to some extent for the live music scene y'all have there in Texas. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Atlanta for hip hop, and then I would say Nashville certainly for songwriting and for country music. That's really the best place to be. And so um being having been raised in a small town, I didn't really want to move to a big city, so that was a much better fit for me even personally than moving to a place like New York or LA. um so that's how I ended up in Nashville.
Gotcha. Yeah. New York or LA or any of those major cities, it takes a special breed to survive there. You got to be, you got to, yeah.
Yep.
So that's really all I could say about it. So, um,
Yep.
so you released a EP back in August. So coming up on 3 months, right? I think my math is correct.
Yeah, so it was late August. I released a new EP, and I know not a lot of artists do EPs anymore. And I wanted to release this collection of songs in advance of a tour that I did in the UK.
Nice.
And I think sometimes putting the songs out together in a collection is, for me as an artist, it's a snapshot in time as a writer and as a person. And I felt like these songs all kind of fit together in a collection. So I wanted to release them all together. And then since then, I've been working on spotlighting each of those songs as as we get into this. And that's been going really well. And just want to um, enjoying that song, and it was just so much fun. We recorded it in Nashville at a horseback riding school, and we have real live cowgirls in the video. And of course, I love that because of the roots that I have in riding. So anyway, that's been really fun, and just kind of moving forward into the holidays here like everybody else, getting ready for big Thanksgiving with family and Christmas and all that. Yep.
That's cool. That's really, really cool. It's it's a interesting time of year, especially in the music business, because it's like depending on what part of the country you're in, it either tends to slow down or pick up. Like here in Texas, I don't think we ever really get a slow season. The further south you go, it's kind of like, you don't get a slow season, but up north, you almost have to kind of shut it down because like when it becomes almost impossible to travel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think too, one of my favorite things about this time of year is obviously the holiday movies. And I've been very lucky to be able to play songs and in different holiday movies that are
Mm.
coming out this year on Lifetime. And so it's always really fun to be able to watch those movies and know that I had a very small part in helping someone get their song placed. And so I always look forward to holiday movies as well this time of year.
That's cool. That's cool. Since we're kind of on that topic, I've been kind of waiting for the right person to ask, and I feel like you might be the right person. What's one of your favorite like holiday movies growing up?
Oh, I mean, I think there's always the classics like It's a Wonderful Life.
Mm.
I think, you know, I I love like the um Home Alone
Yeah.
movies are fun for the holidays. Um, and then I'm a huge fan of Hallmark movies and movies on Lifetime as well. Great American Family has great holiday movies, and I always kind of giggle because we know it's not real life, but we love to watch a happy ending anyway. So
Yeah.
every year I'm kind of discovering new favorites as I watch those
Yeah.
movies. And but yeah, I think holiday movies, it's just I think they're a little bit kinder and gentler than some of the
Mhm.
other genres of movies today. And I
Yeah.
think that this time of year, I think hearts soften a bit, and that's really nice to see as well with
Yeah.
all that's happening in the world. Yep.
100%. I agree 100% with you there. Um, so kind obviously you just released an EP in August. Are you already kind of looking at what's next as far as like music, or are you kind of letting this be what it is and then you'll kind of figure it out from there?
I have some plans that are involving some things in the Nashville music community that I'll be
Mm.
doing. But I've got a couple videos that I'm going to be releasing in the spring around songs from the new EP, and just looking forward to that. And I think every year for the last 6 years I've gone to the UK, so that will be
Mm.
ahead, of course, next year as well. And um, been lucky enough to open up for some wonderful artists, and um, you just kind of never know what the next year is going to bring. But
Yeah.
I think I show up every day and I do my best, and I I guess to me, like, that is the joy in the journey.
Mhm.
It's connecting with people and hearing that they are moved by your songs. Maybe it made them smile, maybe it made them laugh, maybe it helps them understand something that they've been struggling with. And to me, that's really the gift of music, is how it connects us in the world.
Yeah, 100% agree. I can't disagree with that. So, um with so kind of outside of music, when you kind of get a minute to decompress or just kind of pull back a little bit, what are some of your hobbies? What do you kind of do when you don't have to be playing music?
Yeah, so I have 2 rescue dogs, and so we spend a lot of time at the dog park, which I think is so fun to see the dogs and their owners. The dogs usually get along way better than the owners do. Um, I I enjoy just spending time outside and going for hikes and things like that. Um, of course, cooking, and I golf, but I golf very badly. I know your last guest was a golfer as
Yeah.
well. I just enjoy getting out and spending time with friends and
Mm.
family. My family golfs, so that's a big thing that we do at the holidays. But love to travel, so seeing friends and traveling is a big passion of mine as
Nice.
well. So I stay busy. I definitely stay busy, and just you know, feel like I think there's so much to be said for just trying to enjoy the moments that come by in your life, and I certainly try to do that as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You got to enjoy the little things. That's something that I've really been trying to understand for the last couple of years, especially since my mom passed away.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Well,
enjoying the little things.
yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons that I think what you're doing is really remarkable and special. And I would just also encourage people to get out and donate to the cause, like I have done. Join me in
Yeah.
donating for today, because I think we all know someone who has been who their life has been changed by
Mm.
cancer, and
Mm.
I think that it's something that touches all of us. So
Mhm.
hopefully people will get out there and donate to your fundraiser,
Mm.
and just wish you the best with it, the very best
Yeah.
with it.
Thank you so very much. I did in my last break. I kind of or in the transition of bringing you in and over. I had the total over here, and I was kind of thumbing through it really quick as the computer was trying to figure out if the internet was going to work and whatnot. So,
Yeah. Well, I think
and I good.
I was just gonna say, despite any technical challenges, I don't think you can fake heart,
Yeah.
and I think that what you're doing shows a lot of heart. So
Oh,
thank you for stepping up in this way.
thank you. Thank you. I'm just trying to do what I can to try and help, you know, find a cure or find a better way to detect or, like whatever it is. And, just I just want to try and help. And, my mother was taken very early in her life and, just any opportunity to help somebody else's kid not have to feel that pain. That's why I'm doing it. So
Yeah. Well, that is it's a really admirable thing, and I think that's something that you have in common with songwriters, is
mm,
that we take hard things and we try to make the world better somehow with a
mm,
song or with an effort like this.
mm,
I don't know, I think the more I've traveled and the more I've met people, I think that this human experience that we're in is it's very common. The pain that people feel, the hurt that we feel. And I think, doing things to reach out is important in healing, and can help others, right?
100%. I agree. So I really appreciate you, your kind words, and your support. Financially and just by taking time to sit down and chat with us today. I really really appreciate it. And this is something that I hope to keep doing year over year. And like, I mean, obviously, as time moves, it's going to change as to what it looks like and how it's perceived because I think we're kind of past it being a online thing. I think the next evolution is trying to organize something in person because this was cool during the pandemic when everybody was kind of locked up, but now with everybody being out and mobile, I think it's time to make that next step. So
Well, I'm confident that you'll make the next right move, and
mm,
again, it's just a wonderful cause, and I hope people out there listening will get involved, and
mm,
I'll certainly post a link to my social media accounts
thank you.
about what you're up to today.
Thank you
Yeah.
so very much. I really, really appreciate it. And I know my mother would appreciate it, and it. Yeah, that's really all I have right now. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, but
Yeah.
uh, Chantel, thank you so much for jumping in and hanging out with us, and sharing kind words, and just having a really good conversation. I really appreciate that. We're gonna do a little transition here. We got another musician coming up in about 5 minutes, and yeah, so I really appreciate you, and yeah. Did you just freeze?
Well, look
'Cause
forward to following your adventures, and I don't think so.
okay. I was like, there was like a really long, awkward pause, and I was like, "Oh, did you just freeze?" Because that would be like the most awkward way to
No.
end this. So awesome.
No, well, thank you so much for your time, and wish you the very best.
Yeah.
Take
Thank
care.
thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll stay in contact, and we'll try and get something else set up as more music comes out by you and all that. So awesome.
Sounds great. Thanks so
Yep.
much.
Yep. Have a
Bye.
good one. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you all so very much for hanging out with us. I'm going to queue up our friendly little video over here. I might as well just keep it queued up at this point in my life. But we're going to take a little bit of a break ski, and we'll be back here about 10-15 minutes.
My name is Pamela Jackson. So I found out, I was pregnant with my daughter, who is 13 now. I was in my third trimester. And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my third trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach. And it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. You know, when I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. You know, I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, you know, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on. I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did the Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I'm doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival time when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get genetic education and testing? What makes it more difficult on the patient level and also on the provider level? What can we do better? As well as what do we need to advocate for on the system level to make these changes happen? For me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system. And I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that bring Black and Latinx folks to get genetic education, genetic testing, and spread the word to make this more normalized. I think the other thing that PanCAN is doing really well is that when it comes to patient advocacy, pancreatic cancer is a really difficult diagnosis, and being able to find a community of people that have been through similar experiences can be really helpful when you are going through something like that yourself, or when you have a loved one who's going through a pancreatic cancer diagnosis.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and just, you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
I guess it'd better help if I put my camera on. All right. Welcome back in, everybody, to the live and amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon to benefit the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Oh, man, taking that Flonase was probably not the best idea, but here we go. First off, we got our next musical guest coming in here in just 1 second. Before we get there, if you are interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, you could scan right there. There's a QR code. Tried to make it super easy for everyone. Or if you're on your computer or on your phone and you can't scan the QR code, there's an LNAcares.site. And that'll take you to a landing page. You just hit donate and it'll get you to where you need to be. But once again, I really appreciate everyone's support. And I'm really excited just to kind of see this thing through to the end. We're on hour 17. I mean, I guess technically hour 18 at this point because I did start a bit early, but we're kind of jumping in and going head first. So let's bring in our next musical guest. We got Olivia Francis. Hey.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. A little under the weather today, but I've been looking forward to this. Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. I'm sorry you're under the weather, but I'm glad you were able to make it through. So
thank you. Yes, absolutely. I'm sure you're maybe a little tired at this point. Hour 17, man, that's a lot.
Yeah. It's it didn't help that I didn't get as much sleep yesterday as I was hoping for. I was like, I had it all planned out, and then I ended up going into work for a little bit, and I was like, okay, I'll go to work for like 2 hours, get what I need to get done, and then I'm out. And then I ended up working like 5 or 6 hours, and I'm like, okay.
Oh my goodness. Wow. You're pushing through. It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is fantastic what you're doing here, and thank you for doing it.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I'm really excited to sit down and chat. The one thing that obviously we're here for a very good cause, raising funds for to fight against pancreatic cancer and funding the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network for all their clinical trials and all that stuff. But the other side of this, the podcasting side, which I absolutely love, is this is such a great opportunity to get introduced to new musicians because I understand not everybody always has time to sit down for an hour and a half to go into like a super in-depth conversation. But
sure.
I'd be hard pressed to bet that there's nobody that wouldn't at least be willing to go 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops and just kind of do quick overview. And, it's just kind of a good general icebreaker. So
it's great. I love it.
Yeah. So Olivia Francis, really appreciate you coming in and chatting with us. For everybody that's just kind of getting to meet you for the first time, like all our followers and all the people watching live right now, what's kind of your story? What got you into music?
Sure. So music's always been a part of my DNA. I like to call my music nature folk pop. Really love the folk pop world. I'm really inspired by like Maggie Rogers, Jason Mraz, Colby Calais, Joni Mitchell, etc. And I started playing piano when I was 6 years old. I wrote my first song when I was 12, released my first album when I was 16. And so I have 3 albums out now. And one of my songs was actually up for Grammy consideration at this year's Grammy Awards. So I'm really grateful for that.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's really, really cool. And where are you based out of right now?
So originally I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, but I'm based out of Nashville.
Okay. Gotcha. Cincinnati. I've been driven through there a couple of times, but never actually like stopped in Cincinnati.
It's a great city. There's a lot to do. I know you're based in Chicago, and I love Chicago. I mean, I'm a Midwesterner myself, of course.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of family in Evanston, and so I love going to Chicago. I was there in May celebrating my papa's 92nd birthday.
Nice.
Which was so fun. And I hope to go back sooner rather than later because I always have a great time.
Yeah. It's Chicago. So technically, I grew up I just keep saying Chicago because if I tell people like where I'm really from, it's like, wait, where? And so it's just like Chicago. It's literally a stone's throw away nobody other than somebody that actually lives in Chicago is going to say anything because we all do it, you know.
Sure.
But you know, growing up there was a really cool experience, and I absolutely love my time there. I'm based out of Waco now, so I moved to Texas about 4 years ago, and
Oh, I
yeah,
see.
yeah.
Nice. Very cool,
So
very cool. I've
it,
not
it,
been there
it
before.
what's that?
I've not been there before.
It's a Texas. Central Texas is a cool like it for independent musicians.
Mm,
You would think it tends to lean a little bit more country, but no, they've got a really cool
mm.
like singer songwriter scene, and like
Wow.
once you kind of start showing up and getting into the scene, then you get brought into, not to sound like the mafia, but you kind of get brought into the family a little bit, and you know once you're part of the family, it's over from there. So.
Oh, wow, that's great. Oh my gosh, it's definitely on my list. I've got to explore more parts of Texas.
Yeah, 100%. So, growing up in Cincinnati, how long have you been in Nashville at this point?
I've been in Nashville on and off since 2014, so almost
Okay,
10 years.
awesome. So you've seen Nashville go through all kinds of growth.
I really have. Yeah, I graduated from high school, moved to Nashville, took a gap year here before attending
Mm,
college, so it was a year off, and then I went to school up in Massachusetts at a small school called Clark University in
mhm.
Worcester, Massachusetts, and
Okay,
then I'd spend like yeah,
but
have you been
my
there?
buddy Jeff is from Worcester, so he knows all about it.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Small
Yeah,
world. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. And so I spent like my summers here in Nashville and I'd come here for like fall break and crash on friends' couches, etc. And then when I
nice,
graduated in 2019, I moved straight back here. So
nice. That's really cool. That's
I love
you
it.
know, and so you just kind of found your way to Nashville. You know, obviously, I've always told people like the best way to kind of figure out what you want to do and where you want to be is to just be willing to go wherever the wind takes you. Like you were
Mm,
obviously born in Cincinnati, you went to Massachusetts and Worcester. Like that had to be a growing up experience in and of itself. I've never been to Worcester, but
yeah.
I hear a lot of stories about the place. So,
Yeah, it definitely has a reputation. And yeah, it's interesting as far as like my connection to Nashville. Like I
mm,
joined the NSAI
mm,
Cincinnati chapter or the National
mm,
Songwriters Association.
mhm,
And Cincinnati and Nashville, it's like about a 4.5 hour drive. So it's
mhm.
really not too far. And so some of the folks in that group, they were going to Nashville recording, et cetera. And so they started connecting me with people here in Music City. And so that was kind of like the start of all of it.
Yeah.
And it was great to like have those people help, introduce me to different producers and things like
Mm.
that.
Nice, nice. And so, kind of, you get out of college and then you're in Nashville full time. Are you writing music at this point, or are you kind of just trying to find your footing in Nashville and then you kind of progress from there?
Sure. So yeah, so I have been writing for a long time. Like I'd been writing before moving here.
Mm,
So once I got here, I dove into co-writing and
mm,
I was constantly like writing with other people like 3 or 4 times a week. And at this point, I still write super often. I had to write just Monday night actually with myself and 3 others. And writing is just something that I've always loved and will continue to love to start with a blank sheet of paper and then by the end of a session have a full song. It's so magical.
nice, nice, nice. And so you were writing way before you came to Nashville. Was it
Mhm.
when did you kind of start releasing your own music?
Yeah, so let's see. Started writing when I was like 12, and then I started releasing music around 16. When I was
Okay,
16, yeah, and a pivotal moment for me was when I released my first album called Back to Happiness. That title track actually won Best Pop Song of the Year in the Ohio Music Awards. And
nice.
so that was kind of the moment when I was like, I think I should go to Nashville and like try to do this and like see what happens. And so that's kind of what prompted me to take a gap year, which thankfully my parents were supportive of. And like I look back at that year now and it's like a dream year. And yeah, Nashville was definitely like just on the up and up as
Hmm.
far as like a growing city. And of course now it's like booming.
Yeah,
But that was a really fun time back then.
back when it was probably still affordable to live in.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely more affordable. And like I think the thing I'm hoping that Nashville always has that kind of like small community feel when it comes to the music scene. Like it definitely still feels bigger. Like I feel like back then I used to know just like I felt like I knew more people, and now it's like I feel like I do know a lot of people, but there's always people who are like, I've never met this person or I've never seen this person. And of course, it's like such a transient place too, so people are constantly like coming and going. But which makes it fun, of course, and which makes it also exciting and a very like lively place to live.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So you've said you got 3 albums out now.
Mm.
What where are you kind of at creatively speaking? Are you currently writing, recording, releasing a little bit of all the 3 or
Yeah, so I've been writing these days for other artists, which has
Mm,
been really fun and rewarding. I also am writing for myself, and I'm
mm,
also in the studio. So basically, the majority of my year, especially in the spring and the summer, I was on tour. So I was everywhere from like Wyoming, Colorado, Kentucky, Ohio, New York State. I really bounced around a whole bunch, and that was super duper fun. But then now in the winter months that we're in, fall, winter, I kind of more stay put and
yeah.
try to just yeah, I'm focusing on TikTok, focusing on recording, and I'm working with this great artist. Everybody should check her out. Her name is Haley Faye Rosenthal, and
Mhm.
she is a New York City based artist. And her whole mission and sort of vision as an artist is to help others, anybody suffering from a chronic illness or an autoimmune disease, which I have Crohn's disease, and
Mm.
she has SJS. And anyway, so we've been writing a lot together, and she's been releasing songs we've worked on. And so yeah, check out Haley Faye Rosenthal. She's super talented.
Awesome. I will definitely have to check that out. And you made a kind of little funny side comment. I don't know if you caught it about uh fall, whether it's fall or winter, nobody really knows. It's like I don't know if Nashville knows what season it is right now or the country in
Well,
general because it's
no.
like I like at night I gotta turn my heater on, but then at 7 o'clock I better turn that thing off or I'm gonna be boiling hot when
Ugh,
yeah.
it's so bizarre. Yeah, we just had a really big temperature change because it was like in the 50s maybe a few
Mhm.
days ago, and then today it was in the 80s, so like late high 70s, and
Yeah.
it's just such a strange thing when it's like mid-November in the 70s. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah,
yeah.
when I go outside tomorrow, I'm gonna be so thrown for a loop because whenever I do like this recluse thing where I stay inside for an extended period, it
Yeah.
my body's always just like super thrown off. Like right now it feels like really cold in here, but I'm gonna step outside in the morning and it's gonna be like 80 degrees and I'm gonna be like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like I just don't know. So
Yeah, yeah, totally. Oh my
that
gosh. I get it. So
it's
weird.
it's a thing. So but so you said you've been spending a lot of time writing for others, but you're also still kind of writing for yourself. And I see here on
Yeah.
your Spotify, you're still been able to kind of get some music out for yourself this year, right?
Yes, I released 2 songs this year. One I released in February, and it's called
Mhm.
Breathing Room, and I wrote it with my friend Margie Hauser, and that's actually the one that was up for Grammy consideration.
Nice. Nice.
So, thank you. Yeah, so that song, I'm grateful for that song. It's kind of just about the idea of, like, feeling overwhelmed and feeling
Mhm.
like you're just always on the go, and the importance of taking time to have some breathing room in your life. So,
Yeah,
that's
100%.
that one, and then I also released a cover song for the very first time. I'd never released a cover, but I thought, "No, I'm just gonna try something different, and why not?"
Yeah.
So, the song is called "Show Me What I'm Looking For," and originally it's by Carolina Liar.
Mm.
And it's interesting because that song, it's always meant a lot to me. I've always loved the song, I've always been drawn to it, and it's one of those songs where, like, not everybody knows it, but not nobody knows it. It's, like, kind of
Mm.
in the middle, and so when I released it, like, some people thought it was my song, and I was like, "Oh, actually, it's a cover," and then some people knew right away, like, "Oh my gosh, I remember this song from 2007, like,
Yeah.
so good," and it's gotten a good response, and actually, Carolina Liar, the band, they commented on my Instagram and, like, said they loved it. It was just, like, really cool, and
Nice. That's awesome.
anyway, so
That's really good.
yeah, thanks.
I love it when musicians do I don't wanna call them obscure covers, but, like,
Mm,
lesser known covers where, like you
yeah.
said, it could almost be misunderstood as, like, you putting
Mm.
out an original, but then it's like, "No, that's a deep B-side cut from, insert band here," or, whatever it is, so
Sure. Yeah,
yeah.
it was really fun to put it out, and That song actually made like the Billboard Top 100 in
Mm.
2007, and it was really big in Ireland and I think Australia, and it was big here too. But it was one of those. Oh, I know what it was. It was Remember how iTunes used to have like a free song of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those.
Ah,
So
that makes sense. That makes total
yeah,
sense. I understand now
definitely.
completely.
Those
So
days, I remember those days with the free song. Oh my gosh, it's
right.
so funny. Different
I
era.
I still never forgiven YouTube for putting that free EP or whatever it was on my iPhone back in the day. It's like, no, get
Oh,
that off my phone. I don't want it.
oh, from you too?
Yeah,
Is
from
that?
YouTube.
Yeah. I remember. Oh my
Uh,
gosh, that was
uh,
such a bizarre thing. Yeah.
yeah, I just remember because I at the time I wasn't putting music on my phone. I was listening. Maybe it was through Spotify. I don't remember, but I wasn't really listening through my phone. And every
Oh
time
my
I plugged my
gosh.
phone in, it was just queue up YouTube because it plays the only thing that's in your Apple's iTunes account. And I'm like, I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to it. And so, yeah,
Oh
but
my gosh, that's wild.
yeah, it was an interesting time. People were doing
For
crazy
sure.
things. Um,
For sure.
so kind of looking forward when you have the opportunity to like decompress and just kind of step
Mm.
away from things. What have you been getting into outside of music? Like what are some of your hobbies?
Sure. So I love knitting.
Mm,
And yeah, I find it super relaxing. Like I'll talk to a friend on the phone and I'll just be sitting there knitting and or like I'll be in a work meeting on Zoom and I have
mm.
my camera off, I'm knitting.
That's funny. That's great.
Yeah. I only knit scarves though. I don't know how to knit anything else. But
Yeah.
like I could learn, but I just like with knitting scarves, you really don't have to think about it. It's super mindless. And I feel
Yeah.
like with other things you do have to put a little bit more thought into it, which I'm not really
Yeah.
there yet. But like the
Yeah.
older I'll get, like then I'll get more into it. It's
Yeah.
fine. And I also love to meditate. I try
Nice.
to meditate every day. It's really grounding and just helps me like stay focused and clear minded, etc. I also love hiking. I love being in nature in general, which is kind of like part of my whole like brand as an artist. I
Mhm.
actually majored in environmental studies in
Nice.
college, and so I really love, yeah, just talking about like the importance of getting outside and like yeah, whether it's like going on a walk or sitting on your back porch or having a bonfire, like I love all those things.
A bonfire. That's what I could go for this in the next couple of weeks before Thanksgiving. Just like a nice little bonfire
Yeah,
outside.
you should.
I
The smell of the fire, such a
when
nice
when
smell.
I was in college, we used to do it all the time, but then we got in
Mhm.
trouble by the fire marshal because we had a propensity of breaking furniture. Like so we lived in a there was 6 of us and we lived in a house
Yeah.
and we had a nasty habit of breaking furniture. Not on purpose, but just because
Oh.
we were so cheap that we just buy the cheapest stuff we could find and it would just end up breaking. And so
Oh my gosh.
we take it out into the backyard and start a little bonfire with like broken wooden chairs from like rehome or whatever it was. And it we got in trouble. And so like that was our bonfires in the early stages. And then they're like, hey, you can't burn furniture out in your backyard, you know. It's like,
Oh my gosh.
who's
Wow.
who's telling on us? Like, what are you guys doing? So, but
What a memory. Those
yeah.
college days.
Oh yeah. Southern Illinois, like, man,
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know where to end that statement. So,
What did you major in? Like something music related or no?
oh no, I actually majored in film.
Oh wow, that's so
Yeah,
cool.
I was gonna make when I went to school, I thought I was gonna go out to LA and be a produce film, edit, you know, like something in the film industry,
Yeah.
and it it didn't end up panning out. Probably for the better.
Mm.
Because I was gonna have to go. I would have went out there and you know just kind of ate it for years on end, making absolutely no money, and it was just like, yeah, I
Mm.
need to make some money. I can't just sit out here and not make anything. So
Mm.
yeah,
Wow, what did you end up pivoting into?
I
For
work in
college?
TV. So
Okay, so it's very connected to film.
yeah, yeah. So I work
Yeah.
for a local TV station here in Waco, Texas,
Oh,
and I make like
great.
local commercials and promos
Oh
and
my
all that fun
gosh.
stuff. So
I love
Yeah.
it. So it really did,
Yeah.
that really did line up. Yeah,
Yeah,
wow, so
it did.
cool.
I got really lucky. Like, not a lot of the people that I went to school with aren't even anything media or communications related. So
Oh, wow. Oh my
yeah,
gosh. But you made it happen. You made it
I
work.
did. Well, I've always been a firm believer. If I'm going to pay this kind of money to do something,
Mhm.
go to school for something, that's what I'm going to do with my life. Like that, I'm going to at least
Mm.
give it the good old college try. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Oh, I love that.
yeah.
Good for you.
Oh, thank you. But I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us.
Yeah, of course.
For anyone that wants to check out your music or interact with you on social or whatever, keep up with what you got going on, where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, so y'all can find me on Instagram and TikTok under Hey Olivia Francis. And that's Frances, like it says right there.
Yeah.
And I'd love to stay in touch. And yeah, Tom, thanks so much for having me. It was great to meet you over this
Yeah.
podcast setting. And
Yeah.
thanks again for hosting this fundraiser.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. And as the new music kind of starts to flow out, would definitely love to sit down and dive in a little deeper on that with you. So
Absolutely. Yeah, new music in 2024 for sure. So
awesome. Awesome.
yeah, to be continued.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We're going to do a little reset here and we'll have the next musician up here in a few minutes.
Sounds good. Oh, take care.
Awesome.
Have a great day.
Yep, you as well. Thank you so much. All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
There it is. All right. Well, once again, thank you all so very much. We're going to take a little break here. We got our next musician coming up here in about 9 minutes. If you're interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, what's my finger doing? Right there. Scan that QR code, or you can visit our link here at lnacares.site. Until then, we will see you all here in a bit.
My name is Pamela Jackson. So I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, who is 13 now. I was in my third trimester. And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my third trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach, and it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. You know, when I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. You know, I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised. I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall out of fear, and I would really, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, you know, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did a Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I am doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. So to give a little bit of background, Black individuals in the United States have the highest incidence of pancreatic cancer. They also have higher mortality rates. In addition, when pancreatic cancer is diagnosed in Black populations, it's often diagnosed at stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get genetic education and testing, what makes it more difficult on the patient level and also on the provider level. What can we do better? As well as what do we need to advocate for on the system level to make these changes happen? For me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system, and I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back into the live and amplified 24-hour podcast marathon fundraiser marathon. Sorry, you'd think I'd have it straight by now, but I don't. I apologize. But first off, I want to thank everybody for tuning in and hanging out with us all day. We are going on hour 18. It's a good thing I got a little clock right here that tells me how many hours we've been rolling. So we are on hour 18. We are at the finish line here. We've got just about 6 hours left. We're going to make it, y'all. I think we're going to do this. We're on the final push home, and we're almost there. But if you are interested in making a donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, You could scan the QR code right here. It's super easy. It'll take you right to the page, and you can make your donation there. And my internet just went out. Cool. You bastard. Wow, it's out for a good minute. Cool. I love it. It kicked me out of my own stream. That's awesome. I saw the little flashy light thing, and it is what it is. But once again, thank you all so very much for joining us. We're gonna bring in our next guest. We got Chelsea Burns joining us. Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, I can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say I can't really hear myself on my side. So.
No, I got you. You're good.
Oh, good.
How are things going?
Things are going well. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Just kind of staying busy, just doing the podcast thing.
Yeah, you got 18 hours of stream going.
Yep.
Which pretty impressive.
We're getting it going. Got some cool things in the works here, so really excited to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going for you in Nashville?
It's going really well. I've been doing a couple Twitch streams every week, and then I've been writing some custom songs on Songfinch, which is a custom song website, and then just kind of making things happen, but doing well so far. I think it's coming.
Oh,
it's coming back.
Okay. Okay. Man, it's been such a grind all day. Like sometimes it goes and it's fine, and then other times it's just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna have fun today. So
you've made it pretty far though, so
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But really glad we were able to make this work. I'm excited to sit down and kind of chat with you and catch up. It's been a little. I don't think it's quite been a year yet since we've had you on last, but it's been a little while. So
yeah, almost a year for sure.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, you're in a new setting. Did you move, or did you just move your setup?
I moved to a new apartment. Yeah.
Gotcha.
In March.
Yeah, I'm digging the new setup.
Thank you.
Nice. So how's everything with the music going? I know we talked about you're doing the Songfinch. You're doing the Twitch streaming, which is you've been absolutely killing it on Twitch. When I get a chance to kind of sneak in there and lurk, I guess is the phrase that people use. It's always an entertaining stream to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have everything finally ready for my upcoming single, so I just have to decide the official release date for that. And then I'm thinking the next round of songs will be more like acoustic style, just because I feel like that's done so well on Twitch, and kind of ready to have like a collection of songs to release next. So
nice. And so you're thinking like an acoustic EP type situation?
Yeah, acoustic EP. For sure.
That's really cool. So as far as like music goes, you said you got a new single that you're kind of in the process of releasing, or you're got everything kind of finalized.
Yeah.
Is the intent, or was the intent originally to kind of turn it into a fuller length project, or were you always kind of just staying singles with this?
Singles for like a full production, just because I wasn't able to afford doing like a full album, but it was also part of the idea of doing the acoustic EP, because I feel like I now have like good following on Twitch, and that's how people have kind of been used to hearing songs. So I thought it would be cool to do like an acoustic version, and then it won't take quite as much like production wise, and that way I can get more songs out at one time for the first time. So yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So for this new single, are you hoping to get it out this year, or are you just kind of like next year?
Definitely going to be next year. Yeah.
Okay. I
If
mean,
all
no, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say if all goes well, it'll be January, like end of January, but
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is this a brand new song that nobody's heard, or is it a song that people have heard?
It's a song that I play on Twitch
Okay.
pretty much every stream, but it's called Still Got Time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm sure people can't wait for it to drop. I mean, as you get things finalized and all that stuff. So
Yeah, it's always a process, but I'm glad that I finally have everything ready.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I feel like I've had this conversation a couple of different times where you have that song and it's the impulse is to let's get it out as fast as we can, but in the
Yeah.
back of your mind it's like, oh hey, maybe it's better to hold on and be a little bit more thoughtful with how we put this out there.
Yeah, it's the whole making sure that people know it's being released in time. I think it takes it like a solid week in order to or a solid month or so in order to pitch it to like any of the Spotify playlists, and then in order to pitch it to like blogs and do promo and stuff like that. So it's always a process, kind of like a love-hate process for me, but
Yeah.
but
Sure.
always lovely on release day.
Yeah. Because it's like some people look at release day as like the end or the finish line for the project, and it's like, no, that's just the start of a completely
Yeah.
different race. Like
That's
then you
true.
go in full promo mode and you gotta like play shows and all that fun stuff. So
Yeah.
so you said you're doing Twitch streams 2-3 times a week?
I switched to 2 days a
Oh.
week. So Mondays and Wednesdays, except for yesterday. I went to a networking event here in Nashville.
Nice.
So yeah.
That's awesome. And how often are you doing like in-person shows? Or are you mainly more focused on Twitch?
I'm trying to pick up as many in-person shows as I can. Right now I'm covering a decent amount of gigs for one of my friends at a hotel, and then attempting to get my own like weekly hotel gig is the next step. But playing hotels and just as many live gigs that I can get, since I now live downtown, which makes it a lot easier to get anywhere pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you say downtown, is that like near or at least near Broadway or?
Yeah, pretty
that-
close. Thankfully not on Broadway, but pretty close.
Because that was always the last time I was in Nashville. I don't usually like doing like the touristy stuff. When I go somewhere, I like to go where like the locals hang out, and that's where you kind of get the true flavor of what the town is about.
Yeah.
But because we were in Nashville, I was like, okay, let's go to Broadway. Let's see what this is all about. And I went to go to try and park, and I'm like, yep, nope, I'm not doing it. See you later.
Broadway is just always like full of people every day of the week. Like anytime you go to Broadway, it is.
Yeah,
there's always so much happening.
It was like a Monday at 9 a.m. and there
Oh
was
my God.
more people than I knew what to do with. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's 9 a.m. on a Monday.
Do have to say I've never been there at 9 a.m. on a Monday, but maybe I'll have to go one morning just to see.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe it was because it was in January and it was kind of a nice day outside. I don't know, but it was like really an odd time for Broadway to be as packed as it was.
Mm-hmm.
So, how's the gigs? How have the gigs been in Nashville? Like, I know you said you've been doing a lot of friends' hotel gigs, but how's all that going out for you?
Yeah, the hotel gigs that I end up getting downtown, which are a lot more difficult to get just because there's so many people trying to get the same gigs. I usually do a lot better with the amount of people there, like the amount of money that I make, all that sort of thing. And then I've been playing some shows in Franklin, Tennessee, which is maybe like 30 minutes away from where I am, and it'll definitely be like smaller audiences. And a little bit slower, but I have found that it's still like a very enjoyable, kind of reminds me more of like a Twitch stream, because then you get to talk to people one-on-one instead of but the downtown shows are definitely the most fun to play, I think.
You get the most people, and they're usually a little not under the influence, but intoxicated probably, and
Yeah.
it always makes for an interesting time, I imagine.
Yeah.
Um, so you've really started to find your way on Twitch, which is cool. Have you tried streaming on Kick at all? Has that kind of crossed your path yet?
I actually haven't heard of Kick yet.
Okay. It's supposedly it's like a
I'm gonna write this down
like
for myself.
it's like an alternative to Twitch.
Interesting. I'll have to look it up.
So yeah. I don't know like what all it entails, like as far as getting paid and all
Yeah.
that stuff. But you know, I saw there was a musician I follow over on Twitch that she started doing Kick streams as a musician, and it was like a huge thing. So
Interesting. Okay.
yeah.
I haven't heard of that yet, but definitely look it
Yes.
up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so how's the family, or you have two cats, right? Or one?
I have 2.
Two?
And
How do they
I
do?
swear that they always know whenever I'm about to start streaming because they like to hide up in the loft, but
Oh, fair.
but they're both doing well. Yeah.
Nice. Because I remember one of the first times that we did the podcast over at your old place. I
Yeah.
don't remember if one of the cats wouldn't leave your lap or wouldn't leave the bed. Like it was just
Probably the bed.
yeah.
I really
But
should have grabbed one of them before we started, but no, they're I can't even see them.
yeah, they're in their hiding place, so I
Mhm.
wouldn't even worry about it. So outside, what have you been getting into outside of music recently? Is there anything new and exciting going on in your life outside of music?
Um, let's see. I feel like I'm really not all that exciting. Like tonight I'm doing a little Friendsgiving
Yeah.
with actually Emmy
Nice.
Law.
Yeah.
She's also a streamer on Twitch, and some friends. So mostly just trying to make time for like social life, making time for friends, making time for the boyfriend, and then just making time to enjoy my life outside of music as well, which is what I've been focusing on for the last year, because I feel like it's very easy to get like caught up in the grind, and it's nice to remember to make time for like personal life and relationships too.
Yeah. And it's also important to make time for yourself, you know, just kind of taking that time to like, if you don't want to do nothing, just
Watching Netflix.
yeah. I've come to find that I really enjoy, like, whenever I take that time to be like, okay, I've been going pretty hard this week. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to watch insert show here, and you know, I'm
Yeah.
going to just binge it until I fall asleep. So
That is the nice part about like wintertime is always my favorite. Like it gets dark early. I'm like, it's time to stay in and watch a show. And
yeah, and I tend to fall into that trap where I'll do that and I'll start using it as an excuse to not go out. It's like, well, it's like already dark out, and I don't really want to go out after it's dark. It's 5 o'clock at night. What are you talking about? You know, it's just like, so got to talk myself out of saying stupid things like that.
you have to make plans ahead of time and then just follow it through.
Right. So
Yeah.
but I really appreciate you sitting here and chatting with us a little bit. You got new music coming, you got, you know, getting excited, you got the acoustic. Are you producing the acoustic stuff yourself? Are you gonna like record that, or are
So
you going into us?
I actually found a new producer that I'm first gonna record one of the songs with him just to see how the fit is. But he is one of my friends, so it'll be nice to do like a little home studio acoustic tracking to kind of keep it a little more like intimate feeling overall. So yeah.
That's cool. I'm really excited to hear what it like. Obviously, I've heard like acoustic stuff listening to your stream and whatnot, but
Yeah.
you know, like the professional recording aspects of it, I think that'll be really cool and fun. So
Yeah. I've been doing fully produced songs, and while it is cool to hear the songs in like a completely new way, it has been um especially like the new songs that I've written, I feel like they fit the acoustic style really well. So
yeah. Well, what have you? Is there a song that you're like? Obviously, you're like preparing for this acoustic stuff, but are you kind of like always writing? Is there a song that you kind of been working on that's kind of piqued your interest? Like, hey, this could be something. Like, let's keep it back here.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely have a lot of half songs.
Yeah, fair.
And, I feel like even more than half songs, I have, like, paragraphs of just random lyrics and
Yeah.
thoughts that I need to turn into, songs still, but
Mhm.
that'll be, like, my number one thing is that I usually start with lyrics, so I'll just write, like, lyrics in my notes if
Mm.
I'm, like, out somewhere and think of something, or even, like, a little voice memo if I'm, like, driving or something, so that's usually where it starts, but I do need to make it more of a priority to sit down and write a little more now that I've got all those ideas and haven't taken them off of, like, an actual notes app yet.
Fair, very fair, very, very fair. And so that you said like lyrics is usually how it starts. When do you kind of start introducing like instrumentation, or is that a little bit later in the process?
I usually just right away when I start to, form a melody, I'll just, like,
Mm.
plunk out some chords and it usually just starts piano
Awesome.
vocal. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, once again, I do really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with us. It's always fun catching up, and I definitely want to have you back on for the acoustic EP because I think that'd just be
Yeah.
a fun conversation in general as you kind of get that cleared up. So,
Yeah, and
uh,
it'll be the first time I'll record, like, a collection of songs, so it'll be a
mhm.
new experience overall, so
Nice, nice. And then for anybody that wants to check out your music, interact with you on social, catch a Twitch stream, any of that stuff, where's the best place to find you?
You can find me under Chelsea Burns Music pretty much everywhere, so
Cool.
yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Well, once again, I appreciate you so much for joining us. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining the fight against pancreatic cancer.
Mhm.
I always enjoy these interviews, and they're a little short but sweet, and
Yeah.
no frills, no. I don't know. There's a saying in there somewhere, but
Yeah, I
so
love it.
yeah,
Well, thanks for
awesome.
having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you all so very much. We're gonna play a little musical roulette here, and yeah, Chelsea, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back here in a sec. Awesome, awesome. Well, once again, thank you all so very much for watching the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon to benefit the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I'm your host, Tom Quiet. If you're interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, you can scan the QR code right there, or you can visit our landing page right there at lnacares.site. And meant to all be like super easy to donate, all that fun stuff. We are going to bring in our next musical guest. We have Mia Brown. Let's bring her in. Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm hanging in there. Like we'll preface it with I'm hanging in there.
Well, I see you've been live for a long time, so I'm sure you're a little tired on that.
Yeah. It's that, and then like everybody listening's probably like, yes, we know you worked all day yesterday. We get it, but it's like I'm here. But yeah, excited
Yes.
excited to chat. Yeah, it's always really cool to get to meet new musicians in this kind of platform because you never know what's going to happen in these interviews. Like sleep deprived interviews, you never know. So,
Yeah, that's very true. That's very
oh
true.
yeah,
No,
but
I'm so
go,
excited to be here. I actually work part-time at a cancer center still
mm,
as a part-time job, and so when I was asked to do this, I was so excited. Anything I can do to help anyone that's suffering from cancer, I just
mm.
hop right on it.
I
So,
I so appreciate that. It's I'm glad you kind of brought that up. I've been trying to connect find people that have a connective tissue, or like whatever like a connection to cancer, pancreatic cancer in general, and the fact that you shared that with me, I really appreciate that. So
yeah, yeah, I really love just helping people,
mm,
and I had a lot of family members who have suffered from cancer or
mm,
passed from it, and even good family friends that have passed
mm.
from pancreatic cancer as well. So,
Oh wow. Well,
I really feel for everyone out there that's dealing with it and all their family members. And like I said, I just am so happy to be doing something
yeah.
about it.
Yeah, and this is our third year It's even over the years it's changed because like that first year, I was very angry at the situation because my mom had just passed away from pancreatic cancer, and so I was like, I'm gonna cure this all in one day. We're gonna raise millions and millions of dollars, like all these things, like all these
Yeah.
grand ideas of grandeur. And I went like 3 days in a row of like 20-hour days, and I ran myself into the ground. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that again. So,
Yeah. No, I feel like unless you've had a family member or someone close to you have pancreatic cancer, no one really knows how hard it is, how hard
yeah.
it is to watch. I mean, because it goes quick. It
Hmm.
really does.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, so great of you to want to help and do something. And
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to raise millions overnight,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's worth trying,
Yeah.
though. It's the
Yeah.
fact that you put the work into it and are truly making an effort to make a
Hmm.
change.
Yeah, I agree. And at the time, like I said, I was very angry, and it was just kind of
Mhm.
like I was on a warpath, and now it's just kind of like every little bit helps. My perspective has
Mhm.
changed, and even if we raise like $1,000, like whatever it is, it's like
Yeah,
that goes a long way. It really helps. So,
it does.
yeah, but I appreciate you coming on and sitting down and chatting with me a little bit.
I think it froze a little bit.
Uh,
Oh, you froze a little bit. I'm sorry.
thing today. I don't know what's going on with it. So,
Oh, I was worried that it's my Wi-Fi because I live in the middle of nowhere.
oh, you're good. No, it's me. I
Okay.
I have basically what it is my internet is holding me ransom right now because I live in an apartment complex and I'm only wired for one specific internet provider, and they just kind of have
Mhm.
fun with my internet whenever they feel like it. So,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
that'll happen.
yeah. But so we're sitting here with Mia Brown. I didn't even introduce you at the beginning because we just kind of jumped right into it. So for anybody that's kind of meeting you for the first time, kind of what's your story? What got you into music? All that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm from I would say a mid-sized town
Mm,
in the right in the middle of Wisconsin, basically.
fair.
So I'm a northern girl. I am a Packer fan. Um, but according to my parents, I've been singing ever since I could talk. My dad, he plays guitar, and so he was a couple years into learning guitar when I was born, and so I would sit and just listen to him as an infant, basically, and listen to him play. And then my grandma played piano. She only played one song. It was the Lone Elm Waltz,
Mm,
but I would ask her to play it on repeat, basically. And that is when I found my love for piano. My sister started taking piano lessons when she was 7, and I was 4 at the time.
mm.
And she would come home and start practicing her songs, and then I would just go when she was done and play the exact same thing that she played, and she got really upset about it. Because she was like, I put all this hard work into it, and you're just going and playing them. So I started playing by ear when I was 4 and
Nice.
started taking lessons when I was 6.
Cool.
Yeah, and then from there, I started doing things professionally when I was 19. In high school, I was in musical theater and choir, all of those fun things. Started gigging when I was 19 and actually seriously writing as well. And then I met my now producer, Mark Oliverius,
Mm-hmm.
about 2.5 years ago, almost 3 actually. And here we are.
Hey, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So you said something earlier that I have to address. You said you're from Wisconsin.
Yes.
Are you a Packers fan?
Oh, yes, I am.
We cannot be friends. I'm sorry.
Are you a Vikings or Bears fan?
I'm a Bears fan.
Oh, you're a Bears fan.
Yes.
Well, my boyfriend is actually a Vikings fan.
Okay.
So
You know, I've let the rivalry with Cubs fans go. Like I'm over it. But with Packers fans, that rivalry will never die. It's whatever
yeah.
that week that they play, and maybe even the week after. It's like, nope, don't even talk to me because I don't want to hear it.
You guys probably have a good chance at winning this year, though, from the looks of it. We're not doing so hot on our end, so. Oop, you're cutting out a little bit again.
Oh boy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. No, I was gonna say we didn't do a very good job the first time around, so the opening week. So.
Well, that was preseason, though.
No, it was
Oh,
first,
was it regular
yeah,
season?
first week of the regular
Oh.
season.
That's right. I'm losing my mind. Clearly, I totally forgot.
It's the one good season or one good game Jordan Love had. Like we
That's
gave
right.
we gave you all
That's
the
right.
gas, and then he just did what Jordan Love does. So
That's right. And then Aaron signed the bill of sale over that Jordan Love now owns the Bears. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It is what it is. But no, so you cut your teeth playing music with the playing piano and stuff like that. What was kind of the turning point for you as to like, hey, I'm pretty good at this. Maybe I need to turn this into something as far as like a career or whatever it is.
I don't think there was ever. I always say there never was a point, honestly. That was the case for me. I always say that music chose me because I have never wanted to do anything else besides be a princess when I was 3 years old. Other than that, I knew I always wanted to be a musician. And like I said, music chose me. So
nice. And when you were kind of going through that early stages, who were you listening to? Like, who were some of your influences?
Oh gosh. Well, growing up, I remember my mom always had a best of ABBA CD.
Okay.
And Mamma Mia was one of my favorite songs.
Fair. Very fair.
And so was Dancing Queen. Those two songs I remember being 3 years old in our minivan and jamming out to those songs and singing along.
Nice.
With my dad, though, he was like classic rock and like hard rock. So Aerosmith is one of my all-time favorites as well.
Nice.
And in high school, my dad gave me an Amy Winehouse CD, and it was the Back to Black album. And I listened to that every day, and I know the whole album from front to back.
Yeah. Amy Winehouse is one of the true gems that, I don't think we ever fully realized what she was capable of doing.
Oh, I know. I mean, her talent and the way that she fearlessly wrote her lyrics too about the real life situations she was going through. That's my inspiration. That's where I get my inspiration for writing is I don't hold back, basically. I will pour my heart out into my lyrics. And as sad as they can be sometimes, it's true and it's me and other people go through it too. And that's why I do it.
Yeah. It's from that authentic place that I feel like a lot of people really start to resonate with music. Like, in a world where everything's kind of like the music industry is kind of run by this algorithm where if you do these certain things and hit these certain points, you're almost guaranteed, or you're guaranteed to have a better than not chance of having a number one hit or a hit that charts or whatever it is. But
exactly,
I think the music that really sticks with people and just kind of that song that sits right here every time you listen to it is that song that the musician is telling a authentic story, something that they really really, really believe or whether they really went through it or whatnot. So
Exactly. It's just one of those that like kind of just stabs you in the heart a little bit.
yeah,
And you're
it's
just like, oh, like it's at some parts it can be like gut wrenching, just
yeah.
like knowing that they actually went through it. But then you're like, wow, I feel so much closer to you, like to the artist now, because you're
Mm-hmm.
really getting to know who they are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's those are the types of artists that I really enjoy listening to, are the ones that don't pull their punches. It's just like everything just sticks, it's
Mhm.
but yeah, that's really all I'm going to say about that, because I feel like we could go on a little bit of a tangent there.
Yes. Yeah, we
Yeah.
definitely could. I could
Yeah.
say so much more as well.
Yeah. So kind of looking, where are you kind of at musically right now? Are you writing, recording, really? Where are you kind of at?
Right now we are kind of in a it's a lot of the hurry up and wait right now.
Mm,
So
mm.
we released my song Back to My Boots in early October. And now the video for that song is being released on November 28th. And then we have a Christmas song coming out.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a cover, but it's a
Mhm.
fun one.
Nice.
And I know it's one that everybody loves too. And then I believe we are hoping to release an album in 2024, because I have a
Awesome.
lot of songs that are just
Kind of sitting
hanging
there.
out.
Yeah. Hey, that's cool. We're gonna have to talk after this, because I am trying to fill a series of Christmas podcasts.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, we're gonna have to talk after this.
Absolutely.
Maybe not tonight, because I'm gonna be as soon as 11:50 hits and I give the final tally, that bed that is sitting 7 feet from me, it's gonna be meeting my head very quickly.
I don't blame you one bit.
So it's so funny, because every time I get up to go to whenever I take like a 5-minute break to go to the bathroom or whatever, I sit there and look at that bed and I'm like, that's just looking better and better every time I see it. And it's like, man, I take it every ounce of my energy not to be like, yeah, I'm going to
Yeah.
cancel the rest of this and just go lay down in you right now. So
You got this. And
yeah.
I genuinely do feel bad that your bed is just sitting there taunting you basically this whole time.
Well, it didn't help that last night when I finally did get a chance to sleep, like after I got done with work and whatnot, I was sitting here, just kind of sitting over here on my couch, and I was just kind of decompressing for a minute, and I was watching a movie, or I had a movie on, and I fell asleep on the floor, and I slept there for 4 hours, and I'm like, woke up, my back is hurting, and I'm like,
oh, no.
Why didn't I just go lay in bed? Why did I feel the need to sit on my couch and fall asleep on the floor? Yeah.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've fallen asleep on the floor, in chairs,
Yeah.
anywhere, just from exhaustion.
Right. It's one of those things. It's like I have to mentally prepare myself, because anytime I tell myself, okay, I'm going to watch a movie, I'm going to sit down and whatnot, I know chances are within 30 minutes, I'm going to be passed out on the floor, and I'll wake up and it'll be 4:00 in the morning, and I'll be like, okay, here we go. So
I have gotten better about that, being able to like stay awake through movies, but there's some days where I can't. And I'm like, well, so much for this movie. Guess I'll finish it tomorrow.
Yeah. I've tried to like trick myself into thinking, oh, I put like a Roku box in the TV on my bedroom here. And I was like, oh, if I put a Roku box there, if I want to watch a movie, instead of laying on the floor over here, I'll go lay in the bed. Nope, never happens. It never happens. So
once you get in that routine of doing something all the time, it just happens. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I struggle with insomnia.
Mm-hmm.
What I used to do is, if I couldn't fall asleep in my bed, is I would just take my blanket and lay on the floor and fall asleep on my floor. And I would do that for like 2 weeks, because your body just gets used to it.
Yeah.
So
I usually have to do that right around the beginning of the summertime, when it starts getting like really hot outside, because my body, for what it takes a while for my body's core temperature. Like, I don't know, like the biomechanics or whatever it is, but for whatever reason, for like a week and a half from like April, like that mid part of April, there's like a week and a half there where I just have to sleep on the floor because I wake up and like super hot and boiling and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, I don't know what it is, but
See, here in Wisconsin, we typically still have snow on the ground in April.
fair. You know, I I don't miss that because there's been so my birthday is the end of May, and I remember distinctly growing up in South Chicago there being some time it wasn't like a regular thing because most of the time it was actually pretty nice out, but every once in a while on my birthday there would be the chance for snow in the end of May, like, which was bizarre.
My birthday is mid-April, and it snowed on my 16th birthday, and I will forever be upset about that because the only thing I asked for my 16th birthday was for there to be no snow. And what did it do on my birthday? It snowed.
Yeah. Fair, very fair. I will say the one thing that Wisconsin has given this country, and I will be forever grateful, is the Mars Cheese Castle.
I haven't even been there. Isn't that sad?
It might be the greatest thing ever. I'm overselling it so bad. It's just like I definitely enjoy it. Anytime I go up to like Milwaukee or whatever, it's like, oh, I'm gonna stop at the Cheese Castle. So
yeah, I have yet to go there. Honestly, there's a lot of places in Wisconsin that I haven't been to that everybody tells me I need to go to. And I feel like I'm not a true Wisconsinite with that. However, I will say, you live in Wisconsin when this morning I was just about to go out of my driveway to go to work at the cancer center, and I look to my right, and just down the road there is a cow standing in the middle of the road.
Fair. That tracks.
And then 3 of his cow friends in the field right there, and he's just looking around like, wow, it's so nice being free of my fence. And then he just runs into the field with his other cow friends, and I was like, yeah, and not to mention this is like the second time within a month and a half that our neighbors' cows have gotten out.
Fair. That reminds me of the first time I ever drove through West Texas cattle, like the land where they like raise cattle and whatnot. We were driving, and I'd never been through like off of the main highway going through Texas and whatnot. Not 10, but like 20 or whatever it is. Waze was taking us through some back road BFE way to get to we were going to Florida, and it took us through somebody's farmland, like prairie, and he raised cattle, and we drove down this man's farm access road, and there's just cattle everywhere, like just walking across, and it's like, I'm not coming here in the middle of the night on the way back. We are taking whatever major road. I am not coming through here. It's not happening. So
it sounds about right too.
Yeah. But you said that there was a lot of things you hadn't done that makes you feel like you're not a true Wisconsinite. Would you believe it if I told you I have never been to the Sears Tower or Willis Tower, whatever it's called now, and I've never been to the Chicago Bean?
Both are underrated or overrated, I feel like. That's one thing. I haven't been to the Sears Tower, but it was like the 3rd tallest. I can't remember the name of it. I was like 5'2" when we went there. But I went to the Bean when I was like 16, I think, and I was very like unimpressed. I was like, okay, it's just a giant reflective bean, and everybody's like oohing and awing over it. So I wouldn't feel too bad about those.
Yeah.
I mean, had you said that you've never been to Navy Pier, I'd be a little bit skeptical, but
Honestly, I think Navy Pier's a bit overrated in and of itself.
Yeah.
Like I went there once for an 8th grade class trip, and this was like in the mid 90s when Michael Jordan was like everything. Maybe it wasn't 8th grade, but it was definitely a class trip. And I just remember walking around, I'm like, this is Navy Pier. Like, but then again, it was also like 10 o'clock in the morning, so there probably wasn't a whole lot open. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
but
No, one of my core childhood memories was going to the aquarium in Chicago. And we got to watch like the dolphins, them like do the tricks with the dolphins, and I was obsessed with dolphins at the time.
Oh yes.
So I will forever love the Chicago Aquarium.
Yeah, the Shed Aquarium is an experience in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's a must go to for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to go back as an adult. Like, I guess it would be 20 years later because I went when I was 5. So 20 years later, I'd love to go back and like compare the experience. Like, is this as amazing as I remember it to be? I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, anything else exciting on the horizon for you and your music and all that fun stuff?
Well, like I said, I have the music video to Back to My Boots coming out on Tuesday the 28th. So this coming Tuesday, I would say it's a very
You mean next Tuesday,
fun.
right? Not this coming Tuesday?
Yeah, next Tuesday. My bad. I have my weeks mixed up.
You're good. I'm sitting here. I'm like, wait a minute, that math checks out. And then I'm looking at the calendar. I'm like, no, that math doesn't check out.
No,
like, what
it
are you
doesn't
doing?
check out. Thank you. No, so it's coming out the 28th. So I guess like a week and a half from today. And I love it because it's very candid and it shows a lot of behind the scenes of the recording process even. So you have that fun video to look forward to. And like I said, we have a Christmas song cover coming out as well. I do not have the exact date yet, but when I do, it will be on all of my social media.
Awesome. Like I said, we're gonna have to talk about that Christmas song. We're gonna have to make it a point.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's always been a dream of mine to do a 25 Days of Christmas.
Oh, so fun.
Not successfully done it yet. The best I've done was 6. So
that's pretty good though. That's 6 days.
Right now we're on track to do 9. And then as I've been doing these interviews, everybody's like, oh, I got a Christmas song. And I'm like, where's the promotion for it? Like, I don't know. In the back of my head, it's like, how are you guys not promoting this? Like, you got to get these songs out within the next couple of weeks at least. And I see nothing.
I tend to get told like a week and a half to 2 weeks before it's being put out. So we'll probably find out in the next week. Oh, I think it cut out again here. Can you hear me? Oh, you cut out a little bit.
It's going to be a fun edit afterwards, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But yeah, so if anybody wants to check out your music and all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, YouTube, and you can find me on Instagram at Mia Brown Music.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining, and we'll definitely get you lined up for a nice little Christmas fun podcast. So
sounds great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yep. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to do a little musical switcheroo here, bring in our next guest and plug a few things. But Mia Brown, thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely appreciate you. And we'll stay in contact, right?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yep. You have a good one.
You too.
All right. Bye. Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in and watching the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon. We are in hour 18, about to hit 19. You know, we're getting on the back nine. We're on the back 9 here. We're getting there. But if anybody's interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. You can scan the QR code right here, or if you don't have a phone that can scan or whatever, you can visit lnacares.site. Or if you just happen to be watching on Twitch, if you go into the panels section just below the monitor or below the screen there's a little donate button, and it should be all good to go. But we are going to bring in our next guest here. We got Sandra North joining us right now. Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
You're hanging in there.
Yeah, the third caffeine bottle or the can of caffeine is starting to kick in. So
okay, that's good.
We're getting there.
Yeah. So it's good to talk to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Hedge my bets and say, okay, nobody can hear me, so I'm going to stop talking.
So there was a little glitch in the Wi-Fi, I think, possibly. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, my internet's been playing fun little games with me all day, so
oh, awesome.
we're just kind of rolling with the punches at this point in the day. So excited to have you on. How have things been going?
Good. I'm excited to talk to you too.
Yeah. So we got Sandra North. I feel like this is one of those interviews that have been in the works for a very long time.
Yeah.
you summed it up pretty succinctly earlier when you said it's one of those interviews that it's been in the planning stages for so long that, just ready to not get it over with, but just ready to do it and have the conversation. So.
Yes.
Yep.
For sure. But you're not the only one, though. I think there's been a bug going around because I've had to reschedule a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to get to do it.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to chat with you a little bit, and this will be a nice little precursor to a potential, not a potential, but an eventual full-length podcast where we can kind of sit down and dive in deeper on a lot of the stuff you got going on. So.
Yeah.
For anybody that's just kind of getting to meet you for the first time, kind of take this opportunity to introduce yourself. What are you about? What got you into music?
So I am a Swedish country singer-songwriter. I am based out of LA. So I've been here on and off for 7 years now.
Nice.
I just recently came back from spending a year back home with my family after the pandemic. So I'm kind of back at it. I did do stuff in Sweden too. This was nice. When I went back, I took advantage of everything I could, and I just really tried to play back home too. And I started a band there, and I did festivals, and I had a lot of fun. And I recorded my latest single with a friend of mine that I got to know, and another country artist in Sweden. His name is Jimmy Marcus, and we released a single called "Sure Thing," which is in late August. It's written and produced in Nashville. So I've tried to stay busy, but
nice.
Small town Swedish girl living in Hollywood.
Nice. And before you went home and spent the year back at home in Sweden, how long had you been out in LA?
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
You've seen it's so weird. It's so hard to wrap your head around that, but so much has happened to LA in over 6 years.
Yeah.
You've seen a lot kind of go down there. So
I have, yeah. It feels like a long time.
Yeah. So did you go home to Sweden because of the pandemic, or was it just kind of like, okay, I need to go home and kind of recenter?
More the later option there, because I stuck it out here during the pandemic, and I'm really glad that I did that because I did feel more safe here, and I didn't want to travel during that time. And I was working very closely. The only one I saw was my guitarist and producer. So we kind of finished my album, and we did a lot of live streams and a lot of interviews. I tried to stay as productive as I could during the pandemic. But then afterwards was when I kind of, I haven't seen my family in 2 years.
Yeah.
kind of moment. And I just needed to press the reset button a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's one of those things where having that self-awareness is really important. Just be in general, kind of knowing, okay, there's something wrong here. I haven't seen my family in 2 years.
Yeah.
maybe I need to reassess a few things, and whether that means going back home to Sweden and sticking around for 6 months, or sticking around forever and never going back to LA, like whatever it
I
ended
know,
up
yeah.
being.
Yeah,
So
it messes with your head. It's hard actually because I
yeah.
have like really one foot in each, and I miss my family a lot, but I also like I have my kind of LA family, so I miss
Mhm.
my guys out here too.
Mhm.
Because we all kind of are in the same boat and we support each other a lot. So we've gone through a lot together, and I miss that too. When I'm not here, I miss them. So it's really I've made it more complicated for myself for sure.
Fair.
And
Fair.
but yeah, I really it took a lot of soul searching to kind of make that decision because this is my home now, and it was really hard to just kind of let that go and put my stuff in a storage room and leave for a little
Mhm.
bit. It was hard.
Yeah, because I've seen a lot of people do similar things and then they just never come back. Like
Right.
it whether it's intentional or not intentional, but they just kind of leave to go recalibrate, or like however you want to describe it,
Yeah.
and then it's just like you never see them again because
Right.
they've
Well,
realized,
not easy.
like
Life happens also, so you never
yeah.
know really. Yeah.
Yep, 100%, 100%. So, growing up in Sweden, in a small town in Sweden,
Yes.
what was what was the music scene like? Was there much of a music scene where you grew up, or?
Wow, that was a good question. I had to really think about that. No, not as far as live music, not in
Mm,
my town. It's too small. It's like
fair,
5,000 people. So, but I'm very close to Stockholm, so I could always go to Stockholm to see artists and bigger shows. But
fair.
like in my house though was a lot of music because my dad is a musician and he played the guitar and
Mhm,
different instruments, and I kind of, I learned whatever instrument I could get my hands on when I was little, and so it's always been a lot of singing and music around the house, which was nice and
mhm,
probably why I got into it and love it so much. Um, but yeah, pretty sheltered life otherwise. Like,
mm,
and my grandparents had the summer houses like in the countryside, and it was, next to the cows and the farms, and like yeah, it was nice. Small town life
yeah,
makes me dream big, which is probably what I did.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then I bet moving to LA was a bit of a, culture shock for you.
Yeah, a little bit. I think I
Mm,
started out, so I moved to Santa Barbara first because it's
mm,
a small town,
mhm,
and that made me a little bit more at ease. So I lived there for 6 months before I moved down to LA.
nice.
Yeah.
Perfect, awesome, awesome. And so, growing up in Sweden, who was kind of the motivator as far as like music goes? Was it something that you kind of always knew you wanted to do, or what was it more influential from your parents, family, peers? You know,
I
like
think it was always my passion. I always stood in front of the mirror, always sang and
mm,
danced and like dreamt that was what would be doing one day. I would put my chairs together and make my own stage and like, with different plateaus. So I think I think I always knew, but I kind of scared and shy. So it took me a little while before
mhm,
I turned that into reality. That's where I struggled because I didn't really say anything to anyone. It was just like my little secret, and I didn't know how to make that dream into reality, sort of.
mm.
Um,
Ga- how did you said you didn't know how to make that dream into a reality? What was kind of that? Was there like a turning point for you that you realized there is a way to do it and I'm going to figure it out, and you did it? Or was it just kind of like a gradual progression of, growing up and kind of realizing like, hey, I can do what I want to do?
no, it probably was more like a stepwise
Mhm.
thing, and I kind of took the back way
Mhm.
in. My dad is a big dreamer, and he would
Mm,
always put these dreams in my head, but then I didn't have the confidence enough or the knowledge to like go for it because
mhm.
he was more like a hobby musician at home as well.
Yeah.
So I started out kind of booking artists, and I have a degree in like music and event planning. So
Mhm.
I was working with artists and shows, and I got to do all that backstage for a couple of years, which was really cool, and I loved it so much. But then, I also know so well that I want to be on stage myself. So it kind of took a little bit, and then I started seeing a vocal coach in Sweden, and she kind of encouraged me to go for it. So I love her for that. And then when I came out to America for the second time, it was kind of all or nothing. And it's also age. I grew up and I was like, well, I'm not happy. So what do I need to do to change that? I need to be singing. Life is too short. Let's do this. And I went to Musicians Institute in Hollywood, and it was kind of like boot camp. So I just got used to it. I did it so much that that's just like my normal life, and that's what I do now. And that's it.
Gotcha. So was it always the intent to go to LA for your music, or
no? Yeah. I love country music, so I just wanted to go to somewhere to the South. My plan was like Alabama or Texas or something, because I love the people there, and it's just really nice community sort of. But it was just harder to find a school there. From the start. I just kind of ended up here because they had good schools here, and a lot of other international people. So they accepted me, and then California became my home, I guess.
I gotcha. Fair enough. So I guess I hope this doesn't come out wrong, but why did you feel the need to have to go to school for music?
I felt probably because I started out a little later than I would have wanted to, and I felt like I needed that background to stand on, just to be more confident and kind of know what I'm doing.
Gotcha.
And I had a huge stage fright before then, so they really got me up on stage a lot.
Yeah,
so for me, it was super valuable.
Gotcha. So when you say the background, are you talking like you wanted like a fundamental knowledge of like music theory and stuff like that?
Yeah, a little bit. Like I played a lot of instruments, and I did the orchestra. So I can read sheet music, but I've never done that for my voice. So I really felt like I needed to, more in the sense of feel like a singer and know that like I do that professionally. So for me, it was very valuable to start there. And also meeting other musicians. So like it gave me a huge web of connections,
Yeah, fair enough. It's one of those things where it was an expensive gamble, but it was kind of a necessary gamble because you're coming into a place where you don't really know anyone, and by going to school for music or going to a musicians institute, yes, you're kind of going to learn something you kind of already know, but you're going to pick up like basic fundamentals on how to like music theory and footnote, all that stuff. But then you're also getting the connections because you're all there for the same reason. You're all in the trenches together, and it forms bonds and all that stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. It was the best decision I've ever taken. And I met, I found my bandmates there and my co-writers, and even as an alumni later on, like I some of the teachers are still like my mentors today, and they've helped me super a lot. And we still go to lunch every Tuesday,
Yeah.
So because we're all working musicians, and that's, even if it's a couple of generations later, like in classes, if I go as an alumni and say hi, and you'll always meet people. It's kind of everybody takes care of each other.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So as far as like where you're at now musically, are you writing, recording? Really, where are you kind of at right now with your music?
So I am kind of restarting in LA now. I am kind of forming a band again and looking for shows. I do have one booked on the 28th, which is going to be my first one since coming back. And also kind of reconnecting with my producer and see if we can finish some of the songs that we kind of left hanging before I left. So there's always stuff going on.
Nice. So is it fair to say that you're a permanent West Coaster now? Like LA is your home?
Yeah, it feels that way for sure. I'm curious about Nashville, but we'll see what happens. LA will always be home as well because I've been here for so long.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you found a place that's really working for you. And yeah, I'm sure, especially being a musician, like nowadays, Nashville kind of seems like that logical next step as far as like where to go. But, with how the music business is, you could pretty much be anywhere and still be successful.
Yeah, true.
So,
and I still work with people out of Nashville, so it's very easily over the internet.
Yeah,
to get
absolutely. And then just kind of outside of music, what have you been into recently? What have you been doing to kind of decompress when you need to step away from music?
Good question. What do I do? I love to hike. I really missed that when I was in Sweden. I love the hills out here in LA. Like any chance I get, I'm out in Runyon Canyon or the Hollywood Hills. Love that. Nature is super pretty here. Then I take a lot of photos. I love that. It's kind of a side hustle, or just like for friends who need it. Because my other artist friends, if ever someone needs a photo shoot, I'm there. I love taking pictures.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I've really enjoyed our conversation. Thank you so much for joining us here on our 24-hour as a part of our 24-hour podcast marathon. I really appreciate you. If anybody wants to check out your music and all that fun stuff, where can they find you on social media?
So I would love for you guys to do that. I have music videos out on YouTube. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, any kind of outlet that you can listen to music. My Instagram would be the one that's most updated, and that is SandraNorth_official.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you for taking the time to sit down and chat. Glad we got this first one under our belts.
Yes, thank you as well. I had a great time, and I hope I'll be back.
Yes. We'll continue that conversation, and we'll kind of find a time that works for all of us. And hopefully I'm not sick.
Yes.
I have a feeling like this weekend I'll probably be recovering or something, but we'll figure that out as we get through it. So
yeah, you probably need a rest after these 24 hours.
Yeah, I hope so. But really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're gonna do a little musical switcheroo, and Sandra North, I really appreciate you, and we'll talk to you here in a bit.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. We are officially into hour 19. That is bananas. BANANAS. Sorry. That's what happens when I'm 19 hours no sleep. That's what you get, guys. We're gonna bring in our next guest here. We got Chloe Crowder. Let's bring her on in. Hey,
Hi. I
how
just
are you?
woke up there. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. The brain is starting to slowly melt into some kind of something, but it's there.
I know. I cannot imagine staying up this long. Oh my goodness.
It happens, but we're on that back little stretch. We've got 5 hours, still 16 podcasts. I think I tried to do quick math there. I can't do quick math, period. So
Yeah.
it's we're almost at the finish line. I can see it off in the distance there. So, but really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. We had you on. Let's see, we had you on the country radio show not too long ago, probably within the last 6 months.
Yeah, I think it was maybe like early summer because I don't know if I released Moving On yet or not, but
I think it was right around releasing Moving On. So
yeah.
So how things been going for you?
Good. I've just been writing a lot, trying to play shows before it gets all cold and everyone hibernates.
Fair.
But yeah, just writing a lot, trying to get a lot of options for next year. I really want to start next year really strong. So
nice. Are you like looking at a like full length project for next year, or what's kind of the thought process for next year?
No, I'm just trying to pick, like, kinda which singles I wanna do in the beginning of the year. Just still trying to figure out what I wanna say, kind of
Mhm.
still who I am as an artist,
Mhm.
so
As you kind of been going through that journey of trying to figure out who you wanna be, what's that process been like? Are you listening to different types of musicians, or are you just kinda listening to what's going on the streets as far as, like, country musicians? Like, how have you been kinda going through that process?
Yeah, well, I've always been inspired by 90s country. I kinda think we may have talked a little bit about this in our
Mhm.
last, session, but I've really kind of been in my own wheelhouse. Like, I know a
Mm.
lot of people are just like, "Oh, I'm inspired by this person
Mhm.
and that person," but I've just kind of been focusing on what I kinda wanna say.
Mhm.
Um, Unfortunately, those are a lot of sad songs, honestly.
Fair. Fair.
They're just the easiest to write. But this has been a tough year. It went by really fast too, so
Mhm.
I'm just trying to figure out kinda when I wanna release things next year. I'm writing with a lot of new people, so I'm trying to get a fresh kinda start,
Mhm.
so
I gotcha, I gotcha. You know, you said you like to write sad songs, or you tend to write sad songs, but they're good sad songs. They're the best kind of sad songs. You know, anytime any one of your songs come on through my playlist, it's like, okay, it's an automatic stop. I don't care. It's going to play all the way through, and I enjoy it every time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I know as an artist, like, I love when people, like, tell me, "Oh my gosh, I relate to this song." I mean, sadly, sometimes they do, but, I don't know, I just feel like I would much rather put out something that's relatable and
Mhm.
that anybody can, like, feel more so as just, like, a catchy kinda drinking song. I know country is so hard to do with that, so
Right, right, right. But what I really like about your music is it just drips with this authenticity, like, everything that you're sa well, this is gonna sound like a little bit of a backhanded compliment, but I hope you don't take it this way. That it just drips with this authenticity, like, I believe everything that you're saying, and, especially, like, I keep coming back to Us, your song or your single Us, and just I don't know what it is about that song, but it's like, yeah, I literally don't know what it is, but it just resonates with me in so many different ways. I can't even describe it. So,
Thank you. That
yeah.
means a lot, especially because I feel like sometimes when I go out, people are like, "Oh, are you one of those girls that
Yeah.
just raps about all her breakups?" But
Yeah.
it's good to hear that a guy also relates to
Yeah.
that, so
What and I think it's one of those things, like, when we sit here and talk and then I hear you sing, I for some reason my brain cannot equate that when you're singing, that's coming out of you. Like, for whatever reason, my brain does not equate this.
Surprisingly, I get that a lot
Yeah.
because I feel like naturally, like, in my
Mm.
personal life, I'm really soft-spoken, and
Mhm.
that's been a challenge too, like, being in Nashville and riding with so many people. I'll just get in a room and I'm like, "Okay," like, I'll just kind of agree with whatever's going on.
Yeah.
But I'm slowly, like, finding my voice, but Us, yeah, I pretty much wrote that, like, in a night, and then
Mm.
I had someone help me with the bridge finishing
Yeah.
it, but, yeah, my most recent release was a little sassy for me. It was kinda out of my comfort
Really.
zone, but I do love it, and I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone, so
What moving on, was that your most recent, or was it Cool It Cowboy? I quite don't remember, so
No, you're good. Moving On was my second. I just released Cool It
okay.
Cowboy last month.
Gotcha, gotcha. Um, it's man, I'd really love to just sit down and talk. Where does this like, you'd mentioned that you like when we sit here and talk, you feel a little, I don't want to say sheltered, but you just like, where does this confidence come from in your music? Like, I love it so much. Like, it's amazing.
That is something I've literally tried to piece my entire life, backstory, I grew up in church, so I was singing there, but I think I was 9 when I entered my first, like, talent show in my town, and, like, no one believed that I would go through with it, no one even my family, they were all like, "No, Chloe's a YouTuber," but, on stage, like, that just leaves. It's something music is literally what gets me through, so
That's I think that I don't wanna call it negative feedback, but that lack of confidence in you, like, when people have a lack of confidence in you to do something, or when you say you're gonna do something and people kinda laugh or scoff, it's like, that is the absolute best motivator to kind of be like, "Oh, you don't think I'll do it? Alright, watch this, hold my beer," and, just it's like a real hold my beer moment, and you just go out there and belt it and go for it.
yeah, that's honestly how I feel, like, all the no's, it's just motivation, like, "Okay, I'm gonna put this song out and watch,"
Nice.
so
Nice. That's absolutely amazing. Um, so you mentioned earlier that you're kind of doing a lot of co-writes because you want to kind of get some stuff lined up before people start hibernating for the winter, which honestly, the way this year's going so far, I doubt we'll have a winter, even though everybody says it's going to be bad. So I
I
don't.
mean, in Nashville, it's, like, on and off, like, a few weeks ago, it was freezing.
Mhm.
I was so sad because I hate winter, and then this whole week has been, like, spring,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Same thing here in Texas, so it's nothing new. Nothing we haven't already been dealing with, so
yeah.
yeah. But so kind of looking forward, how often are you playing shows right now? Are you playing pretty consistently, or are you just 100% focused on writing right now?
I'm mainly kinda focused on writing. I'm playing shows, like, once a week,
Mm,
sometimes twice, not that much, I'm really working on that, though.
yeah.
I'm just trying to I don't know, I put so much weight on, like, what I wanna put out
Mhm.
rather than shows, which, I mean, some people play all the time, and that's what they're focused on, but I don't know, like you said, like, anytime I put a song out, I want it to be authentic, and so
Mhm.
I'm just trying to meet as many people and connect lyrically, like, in my writing
Mhm.
right now, but yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha. And so being that you're like in full-fledged writing mode, is there a song that's kind of that you've been working on recently that's kind of piquing like the little hairs on the back of your head are kind of like, hey, that this is turning into something, or it could be something, so kind of keep it close to the vest? You got any kind of interesting little things kind of developing?
Yeah, sometimes I share little sneak peeks of what I wanna do next,
Mm,
um, to my little following fan
yeah.
base, but, there is a song, and it is kinda sad, but it's in a way, it's sad, but it's hopeful. I
Mhm.
don't wanna give it away,
Yeah, I got you.
but
But
I'm really proud of it lyrically, like,
yeah.
I went into that ride that day, and I was like, "I really want a song that you would just hear, like, at the Grand Ole Opry, just, like, raw,
Mhm.
not a lot of instrumentation, just, like, vocals and a
Mm,
guitar."
yeah.
So that's kinda what we wrote that day, and I think I'm gonna put it out in, like, February, early
Nice.
next year.
Nice. I'm excited to hear that. It's always interesting. I love talking to musicians about like stuff that they're currently working on, like maybe something that they're stuck with, like they just can't get the bridge to work or the chorus to kind of land the way they wanted to. And sometimes just working through it and just kind of talking, like maybe even not directly about the song, but just kind of around it could always like spark a, hey, that was an interesting thing. Let's see if it works.
Oh, yeah, I'm very determined to make something work, like,
Yeah.
um, But yeah, I had a really good hook idea, and that's kind of how the song was based around. So
Nice,
hopefully
nice, nice. Awesome. So we talked about it. We touched on this briefly a little bit ago that you just released "Cool It Cowboy." What's the story behind this song?
It's really just a fun song. I would say the artist I look up to the most, like with my music, is Shania Twain.
Mm.
Like in her early days, you know,
Mhm.
that's kind of who I compare myself to the most, I guess you would say. But I mean, I
Fair.
obviously still want to be different, but it's kind of like, man, I feel like a woman vibes. I just wanted like a really fun song. I was watching way too much of Yellowstone early this year, and I always wanted a song like the title Cowboy just somewhere
Mhm.
in the title. And so, yeah, I kind of had that title idea and I had a melody for it, and two of my friends of mine helped me kind of build a story around it. But it's
Fair.
basically just like an empowerment song because I know
Mhm.
a lot of times in this generation the bar is very low,
Yeah.
especially in Nashville. Like
Mm.
um so
Fair.
yeah, that's kind of where that song came from. So
Cool, cool. I will correct you though. There is never too much Yellowstone. You can never watch too much Yellowstone.
I binged like the whole show
Mhm.
like in January.
Yeah.
So
Well, I did the exact when I messed my knee up back in February, I I was stuck. I was laid up at home. I couldn't go into the office, so I was working from home. And the one thing I absolutely hate is sitting in silence. So I would turn on the TV and like they were doing the promo for the beginning of season 5. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch, I'm gonna catch up, and then hopefully by the time uh I get to this point, they'll have season 5 out, or like whatever the situation was. And within a matter of 2 days or 3 days, I had the entire series binged, and it was the best decision I've ever made.
yeah, that's kind of where I went. I was inspired by Beth Dutton. I was like,
Mm.
what's the song that she would sing? Like, what song would be on that show? So
Mhm.
that's kind of how we did it. It's a little more pop than country though, which was very out of my comfort zone because from
Fair.
the get-go I was like, I'm not doing pop country. Like, I like 90s. I want to bring it back. Um, but I mean, I think it's really good to have
Mm.
variety in your music. So
Fair. It's taken me some getting used to 90s country because I didn't like it when I was growing up. And there's still some musicians that are out there doing a more 90s country style that it's like, no, please stop. I don't want to listen to this. But I'm trying my best to give it a chance.
yeah. I
It,
mean, the upbeat ones are really good. Like, I
mhm.
get why people wouldn't like some of the slower ones, but
Yeah. It
yeah.
that's exactly what it is. I was on a podcast not long ago, and I won't name the musician's name, but they played this guy's song, and basically what it was is they played a song, and then we got to kind of talk about it, what our thoughts were, and I was like, my immediate comparison was this song sounds like that country band from the 90s that this song is just kind of sitting in their back pocket when mom and dad want to go dance, and this song is just like ripe for the picking. And they're like, well, this guy is like a real true 90s country musician. He's like part of this new 90s rebirth or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I knew it. Like, I don't want to be a part of this. I can't do this right now. So, but
Well, hopefully my music will not give you that impression. I mean, I don't think it's still very modern, I would say.
mm.
So
Well, I mean, if it's like all the stuff you've currently got out has not set off my I hate 90s BS meter, whatever, like however you want to word it. So,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah. That sounded really harsh. I didn't mean for it to sound harsh, but
No,
but
you're fine.
yeah. So, so when you get a chance to kind of step away from music, what have you been into recently? Have you had a chance to kind of start enjoying some of the holiday stuff going on, or what have you been enjoying recently other than Yellowstone?
Yeah, well, it was super hot during fall in
Mhm.
Nashville, so went to some pumpkin patches. Um, I love, like, hiking. I mean, not, like, actual hikes, just
Mhm.
that are near me. Nashville has a lot of cool little trails,
Mhm.
and just spending time with family, really, because I know the holidays are coming up, so
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Nashville's a cool man. Like that city is, it's a big city, but it's a small town, and it's just got like all these a big city, small town. Like I don't even know how to describe it. Like you got like Percy Priest Lake with the hiking trails and people that like to go fishing there and all that stuff. And that screams very small town. But then you still got Nashville being Nashville, what it is, and Nashville is something special. It's really cool.
I know I've gotta go out and do Christmas stuff before the tourists come, though. That's the only
Yeah.
thing.
You know they're gonna the conch shell is gonna go off here real quick, and it's gonna be like the tourists are coming, the tourists are coming, and you know, sorry that was a really weird reference.
No, I picked it up.
Okay, very fair. But yeah, so if anybody wants to check out your music or any of that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
Pretty much TikTok or Instagram, everywhere you can find me at Chloe Crowder Music. But yeah, I've got some stuff lined up for next year, so definitely be on the lookout.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Chloe, always enjoyed chatting with you. We will definitely have to sit down and do it again. I feel like every time we sit down, it's always for something super short, and it's like really hard to kind of dive in a bit deeper on all this. So,
No, you're good. Thanks for having me on. I think this is such a cool thing you get to
yeah,
do, even though you're sleep deprived.
yeah, and it's one day a year. Like, what's the worst that could happen? As long as I'm not drinking lethal amounts of like caffeine, I'm probably okay. So, I say that not as a medical professional. So, but Chloe, really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. We're gonna do a little musical switcheroo here, and if you are watching and so inclined, feel free to donate. There is a QR code over in that corner. I'm trying to get my finger to work properly, but you can scan the QR code or go to lnacares.site. Chloe, thank you so much. We're gonna switch it out and have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for having
Awesome.
me.
Yep. Have a good one. Cool, cool, cool. All right, here we go. Once again, thank you all so very, very much. We're gonna bring in our next musical guest. We got Crystal White. Let's bring her on in.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Just hour 19 and a half.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, we're moving.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I could stay awake that long. That's intense.
Part was getting through the first 6 hours.
Oh yeah.
That was like hour 13, 14. I started like lagging a little bit, but now I'm kind of getting back into it. So
Oh really?
yeah, I feel bad for the acts that get me at the end of the day. That's going to be a
Oh no. Yeah.
either absolute gems or an absolute nightmare. We'll figure it out though.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah. So excited to have you on. I feel like, we've talked about a podcast, like we've talked about this so many times, and I'm glad to have you on. Um, for anybody that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time, Crystal White, what's kind of your background story? What got you into music?
So, I got into music in high school. I was
Mhm.
actually really big into playing tennis, and I got a major tennis injury. So, I tore my whole knee up.
Oh
So,
wow.
I had to quit playing tennis for a while. So I decided to uh, start playing keyboard and
Mm.
I just started writing songs, and it just all came naturally to me, and I was like, "Oh," and
Fair.
I liked it. So I decided that this is what I wanted to do. So now I'm doing it. I'm in Nashville now, performing, and I went on tour this last summer. So I guess I'm
Nice.
doing all right.
Nice. That's cool. So did you tear your ACL? Is that kind of what you did in your knee, or?
Uh, yeah, I destroyed my ACL, and then I tore every single other ligament except
Oh,
for one.
fun. Now you made my knee injury look like, oh, yeah, that was nothing. You're fine. So
Oh gosh.
yeah, it's I severely sprained my ACL back in February. It was not fun. So
Oh yeah, it's not fun when you have an injury like that.
yeah. So obviously you kind of transitioned into music after your knee injury, and you kind of took to it like a duck in water. Is that the old saying? I don't remember right now. But what was it about the piano that kind of drew you to the piano?
So I always thought it was a cool instrument. I played band in high school,
Mm.
so there was always that one kid that would go up to the key or the piano
Mhm.
in the music room, and they'd like play something. And I always thought they were so cool. I always wanted to be that person that could just go up to a keyboard or a piano and just play whatever. And finally, when I couldn't play tennis anymore, I picked up a horrible old keyboard that my mom had, and I started playing on that.
Fair. Was it like a cheap toy one, or was it just one that was like really beat up?
It was it's an old Casio little tiny keyboard. It's like I don't know if it's like a toy
Mhm.
piano. I mean, I think you could
It
perform with it back in the day.
was it like basically like a young person's keyboard, like an introductory keyboard? Is that kind of I feel like that's where it's almost going. Like it was like for kids that wanted to learn how to play keyboard and do something, but it's not like a super expensive high-end one.
No, no, no. It's like
Yeah.
this. It's this long,
Yeah.
and the keyboard sounds. It doesn't sound like a. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
gotcha.
mean, little. Yeah.
I gotcha. So, you're originally from Texas, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Goldsmith, right?
Yeah.
I feel
Goldsmith.
like okay.
Mhm.
I was like, I feel like I'm making that up, but maybe I'm not. Who knows? I
No, yeah. Most people don't know about that town. So.
yeah, it's one of those things where because that's out in West Texas, right? You're born and raised in West Texas. There's a
Mhm.
lot of parts of West Texas that I'm not familiar with, but some of the random towns that I know out there, it's just kind of like, okay,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
that's a little scary, but
Yeah.
because I lived out in Roswell, New Mexico for 4 years, and so you know, so I worked for a TV station, and we'd go in a little bit into West Texas, like Seminole, Texas, like right on the border
Oh
there, and yeah,
yeah.
stuff like
Mhm.
that. So yeah.
Yeah, we're not far from Seminole, so
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's crazy. So what was it like growing up in Texas for you?
So I grew up on a ranch. So I grew up in the country. So I did a lot of working cattle, building
Mm,
fence, taking care of bottle calves
mm,
and windmills. Literally anything you can think of,
yeah.
electrical work, plumbing. I could do it all, and lived like 40 minutes from school, so had to get up real early to go to school, come back right after school to go do my chores. It was sun up to sundown. I was working or going to school.
Can you hear me? We back?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
And I can't hear you now.
Nope, nothing good. Yes, maybe soon.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. That's my internet. Don't worry about it. It's doing a whole bunch of crazy fun stuff. So
Oh no.
yeah, it's just kind of the price of admission at this point. So,
Mhm.
um, so sun up to sundown in West Texas as a young kid. You know, you go to school. Who kind of starts introducing you to music? Is it like something that's just kind of there, the family, you know, stuff of that nature?
So nobody in my family is in music.
Hmm.
I mean, my uncle who lives in, I think, Alabama was an opera teacher at a
Okay.
university, but that was it. Nobody else in my family or really extended family really did music. Um, but my mom did like some piano competitions growing up.
Hmm.
I mean, that's why she had those little old
Yeah.
keyboards.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and, a lot of my musical influence came from listening to the radio,
Hmm.
um, in the pickup going to a ranch down south because we have land all over the place in
Yeah.
West Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, just listening to the radio, whatever my dad had on while we
Yeah.
were traveling to go to work.
Yeah. I find it very funny. I think I told this story in a couple interviews ago. One of my first experiences in West Texas was driving through somebody's ranch land through one of the farm access roads,
Mhm.
and I was going to Florida, and my GPS was like, "Oh yeah, go this way," and there was just cows walking across the farm access road like it was nothing, and I was like, "This is very scary because." I don't know if I'm gonna get shot. I don't know if I'm supposed to be on this road. I don't I don't know. Yeah, it was an interesting
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's happened to me before. I've asked Siri
mhm.
where should like a route I should take, and then
Mm.
she has me go down this dirt road, and I'm like, I don't know if this is actually like
A road?
a road I can go on or if I'm
Yeah,
trespassing. I don't
yeah.
know.
And it was like, luckily, it was in the middle of the day, so I was like, "Alright, I'm gonna take this chance now, but on the way back, I am not taking this road. I don't care if I gotta go all the way down to 10 and then cut back up north. I
Yeah.
am not I am not taking this road at 2 o'clock in the morning because whoever owns this land, if they see a set of headlights running through their property, that's when Uncle Shotgun gets brought out, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't I don't wanna deal with that." So
Oh, yeah.
but, you know, anyways, so you grew up in West Texas and, you know, obviously we kind of addressed the knee injury and the transformation into becoming a piano player. At what point did you kind of decide that you wanted to move to Nashville, or did you feel you needed to move to Nashville?
I I would say it might have been like a little bit of both.
Mm.
I back in I think 2018,
Mhm.
I took a trip with my mom to Nashville, and I don't think I'd ever visited a place that felt like another home.
Mhm.
So, and just being able to walk around like downtown or wherever and just see a bunch of other musicians going to their gigs, um, just made me feel like this was the place to be. I
Mhm.
mean, now that I'm here, I kinda miss being out in the country because it's very different living in the city now.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, very different, but, I mean, this is the place I need to be to, further my career, so that's why
Yeah.
I'm here.
Had you given Austin, like, any thought, like, just moving down to Austin, or
I did,
Mm.
and, so I went to music school in
Mhm.
college, and, talking to my professors, I was talking to them like, "Where should I go? Should I go to Austin? Should I go to Nashville?" And one of my professors, was telling me that, um, I might never get out of Austin if
Okay.
I go do music in Austin, and I think Nashville was where I needed to end up anyways, so that's why I decided to come here instead. And
Fair
really,
enough.
Austin is I guess a lot of Texans don't really consider Austin really a part of Texas. It's its whole new place.
Yeah. I've heard that before. I've only been here about 4 years, but that's not the first time I've heard that that thought philosophy.
Mhm.
So, um, so how long have you been in Nashville at this point?
I've been here a little over a year.
And how's Nashville been treating you over this last year? Obviously, you moved in at the right time, just after the pandemic and whatnot.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's been I've just recently started getting some gigs that
mhm.
actually pay me. I've
Nice.
been doing a lot of just writers rounds and just getting to know people.
Mhm.
There's just so many musicians here that it's like you can be good at what you do,
Mhm.
but if you don't know enough people or you don't know
Mhm.
enough venues, you're not gonna get work. So just having to go find and meet people is my biggest obstacle right now in
Mhm.
getting gigs and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where Nashville is very much one of them cities where out of sight, out of mind, you've got to be, even if you're not playing, you've still got to be in front of people, and that's kind of how you get gigs, which sounds really weird just by attending a show, but if they know you're a musician and they see you out, it's like, oh hey, I've got a gig for you on Tuesday at this time, so.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's a contact. I guess music in Nashville is kind of like a contact sport, where the more places you contact, the better you'll do.
Yeah.
So
So just getting out there and meeting people.
yeah, absolutely. And so where are you kind of at creatively right now? Are you currently writing? What are you kind of working on right now?
So right now, I am currently working on writing a
Mm,
new album, potentially a full
cool.
album.
Nice.
Um, so I've been doing a lot of writing right now since I finished releasing my EP and went on tour. I mean, the
Mhm.
next thing is to come out with more music. So I'm right.
100%. 100%. All right. And how's the writing process been for you?
It's been it's been really weird since I moved to Nashville.
Mm.
When I moved here, I could not write anything. I had a horrible writer's block,
Oh
but
no.
the last couple months it's been coming back and I've been writing quite a bit of
Cool.
like depressing songs. But that's how it goes. Sad songs.
I gotcha. I completely understand. But at least you're kind of finding, I don't know if you want to call it your creative tribe, but you're finding kind of your juices in Nashville, and you'll kind of continue to develop as a writer as you kind of get out and figure out what inspires you in Nashville.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
the thing. Finding what inspires me because I'm writing country music, but I'm not living in the country right now.
country,
I'm not
yeah,
really it's kind of difficult to find inspiration when you're in the city.
yeah, I agree 100%. So obviously, it's only been a year, but do you go back to Texas frequently, or not as much?
So I really go only around like the holidays
Mhm.
or if I have gigs back home,
Fair.
but it's just so far away. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it takes a lot to go back home. So
I got man, it's not an easy trip. Even like just like I'm good on this trip after a while.
yeah.
So, um but but you did go back home recently, right? Didn't you just play at a rodeo? Am I mistaken? Or
So
was it?
it was a couple months ago that I went on tour through Texas, New Mexico, and Kansas. And I got sick right in the middle of tour and lost my voice. And that's when we were gonna have our other.
Now it's all connected. I was sitting here, I'm like, I know we've had this conversation before, and because maybe it's because I'm going almost 20 hours podcasting and
I think I can't hear anything.
No, maybe so.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. It's going to be such a fun edit when I go to release these podcasts on my podcast feed.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
It's going to be so much fun. I am so excited about this. But no, like I'm starting to connect the dots because I was like, I know we've had this conversation. I don't remember the context of it, but it's now that you brought it out, you were on tour, and I think were you playing near Waco and I was going to come out to you, or we were just going to do something online or something? I don't quite remember, but
I think we were gonna do online. I was in New Mexico at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
And
Yeah. So as far as all that, if anybody wants to check out your music and anything else you got going on, where's the best place to find you?
You can look me up on Spotify, or really, my music is streaming anywhere.
Mhm.
You can look me up on YouTube. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, at Crystal White Music. That's where you can find me.
Mhm. Yeah. Cool. And then social medias and all that stuff, Crystal White Music.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Mhm.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. If you find yourself touring through Waco, any of that fun stuff, we definitely love to catch a show or, sit down and do like an in-person interview with you. I feel like that'd be really fun. And
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to do a little switcheroo. We got our next musician getting ready to jump in the queue. And thank you so much for hanging out with us, Crystal White. Really appreciate it. And we'll talk to you later. All right.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yep, absolutely. You have a great rest of your night. Cool. Bye. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you all so very much for joining us. It's an absolute blast. I really enjoy this podcast thing. Hold on. I'm gonna throw up a video here, and we'll get things queued up and going. And yeah, so we'll be back here in a few minutes. I guess let me restart this video. You know what video we're playing, right? So, all right, we'll be back.
And I had pancreatitis maybe 7 times during my 3rd trimester. After I had my daughter, I was traveling to Florida for business, and I had a pain going across my stomach, and it was an excruciating pain. The doctors did a CT scan, and they saw something at the tail of my pancreas. And they said, oh, it's probably pseudocyst, you're so young. And when they tested it, it turned out to be pancreatic cancer. When I was having the pancreatic attacks, I didn't realize what the outcome could be. I just assumed I was young, fairly healthy. It just never crossed my mind what could be wrong. I was actually quite surprised. So I've worked in healthcare for a number of years. I've worked with the African American community. I did outreach from a health perspective, and I had no idea that pancreatic cancer was even prevalent, let alone prevalent in the African American community. So I was quite surprised I didn't even know where the pancreas was. Honestly, before being diagnosed, I was not aware of pancreatic cancer. And I think in the African American community, there is a stigma overall around going to your provider and or seeking treatment. So pain is something people have come accustomed to living with out of fear. And I would say that if you feel something, you need to say something. If you catch it early, you have your best chance of survival. It's very difficult, when you find out that you have a diagnosis such as pancreatic cancer, you automatically assume that it's a death sentence. And so I think if providers had the right information up front, hey, there's an organization, there are people you can talk to, there are people that have been through this before, and there are people that can really support you through this entire process, it would make a huge difference for patients.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did the Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out the bladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
So I am thrilled and honored to have been one of the recipients of the Catalyst Award for a study that I am doing called Regenerate, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. The study is important for various reasons. They also have higher mortality rates. At stages that are more advanced and are less amenable to treatment. In terms of both Black and Latinx populations, they also have shorter survival times when diagnosed with pancreatic cancer compared to white populations, and more generally are less likely to actually be referred to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing. So from that perspective, it's really important to get a deeper understanding as to why these healthcare inequities are happening. So what the Regenerate study does is really take a step back and look at the perceptions to genetic education, risk assessment, and testing from Black and Latinx patients who have a relationship with pancreatic cancer in terms of having a diagnosis in the family or having a diagnosis themselves, and trying to figure out what can we do to make it easier to get genetic education and testing, what makes it more difficult on the patient level and also on the provider level. What can we do better? As well as what do we need to advocate for on the system level to make these changes happen? For me, as a first-generation Latina, it really is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I have seen firsthand the difficulties that my own family has had interacting with the healthcare system. And I want to learn, how can I make it easier for Black and Latinx patients who are at risk for pancreatic cancer to get cancer prevention and care? Because we want to catch it before it actually happens. And that's why it's important to understand how I can actually increase this access and make certain that we're providing materials that bring Black and Latinx folks to get genetic education, genetic testing, and spread the word to make this more normalized. I think the other thing that PanCAN is doing really well is that when it comes to patient advocacy, pancreatic cancer is a really difficult diagnosis, and being able to find a community of people that have been through similar experience
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pernuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly. And so they had to take that out. So it was I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and just, you have to keep beating down those doors. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Thank you for joining me today for a conversation about the critical role of clinical trials in treating patients and advancing research. Clinical trials are research studies that investigate new treatments or combinations of treatments to determine whether they are beneficial to people living with pancreatic cancer. Enrolling in a clinical trial is the best way to get access to the latest treatment options. Every treatment option available today was approved through a clinical trial. January is Pancreatic Cancer Clinical Trials Awareness Month. I hope that today's discussion with our inspiring and informative panelists will provide you with a better understanding of the current clinical trial landscape and how to find and enroll in clinical trials. PanCAN's patient services can help every patient find the best options for them. Please contact PanCAN's patient services via phone and email Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. Pacific time to 5 p.m. Pacific. Through PanCAN's free patient services, you will be connected to an expert case manager who can provide answers to your questions and do a clinical trial search for you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partner Merck for sponsoring PanCAN's Clinical Trial Awareness Month efforts, and to thank our partners AstraZeneca, Ipsen, and Galera Therapeutics for sponsoring this webinar. I'd also like to thank our scientific and medical affairs industry members, AstraZeneca, Cornerstone Pharmaceuticals, FibroGen, Immunovia, Ipsen, LabCorp, Mirati Therapeutics, Novartis, Novocure, and ViewRay. And a very special thank you to all of our donors who have joined today. The progress you'll hear about today is because of you. Before we get started, I want to tell you a thanks to you that we have invested $100 million this year in advancing early detection strategies and accelerating new treatment options for patients. We also advocate in Washington, D.C. to increase the federal resources that are available to pancreatic cancer researchers across the country. To learn more about how you can get involved in our efforts, visit our website at pancan.org. Joining me here today are 4 special guests that I'm excited to introduce you to. Dr. Jordan Berlin is Ingram Professor of Cancer Research and Associate Director of Clinical Research at Vanderbilt Ingram Cancer Center. He is also a member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. Carla Russell is a Clinical Research Program Manager at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Sean Gonzalez is a PanCAN Patient Services Manager who speaks with pancreatic cancer patients about treatment options, including clinical trials. And pancreatic cancer survivor and PanCAN volunteer Risa Levy of Florida, who has benefited from a clinical trial. Thank you all for being here. Let's get started. Dr. Berlin, clinical trials are critical for developing new treatment options for patients, and PanCAN, as you know, strongly recommends that patients consider clinical trials at diagnosis and during every treatment decision. Can you talk about why clinical trials are so important?
So the first thing, of course, is that every single drug we have available for every single cancer that we use right now came from a clinical trial, came from actually probably multiple clinical trials. And these clinical trials define whether or not something is effective. Sometimes people will report on a couple of patients and how things went. And sometimes you get lucky and the very first couple patients on a new drug get benefit and then it never works again. Gemcitabine, the commonly used drug for pancreatic cancer, actually the first 2 patients with colon cancer responded, and it never worked in another colon cancer patient, 90 patients straight after that. So we know that we need clinical trials to define when something truly works versus when it just worked for 1 or 2 people. It's not that we don't want things to work for 1 or 2 people, but unless we can identify those 1 or 2 people, treating 100 people to benefit 1 or 2 is really hard to commit. So doing a clinical trial helps us learn what's truly effective. One of the other things that I think clinical trials provide, and it's a huge thing that it provides, is hope. hope for the future, hope for better options, hope for things that will come out better than the treatments before. And like I said, every single drug we have came from one of these.
Yeah, and to that point, Dr. Berlin, today we have so many clinical trial options for pancreatic cancer patients, and that wasn't the case, 15, 20 years ago. So we really are making progress.
Right. When I first started working with the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, we really saw very few clinical trials, and the locations of clinical trials were very limited. And so a lot of people couldn't access them. But I think through the efforts of the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network and others, that has expanded. And I believe that they're more accessible, there are more trials, and there are more options for hope. And of course, we're getting new treatments.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Berlin, a common misconception about clinical trials is that patients not receiving the investigational therapy will receive a placebo or sugar pill instead. So can you talk a little bit about this myth and what clinical trials are like for patients both in the investigational arm and in the control arm?
That's a great question. So the first question I get asked almost every time I see somebody and talk to them about a trial. First, there's a process called informed consent, where we actually tell people exactly what we're going to do on the clinical trial to explain what happens. Second, in cancer, it's really hard to do what's called a placebo-controlled trial, where people receive nothing but a placebo. What happens in cancer when there is a so-called placebo-controlled trial, it's usually that half the people on the trial will receive the standard of care, the treatment that we're currently using, and the other half will receive the standard of care plus another drug, sometimes to make it so the doctors in particular, but so nobody knows which one they're on, it'll be standard of care plus the new drug versus standard of care plus a placebo. But that still means people are getting a treatment. They're getting the treatment they would get off of a trial potentially, but they're still getting a treatment. And then the other half of the group is getting standard of care plus a new drug. And that's how we know if one is better than the other.
Yeah, great. And so as an oncologist who is treating pancreatic cancer patients, what are some of the exciting types of treatments that are being studied right now for pancreatic cancer in clinical trials?
Well, I think there are three great areas and probably going to be a fourth great area of investigation going on. First off, is that there have been some new developments and one new drug in the last few years approved for treating people with abnormalities, what we call DNA damage repair. When we are giving chemotherapy, we're damaging DNA. That's how we kill the cells, and the cells have the ability to repair that, but they don't have a perfect ability. So we can take advantage of that by giving drugs that also inhibit the DNA damage repair and make the chemotherapy better or make it last longer. Second area, and I think what all of us consider one of the most exciting areas, is RAS. 90%, up to 90% of patients with pancreatic cancer have a mutation in a gene called RAS, and RAS seems to drive these cancers to grow. Now there are RAS inhibitors being developed. The first one targets something called G12C, which is a specific abnormality of RAS that doesn't happen very commonly in pancreatic cancer, but those rare group seems to benefit. However, I've got two trials for G12D, which is the most common in pancreatic cancer, and there are other ones being developed for G12V and some of the other common mutations in pancreatic cancer. RAS may be what makes pancreatic cancer the nasty thing that it is. And so if we can target it, it may not be that just a RAS inhibitor alone will get rid of it, but RAS inhibitors with other things may be huge for this disease, and we all think that is. I think other areas that are looking promising, and hopefully we'll have trials that work, we're still trying to make immune therapy work in pancreatic cancer. That would be huge once we get there. There's a lot of research going on there. And in metabolism, pancreatic cancers do a lot to change their metabolism and how they use nutrients to keep growing. And as we're learning more and more how they do it, we're learning more and more how we can block that so that they can't use those nutrients and they can't grow. So those are the areas I think are exciting a lot.
Yes, yeah, no, you really named off the top exciting areas, and it is amazing how much is going on. And as we learn about each of those areas, the next step too will be learning how do we combine those different drugs and combinations
cancer grows, how it lives, how it survives the survival mechanisms.
Absolutely. And of course, we couldn't do it without the amazing patients that participate in clinical trials and help us learn, but also get treatment for themselves as well.
Right. In the end, without patients, we can't do clinical trials, we can't learn, and we can't help the next group of people who are coming down with pancreatic cancer, and we can't change the outcomes. We need people to enroll in clinical trials, and we need those clinical trials to change the outcomes for each new group so that we keep improving and the lengths of lives keep growing longer and longer.
Absolutely. So, Sean, you have the pleasure every day in patient services of speaking with patients and their families who are considering clinical trials as a treatment option. Can you talk about PanCAN's patient services and what tools we have to help patients find a clinical trial?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to talk a little bit more, just kind of what we do at PanCAN Patient Services and what we can provide to patients who are really interested in trials. So first and foremost, just wanting to highlight that we are an ongoing resource for pancreatic cancer patients, families, loved ones, and caregivers to help answer questions they have about their diagnosis. So anyone who calls or emails us will be connected with a highly compassionate and knowledgeable case manager who can provide vital information, resources, and access to specialized services that can be very helpful as well. So one of these specialized services that we do have is our clinical trials database. So this is the most comprehensive pancreatic cancer specific database of trials in the United States. So for those who are interested, they'll be connected with a case manager who can run a personalized search of trials they may qualify for based off things like their diagnosis, treatment history, and preferences as well. So once these trials are identified, we can actually send patients or caregivers a personalized list of trial options in their area. And this list would include a clinical trial comparison chart, which is designed to help them evaluate the trial. There will be some additional information too, things like the type of therapy being investigated, the name of the study, and the contact information for each trial site. And once equipped with this list, we just encourage patients and caregivers to bring it to their oncologist during their next appointment. And the oncologist plays a vital role in helping discuss and narrow down what trials may be best for them from there. One other resource that we do maintain is our clinical trials booklet. So this booklet is a great resource for anyone who is just learning or looking to learn a little bit more about clinical trials and how they operate. It provides an overview of trials. It explains the clinical trials process and addresses common concerns regarding clinical trials participation. So the booklet also has some great sample questions that may be helpful to ask the doctor to help guide those conversations about trials. And it's available in a few ways. So we can send it out via a physical copy, via postal mail, or we could also send a digital copy as well if a patient or caregiver wanted to receive it via email. So it really just depends on their preferences. And this booklet, as well as all of our services, are complimentary. So there is no cost to utilize our services or reaching out to patient services. We're really just there as a resource for patients who are learning to learn more. And just kind of educate themselves on these different topics too.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. It really is an amazing service. I know it's something that I wish had been available to my father and my family when my dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, over 23 years ago now. And so I just, hope that patients and families are listening and know that it really truly is such an amazing service where they can get lots of information to make informed decisions. So, Sean, one of the things that PanCAN recommends is that all patients get genetic testing and biomarker testing of their tumor. How does this information possibly help a patient and their doctor find the clinical trial for that patient?
Yeah. So for some trials, rather than basing
All right. Welcome back in, everybody. Welcome to the 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon put on by us, Live and Amplified. Really appreciate everybody joining us today. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. I'm really been enjoying myself. We are currently in hour 20. So we're at the home stretch, I think, at this point, right? I think so. But just before we bring in our next musician, if you're interested in making a donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, cares.site. You can hit donate and donate that way, whatever works best for you. But we are going to bring in our next musical guest. We got Nora Terrell, and let's bring her in.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. First off, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I have to I'm trying to be better about the acknowledging engagements and stuff like that, because usually
Oh.
I'm not very good at acknowledging that stuff. So
Well, I feel like it happens so often nowadays. You see someone every other day online getting married, getting engaged, having a baby. It's like it's impossible to keep up with everybody's
Okay.
lives. But thank you.
Very
I appreciate it.
yeah, very fair. How's everything been going?
Everything's been good. Life is crazy here. But yeah, everything's been great. The last couple of months have just been a whirlwind in terms of my personal life. But I'm trying to get back out and do gigs more regularly and stuff like that. So, but yeah, overall, everything's been good.
Oh, what's that?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
I can now.
All right. So that's
Technical
it's so funny. The internet doesn't drop off or anything when I'm running ad videos, but the second I bring somebody in, it's like I don't know what to do with myself. So anyway,
Technology. Can't
yeah,
rely on it.
it's always funny. So how's so obviously you were mentioning a little bit before the internet disrupted us that personal life, everything's kind of a whirlwind right now, but it's all good stuff though, right?
It is. It is all good stuff. I mean, it's just there was so much that happened in like a short span of time. We moved to like a new house, and then we went home for a long weekend, and then we got engaged, and now I've got like gigs every weekend, and yeah, it's just there's a lot going on, but it's all good stuff. It's just everything in life always seems to kind of happen
Mhm.
all at once. I feel like
Yeah.
so.
Hey, but that's a good thing. It keeps life interesting, and you're kind of you're in a really good spot right now. You're pursuing your dreams. You're doing the music thing. You're
Mhm.
taking names and kicking butt, and I'm really excited to see how. Obviously, I can't say how the rest of the year is going to turn out because there's only like 6 weeks left in the year. But I, I'm really excited to see how 2024 turns out for you. So.
Thank you. Me too. I'm really hoping to kind of do more gigs in 2024 and
Mm.
collaborate with more musicians here in Nashville. I mean, there's so many networking opportunities that I feel like I haven't even taken advantage of yet. So
Mhm.
hoping to kind of get that cooking up again in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. And how long have you been in Nashville at this point?
It's been 4 years. We moved here in 2019. So yeah,
Nice.
4 years. Crazy. Doesn't feel like 4 years because 2020 doesn't feel like it was a real year.
Actually, it doesn't feel like it was actually a year.
No, it really didn't count. We didn't do much. So
Right. I tried to say that at one point, but it still counts. So I'm still a year older. So
well, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like it did happen, but it was just such a whirlwind and everyone was just scrambling and no one really knew what was going to happen. So it just feels like such a strange year. It feels like we all deserve a do-over from
right.
that year.
I will take the do-over. I will gladly take the do-over.
Me too.
So
Me too.
So how's everything with your music? Obviously, you mentioned you got your gig pretty consistently, but you dropped a new single back in September, which
I
like
did.
that was a little bit of ways away, but it's a good song. And how has the response been to prove me wrong?
Yeah, thanks. The response has been amazing. I mean, it's landed on a bunch of playlists, which is really cool. I'll never get used to that. Like going on a playlist and like seeing my song.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like you just never think that that's going to be for you, but it's really cool to see. And yeah, we got a lot of really positive feedback. from the song, which was all, it's, you know, it's always great to know that people enjoy listening to your music. I mean, that's huge, you know? So yeah, I mean, it definitely got a lot of really great feedback, which was so awesome. And I really enjoyed the process of writing it. The people I wrote it with are great. And yeah, it definitely kind of lit a fire in me musically.
Nice.
So I'm trying to get more stuff out, but I don't know. I don't know what the next project is yet. I'm still kind of working on it. So yeah.
What were you?
Uh-oh. Hold on.
No, again.
Yep. Couldn't hear you.
Fair enough. So, this is gonna be so much fun to edit. Like, this is gonna be my worst nightmare ever. It's gonna be like editing. Luckily, Talkspace or Talk Studio is pretty good about uploading like localized audio, so I can like,
Oh, that's
you
good.
know. So hopefully that works. But yeah. So you mentioned that you were like really reinvigorated after the release of "Prove Me Wrong," and so you said you're not quite sure what the next release is. Are you currently writing, or are you just like you have a few things to choose from and you're not sure which way to go?
That's a great question. I am writing a little bit. I feel like I call this time of year like my hibernation phase, because I feel like I'm about to go into like my songwriting cave from now until like March, because it's winter, and it just feels like this is the time of year when I kind of go more inward and do more creating. Yeah, and it's just I guess I just haven't written. I've kind of started a few things in the last couple of months, but nothing that's really made me be like, oh, I love this, or oh, I want to finish this. So I'm still kind of working towards getting that next song that I love going. And I feel like, again, now that I'm going into my like creative hibernation zone, I'll be able to kind of work on that in the next couple of months. So
For sure. For sure. You know, and it's always kind of good. Like it feels really weird to kind of do that at this time of year, but when, you know, like you're out and about and to kind of become a little bit more, I don't want to say reclusive, but like just like creatively speaking, you're becoming a little bit more reclusive during this time. But it's like that right time to kind of reevaluate where you're at, figure out what you want to do, and you know, just kind of sit with yourself and your thoughts, and knowing that you're probably not missing a whole lot on the outside if you want, like if you decide not to go to a show or something. So
yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like I'm kind of like plotting out what my next step is, and I think really taking time to disconnect a little bit is honestly really central to doing those things. I think that as writers and creators, we're so pressured to just like get the next thing out, do the next thing. Okay, you did that, great. Now what's next? And it's really hard to keep that momentum going when you don't have time to just sit with your art. And so I think that for me in these next few months, like that's what I really want to do. I just want to sit with myself and my piano and just let it kind of flow out, instead of being like, all right, time to crank out the next song. I really don't write that way, because I don't feel like I get my best art when it's on like a time crunch. When I take my time and have time to like sit with myself and just kind of let things flow, that's when I feel like I create my best music.
absolutely. You kind of give yourself the ability to let what you're working on mature and season, like a good steak. You got to let it season, and you know, just kind of let it, if it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Like that sounds so kind of douchey to say, but you sometimes you just got to let it be what it's gonna be, and
100%.
so
yeah, that's 100%, and I feel like that is something that most creatives crave. But again, like I think with you know, how the world is now, it's always like you've got to be creating content and putting the next thing out. And that's so hard to keep up with and be putting out things where you're like, yeah, I'm proud of this. And I spent like a good amount of time on this. Like, I feel like it's really contradictory.
Yeah.
For creatives. Yeah.
100%.
Mhm.
And so you said gigs are picking up. Is so what is kind of a prototypical like week as far as gigs? How often are you normally playing versus how often are you playing like right now?
Yeah. So, I mean, typically I really like, I have a full-time job during the day, which is tiring. So I don't gig every night, but
Fair.
probably like a couple times a week, maybe like 2 a week, I feel like is my sweet spot. It's just enough to keep the creative energies going, but it's not too much where I'm completely depleted by the end of the week. Like I have a gig tomorrow night, and then I think next week I have 2 gigs. One on, actually, I have a gig this Friday night, and then I have a gig on Sunday, and then next week I have a gig on Thanksgiving, and then a gig on Saturday. So those 2 per week, I feel like, especially when they're kind of right in a row like that, like one after the other, that's good for me.
Nice. Knowing kind of your balance and what works for you that's also important in just in the grand scheme of like self-care, you know.
That's so true. I mean, some people can gig 5 nights a week, and I mean, that's great. Like if that's what you love to do, I'd go for it, you know? And I think maybe part of me wishes that that was more of the direction my life was in right now. But again, like I have you know, basically like a 9-to-5 job Monday through Friday, and it would just be so hard for me to go to a gig every single night after working all day. So
Gotcha.
but some people can do that, and that's great. But for me, it's like 2 or 3 times a week is good for now.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, you don't want to burn yourself. Like at that point of like doing it so consistently, at what point does it become a chore versus
Yeah.
becoming a passion? Like
Right.
if
Exactly.
you feel like you got to get out there 7 nights a week just to stay relevant, it feels like a chore at that point.
It does. And I don't want to get to a point where I resent it in any way, because you don't ever want to resent your passion. I mean, so yeah.
Awesome. And so obviously now you have a whole lot of things outside of music to be focusing on, but what's been something of interest that you've been focusing on that's not music?
Lately, well, I've really been into my new space, this house that we moved into. I've really been trying to reconnect with friends, like, you know, not really going out as much with friends, but having friends over and like making more of an effort to spend like one-on-one time with friends. I think that as we get older, it's really hard to maintain adult friendships because people just go off in all different directions. Like, you know, work, you get married, you have kids, like you get a house, everyone just kind of branches off and is just trying to keep up with their own life. And I think there's a fear as I'm like getting older and getting closer to 30 and like we'll be getting married soon. There's a fear of losing connections with close friends. So I've really been trying to make more of a conscious effort to actually be with my friends that I have here, which sounds silly, but life goes so fast and we get so busy. And I think sometimes we forget to stop and be like, hey, I haven't seen this person in a month. Maybe we should like get coffee or like come over on a Friday night. So yeah, I've been trying to really concentrate on keeping up with doing my music, but also making time to like spend with my people, you know?
Yeah. Very fair. You know, that's such an important aspect, just life in general, you know?
Yeah.
It's something that I've struggled with. Like I've definitely got friends that I haven't talked to in, I'm almost embarrassed to say, but like years.
Yeah, no.
You know,
I get that.
it's like we're best of friends in college, and you know, we talked every day, years leading afterwards. But as like things kind of change, they get married or I move out or far away or whatever, and it's just like, yep. It's not that we're not friends, and not that I couldn't pick up this phone right now, but life
Right.
change, circumstances change, and
Right. Yeah, it's so true, and it's true how fast it goes, and then how you realize a year could go by and you haven't talked to someone that maybe
Mhm.
you used to be really close with. And I think that happens to a lot of people our age, my age and older. I think that
Mm.
it's already kind of starting to happen, and I'm like, "No, I don't want it to happen." So
Right. I just realized, it's starting to happen to me and, my niece.
Hmm.
So my sister has a 1-year-old,
Oh.
and I saw her the last time I saw her was back in, Easter, like, right around Easter. So what was that? March, April, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm gonna go see her probably around Christmas, but still, when you're talking about a child that's 1,
Yeah.
like 6 months, 8 months, whatever it is,
Mhm.
that's like a lifetime. Like,
It is.
she's when I went and visited her last time I visited her, she was barely crawling, and now she's walking and yelling and screaming and all this stuff, and it's like,
Yep. Yep.
cool.
It's
Yep.
crazy. That's crazy. I take care of kids as my
Mm.
day job, and
Mhm.
one of the youngest is a year old now, and I met her when she came home from the hospital, and it's
Mhm.
just like it's wild. She was a
Yeah.
newborn, and now she's walking and making noises and talking, and I'm like, "That was a year
Yeah.
ago?"
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's wild. It's so wild.
Yeah.
Um, and then, since it is the holiday season, I guess we could talk a little holiday fun.
Yeah.
Um, what is have you had a chance to watch any of these, like, new Christmas movies that have come out in the last 5, 10 years, or
I've watched a few, like, Netflix Christmas movies that have come
Mhm.
out that are really corny and just not very good, but
Yeah.
they're kind of enjoyable to watch this time of year, I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of
Yeah.
fun. Um, yeah, I think the Christmas Prince was the one that I watched. I think that came out in, like, 2020 or
Yeah.
2019, and
Yeah.
it's so cheesy, but I like it.
Nice. I I don't go that deep down the rabbit hole. I was,
Yeah.
there's this one that came what did it come out on? HBO Max or Paramount Plus, one of the 2.
Mhm.
It's with, the guy that plays, Doogie Howser, um,
Okay.
8-Bit Christmas.
I haven't watched it.
Uh, it's a pretty decent little film, and it kinda gets you in the nostalgic feels.
Okay.
It's a little dated, but, it works, so.
Yeah, I love a good classic Christmas movie, though. I love watching even all the really, really, like, the old, like, Rudolph and all
Mhm.
those animated ones that came out in, like, the '50s, I wanna say,
Mhm.
the '60s or whatever that was. Those are all just so classic and very nostalgic, but I haven't watched them yet. It's not close enough to Christmas yet, I feel like, for those ones.
Yeah.
But
Like, I've been a little bit skeptical about at least starting to watch, like, there's a few movies that aren't quite they're Christmas classics, but they're not closely tied to Christmas that it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like, I feel like I could probably start, like, watching Home Alone and be alright with it,
Yeah.
so,
I
but,
haven't watched Home Alone yet. I usually wait till a little closer to Christmas for that one, but yeah,
fair enough.
that's a good one. That's one of my favorites. So
Fair enough. Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with me a little bit. It's always fun,
Yeah.
and, hopefully, 2023 wraps up nice and tight, and we can go to 2024 and,
Yeah.
do all these cool things that we've talked about for so long, so,
Yeah, I know. I really love that, your channel is doing all these cool things, and yeah, I'd
yeah.
love to be a part of it as much as possible. So thank you so much for including me. This is awesome.
Absolutely. It's been 3 years, and I
Mhm.
don't know what year 4 is gonna look like, but, it's gonna be different, and,
Mhm.
it's time to kind of evolve this thing and take it
Mhm.
into the next level, so,
Yeah, that's kinda how I feel too. So I'm
yeah.
I'm right there with you. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome, awesome.
Cool.
Well, Nora, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. If anybody wants to check out your music or any of that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
yeah, you can find everything on my website. It's noraterrellmusic.com. Last name is Tirrell. No one can ever spell it right, which totally understand. And
Hi,
yeah,
that's me. That's me. I always miss an R or an L or something. Add an extra something. So
it's understandable. I'll be changing my name in a couple of years, so hopefully it'll be a little bit easier.
fair, very fair. Awesome. Well, Nora, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. We're gonna do a little switch around with the guests, and we got our next guest in the queue.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. Well, before we bring in our next guest, Ash Taylor, if anybody is interested in making a donation make a donation if you're so inclined, or if site lnacares.site is the best place to go. Or if you happen to be watching on Twitch, there is a donation button there as well. But let's bring in our next guest. We got Ash Taylor. Let's bring her in. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm hanging in there. I'm just cruising at this point.
Man, you're several hours in at this point, aren't you?
20, yeah.
Wow. Wow. How much caffeine have you had today?
Probably not enough, but also probably too much at this point, but who knows?
Yeah, I understand that. Absolutely. Well, man, thanks for letting me be a part of this. This is such a cool thing, such a great cause.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You know, I've always been trying to figure out the next step for as far as like bringing you in as far as like podcasts and whatnot. And when I saw you announce that you were releasing a Christmas song, and I was like, okay, that's the next step, because I feel like we could do something really fun and cool there. And then you expressed interest in this, and I'm like, yeah, let's do both of them. That's not going to backfire at all. That's not going to be repetitive, but you know.
No, I mean, why not? Right? The more the merrier. Yeah. Hopefully, you're just not sick of me by the end of the Christmas episode. You know, you're just like, oh man, I got to get a break.
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, it's right now, like my whole plan of attack is to kind of keep everything like the ultimate goal is to produce enough content between now and December 1st that I could take off until the end of February and not feel bad about it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like in my mind, it's like that's what I ultimately want to do. So I could like go to work, come home, and like, I gotta throw an Instagram post or whatever, but it's not like, okay, I gotta book a guest, I gotta do this, you know.
Oh yeah. Big like load off. It's like a vacation for you.
And plus, especially here in Texas, January, February is like when that severe weather, that frozen whatever kind of strikes, and it's like, okay, if I can keep my schedule kind of clear, I'll be happy.
Oh yeah, I've kind of had that happen here in Nashville. I think you guys in Texas get it worse than we do, but I know like January, February, March is like basically snow, ice, tornadoes. I mean, it's just I've had so many like weird things happen or had to cancel something because of I can't get out of my house, or I don't have electricity, and it's frustrating. So I mean, good for you. You're ahead of the stress curve. So
yeah, well, and because I know, so I work for a TV station, so I know exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and I just know like there's going to be a set of days in January, and there's probably going to be like a week in February.
Oh yeah.
So I just know it's coming. So
hey, way to plan. It's awesome.
Yep, absolutely. So how have things been going with you? How's everything with your music?
Man, thank you for asking. It's all going really, really well. I've been playing a bunch of shows. I'm playing probably my last show of the year, actually, this Saturday, it looks like, which is super exciting. I get to go play in an old historic mansion. So that's something,
Nice.
you know, like I'm like, wow, they let me in here. They let the redneck country singer chick come sing in a mansion. Like, I'm like, ooh, what do I wear? But yeah, man, everything's good. Just been super busy playing shows. Like I said, kind of wrapping that up for this year. Planning lots and lots of cool stuff ahead for in the new year. And honestly, right now, we kind of were talking about it a second ago, but on Black Friday, I'm releasing a Christmas song, which is my rendition of the Buck Owens Christmas classic, Santa Looked a Lot Like Daddy. So it's awesome. And the pre-saves for that actually start tomorrow. And then this Tuesday, we're going to shoot a music video for it. So just really hyped up about getting to release a Christmas song, one that I loved growing up as a kid, and kind of do my own take and version on it, and just happy to get it out there and happy to have some fun and make a music video, and just feels great to be making music, man. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so re-energized. Like, obviously I've been doing the podcast here for a good amount of time, and just when somebody comes in with this much energy, and it's like, okay, I need to I need to match your energy. I don't know, but
Oh man, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
no, it's really cool, and it feels like when I listen to you talk about like all the cool stuff you got going on, it's like, yes, this is somebody that is passionate about what they're doing, and they're gonna go places. So I just little side note there, but
No, I really appreciate that. I just love music in general, but especially country music, and I just love getting to make it, and I love getting to be an artist, and I'm just super passionate about it. And then as of like this year, it's my full-time job, and so that's just been crazy awesome for me to get to put all my energy and efforts into my art and to make a living. And so I appreciate fans and people that allow me to do that. And life is good, man. Life is good. Not that we don't have bad days, but I think especially too, like after the pandemic, I think it kind of reset my mind a lot, because for so long I couldn't play shows and I didn't know what to do. And it's like, man, once I got back out there performing and stuff, it's like, I was like, man, I am never taking this for granted ever again. No way, man. Like you gotta enjoy every single moment.
very fair, very fair. So obviously we talked about the Christmas song, and we'll kind of save that one for the next podcast. Did we ever set a date for that? I have my notes. So
I can't remember the date off of my head, but I do think that you messaged me a day and time. I feel like it's second or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Just another side note, but if we have, I'll go back and look, because I write all the dates down. If we haven't, I will reach out to you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure.
So what do you? Obviously, you got the Christmas song, and you're kind of in full, trying to prepare for next year. But are you currently writing right now, or where are you kind of at, just kind of creatively in general?
I right now creatively, like other than getting this song and video out, basically I'm getting ready to go hardcore into playing a lot of shows next year. I really want to play as much as possible and travel as much as possible. So I'm kind of like in a band rehearsal, kind of making a set list, kind of like doing those kinds of things. I wrote a bunch of songs, like probably within the past year. I've written about, oh man, I didn't know how many songs, but there's a period where I wrote a bunch. So right now I'm more focused on like releasing music and, playing shows, kind of doing all that. We're also doing a lot more content in the new year.
Nice.
So I'm really looking forward to that. I do a once a month live stream called Ash Wednesdays, which is the first Wednesday of every month. So we're doing that, and we've kind of really upped it. But we do a giveaway, we play music, we hang out, we talk. It's super fun. So like we're doing that. We also are doing. I had someone reach out to me about doing kind of like YouTube shorts and reels where we call it Gear Talk with Ash.
Nice.
So basically, I love guitars. And so, they send me pedals and they send me different things, and I'm able just to try it out. So yeah, I mean, we just have so much like cool series and content, and traveling and playing shows. And I'm really excited though for 2024. And I know at some point in the year, probably like middle of the year, we will put out more new music for sure. But I just feel like there's so many great things going on that honestly really excited for January, which says something because Christmas is by far my favorite time of year.
Yeah.
We're in my like highlight, man. I live for the
Yeah.
last months of the year, October, November, December. So if I'm looking forward to January, it's a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's just kind of end it, like, obviously you had a really good 2023. At least from my perspective,
Yeah.
you had a really good 2023 and you're going to end it off really strong with this Christmas song and, a lot of momentum going into 2024. So there's no reason to not be excited about January and everything that you have planned. Like, I mean, yes, you enjoy November, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all that stuff, but man,
Yeah.
yeah, January.
It's exciting, man. I think anytime there's just growth or like new things you get to go do, I think that's super cool. You know, it's nice just not to be stuck in the same places doing the same thing. So it's unnerving, sometimes clearly makes you kind of like nervous, but it's like it's a good kind of nervous, good kind of
Yeah.
nerves.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So normally this is where I'd ask a random Christmas question, but since we're gonna save all that,
Okay.
uh, I'm trying my best to save all that. But other than like obviously you're in full band rehearsal mode, what's been the hardest part about trying to build a set list and like prepare for touring life for you?
Um, Sometimes I think it's I mean, there's a lot that clearly goes into it, and I feel blessed to be surrounded just by really good guys and everything. But I would probably say sometimes it can be hard to figure out the set list, and so I kind of always over prepare when it comes to that stuff. But I really like to put on what I call a full course show, meaning it's kind of like a full course meal, right? So we have our appetizer. You got the main entree, you got the salad, and then you finish strong with dessert. So I going through all that, and not only my catalog, but if you're playing certain places, like maybe certain nights you do more covers, and it's what cover songs do I put in the set that are not just cover songs because I think people will like them, yes, but like that means something to me. So I think that's kind of important, like I really strive to really just only play original music, and I don't mind playing covers occasionally, but it's like if I have to make the call where I play a cover, it's like, what are we playing and how does that kind of go back to me and my brand, and how does that work, and are people going to enjoy it as much as I do, so I have a lot of balance, but it's a good thing, man. It's a good muscle to practice for sure.
Yeah. So when you're kind of in that position of trying to find, like you're in that right moment to play a cover song, are you looking for something that would be that like you perform uniquely that kind of makes it your own song, or are you looking for something that you think will just kind of like fit in the play? Like obviously when you lay out like a set list, there's a certain flow, you want to keep people's attention. How do you kind of approach when you're trying to put in a cover song like that?
Oh, that's a great question. I think like the best way to probably describe that would be to give like an example. So like, clearly I play songs that I wrote, and a lot of the songs that I write come from my life, and that's my story, and I write those in a way that I hope people relate to them. So when we add a cover into the set, it doesn't really matter the genre. If it's, clearly I do a lot of country music, maybe rock music or whatever. But for example, I tell a story that the reason why I got into country music was my Nana, and she was a massive country music fan. And I remember the very first country song I ever heard was Loretta Lynn's Coal Miner's Daughter. And so Loretta Lynn to me is like the staple of country music. I mean, that's what I grew up with. And so that plays a very important part, like in my life, but also in my music, and if you listen to what I do, I think you can kind of maybe hear an influence of Loretta. I've been told that by people. So I do a medley of a couple different Loretta Lynn hits, because that is something that I know everyone knows the words to these songs and they'll enjoy them. But also it's like you're getting to learn more about me as an artist and as a person. And so that's kind of how I try to make those calls. You know, it's like there has to be for me a reason on how this goes back, and not just some you know, not just some random song of like, I'm going to play Wagon Wheel because I
Yeah.
think that everyone will tip me $20,000 if I do, you know, like,
Right. Fair.
it's like Wagon Wheel, but it, you know, I've done gigs like that for many years, and like I said, I think, you know, there's a balance though where it's like you're an entertainer, absolutely, you're also an artist, and so just when you do a cover, I try to do it my own style, my own way, but also that original origin of that song just means something to me, and to my brand that I can tie it back to.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's the approach to building out a lineup and just kind of taking into consideration of, okay, the difference between low hanging fruit and being very thoughtful about where you place things. Uh, I, I think you've got a firm understanding, and you know exactly when you put a lineup together, you know exactly what you're looking for, and
Yeah.
so
I appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah. So you know, obviously gonna wrap up 2023 here. You got a busy 2024, you know, keeping busy. If people want to kind of keep track of everything you got going on with all your releases and upcoming shows and all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
Oh, absolutely. You're going to head on over to my website, which is ashtaylor.com. And there's links there to all of my social media. You can sign up for my newsletter, merch, music. I mean, tour dates, anything that you're interested in is on there. And yeah, shoot me a message and tell me that you heard me on the Live and Amplified, and, you know, we'll be friends.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ash. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. And we'll definitely have another good conversation here in the next week or so about more Christmas fun. So
I love it. Well, thank you so much again for having me. Super happy to be a part of this, and good luck, man. We'll see you later on.
yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna do a little musical roulette here. And Ash Taylor, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night.
You too. We'll see you, man. Take care.
Yep, see you. Awesome, awesome. So we got our next musician in the queue. We'll bring him up here in just 1 second. Anybody that's out there watching, we really appreciate the support. The love and the support is always important. While you're watching, sorry, I'm getting ready to point here. This QR code over here. If you are interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, just scan the QR right there to donate, or if you need a URL because that works better for you, LNAcares.site. That's a take you to a landing page, and you just hit donate, and it should get you taken care of. We tried to make it super easy this year, and you know, and cover all our bases. Dempsey.
My internet is slow. What's going on, man?
Not much. It just hanging in there.
Good.
Yeah,
you have been live longer than I've been awake today.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay, good.
3 hours. That's the drop dead. You know, I've had a few people say, "Hey, reach out to me afterwards." It's like, no, I'm gonna go reach out to this bed that's sitting 7 feet from me.
Yes.
You know? So, how's things been going for you?
Good, brother. Hanging in.
Nice.
Writing. That's really what 2023 has been about for me, is writing songs, getting co-writes, and meeting new people and networking, doing that stuff. So
that's what's up. And you just recently relocated to Nashville. How's Nashville been treating you?
Soon, not quite yet.
Not quite yet. Okay.
First of the year, yeah.
Okay.
Relocating up there, so really looking forward to that.
Gotcha. How's the preparation for that move been?
Chaotic.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah. I think the whole family's excited to have a change and try something new. So we've all sort of been helping out, trimming the fat, getting rid of things that we don't necessarily need, and making sure we take the essentials with us.
Yeah. For sure, for sure. It's it's an exciting time. It's a big move. It's I'll say it's a little it'll be an interesting time to move in January, trying to get up to Nashville just in general with the weather and all that fun stuff. So
Yeah,
hopefully
it'll be interesting planning the trip and doing all those things, and we'll see if God has other plans with the weather than what the meteorologists tell us.
Yeah, 100%. So how's music been? Yeah, you said you're doing a bunch of co-writes and stuff right now, but how's everything been going with the music?
Good, man. I've got some music in the can that I've co-written with my brother and a couple of other people. I've got some that I've written myself that I'm demoing and getting ready to release new stuff. But I also had some releases with some friends this year. Some of my buddies cut some of the tunes that we either co-wrote or songs that I had written. So that was really exciting for me. To have several release in 1 year as opposed to one or two was really cool. Shane Britt cut a song that I wrote in the middle of 2020 called "I'm Not Well," and that was a really cool release.
Nice.
Yeah, really happy to have that one out. And then David Hodges released a song that we co-wrote on his latest two-side dual LP, if you can call it that, on Spotify. But, and it's called Everly. So that was a really fun one to write. That one happened by happenstance.
Nice. So. Yeah, I think Spotify's getting better about doing bigger projects, but still abiding by their weird singles-driven algorithm.
So, definitely. And I think there's sort of been on a more micro scale, but even the artwork on Spotify is getting pretty elaborate with all the skins and different things that are available to artists now on their Spotify profile. It really seems like maybe it's just one person, but there's somebody there that's trying to reach out to folks that want the total package and not just a cheap MP3.
There's somebody there listening, and that's the important part. At least they're listening and open to the conversation.
That's right. That's right.
Is it going to change the game? Is it going to change how things are done? Don't know, but at least they're listening.
From a writer's side, and I don't, I'm just mostly speaking from not personal experience, but stuff that I've heard guys say is that the numbers have shifted so drastically after Spotify sort of took over the industry, where selling 1 million copies now at 100 million streams as a songwriter, you're not even necessarily paying your bills every month. And so that has changed already, and there's folks fighting for us up on Capitol Hill, man. And they've moved mountains. Liz Rose and NSAI have moved mountains for songwriters in the past 2 or 3 years, and they're still routinely just chipping away at it. So there's some folks fighting the good fight for the writer, and that's hopeful.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So where in Texas are you based out of? Or
Buda right now. Buda, Texas.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been down here since 2021. So.
Okay, and that's what, South Austin, right?
South Austin, yeah.
Okay.
Might as well be South Austin at this point.
Right. Fair. Very fair. And how's the obviously you're preparing for a trip, but how's the scene been down in Buda?
Oh man, there's so many musicians in this area, touring guys, even sidemen that aren't necessarily playing shows all the time in Buda, but around this area. I mean, we're so close to New Braunfels and San Marcos and South Austin, all those like outdoor sort of venue places up Manchac. There's a lot of live music going on all the time. So
cool. Have you been how often have you been getting out and playing?
I've played a few shows this year. We got to do our first Green Hall show this year, so that was pretty incredible. We opened up for Jack Ingram there, man, and it was a sold out crowd.
Nice.
Very, very cool. A few key shows like that. I haven't played live a whole lot. Like I said, I've spent most of the year writing. And that's been sort of a cool change for me in a lot of ways. Shows, new obstacles to get over, but it's been cool for me not having to go play a bar gig to make bills, because any of the other musicians that are watching this right now know what that can be like. I heard, I'm sorry I didn't catch her name, but the artist that was on before,
Ash.
I heard her. What was it? I'm sorry.
Ash Taylor.
Ash Taylor. Yeah, she was talking about if she plays a cover, that it has to mean something to her. And I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that doesn't always get you tips, man. Especially in a gig like that where you're there playing 3 hours for your bread and butter. That's a hard line to toe.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that was a very much a condensed conversation because we could have went so many ways into that, and obviously with the way everything kind of for tonight is structured, doesn't lead for these in-depth conversations. But
we could do a week-long series on bar gigs, man. If you want to do that, get a hold of me. We can talk.
Oh, for sure. That would be an interesting conversation. So but since you're kind of like really focused in on the in your creative we'll call it the creative headspace. How's songwriting been? How are you kind of taking your approach to writing right now?
It has been a blast, and it's been very challenging as well. I find myself, because I've been co-writing so much this past couple of years, I find myself when I'm even writing by myself approaching things differently, because I've had those other perspectives introduced, I guess, and I feel like it's been a good thing. I'm getting back to records that I listened to when I was 19, 20, 21 years old, to sort of reconnect with those things, but finding that I'm enjoying the way that I'm writing right now better than I ever have. I get in these ruts where I'm like, man, I wrote better songs when I was younger,
Fair.
And I think there's a lot of writers that could agree with that within themselves too. But I really am enjoying the stuff that I'm writing right now.
Cool.
So I don't know. It's gotten so much faster for me working with. I started working with my brother again a few years ago, and working with guys in Nashville. I say this, last time I was there, we had 2 sessions where we sat down and wrote songs on an acoustic guitar, and at the end of the day, that's what we walked away with. We had voice memos of it, but most of the time when I go into sessions up there, somebody will have either a melody or a guitar lick or whatever, and we'll sort of just let it vamp on a DAW and loop it and start throwing lyrics around.
Yeah, and start
by
kind of.
By the time we, so I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say you're kind of building out the structure from there, but
exactly, and starting it that way, which I've never done before. It's always either been lyrics or a guitar lick, first for me. And so in those situations, building out a rhythm section, doing those things, and building the demo as we're writing the song, it takes the song a much different place, but a much quicker. It keeps your mind more limber and on point, because when you walk out at the end of the day, whether it's a 5 or 6 hour session, you have a finished demo with vocals and harmonies. And even if, they don't stay on the final copy, the whole song's fleshed out and parts are there and production's done. And so now you just take it in and cut it in the studio and polish things out, And I'd never worked like that before this. And so it's been really cool for me to get in that headspace and be able to reach for the tools in my box, more quickly.
Yeah. And so what do you think has kind of prompted this like surgence of creative like I'm going to say creative juices because I can't quite think of a better way to phrase it, but what's kind of pushed you into this creative headspace that you want to like focus so hard on it?
I've always felt like I was a writer first,
Mhm.
but from a production standpoint as well, being able to be a part of the creation of what's reaching people's ears and not just a verse and a bridge, or
Mhm.
I wrote the chorus melody, or, you know, even if it is one of my songs that I'm cutting for me,
Mhm.
being able to go in and talk with a producer and co-produce the thing and bring it to life, you know,
Mhm.
that's just gotten way more interesting to me in the past few years. We've recorded since we were kids. My brother Steve and I, we've recorded since we were kids, out of necessity. You know,
Mhm.
we just put together recording gear and made it work. So that's always been sort of there on the back burner in my head these, you know, all these years. But I really want to get more into producing albums and writing with other people and watching those moments happen for them as well, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So this move to Nashville that you're making in January, is that more prompted by your desire to be more in the like writing music for other people? Is that or
I think so. And I don't think that I'm gonna, you know, for sure abandon writing things for myself and releasing albums. But
yeah.
I feel like sort of circling back to the bar gig thing,
Mhm.
without some sort of, I don't want to say corporate backing, but you understand what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Without somebody footing the bill, it's really difficult to tour and make any money, um, playing bar gigs and cutting your teeth again. And you know, you understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
And so I would rather have something to sort of fund the gigs that I want to play.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm shooting for with the songwriting and production thing uh, is getting album cuts,
Mhm.
doing those things, and you know, making mailbox money so that I can take a band out on the road and it's supported,
Yeah.
and there is money behind a record, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
completely. You want to feel, even though going out on the road there is no such thing as security, but you want to have like that sense of, I if we go out here, I'm not going
yeah,
to.
yeah, a little bit. No, I can hear you, but I understand what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. You want to sort of have that that fail safe, you know, just in case.
It's been
Is it still cutting out on you?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
All
are.
right. Yep. Sorry, my internet's been playing wild games with me all day, so
Gotcha.
yeah, fair enough. No, so kind of looking forward, what's something you're looking forward to once you get into Nashville, and kind of get settled in?
Um, really just diving into a new scene, you
Mhm.
know, writers' nights seem to go way deeper. And I don't say that across the board. You
Mhm.
know, I've had nights on the river in New Braunfels that were some of the most magical of my life. You know, sitting
Mhm.
around playing guitar with other songwriters around a campfire. Those things can't be replaced. I just mean, as a professional writer, I feel like there's a lot more song rounds and stuff like that that go on weekly in Nashville that will, you know, help me get to the goal that I'm after.
Yeah. I agree. You know, you're not replacing those memories or those
Right.
moments or those experiences, but you're creating an opportunity where you can have more of those moments
Yeah, for
because
sure.
whereas like they happen in Texas, but they happen once, twice, maybe three times a year, whereas in Nashville they're happening, if not every night, every other night, you know.
Right.
So
And one of the best, or well, one of the best ones that I've been to is the whiskey jam, and it happens on a Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody's off. So musicians are the majority of the crowd at those things.
Mm-hmm.
And that the energy at that place is incredible, man. I think they've even moved to a new venue now, but it was at a place called Winners there.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. And so just kind of life outside of music, what's got you really inspired right now, kind of outside of the music industry? What's keeping you motivated?
Woodwork, which actually ends up relating to music too, because I like built speaker cabinets and dress out studios, do stuff like that. So it's still construction and working with my hands, but it's sort of two passions in one. And my family, man, my kids are growing. We're about to have a new one. My wife is due just any moment.
Yeah.
So that'll be number 4 for us, and we have 7 altogether, man.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And you know, I wasn't sure if I was going to touch on this, but we met last year at Jam down in New Braunfels. I was talking to Kevin Wayne Johnson earlier today. We had him on. He was on in the early afternoon about for this, and we were comparing last year's Jam to this year's, and just kind of the different headspaces we were in because different times and whatnot. And it's like I feel like I missed out a little bit last year because I was there physically, but I wasn't ready mentally for what was going to happen at that festival.
Gotcha.
And so like I had other things kind of going on, so I was just kind of there for what I needed to be there for. Whereas this year I went and I kind of experienced all the majesty that you had talked about, like
cool.
the jams at the river, all that stuff. And it's like, now I completely understand everything that festival brings.
For sure. It's a great thing that Dustin's put together. And I'm sure that it grew this year even more than it did last year,
If anybody wants to check out your music or just kind of keep up with you on socials, or catch a show, or like when you do get out, where's the best place to find you?
Usually everything travels through Instagram first for me. It's just at John Dempsey, JohnDempsy.
Awesome.
So most everything filters through there at one point or another.
Cool. Well, John, really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with me.
Yeah, brother. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. It's been a little bit since I've been to Nashville, but that's probably one of the easier trips that I can make. So
right on. And hopefully we get a reason together to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Right
but once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for joining the fight against pancreatic cancer.
Absolutely.
And we'll keep it pushing every year. And thank you so much. And we're going to do a little musical switch here and prepare to bring in the next artist.
All right. Thanks,
cool.
man. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Awesome. All right. So here we go. What am I looking for? Hold on. I got to pull up my sheet. Who's next? Oh man, my eyes. Okay. Let me reach out to her really quick. But I'm going to continue playing. Actually, let me plug a few things here first as we kind of prepare. If anybody is interested in donating to the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon, you feel free to hit the QR code right here. Or if you need a website, right here, this thing, LNAcares.site. It is the easiest way to get in. And if you want to make a donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, and that's currently what we're funding for. We're trying to get fundraisers. We'd really appreciate it. Any donation matters. Every donation matters. It's all going towards a great cause. Yeah. So give me a few minutes here. I'll bring in this video we were watching a little bit ago, and I'll figure out what's going on with our next guest. Cool.
At the patient's biology and their particular tumor to help guide treatment decisions. So these specific trials are looking for patients with mutations or alterations that have been identified through genetic or biomarker testing. And these same trials would be investigating treatments that are trying to treat the tumor by targeting these unique mutations. Just as Dr. Berlin mentioned, the RAS mutation, a lot of trials are investigating and trying to target that mutation in patients. So having the mutation does make a patient eligible for these additional trials. That also brings about the question of how to locate these biomarker or more mutation-driven trials. And that's also something that here at PanCAN Patient Services, we can help out with. So case managers are trained to utilize those genetic and biomarker testing reports when running those clinical trial searches. So not only can we provide a list of pancreatic cancer-specific trials that may be options, but we can also search for biomarker-specific trials based on any mutations that could have been identified in the report. So not only does this mutation information help identify additional trial options, but
Awesome. Welcome back into the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon. We are well into hour 21, less than 3 to go. We're getting there. We're doing something. But we have our next guest in the queue. Let's bring her on out. If I can find my mouse. There it is. Hey, how's it going?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. We're less than 3 hours away from wrapping this thing up. So
You're a freaking beast, man. Going full 24 hours. I gotta commend you guys. Amazing job.
yeah. I didn't think it would be, but that first 6 hours, it was just like
Tough, man.
yeah.
Crazy.
How's everything been going for you? How's the music been treating you?
The music's been going good. I've just been taking whatever free time I've got left to really devote my time to getting a lot of the new tunes created and finalizing some tunes I've been working on for a minute. So it's going really well.
Nice. And when you say finalize, like, are you as far as like writing, or are you like already in production on this stuff?
It's just in like the final steps of production. I'm just going in, sure if there's any bells or whistles that can make it better.
Gotcha. That's got to be pretty exciting to know that you're obviously I wouldn't imagine that you're looking to release that stuff like this year, but knowing that you've got some good stuff in the back pocket for 2024 has got to be pretty exciting.
I'm actually planning on releasing my next one at the end of this month. So, yeah.
Oh, well, then I will remove my foot from my mouth. Thank you. So. Oh man, that's you've got a rare form of me where I'm caffeinated but sleep deprived, and it makes for an interesting moment. So
no, I'm just honored to be here talking to you again.
I enjoyed our first conversation, and just kind of getting that opportunity to sit and meet with you the first time and kind of get a feel for who you are and what you're about. And anytime I could have you on, I'd be greatly appreciated. So
thank you. I feel the same way. It is truly so nice to get to know you, and I enjoy our conversations.
nice. And I love the Christmas tree. And now that it's not, what was it, July?
It's been up a full year.
Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna complain. That's keep the seasons alive, right?
You gotta do what you gotta do to keep happiness alive.
Yep, 100%. If my Christmas tree didn't take up an abnormal or an abundant amount of space in my living room, I'd leave it up all year too. But it literally takes up like half my living room, and it's not even that big of a tree. So I just have a small living room. So
yeah, I got a small room.
yeah, fair enough. So how's obviously you mentioned that you're kind of finalizing a bunch of stuff with some music. You got the new release coming the end of the month. Have you announced anything about that yet, or where are you kind of at with that?
So I was gonna. I've been making the promo video all day today. It's been a little bit hard because I'm pulling double duty at work. But yeah, I was gonna release a promo video tomorrow. But I
Nice.
figured it's fun to drop the news here on the one
Nice.
and only Amplified.
I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. So do, what can you tell us about the upcoming release? As far as like, yeah, Eddie.
So this song that I'm planning on releasing is a very personal one. It's a very serious subject matter, but it's also, I tried to deliver it in a way that was very uplifting. I derived a lot of how it sounds kind of from how Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles sounds.
Mm.
It's a very serious message, but anyway, the song is called Brave Face, and I wanted to release it, especially going into this time of the year when, you know, seasonal depression starts to make itself known all over again to a lot of people. And I really wanted it to be a song that would remind everybody that, you know, even though it is very hard to deal with mental struggles, you're definitely be alone. And even if it's just me who's got your back, I'll be there. So
Awesome. And as you've kind of been working on this and finalizing, what's kind of running through your mind as you kind of approach the final stages of pushing this song out there?
Man. I guess the big thing that's running through my mind is I really want to make sure that this sound is very equal with all the different instruments and all the different vocals that are going to be interjected in. Because there's a lot going on in the song, but don't want it to be overwhelming. I want everybody to be able to appreciate all the little bells and whistles that were added. And yeah, I guess I'm trying to listen to it from a perspective of somebody who's maybe really hurting, and then they hear it and it just kind of, I guess, lights that little fire within them.
Yeah, for sure. That's really cool. It's you know, it's got you mentioned that it's got like a lot going on, but you're trying to find that balance so it doesn't sound, at least from my perspective, it sounds like you don't want it to sound overproduced. Is that fair?
Yeah, not like overproduced, not muddy, that sort of.
Yeah, because you know you get somebody that tries to do too much with it when in reality, it's just kind of like the simplest way is the best. Sometimes the best way.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And so with this, really, will there be a music video with this, or is it just going to be the single right now?
As of right now, it'll probably just be a single, but I have been brainstorming ever since me and my band, we did a music video or sometime earlier this summer. Ever since we came out with that music video, I've definitely been brainstorming which song I would like to do a music video for first. I mean, obviously I would love to do music videos for all of them just back to back, but it's a process for sure. But yeah.
Okay. Cool. It seems like you're staying busy. Like, I mean, that's so amazing, especially like right now. I feel like right around Christmas time, it just anywhere like north of New Mexico, I feel like anytime Christmas time hits, it's like, yeah, time to pump the brakes a little bit and kind of cash in our chips for the year. So the fact that you're staying so busy is really inspiring.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. So as you're working on this, are you playing shows right now? Like I know it's been a little bit since we've had you on the podcast, but what's the show situation looking like? Are you playing consistently or semi consistently or?
The definitely dwindled off, which you know it's standard, especially up here in the Pacific Northwest. As the weather gets colder, I feel like less venues are inclined to book artists. Totally fair. But yeah, I know for sure our next show isn't until the end of December. So for the time being, I really want to make it a goal to start street performing again because it's just it's not only super therapeutic for me, but I feel like it would definitely be just something really fun to do. And I just love performing, even if it's not to a set audience. It's just something I love to do.
That's really cool. That's really it kind of gets back to the basics of being a musician, right? Just getting out and street performing and just kind of the least amount of tools necessary, and you're still out there to create music. That's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Um it last time we talked, you'd mentioned an aspiration to move out or down to Southern California, right? Am I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. It's the brain is mush at this point in my life, so it's it's going to take several days of sleep to repair the damage I've done to this thing today. So
You deserve a melatonin-induced coma for sure, my friend.
hey, I'll take it at this point because I know what's exactly about to happen is once I'm done with this, I'm going to go to bed and I'll be up at 6 a.m. just because that's how it always happens.
Yep. Without fail.
Yep. And that's why I stopped taking melatonin because it was happening with melatonin and I was still like super groggy off that. And I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. So
Not it.
yeah. But how's the quest to move on down to Southern California? Is that
Oh man, it's very back and forth for me because every time I really start to think about pulling the trigger and just going for it, I swear it's like the universe gives me all the reasons as to why I just love my hometown. And I know like there's this internal debate going on within me constantly that's just like, you're just comfortable. This is your hometown. You've lived here for 25 years. Like, I get it. And the other half of me is just like, take a fucking risk. You've got nothing to lose. You're not married. You don't have a boyfriend. You're not tied down by anything realistically. So
fair? I was gonna say, like, I was waiting for you to say something like when you said that you get every reason why you like your hometown. I thought you were about to say you get every reason why you shouldn't move to Southern California, and it's like, no, if that was the case, that's like doubt creeping into your head. But I think there's still a reality where you go into like just take a chance. Like that's all that needs to happen here is just take that chance, and I think it'll pay off in the long run. Your home will still be your home no matter how far you move. But Southern California, you don't know until you try.
exactly. Stop being a bitch. Just do it.
I wasn't going to get that aggressive. I'm not that exhausted yet, but had you picked up that 11:30 slot, you may have gotten a completely different human being. So
Nah, I'm loving this moment right now, exactly the way it is.
fair, very fair. So yeah, so how's just kind of life in general outside of the music business? How's life been treating you?
It's definitely been very chaotic. At my day job, like I said, with they've definitely given me twice the amount of responsibility, so the days have definitely been longer. That's definitely taken a toll on me, but I got to say it's been a really great opportunity to really practice some of the new habits that I've been trying to adopt in the last year, which is like, every single time something chaotic or stressful or kind of uncomfortable happens, I try to just remember, okay, this is an opportunity. This isn't a curse. This is an opportunity. This is a chance to grow character. This is a chance to learn something new. So, yeah.
Fair. I have a very similar job where they are doubling our workloads, and yeah, it's I don't respond in such a positive form to these people. So I'm trying. I'm really trying to be positive and look at it like, yes, more responsibility, more skill sets learned, but yeah.
But hard, but yeah, by the 9th hour of work, it's just like, I am done. I want to unplug from everybody and everything. I just want seclusion.
Yeah. And that's the issue because of what my job is. This thing needs to be on 24/7, 365. And at any moment, I could get that call, be like, hey, the state capitol's on fire. We need you here. And it's like sick.
Yeah, love it.
Yep. Amazing. It's so much fun. So, but it is what it is. But it seems like just having the chance to talk to you. I don't know why I'm talking with a pen in my hand, but it just feels very comfortable and cathartic right now. So it's, I'm going to keep going with it. It's like, oh, let me start taking notes here on my own podcast. But no, it seems like you're really happy right now, and I really admire that. Like, glad whatever is kind of going on right now. It seems like you're really happy right now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm doing my best.
Nice. Awesome. But if as far as like the upcoming release, the show in the end of December, if anybody wants to check that stuff out or just interact with you on socials and hang out on your TikTok or Instagram, where's the best place to find you?
Best place to find me. I guess I would be the most responsive on Instagram. So yeah, if you ever want to DM me, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, I always love a good suggestion. Actually, I've been getting a lot of suggestions for covers recently, so that's just been very heartwarming, very exciting.
Nice.
Then also, I'm pretty responsive on Facebook Messenger as well. And then, yeah.
Nice. Awesome. I'd love to see you do a No Diggity cover.
No diggity. I would love.
That came up on my playlist when I was coming home from work last night, and I was like, I didn't want to hear it, but it was what I needed to hear, and it just hit so right. So,
yeah.
But, anyways, really appreciate you coming on, and always enjoy chatting with you. And we will do another long form podcast, hopefully in person. We'll figure that one out as it goes because I'm really trying to bring this thing back in person. The in-person podcast is so much fun. So
maybe you give me a time and a day, I'll be down in Waco.
Awesome. We will work that one out. So, but really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. I know it's still, what is it, like 7 or no, it's 8 by you, right?
Yeah, it's 8 p.m.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. We had this conversation mountain time, not Pacific time. Cool. So
yeah.
Awesome. Well, you have enjoy the rest of your night, and I'll make sure to message you that I survived the night, and we should be good.
Yes, I wish you the best of luck with the remaining hours of the podcast, and you're the shit. And thank you again for such a conversation.
Thank you very much, and we'll stay in contact, and have a good rest of your night.
You too, Bretta. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Bye. Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for hanging in there. We've still got a whole bunch to go. I think, let's see, final tally here. 7 musicians left. We got 7 musicians left. We've got 2.5 hours left. We're closing in on the final gates here. If anybody's interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, you could scan this QR code right over here, or if you need a URL, it's right here, lnacares.site. Any and all donations would be greatly appreciated as we try and make a little bit of a dent in finding a cure or treatment or early detection, whatever it could be, to help curb pain. Oh, hey,
Hello, how are you?
Good. You can hear me?
I can hear you. It cut out just a little bit.
Okay. That might happen here because my internet's been playing fun little games on me. So
Yeah.
We'll just kind of roll with the punches, and excited to have you here.
I'm excited to be here. It's really an honor to be a part of this cause, and looking forward to our conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not going to completely butcher your name, so I'll let you kind of introduce yourself because I don't want to, even try. So.
Yeah, no worries. I'm Malachi Jaggers.
Oh, I was going to be completely off. Completely off. Okay, Malachi Jaggers. Cool. Nice to meet you. My name's Tom, and you're from Delphi, right? Delphi, Indiana?
I'm from Delphi, Indiana.
Awesome.
Nice to meet you too.
I grew up in South Chicago, and I had family in Northwest Indiana, and we used to go down into like Lafayette and Indianapolis and all that. Yeah. Right? That's kind of where Delphi is.
Yeah, I'm actually in Lafayette tonight, so but it's about 30 minutes away, from Lafayette.
That's awesome. Yeah, we used to go down there for like bowling tournaments and like all kinds of crazy stuff when we were kids. So yeah, I'm familiar with the area pretty good. So
that's awesome. It's a small world.
Yeah, but excited to have you on. Excited to chat with you just a little bit and kind of get to know you a little bit better. So for anybody that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time, any of our viewers, the Live and Amplified crew, what's kind of your story? What got you into music?
Well, when I got into music, my dad was really instrumental in that. He was a musician. He was in a lot of bands in my 60s and the 70s and 80s. So he had instruments laying around the house and lots of guitars. And so I would pick up the guitar and just start playing some chords and trying to figure out chords, learn where they're, the positions and all that. And just started doing it and haven't quit since. And that was really, my love of music came from my dad, and my mom was also a singer too. So being influenced by them really was a huge influence. So
cool. And what was kind of the turning point that you knew, like, hey, this might be something that you are, I don't want to say good at, but you could like do something with it?
Well, I knew that I wanted to do it early on because, like, when I was in school, in elementary school, I would actually take my guitar and sing some Beatles songs and I'd ask my teachers, "Hey, can I sing for my class?" And so I love being able to entertain people and share music. So it really came early on. I knew that music was what I wanted to do for life.
Nice. And so at that time, like in those situations when you'd ask your teacher, what kind of songs would you normally play, or what were you kind of learning how to play?
Well, so I'd be doing some Beatles songs, and I would be singing like a lot of stuff from the Please Please Me album and a lot of early Beatles stuff. So I would really kind of do those kind of songs for my classmates.
Gotcha.
I don't think they quite understood it because it was the 80s.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of your first, like, is it fair to say that's like your first performance experience was like playing for your class and whatnot?
My first performance experience was at a library, at the Frankfurt Public Library. And it was, I did an Elvis song called Love Me Tender.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. And then so did you growing up, were you involved in like a lot of the school, I'll call them school sponsored activities because I can't quite think of a better way to word it, but like school band, choir and stuff like that, or?
Well, I was in band for 1 year, and then I switched to choir. And I did that all the way through high school, but I started singing early on. I actually did an elementary school program. It was like in front of my whole school. I sang I Want to Hold Your Hand in German.
Nice.
In front of all those people. And so that was really cool. And then I did play drums in band for a while. And then again, I switched to choir and did that all the way through high school, was in part of musicals, was the lead in some musicals.
And this was all in Delphi?
Some in Frankfurt
Okay.
early on, and some in Delphi. So.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Just trying
Frankfurt
to.
is, sorry.
Go ahead.
And Frankfurt's not too far from Delphi, if anybody wants to know.
For some reason, when you said Frankfurt, my brain automatically went to Germany. I was like,
yeah,
wait a minute, Frankfurt, Germany? Germany, Delphi, don't quite. Yeah, okay, got it.
Exactly. Especially when I said I sang "I Want to Hold Your Hand" in German.
Yeah,
probably threw a lot of people off. So
yeah, no, that's why I was asking. I was like, okay, let's get the basic outline of this story straight. So
yeah.
So from that point, that's kind of your early introduction into music. Was there like a light switch moment for you that it went from a school sponsored activity to writing, recording, playing guitar, like kind of doing your own thing?
Well, I was writing songs early on, and I actually there was also another band, Yes, 90125 had just came out, and I was a big fan of that. And I would have a guitar that my dad had gotten me, and I would sing in the doorknobs and pretend they were my microphone.
Nice.
And it just was in my blood early on. And I just knew, like, even in my, like around 5 years old, I just knew this is what I want to do. I want to entertain and write songs and record. That was kind of around that time. That was a light bulb moment, I think, for me.
Nice. And when you kind of made that transition from like doing more cover songs, or we'll say like school standard type stuff, like if in choir or like the school band, who were you listening to when you kind of started to try and explore who you wanted to be as an original artist?
Yeah. So my dad had a big record collection, and stuff from like the 1930s through, the 1980s too. So, but, I would explore his record collection, and there was like, Jethro Tull, there was Pink Floyd, and the Beatles, of course, and Tom Petty. There was just so many bands that are obscure too, that I would take a listen to, and I would enjoy and be influenced by all that music as well. So that really made me want to become a singer-songwriter, really, and do it. So
Gotcha. And so growing up in Delphi as a original music, or as you're kind of starting to cut your teeth as a original musician, was there much of a scene in Delphi for like independent musicians? Or
there's not much of a scene in Delphi for independent musicians, but there are some. And so I was approached by a teacher in high school. She was a French teacher, and she brought this form to me and said, "Hey, Malachi," because she knew I was a singer-songwriter. She said, "Hey, Malachi, you need to apply for this scholarship that's based out of Lafayette." And it's a Shirley Martin Scholarship is what it was called. And it's sponsored by the Songwriters Association of Mid-North Indiana. And so I applied for that, and I didn't win, but I met a friend through that scholarship who's been a lifelong friend. And he said, "Hey, why don't we have some coffee, or, go to dinner and talk about your production?" He said, "I was really interested in your production and your songwriting." So we did that, became great friends. And then over the years, we've actually written songs together. And his name's Scott Greason, and he actually co-wrote this new single with me called "Too Soon." And so that happened. Our friendship happened out of that high school connection. So we've been friends for years.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. And it all blossomed out of a passion. And you guys are still hanging. I was about to say hanging in strong, but that That
Yeah.
sounds like a weird relationship if that's that scenario. Um, so you said the new single is Too Soon?
My new single's Too Soon, and just came out. The video just came out yesterday.
Nice.
And so that was really exciting.
For anybody that's like listening, what's the story behind Too Soon? Just like the song in general.
Well, so the song, we were at a place called the Tippecanoe Battlefield when we co-wrote it, and it was just a beautiful day. We were accompanied by some bees, but it was all good. And so it just really, there was a song that I had on my Fearless disc that was called Look at It Go. And my producer was like, at the time we were trying to, figure out, I was trying to figure out if I really liked the lyrics to that song. And so I went back and I co-wrote a version with my buddy Scott. And then I went and co-wrote a version with my friend Leanna. And my producer's like, no, I really like these original lyrics. So let's keep those. And so in the end, that's what we did. And I do love that song. So I love the way it turned out. But we went back and we had those lyrics and they were just kind of sitting there. And Scott was like, man, we really should do something with those. And I'm like, yeah, we really should.
Yeah.
I don't want to just let them sit there. So I came up with, we both did, we started working on the song, and the melody, the hook of the song just kind of came to me, and he and I, worked over the lyrics some more, and, it all just came together so quickly because I had to record it the next week. And so, but it's about, just people who are, just afraid to be authentic, and maybe they're not genuine in their relationships, and life comes and goes too soon.
Yep.
So it's good that we are authentic and want to be kind to one another, and not be just like sitting behind our computer saying some mean things. So that's kind of in a nutshell of what it is about. But anybody can draw their own conclusions of what it's about and kind of make it their own. And so,
for sure. It's you brought up an interesting topic about people being afraid to be their authentic selves, and that's been a recurring theme through a lot of these conversations that I've had today, which. About just musicians and just people in general, when they find that they're most relatable is when they're being their most authentic selves.
Yeah.
So like the fact that you have a song kind of speaking to that is really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited about it. It really is a fun one to play, and I love to sing it and love to share it with people.
Yeah. So where are you going to record music? Is there like a studio in like Lafayette, or are you going down to like Nashville, or?
I'm recording in Nashville. So the Fearless CD EP was recorded in Blackbird Studio.
Cool. Yeah.
And then the other 3 songs, What Are You Waiting For? And An American Hero and Too Soon was recorded all in one day as well. And it was recorded at Compass Records, where it's Waylon Jennings' old studio, which is nice. Really cool.
Yeah. That's really cool. One of my biggest regrets since moving here to Texas was I had a opportunity to interview his grandson, Way Jennings.
Oh, wow.
He was down here playing a gig. And the way the promoter kind of brought it to me, I felt like a little like there was something else kind of going on there. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to pass on this one. And then like 3 years later, he became what he is. Like he's starting to like really make some noise in the industry. And it's like, well, mark that one off as a loss.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah. So You the video for Too Soon was dropped yesterday.
It dropped yesterday.
Nice. How's the reception to the music video been?
It's been amazing. So many people have said really nice things about it and have really enjoyed it. Said that it made their day, which it makes my day to hear that.
Mm-hmm. That's
So,
cool. It's that thing you don't necessarily need to hear, but when you do hear it, it's very refreshing.
It is
that positive affirmation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and yeah, the reason, I'm doing this is to make other people happy. And so I really am glad that it's doing that.
That's great. That's great to hear, man. It's really cool. Just kind of putting yourself in a position that using something that you're passionate about to make yourself happy, to make other people happy. I love everything about it. So
yeah,
cool. So kind of looking forward with everything. Do you have more releases in the pipeline, or where are you kind of at right now that Too Soon's out for the world to listen to?
Yeah, well, I'm really excited because here very shortly on December 1st, I'm going to be releasing a new single. So stay tuned for that.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you'll announce more information as the time draws closer.
Yes, I'll be announcing it on my socials and keep everybody in the loop. On the Jaggers Train, I have a newsletter called the Jaggers Train.
Nice.
So if you want to hop on that, I'd be really appreciate it. Yeah.
Awesome. I will definitely check it out and get myself, I'm trying to be more proactive because I feel like I rely too much on just catching stuff on people's social media. And it's like, no, I think I need to start getting in on some of these newsletters and stuff. And that's where it'll get dropped in front of me and I know when stuff's going on. So I can't complain about it.
Right. It's a fun thing for me to be doing. And I love the people that are a part of it too. And it's a great community.
Yeah, for sure. So how often what's your show situation like? Are you playing shows right now, or are you kind of taking a break because it's getting towards the end of the year?
Well, I'm not taking any breaks.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep playing through December and all the cold months. I'm going to be going to Florida. So that'll be fun. And I have several shows there that I'm looking forward to. I'll be, around the Sebring area and Lake Placid and Punta Gorda and some other places too. So that's all on my tour schedule. So if you're in Florida, come on out.
That's cool. Florida in January is probably the only time that I'd ever spend any extended amount of time in Florida. I've lived there off and on for a good amount of time, and any other time than January and maybe early February, anything other than a week, it might be a little much in Florida.
I heard it gets pretty hot there in the summer.
Yeah. Oh, yes. My dad lives there full time, and it's
okay.
Yeah. It's like anything after March, good luck getting me there.
Right.
But really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat. It's been a real blast. Thank you for joining the fundraiser to fight pancreatic cancer. It's a fundraiser near, and I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and just kind of having a good old fashioned chat.
Absolutely, it's an honor to be here, and it's really nice to meet you. And hope we get to do this again.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll have slept more than a couple of hours and not been up for almost going on 22. So,
yeah, I hope you get some rest.
Yeah, awesome. It'll happen. So I have faith in that one. So
that's right.
Cool. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. And we're going to play a little musical roulette here and prepare to bring in the next musician.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Yep. You as well. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep. All right. Bye. Awesome. All right. So once again, thank you so much for jumping in and hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. If you are interested in making a donation, right here is the QR code. Feel free to give us a dono through there by scanning the QR code. That site. Did I send her a link? I probably didn't. Well, while I figure this out, I will queue up a video for y'all so you don't have to sit here and look at my ugly mug. I am not. Boom. 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 Boom.
My name is James White. My friends call me JR. I learned that I had pancreatic cancer in January of 2021. I was having indigestion issues. I would have bloating in my abdominal area. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt that I had an ulcer. I'd gone to my general practitioner. She diagnosed it as an ulcer, and in turn, she recommended a CT scan to determine how to approach the ulcer and how to repair it. During the CT scan, they found that the head of my pancreas had a growth on it. I think I'm very, very fortunate because this is a long, drawn-out process. And if I didn't have this early detection, if I didn't have the symptoms and go to my doctor to find out what was going on, I did 6 rounds of chemotherapy. I did the Whipple surgery. Whipple surgery, they cut from sternum to belly button. They take out my gallbladder, most of my stomach, my duodenum, my upper intestine area, and the head of my pancreas and 2 lymph nodes. It took 6 weeks recovery, and I went back into chemotherapy again. As of February 2022, I was considered in remission. NED, no evidence of disease. I see things differently. I feel more compassion, more empathy for people in this type of situation. Pancreatic cancer is an awful disease, and it is a lot more prevalent than people realize. It's very hard to find somebody who has not been touched by a friend, a family member, a relative who's got pancreatic cancer. What I would like people to know about pancreatic cancer is that it is there. They need to be aware of it. They need to detect it early. They need to see their doctor when the symptoms arise. If you can catch this early enough, it is survivable. I'm proof it's survivable.
There was a flight that I was on, and I had eaten a farro salad, and I was in so much pain. I mean, when I say I looked at the clock, I had 3 more hours on the flight, and tears were streaming down my face because I'm in such excruciating pain, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, oh, it must be the gluten in the farro. So I said, I'm never eating that again. And then in November, I had excruciating pain again, like buckled over, can't do anything. And I went to the hospital. They scanned my abdomen with a CT scan. Report came back, everything was unremarkable. So next to each organ, they write unremarkable. Pancreas, unremarkable, spleen, unremarkable. So I went back to life. I started feeling so much better. And then of course, November was the CT scan where they didn't see it. At that time, it was there. It was 2 centimeters. They missed it. CT scans don't catch things as easily as an MRI would. And then by January, I was at Pronuvo doing the outside facility MRI where they found the tumor. And so from there, now I know I have a tumor on my pancreas, and it's 100% confirmed. And so the next morning, my husband and I just woke up in the fetal position, just bawling because I knew I had a baby on the way. And so I went to see Dr. Tim Donahue at UCLA, and he, performed surgery February 16th. He removed the tail of my pancreas, my spleen, 17 lymph nodes. At the same time, I also had a massive fibroid that was growing rapidly, and so they had to take that out. So it was almost, I think it was 10-hour operation where they just took everything out, and pathology came back. Cancer hadn't spread to any of the lymph nodes, thank God. And that's when I knew I was safe. I think early detection for pancreatic cancer is, an essential. It's a no-brainer because it takes so many lives, because by the time people find out they have it, it's so advanced. I wanted to partner with PanCAN because I want to help spread awareness and to help people understand that early detection, paying attention to your body and the signals it's giving you, not numbing them, not band-aiding them, really paying attention and going to the doctors, and just, you have to keep beating down those doors until you get the scans you need. We don't know the end of the story, but why are we going to try to predict it either? There's nothing powerful that comes from that. There are people with pancreas cancer that are living now with 10 years with adenocarcinoma. That's why I'm here, is so that people know that. People know that people who have stage 4 pancreas cancer are still living 10 years in and even more. We need to know that so we have hope.
Thank you everyone so much for being here. I'm hoping today that we can have an intimate conversation about what is a really important topic. For those of you who have not had the chance to meet, my name is Julie Fleshman. I'm the president and CEO of the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, also known as PanCAN. So thank you so much for joining us today, for your interest in this conversation about legacy giving. You really can transform the future with a gift in your will or estate plan. So I'm excited to talk about that today. I'm sure you'll be happy to know chat is turned the Q&A if you have any questions, and we'll talk them through at the end. We're also recording this webinar, so you'll get a link after the webinar, and you can listen to it again or send it out to your friends and family. If you need anything while we're here together, you can email Sierra and she'll get right back to you. So jot down her email address if you're having any problems throughout the event today. So I'm sure you'll be happy to know that this won't be, we can go back to the last slide, this won't be a technical presentation. Here's a quick review of what we'll be talking about. First of all, why do people make gifts in their wills? It's super simple and everybody can do it. So we want to really hit home on that point. Legacy gifts make an enormous impact. And as the CEO of PanCAN, I can really tell you that's true. And making gifts in their will makes people feel incredible. And we have some people here today that will share some of their stories of making gifts in their will. I'm very pleased that joining me today is one of my favorite people, Brian Brandt. I've been lucky enough to know Brian for almost 16 years when he first became involved with PanCAN. Brian has been a dedicated PanCAN volunteer and donor since 2004. He's the managing director of SCS Financial, an investment and wealth management firm, where for the past 5 years, he's helped clients planning their family goals. So I'm thrilled, Brian. It's so great to see you and be with you. We miss seeing each other in person, but great to have Brian's passion and commitment, and you'll hear his story today. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you for that kind and lovely introduction, Julie. The feeling is mutual. I'm delighted to be here as a PanCAN volunteer and donor, as well as a professional advisor who helps clients plan legacy gifts to causes that matter most to them. So thanks again.
And Brian and I both thought that it was important for everyone on the call to know that we're both proud PanCAN legacy donors. So Brian, would you share your story? Why did you include a gift to PanCAN in your will, and what does that mean to you?
Sure, happy to share my story. I became involved with PanCAN when my mother, Kathy, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 17 years ago. I remember thinking at the time, gee, I don't even know what a pancreas is, where it's located, and what its function is. PanCAN was instrumental in providing my mother and our family much needed information, and actually more importantly, hope. My mother was an amazing woman. She gave so much love to all who knew her, and her friend group was large. She was always helping others, even just by brightening their day with an infectious smile. When she passed 9 months after her diagnosis, our family and friends were devastated, and we all missed that smile of hers. Keeping her memory alive is what inspired me to become a loyal PanCAN volunteer and donor, and ultimately, one of the reasons I've included PanCAN in my will. I feel my mother would be smiling that smile only she had, knowing that I have taken action to help others, a value she and my father instilled in us, and by making a legacy gift to PanCAN to help others in the future that might be facing this disease.
Thank you. She really does have a beautiful smile. So thank you for sharing your story, Brian. And I know for a fact that your mom is very proud of you and everything you do and have done to honor her legacy. So I'm just grateful for your support and your leadership in everything that we do. So my story about my will, my husband and I are actually in the process right now of in our will diagnosed with pancreatic cancer back in 1999. It's hard to believe it's been 22 years. He was only 52 years old and he died 4 months later. And I was devastated. I was heartbroken and couldn't understand why nothing was being done for this disease. And lucky for me, about that same time was when PanCAN was founded, and I ended up being hired as the first employee back in 2000. So, for 21 years now, have really committed to changing outcomes for pancreatic cancer patients. And I certainly still think about my dad every day and in the work that I do. And I'll tell you, the thought of sort of putting a will together is a little scary. You're sort of facing your mortality. But it also has given me great comfort to know that we're putting these things in place and that I've worked really hard and want to ensure that when I'm no longer here, that anything that is left goes to the places that are really meaningful and special to me. And certainly PanCAN has played such an incredibly important part in my life. And I'm just honored and thrilled that we will leave PanCAN in our will. So for all of you who are already our incredible legacy donors, we have the Mickey Love Society. Love Society are some of our most incredible supporters, as close exclusive invitations to special events. So I'm really thrilled now to introduce you to some of the members of our Mickey Love Society. First, we're going to hear from Roberta Luna, who is a 19-year pancreatic cancer survivor. So pretty amazing. She inspires us every day. She's also a former member of our Survivor Council, a volunteer leader, and she is a legacy donor. Roberta, tell us why you've included PanCAN in your will. Oh, Roberta, you're on mute. Oh, you're still on mute.
Sensitive keyboard.
There you go.
Is that good?
Yep.
Not to touch anything. Thank you, Julie. Sorry. Besides being a survivor, I've lost my mother, father, grandmother, uncle, and way too many friends to this disease. I included a gift to PanCAN in my.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Tom Quiet here, live and amplified. I hope you all are having an absolutely amazing evening. What time was they supposed to be on? Our 9:40 did not make it. I don't know if there's a miscommunication or whatever, but tried to reach out. You know, it is what it is. So I'm going to. I see our 10:10 in the chat. So are you guys good to go? If can you hear? Thumbs up. You guys good to go? Here, I'm gonna just bring you into chat really quick, and we can talk and not have to communicate through random hand signals. So, yeah. So if y'all are good to go, we can do it right now, or if you want to wait a few minutes, that's fine as well.
James will be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
But I'm here. I'm ready to go. So
Okay. I wasn't sure because I saw you, but
Yeah.
I saw you in chat, so I didn't know if you guys were just waiting off camera or whatnot. So
Yeah, he should be home any minute, but I'm
okay.
here.
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'll take. Let's plan on 10:10 as usual, and we'll wait for James to get it here, and it's not a big deal.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to. So I figured since my 8 or 9:40 didn't show up, I'd just bring you up and we'll just hash this out
Yeah.
really quick and get it squared away. So
Yeah,
cool.
I just heard him walk in the door, so we might even be able to do like 5 after. You want to do that or?
Yeah, that's fine. We can do 5 after.
Okay, cool. It's
Cool.
great to see you.
Great to see you as well. Awesome. All right. I'll throw this video back on and I'll come back in about 5 minutes.
Okay,
Cool.
sounds good.
Cool. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well, because I feel it's extremely important for my support to continue even after I'm gone. Vic, my husband, and I sat down with our sons and told them they were being taken care of, but I also wanted to do something. They said, you and Dad worked hard for your money. You should do what makes you happy. They expressed their support and pride that we wanted to continue to help others. I thought it would be difficult to give a gift, and I also thought you had to be rich, but it's extremely easy, and it took very little time, and the size of the gift can be whatever you are comfortable making. We have taken care of our large family, and as a legacy donor, I ask that after your family and friends are taken care of, please consider a gift to PanCAN in your will. I promise you won't be sorry, and you may be surprised at how good you feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta, for sharing your story, and again, for always just being an inspiration to all of us.
Thank you.
So now we're going to hear from another wonderful volunteer and legacy donor, Mark Gardner. Mark, please, would you share your story about why you've included PanCAN in your will?
Sure. Hi, how's everyone? Can you hear me?
You're good.
Very good. My wife, Erica, passed away in 2019 after a 22-month battle of pancreatic cancer that we found out in April 2017. And the funny thing is she was training for the Rock and Roll Marathon. She was running to help raise awareness for cancer. It took us completely by surprise. We had no idea. I mean, it came from nowhere. And by the time it was discovered, she was already stage 3. So the doctor that we initially went to was basically telling us it was a done deal. And until we went for a second opinion and did some research, we thought it was over. But once we found PanCAN, the way that PanCAN put everything together for us made us understand a lot of information really quickly, and it gave us hope. And that hope turned into 22 months. During that 22 months, both my wife and I are both attorneys, and we had our trust and our wills done before. So during that 22 months, we talked about, with our babies, our 3 kids, about leaving a legacy for my wife, in honor of my wife. So we wanted to make sure that when we're all gone, that PanCAN can continue to provide hope for the next folks who are going to no doubtly deal with this disease. So it was easy to do, and that's why we did it.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you for sharing your story about Erica and your story about why you chose to put PanCAN in your will. Lastly, we'll hear from Lisa Kulak, a PanCAN board member and legacy donor. Thank you so much for being with us, Lisa, today. Please tell us why you decided to include PanCAN in your will.
Hi, Julie and everybody. Hey, so I'm here today in honor of my mom, who was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about 7.5 years ago. She passed away after a 2.5-year battle, and September was our 5-year mark of her passing. And similar to what everybody said, I think one of the things that was really helpful for me was thinking about what PanCAN meant to mom. And we were introduced to PanCAN through Purple Stride. And honestly, that experience, which was about support and inspiration, and really gave her the courage to keep fighting. And I think in that process, one of the key things was that mom believed so deeply in the work that PanCAN was doing. And one of her sort of deepest wishes that she would be and I do get to be the bright light and to carry that forward. I give this legacy gift and I'm proud to do it. It was easy, surprisingly easy. I think the hardest part for me, and similar, Julie, to like figuring out a will is sort of a whole like look in the mirror about your mortality. But this gift is something that has made me feel incredible. And it is my deepest wish that whoever has to face this in the future, whether you get this diagnosis or your family and friends around it, that they have the incredible resource of PanCAN to help them as they go through this. So again, we're very honored to be here and do this. And, you know, definitely thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Lisa. Always sharing your mom's story, which is so powerful. Her passion and
All right, everybody, welcome back into the Live and Amplified's 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon to raise funds for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I'm your host, Tom Quiet. Just a couple things before we bring in our next guest, the Sound of Ghosts. If you are interested in making a donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, you could scan this QR code right here. Wow, that chip is very spicy. Okay. But still, scan the QR code right there, or if you need a URL, you could go to our land. And you can hit donate through there, and you're good to the Sound of Ghosts. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good.
Hello.
How are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm glad we got this to work. You know, it's I've been trying to find a time to have you all back on. What was it, 2020, or was it a little bit after 2020 we had you on last?
I think it was 2020.
I think it might have
Or
been.
like right before. Yeah. It was like right in the beginning of the
Crazy
crazy
pandemic.
pandemic times.
Yeah, because I feel like you guys were in separate rooms or something. You were on. I vaguely remember you all being on separate cameras.
Yeah, I was at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was at work and I was just at home.
Yeah.
For all of us.
Yeah, I gotcha. How things been going? It's been a good minute. So, what's new? What's exciting for y'all?
Things have been good. We have been playing some shows and you know, just been playing around ballet, and we have I've been releasing my own music, which has been really fun under my own name, just Anna Orbison, and just released a single, I guess, just about a month ago. So that's been really fun. And our trumpet player, Paul, who's just like, his resume is 100 miles long.
Yeah, it's crazy. He was a part of, so they called him the Hollywood Horns, and he was during like the 80s and 90s. He was the trumpet player for the Rolling Stones. Like when they toured, like he was on tour with them.
Uptown Horns, right? Was that the group? I think.
Maybe I missed. He calls himself Hollywood Paul, so that's why. But he's been on everyone from, he was like on Rain Dogs, Tom Waits' Rain Dogs. He's the trumpet player in the B-52 album.
Yeah, and Love Shack, he is the trumpet on Love Shack. I mean, like crazy stuff.
Nice.
So he just released his first solo album. It's called Legacy, and it's under the name Paul Literal. And it's lovely. I sing on one of the tracks, but he's got all kinds of different vocalists. Some of them are more instrumental, and they're definitely songs people know. You know, and they're all kind of songs that really meant something to him in his life. So it's a cool record.
Yeah, and we've been writing new stuff as well. In hopes that, you know, sometime next year we can make our third album.
Nice.
We acquired a new guitar player. I don't know if that had happened, or maybe it had. Or was right around.
He might have been brand new at that time.
So you know, we've had some time to get him acclimated to our music. But yeah, no, we're still going strong. It's actually next year will be 10 years of the Sound of Ghosts, so that's pretty exciting.
Nice. That's really cool. 10 years. That's a feat right there.
Yeah, right? I know. I can't believe it.
Especially to keep a band, like just like in general, a band together for 10 years is, that's awesome. So
yeah, totally.
We have to do some changes.
We definitely got some changes, but the core is still there.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess at the end of the day, that's the selling point. As long as the core's there to keep the heart and the soul of the band together, you know.
Totally. Yeah.
So, good. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. Oh my. All right. Wow. I touched something over here and a bunch of things just turned on and off at the same time. Scared me. So it might be the lack of sleep. I don't even know. I'm just touching things now. So
I'm sure.
You've been going for a while here.
Yeah. 22 and a half hours.
Wow.
So
we're coming in at the finish line all fresh and, you know, ready to go. You've been here for a whole day.
Yeah. Actually, no, I built out this this portion of the interview segment intentionally, but there was one part that was kind of unintentionally. Like I wanted to book it with musicians that we had on the show before. So if for whatever reason my brain was completely fried and I was just talking like crazy talk, at least it wasn't to people that had no clue who I was. But also the issue, one of the very last bands I've never met before, so it may very well be our first and last conversation on the podcast. So who knows? So
or maybe it's like your best one yet. You know, who knows?
No, the best one is the one that was released today, where we hit the trifecta of conspiracy theories. So that's going to be the one that goes down in the annals of live and amplified history. So
that's awesome.
So
we're doing this for a cause, so we're happy.
Yeah, we're happy to be here.
Yeah, glad to have you here. And so things are going good for y'all. You're kind of still doing Sound of Ghosts, but it sounds like you're dabbling in your own like solo projects and stuff like that. So that keeps it good. As far as the Sound of Ghosts, where you guys kind of at? Are you writing, recording? Where are you kind of at creatively?
I mean, we've been writing. Obviously, during the pandemic, gave us a lot of time to like kind of sit and like write new music. We like first and foremost we like playing live. Like that's kind of like where we not that to say that our records aren't good, but like I feel like we really excel in live music. So for us, we always want to like play our new songs live and kind of like get it to because then they can change a little bit from here to there. And then once we've been playing them live and they're like solid, I think that's when we really are like, okay, now we're ready to go into the studio and record. So like I mentioned earlier, I'm really hoping that we have been writing a lot of new stuff and started playing it out live, so that next year in 2024 we can get back into the studio and complete our third record, which would be exciting.
Yeah.
For sure. As far as like those live shows go, how often are you guys playing right now? Are you a couple times a month or more than that?
Yeah, we used to play like so much. I would say we used to play at least like 2 shows a week, or maybe on average about 2 shows a week. And that, like, we burnt ourselves out big time doing that. And we were like, if we schlep one more amp or one more guitar case or whatever, like, oh my God. And so we got more selective about like what we want to play and why we want to play it. And so, yeah, we haven't been playing as much. I'd say we play about once a month. I mean, this time of year is always a little bit tricky because, of course, you get into the holidays, but we just played a show on Halloween weekend, which was fun. And we dressed up and got to play a brand new song that we'd never played before. So that was cool. But yeah, we're playing about once a month, I would say.
Yeah, I would really like to in this. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that, like, I mean, especially if you're kind of staying in the greater LA area, about once a month is probably about as good, not as good as you. What's that?
I said, yeah, I mean, there's so many venues, but a lot of places closed during COVID. So it definitely got harder to book shows here because so many people were writing and like honing in on their craft and practicing and stuff while they were home. So it was like less performance opportunities and way more people that wanted to book shows.
Yeah.
So yeah, we found it pretty hard to like book right off the bat. And so we kind of didn't fight it, where it was like, well, we'll put our name out there and we'll play. But it definitely we haven't gone back to the way that we played beforehand, for sure.
Yeah.
Like we used to get emails and messages and things like that fairly regularly from different venues that were like, hey, can you come and play? And, a lot of those venues are just gone, or they're booked, or like they're booking really big names now, like for a tiny little venue. And you're like, wait, what is going on? Like we've played there and now like, whatever. What was the one I was just saying the other
Band
day?
of Horses at the the Venice West.
Band of Horses played a place that we played. Taking Back Sunday is playing a place that we played, and we're just like, wait, what? Like how are like local bands supposed to play?
Yeah.
So we're just figuring it out.
Yeah, for sure. So did they ever close down? What was it? The Viper Room? Was that the one that was supposed to close down, or was it?
They were supposed to close it, and then they didn't. So I don't know what happened at the last minute. The Viper Room was supposed to, like, they had their last week, and then I don't know. They're still open, so I don't know. And the Troubadour was supposed to close for a while, and thankfully that didn't close. But they're also a place, like we did our last record release show there, and and we sold it out, I will say.
Nice.
But now, I mean, it's huge names that are playing the Troubadour, that are doing like maybe it's a solo show from somebody from a big band, or it's like a one night only. I mean, the Foo Fighters played like a one night only show there, where you're just like, again, like, okay, that's super cool. I want to go to those shows. But, I don't know that we'll ever be able to book it again, or maybe not for a while.
And there's like Anna mentioned, a lot of cool little like local venues that just didn't make it, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely that. The Trip recently closed. That was one in Santa Monica that we had played, and
what was that one out by like the beach? Like close to PCH.
St. Rock.
Yeah, St. Rock closed.
St. Rock closed. I think somebody did buy it, but that was one. They got some really cool like touring acts through, and so we opened for some like bigger touring acts at that venue. But like it was always still a place that a local band could play, and yeah, I think somebody may have bought it.
Yeah.
I feel like I've got that vibe, but they were closed for a while.
Wow.
So I mean, it's just like everywhere. It's some places just didn't make it.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of the ones that they made a big deal about somehow survived. Like I remember
thankfully. Yeah, like the ones that have really big history, they seem to have, somebody came in and rescued them,
Yeah,
you can't lose the troubadour.
That is true. That is very true. And I think it's important to preserve that history for whatever it's worth.
Totally. Yeah, you think like Elton John's breakout performance in the United States, his first performance is at the Troubadour.
Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, and all those like 80s bands,
Yeah. And who was it? John Lennon got thrown out for being too wasted at
what was that? The Smothers Brothers.
Smothers Brothers show. He got John Lennon and Harry Nilsson got thrown out because they were too wasted and they were heckling the Smothers Brothers, who were their friends.
That's funny. That's great. Might be.
Yeah, look at history.
I'd never heard that story before. That might be that's a great story.
Yeah.
Harry Nilsson and John Lennon definitely caused some ruckus
some
here
debauchery.
in Los Angeles for sure.
Yeah.
It happens.
And if you don't know who Harry Nilsson is, to anyone listening, I highly recommend you check out his music. He's
so good.
An amazing artist.
Yeah.
There's a good documentary. That's where that story is from. Is the documentary on Harry Nilsson, and poor Yoko Ono was sitting there like, oh my God, these guys are so embarrassing.
Yeah, I got you. That's funny. It's
good time.
Yeah. Oh, so it kind of looking forward with y'all. Like, obviously, you're playing like once a month, and hopefully getting ready to go in and record in 2024. Are you? What's kind of do you have any shows for the rest of the year, or were you're kind of good?
I think
I've been like super big. I work, so I actually am working on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony right now.
Oh, nice.
I work in television. So that's been, they filmed it a couple weeks ago in New York, and it was really awesome. A lot of amazing.
Yeah,
people.
Definitely worth watching if anyone watching hasn't seen it yet.
But
it's a really good show.
But it takes up a lot of your time. So kind of at the end of the year is just getting that wrapped up and then taking some time for ourselves, I think.
Cool.
And
we're going to go to Taos, New Mexico, and then go visit my family in Colorado. So it'll be fun.
Taos is a good time.
Yeah.
I've never been, so I'm really excited. I've been to other places in New Mexico, but
yeah, we've toured through
Roswell and Santa Fe.
Yes, Roswell and Santa Fe. We played the Roswell Film Festival, and we won a trophy. I was thinking maybe it was in here for best live performance.
Did we talk about this last time?
What?
Did we talk about this last time? What year did you guys go to the Roswell Film Festival?
Was it 18? I think it was
2018, maybe 17.
Okay, because if it was 2018, I wasn't there. I'd already left Roswell. But if it was 2017, I was there, and we probably crossed paths.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Yeah, ate at a little restaurant that I think used to be a train depot. Maybe that rings some bells.
Okay, so
Or it
you
was
were
near a train depot.
okay, so you were I don't remember what it was called before. It was called the Red Door, but it was this guy had flipped a train. I don't know if it was exactly a train depot, but it's in the train yard. It's over by the train yard.
Yes, that's totally where
It was called the Red Door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally where
yeah.
Yeah, that was a while because we literally left on a Friday night, played on a Saturday, and then drove back Sunday back to LA so we could all be at work on Monday.
Fair, very fair.
Yeah, we
That
played
sounds
a show in on Friday night.
Tucson.
We played a show in Tucson on Friday night. Then we drove to Roswell. And then we drove literally all the way from Roswell to LA the next day, and we're just like, we're dead.
that was a hike.
Yeah,
that
and
was
it
a hike.
snowed when we were like going over this one pass, and we were like, "What's happening?"
Yeah, you got to watch out. Those snowstorms will come and get you. So
yeah, really, seriously, you don't expect it, and then they just come out of nowhere.
Yeah. No, that's. I almost feel like we talked about that the last time we were on, even though.
Might have.
Yeah.
Who's to say? 3 years ago, you know.
Right.
You're I have like a couple of fun stories, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I to be fair, I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. So, but then again, I've been up. That was yesterday at 11. So who knows, you know. But no, that's. And so, would you guys think? Did you get a chance to like explore around Roswell? What'd you guys think of the city?
Not too much.
Unfortunately,
we
no.
kind of just were in and out, but it seemed pretty cool actually. Like we definitely were open to going back, and I think kind of something they wanted us to come back, and then something shifted. I wonder if it was just COVID.
It was, and I think it was like because they did a bigger music festival out there.
Yeah,
and they wanted us to come back, but then it got canceled. I think so. Maybe it was.
Maybe it was a little bit later, but I don't know.
Because I think they did do a year in 2019, and then 2020 is what killed off the festival.
Yeah. It was definitely fun though. It was cool, and it's cool to bring that much art into a small community like that, to have so many bands and movies and like just like, you know, all kinds of things. Like it must be really fun as a resident to just have that much coming into the community.
Yeah. It like, not to go too into the weeds, but the guy that was running the festival wasn't necessarily a city favorite. If you know what I'm saying, but a lot of the people that he was able to bring in, you know, us as a young Live and Amplified, like when we were involved and helping the festival out during their first couple of years, we were like a year, maybe year and a half into Live and Amplified, and so a lot of those musicians, he brought in some really talented I don't want to call them underneath musicians, but like unsuspecting musicians that I wouldn't even known where they came from. You know, I wouldn't have known how he got a hold of them, but he did. So, yeah.
Cool. That's cool.
So no, that's great that you guys went out to Roswell, had a great old time, and you're going back out to New Mexico, going to Taos. That's gonna be so.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that for me is another big thing I would love to do in 2024 is get back on the road, because we've always had
we love touring. I mean, it's always stressful, but it is really fun, and you always have good stories, and you know, meet a ton of cool people, and that's really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Connecting with people.
Yeah. So you'd mentioned that you're working on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony. So are you like a freelance worker, like in TV? Do you do like freelance work, or do you work for like a company?
No, I'm a freelance post producer.
Nice.
So you know, So I do that. I did Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year, and I did this year. And then I do work for a company where I'm mainly at, but I'm still freelancer. I do Lego Masters for Fox.
Oh,
So
nice.
we're a competition building show, and we're airing season 4 right now, and we started shooting season 5. So that one's kept me busy for a while, but it's a fun show to be a part of. But I grew up in Burbank, California, and I kind of got very lucky and fell into a job like being a driver, for a post house delivering tapes. And it got my foot in the door, and I've been in the industry for like 22 years. So,
nice.
It's I love what I do. It can be long hours and stressful days sometimes, but
I just got home for this interview.
I will say you and I need to have a completely different conversation then, because that's what I do. I do post-production, and that's kind of what I've been doing for the last more on like doing for promotions and like commercials and stuff. But I've been trying to get in and do more long form content. I've been I had a buddy that was a senior post producer for New Line Cinema, and I was he was kind of like an alumni of where I went to school, and he was going to try and get me in as like an intern or something, but it just never ended up working out. And I was like, well, I'm not going to go move out to LA to be an intern. So especially when I'm 20, when I'm 26 years old, I'm not moving to be an intern. Sorry. So
totally. Yeah. It's I kind of fell into I do a lot of competition game show type things, like that. But
award shows
and competition game shows, that's kind of like where I fell into. But
nice.
There's so much, there's just so much different types of work that you can do in this industry. So definitely hit me up.
For sure. When I first got out of college, I went down to Florida and I did some day work for it was some weird like reality show in Miami, like rich kids getting drunk.
So many.
Yeah, it just
always rich kids getting drunk.
It was like something to do with like something like Perez Hilton was doing, and they're like, "Hey, we need PAs," and I went down there for a couple days, and I'll never do that again. I'm good on that one. So on set PAs,
hard.
That production life is hard. Yeah, that's why. I mean, I did it for a little while when I was younger, but I really fell into post and found my niche. I also love it because I'm like the first one on and the last one off. So me looking for work is twice a year rather than every few weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And what I like about post production, because right now where I work for a TV station. And so, yes, I do a lot of promotionals and commercials and stuff like that. But I also do a lot of live news, help without the news station or news. So if we have breaking news like a Waco siege and stuff like that, I got to sometimes jump in. And that's a little nerve wracking because they could literally call me right now and say, "Hey, the state capitol blew up. We need you in here right now." And it's like, okay, well, I guess
3 hours.
Yeah. Yep. I haven't slept, so good luck. Bye.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, moving out to LA was one of the early dreams, and it just didn't become a reality. But nowadays, there's so many production houses looking for freelance editors and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, and a lot of it's work from home now.
Yep.
A lot of it. So a lot of editors actually that we know don't live in LA anymore. They're like, cool, I can work from home. I'm moving to Seattle. I'm moving to Montana, whatever.
I literally know. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. Yeah, that's really cool that everybody's kind of working from home. So
yeah,
I literally know an editor, him and his wife. He set up his edit bay in one of those like vans, you know, like the bigger vans,
Mhm.
and like put a satellite on top of it, and he literally is somewhere else every week, and he'll be editing from wherever in the world, in the States. Like he goes to Montana or like New Mexico or whatever, and he's like able, but he's still working. It's crazy to me, like how much it's shifted. And that you could do something, or he'll rent an Airbnb for a week and then set up shop there. But that he can literally work out, edit out in his van wherever he is an amazing thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's really cool though. But I really appreciate y'all taking the time to sit down and chat with me. You know, it went a little left field, but you know, I feel like that's all right. You know.
No, it's that's life.
Exactly.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. But you know, we appreciate you having us on. And again, you know, please check out Lovely Anna's here solo stuff if you have a chance. Anna Orbison on all streaming platforms.
Yeah, this is my my publicist.
He's doing a good job, so I'd keep him.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Totally.
Awesome. Well, if they want to check out anything that y'all got going on, Sound of Ghosts, all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
Well, we're on all streaming platforms, so any one you prefer, we're on there. And then we have thesoundofghosts.com if you want to go on there and check out shows that we have.
Instagram.
You know, Instagram, we're always on there, and all the socials. But yeah, and then Paul's record, if you're interested in that, is again called Legacy. And that's on all the streaming platforms as well.
Awesome.
I think he's got it for sale online too, if you want a hard copy. I don't know who does anymore, but he's got it. And we do too, in fact. We have vinyl, we have t-shirts, CDs, stickers. We've got all that stuff. So you can always check that out online too.
Just hit us up.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let me know as those that new music comes start to roll around, and we'll get you back on for a little bit deeper dive.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you. And thanks for having us be a part of the fundraiser.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully next time I'll have slept a little bit more. So
good luck closing this thing out.
Yeah.
You got an hour and 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, you're almost there.
We're at the finish line, but thank you all so much. And we'll stay in contact. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
Cool. Yep, you too. Thank you. Awesome. We're going to bring in our next guest. We got Jay Johnson. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you know, it's... Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, almost.
Almost, huh?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. I can hear myself from your speaking.
That's what I'm scared of. I was just troubleshooting all that, and for some reason it's running through the internal speaker.
Oh boy. At least you're cognizant of it, so that makes me feel a little bit better.
Sorry.
So while you figure that out, how's everything been going?
Yeah, it's been going well. Life's been busy. Life's been crazy. There we go. Audio. Okay, there we go. That should be
cool. Better?
I hope. Well, maybe not.
Maybe not? Okay.
Okay, there we go. Sounds like.
All right.
Any echo there?
No, I don't pick up any echo.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Yeah, I was trying to resolve that in the weight room, but it didn't work.
Gotcha. No worries. Oh man, it's been a heck of a day.
Yeah. Congrats on almost reaching it to the finish line.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. That first 6 hours was the toughest, probably the toughest 6 hours I've ever done. So,
oh man,
it was brutal. But
doing God's work.
Yeah. So how's music treating you?
Music's been going well. Yeah. I have. Since we last talked, I expanded the number of projects I was in, and I've since trimmed down So actually, it's 11:30 here on the East Coast. A little tired. But at midnight, my country band Mandy Valentine will have our next single coming out online. So we're gonna do a release show tomorrow. But then I'm playing with my solo band backed by OTC, Over the Counter, and then 3 Artists of Dover, both of which will have new music coming out. The second solo album's on its way, slowly but surely. So yeah, a lot of new stuff in the works.
It sounds like you're gonna have a busy 2024, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to believe it's almost here. That number is just like wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like I can't even comprehend the fact that it's almost like next week is Thanksgiving, let alone 2024 is 6 weeks away.
I hate that so much. And I mean, it's great too, but
yeah. Well, and for me, it's more of the fact that I'll go step outside right now and it's probably like 70 some odd degrees outside. And it's like, should be a little bit cooler out. I feel like, at least even here in Central Texas, I know, it's not ice cold, but I feel like it should be a little bit cooler out.
Yeah, not to be too nihilistic, but we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
It's not. But
Yeah.
that's.
I
it's a little disconcerting. The lack of bugs, the abnormal temperatures, and like I don't know if you're getting them down there, but like the crazy like storms are just, and the wind. That's kind of what's hitting me the most. You get a lot more wind than I remember as a kid, and it's like you get these crazy rainstorms where it's just like, oh, that seems a little more intense than it used to be.
Yeah. Rainstorms, yeah, definitely feels like we went through a really like one of the hottest droughts ever. Like I think one of the top 5 hottest droughts on record for Central Texas. And then in the matter of like 3 days, we got so much rain that we gained 12 feet of water and we were almost at floodplain in the matter of like 3 days.
That's what's crazy, man. I mean, it's there were stories up like this way or north of here, up like in Vermont too, where it's like they got like a year's worth of rain in like a day.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's not how things should be working.
Right. Unless they're gonna go a year without water, that's not how this should work.
Yeah. Man.
But I don't think a year without water would be conducive to anything. So
nah, need water.
Yeah.
If you're watching, drink some water. Everyone's dehydrated all the time.
So you're did you say that you stripped back the amount of projects you were in, or
it's lagging just a little bit there, Tom? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. So you mentioned that 3 of your projects all have music in the works and all that stuff. Did you say that you stripped back the amount of projects you were in, or did you add?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I finally hit that point kind of over the summer where I was like, man, I can't do quite as much. And so I've kind of like trimmed down to what I want to do a little more. Always open to other, possibilities too, but it was just kind of a moment of, and I'm very grateful for those other projects, but kind of have to prioritize or lose your mind, I found.
I gotcha. So with this new single that's dropping within 20 minutes, about 20 minutes from now?
20 minutes, yeah.
What can you tell us about this upcoming project?
So this is with Mandy Valentine. So this is a country western themed rock and roll band that I'm very humbled to be a part of. But we've been playing for about almost 2 years now. This is our 4th single that we put out, but the beauty of this band in a way was it was composed of, there's 6 of us, and everyone was in like different bands before. So we kind of like hit the ground running. So this is only our 4th song, but we've been like we've probably had like 50 or 60 different shows around like Philly and New York and Delaware and like broader area. Like we played a lot of better shows than we should have for having so little music out. But we this is the first song actually of all of them where the whole band is singing. So on this one, I got to play jaw harp, which I love, and bass and slide guitar, and then we have Missy Pigeon, who is kind of like the boss, but she wrote this song when she was out in California farming, and she was in a couple bands with Maddie Kimmy Klauser, and she's the drummer in this band, but she recorded all my solo stuff that I released as 4 quartets last year. And so the two of them have been in bands. Missy went out, she's a farmer by trade, and she went out to California during the pandemic, wrote this song and a bunch of the early Mandy Valentine songs.
Nice.
Came back, and this was actually one of the first songs that we played together as a band. So we rearranged it. Everyone like wrote their parts. So we have Sam Perduta on guitar, Abby Heyer playing tambourine like a champ, Delaney Keefe singing, and Missy and Maddie and myself. So it's one of our first songs, but it's finally coming out as like a released product. So excited for that.
That's cool. That's really cool. And you know, the fact that you can manage 3 different schedules for 3 different bands, like just manage your schedule for 3 different bands. That's mind-boggling.
I feel like 3's enough. 8 was too much. I was starting to kind of lose it. Because that's a lot of people to manage schedules and expectations.
I feel like the fact that 8 was kind of the tripping point for you. It's like, oh boy, what would have happened with like 7? Would you just been in a perpetual motion of, oh crap, my schedules?
I wouldn't have this much hair left.
Yeah, fair enough. But no, the fact that you've kind of found your balance managing the schedule for 3 bands, or managing your schedule for 3 bands, but then you have the brain space or brain capacity to manage music for 3 bands.
Yeah. It's interesting. Well, because the different bands, I'm on different instruments for each band too. So it's kind of, that helps. You compartmentalize and like it just makes it fun. Keeps it interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And then just kind of looking forward into 20, I almost said 2021 for some reason. I just slipped 2 years back into the past.
Yeah, they're all the same at this point. Yeah.
Right. But what's kind of your plans for the rest of the year and into 2024?
Well, I've been working again on my second solo album, which I'm probably going to trim down to an EP, or just kind of figure out. It's My Smile, if you're familiar with the Beach Boys, where it's like the one that's too much. And so I do want to put that out towards the early part of the summer, maybe late spring. But at the very least, there's 2 songs on there. I did a duet with a really, really talented songwriter from there named Christina Ward. And so we sang duets on those. So I at least want to get those out before the summer, and then like maybe milk it a little bit and then get the album out if it's in its entirety, or if I put it out as an EP probably sooner. But there will be that. For Mandy Valentine, again, we have 4 singles out now, but we're working on our first EP. There's a second one already in the works, but we'll get the first one out probably early part of the year, sometime in the spring. And then 3 Hours to Dover, we're going to put out our second EP soon, I hope. It's all done, it's ready to go, and we're all like, oh, we should do that.
Right.
And then everyone's busy. The rest of the band, you know, they're married, they have houses, they have like lives. So yeah, you know, stuff happens. And then I'm also going to try to do a live album with OTC, Over the Counter, which is like the New Jersey based like collective that I play with a lot. Some of those guys are putting out some songs or like songs, and also they have EPs coming out, but it's all trickling out. So I'm going to try to do like a live combo set of what I do of my stuff and theirs. Sometime before summer as well. So a lot of stuff in the spring, a little bit of hibernation, a little bit of figuring life out.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds like you got busy times ahead.
Yeah, man. It's the ways to go.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So if anybody wants to kind of keep track of everything you got going on and interact with you on socials, or check out any one of the 3 bands that you're in, where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, there's everyone's on Spotify and Bandcamp and all the streaming stuff and Instagram. I'm JKP Johnson on Instagram and YouTube and all that. And Mandy Valentine is XO Mandy Valentine on Instagram. But again, within 12 minutes, we'll have a new single coming up. So check that out. And all the rest are just 3 R's is 3Y2D music. But yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jay, for jumping on here and chatting with me a little bit. You kind of caught me at the bottom of my barrel over here, and it's just like trying to keep the energy, trying to keep energy at this point, not even up or down. So
yeah, we could sing or shout if you want.
No, I don't think my neighbors, although my neighbors the other day, for some reason, started playing clogging music.
Oh, cool.
Like just super loud clogging music. And I'm like, when did we get in the foothills of West Virginia? Like, I don't know where we're at right now. Like, you know, but
that's what happens.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll break it out again right now, get you all riled up. But hey, you're almost at the finish line. And thanks again for having me back on this, Tom, and for doing this again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I always enjoyed chatting with you. It's always a very cool and collective conversation. And, you know, as long as we keep doing this, you're always welcome back.
God bless.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Well, we will, we're going to do a little switcheroo here. And thank you, Jay, for joining us. And we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom.
Cool. Thank you. Have a good one. All right. Welcome back in. I'm your host, Tom Quiet. This is the 24-hour podcast fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If you are interested in donating to the PanCAN organization, you can scan this QR code right here. Or if you need a URL, you can hit LNAcares.site. And it'll take you to exactly where you need to go to donate and all that stuff. We're going to be back here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be back here in a minute. All right. I probably should have had this queued up, but, you know, it is what it is. All right. We'll be right back.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies.
All right. Welcome back in, everybody. This is Tom Quiet, the host of the Live and Amplified Livecast. This is our 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon benefiting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. We are closing in. We are just about 1 hour away from our 24-hour deadline, but 24-hour goal of podcasting for 24 hours straight. We got our next guest in. We got Plastic Rhino. Let's bring him in. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I'm holding on. That's the best way I can say it right now.
Yeah. So. How many hours now?
23.
23. Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
yeah,
we're at the end. We're the
final hour here. And I was telling somebody earlier, I was like, I kind of booked it this way. I wanted to book bands that at least had seen me at least at once throughout the last few years, because if for whatever reason I'm just completely out of it, at least it's not like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing, but yeah. So
it's okay. You're doing good.
I appreciate it.
I'm live streaming right now on our Instagram as well. Hey, everybody. I'm doing a podcast right now with Live and Amplified. We're helping to raise money for pancreatic cancer research.
Yes.
If you visit the website, www.LNAcares.site, you can donate money there to pancreatic cancer research. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. All right.
Thank you.
Let's get down to business.
Yeah, absolutely. So how's everything going with Plastic Rhino?
It's great. We just released a new single called Call in the Night, which is a collab that we did with our friends in Fast Ride. And we released a hilarious music video that's out now as well. If you haven't seen it yet, follow us on YouTube. You can hear the song on all the music streaming sites, Apple, Spotify, Amazon.
That's really cool. That's amazing.
Yeah. And we've got a big show this Saturday at the Viper Room. So we're pretty excited before it closes.
Yeah. I was literally just talking about that like 40 minutes ago about we were talking about venues that are closing in LA. And I asked them, I was like, hey, did the Viper Room ever close? And they're like, no, it's still still open. So
yeah, the neighborhood of West Hollywood is fighting the good fight, trying to stop this hotel from being built. So as of right now, it's still standing, and hopefully maybe it'll continue to stand, but it is kind of in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Sorry, I just opened up your stream
because
I was gonna post the link, and it was like, oh, that's very annoying.
Yeah.
So I'm going not to do that. So, no, that's it. That's why. That's great that they're trying to keep it open and not close it down and stuff like that. But the fact that that's kind of been brought up twice within an hour is kind of very funny to me. But
yeah, so. It's it's because it's an iconic venue, and it's just it would be a bummer if the Viper Room closed down. It's been around forever. It's gone through a lot of different managements. Every once in a while, Johnny Depp gives some money back towards it, so it's haunted, with the ghost of River Phoenix. So it should stay where it's at. It should become a what's it called? Like the whiskey and
national landmark.
Landmark.
Or yeah,
it should become a landmark, and that way it's protected. So hopefully the city of West Hollywood figures it out.
Hopefully. I don't know though. But yeah, let's talk about the new single that dropped or is dropping. Sorry.
Yeah, it dropped on October 27th, so it's been out for like 2 weeks now, 3 weeks now, I think.
Awesome.
Wow, it's already middle of November. It's crazy.
Yep.
Thanksgiving's next week.
Yep. Thanksgiving's right around the corner, and that means 6 weeks away, 2024. Happy birthday.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's been a weird year. Every year is a weird year. I feel like every year as you get older just gets weirder and weirder, right?
I agree. 100%. So tell me about the new single. What's kind of the story behind that?
So we wanted to work with our friend Ty, who is the mastermind behind Fast Ride, because we share the same producer, Tom Chandler, and we just all are in the same group, and we decided that we should do a collab song. So we went in the studios. He came out with this amazing guitar riff, very Soundgarden, Alice in Chainsy, and I just had this idea to do a duet vocal throughout the whole song like Alice in Chains does. So we had Jaime, who's the lead singer of Fast Ride, do the co-singing with me. So it's girl boy co-duet singing on the song, and we wrote it really fast. It was pretty impressive. I love when that happens, when the song idea just comes to you and the lyrics and the melody. And we made a hilarious music video for it, featuring some of our amazing friends in the music community, Hunter and Ashley, who starred in it. And the story behind the music video is just kind of like we're auditioning for Lucifer to sell our souls so that we get for rock and roll. And our Lucifer in our music video, he's like a assholey A&R. Oh, can I say that word?
Yeah, nope, you're good. You're good on my end.
Terrible A&R type of persona, like the typical Hollywood A&R guy that just has no interest and just really only cares about themselves and the people that are already famous. So that's kind of the idea behind the video. And then, but because he has magic powers, he starts messing with us while we're performing for him during our audition.
Okay.
So yeah, check it out. It's on YouTube, Plastic Rhino Band, YouTube. You can follow us. It just released on Vivo as well.
Nice.
And what's the other one?
Vimeo.
Yeah,
Is it Vimeo? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't think of Vimeo as like a platform for creators to upload content. I for whatever reason, I just view it as a platform to share like not so much to make it like public content, but you just kind of use it to share content back and forth with other creatives.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. As I just literally, whenever you're, distributing this stuff these days, you just click all the boxes and you're like, yeah, great. Go to all these different places. Thanks.
Give us as much exposure as possible, please.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then, so now that that's out, what's the next steps? What do you guys got going on?
Oh, after this, I mean, the December kind of dies, the holidays die. We've got another song in the works that we'll start focusing back on again. Just kind of at this point, it's it's silly to release albums anymore. Unfortunately, it's a singles world that we live in. So you kind of just focus on one song now and try to make it like the best song that you can possibly make it so that it actually gets some traction. So we're always writing, but now it's kind of this place where we're being a little bit more picky about the kind of music we're releasing. After our last album and how successful it was, and like how many placements we got and stuff, like you would think that would kind of put you at this newer placement in the music industry where you would maybe have some more doors open for you, but unfortunately that hasn't really been the case. It's kind of like you have this like nice moment and then you're just back to square zero. And it's like, all right, time to rebuild everything again. So that's where we're at. So every song is like a complete rebuild, rebrand, republish, try to, make it as successful as possible. And then when the next song, you just get it ready and you start all over again. Yeah. And you hope that one song one day is gonna finally take off.
Yep, that's the music industry in a nutshell.
Yep, pretty much.
For the most part, yeah.
Keep tracking on, you keep clicking on. It's definitely it's not a short game, it's a long game.
Yep, 100%. It's 100% that. So outside of music, outside of Plastic Rhino, what are you doing to just kind of decompress? What have you been getting into recently outside of music?
I feel like my whole life right now is music. I have involved myself in way too many bands with a lot of friends, and how I decompress is literally like just staying home and watching TV, because I feel like every other night I'm out either performing or seeing a friend's band or just doing something musically. And I'm not complaining. I like this life a lot. I just wish it paid the bills.
Right.
But sadly it doesn't. So
yeah. Have you seen anything good on TV recently or watched anything good?
Oh, yeah, I just started that. I'm really late to the game. The FX show, The Americans, with Carrie Russell. I just started that, and in only 3 episodes in, and I'm ready. I'm super hooked. Good show. I think it was like super underrated. So.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch that yet, but I've heard good things. So
yeah, check it out. It gets you right away. I like shows like that.
I've been trying to get myself to finish Man in the High Tower.
Same. That's a slow show. Oh.
Yeah. Like I started like when it first came out, I started watching it, and then after like the 3rd episode, I was like, all right, I'm good. And then a few years later, I tried to watch it again, and I made it to like episode 6 or 7, and I'm like, now I'm good. And it's like,
dang, yeah, it's I keep getting distracted, and I have to like keep rewinding to like rewatch, but then I kind of lose interest again if I'm stuck on the phone, and it's a cycle that never ends. I mean, I hear it's good. It's a slow show, unfortunately, and those slow shows, they just take longer to get into.
Yeah, and I think it's one of them shows where there's such subtle nuances kind of going on there that if you miss it, you miss an entire plot point to the episode or to the series.
Totally. Plus, you gotta know your history. Like, if you don't know your history, you're gonna be completely lost as to the new like futurist world if these certain things happen. So
100%, 100%. So. But cool. Yeah, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and chat with me a little bit about the new project and all that. How often are you guys playing shows right now as Plastic Rhino?
We try to do like one every month or 2. You don't want to overplay, and then you don't want to underplay. Like so it's like this balance. So it's like try to book a show every 3-ish months.
Okay.
Just to kind of like stay on the scene. And I'm working with a booker now that we're trying to actually get out of California and like do some tours and get out. So
that was going to be my next question. Is it all pretty much Southern California or?
For now, but definitely going to start moving to other places now. Get out there and spread the music.
Yeah, for sure. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And then if anybody wants to check you all out on social media, where's the best place to find you?
Instagram.com/Plastic Rhino Band. Facebook is Plastic Rhino. We have a TikTok, Plastic Rhino Band. YouTube, Plastic Rhino Band. Pretty much, I would say we are most active on the Instagram. So.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And feel free to reach out. Love to have you back on anytime.
Absolutely. Good luck with everything. And I hope you raise some money.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we're going to do a little musical swap here. And I'm going to go get some water here in just a second. So I'm going to throw a video up and then we'll bring our next guest in here in just about 1 minute. So we'll be right back. Oh, let me reset this, I guess. Or whatever.
Pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in. And I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease. And it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge.
All right, everybody. Welcome back into the Live and Amplified 24-hour podcast fundraiser marathon. We are approaching the finish line here. We've got about 50 minutes left. We've got 2 bands left in the queue. But before we bring in our next act, or our next musicians, let's run it over really quick. If you are interested in donating and being a part of the helping the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, feel free to scan the QR code right here. Or if you need a URL, you could hit LNACares. Died. Sick. So, bring in our next guest. And let me open this first. All right, yeah, let's bring in the next guest. Awesome. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm struggling right now, but you know, we're getting there. So,
yeah,
excited to have you all on.
Yes, we're excited to be here. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Courtney, Lynn, and Quinn. excited to have you here. So for anybody that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time, just as kind of a standard of good practices, kind of take an opportunity to introduce yourselves and like the origin story of the band.
Yeah, well, I'm Courtney Lynn.
And I'm Quinn.
And we got started playing music about 7 years ago. We've been together for 10 years.
10 years.
Yes.
And we just had like a musical connection with each other right away when we met and became friends. And then later down the line, realized obviously there was more there between the two of us, both on the personal side and then also on the musical side. And we've kind of hit the ground running and haven't looked back since.
Yeah.
Right.
And, we are releasing some new music out there. Everything's under Courtney Lynn and Quinn, trying to keep everything simple for everyone. And we just got a great opportunity to work with an awesome studio in Nashville called Off the Road Studio. And it's excited. We got some new stuff coming out and we hope people enjoy it. And we're always excited to be a part of things like this, to give back to something good, to help the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So settle an internal dispute I've had with myself over the last few days. Where are you guys based out of?
Oh, we're technically based out of Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay.
However, we got our start in Charlotte, North Carolina. So,
and currently we're in Indiana. So, just,
we're all over
it's confusing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because when I was booking this thing, I thought you were on the East Coast somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute, you guys understand this is 11 o'clock Central Time and not
yeah.
And so I was like, okay, well, we're gonna roll with it and see what happens. But
well, funny story. So we have Courtney's family is in Indiana, and so we had to make the drive from Wilmington to Indiana today, and it's about a 14-hour drive from Wilmington.
Yeah.
And so we literally just pulled up to her aunt's house 10 minutes ago.
Nice.
Like perfect timing does not explain it well enough.
I've had to make a similar drive. So my family, I was born in South Chicago, and I've got family that lives in Northwest and Central Indiana. So
Oh, you understand.
You understand. Yep.
Yes. So you brought up that you're getting ready to release new music. Have you announced anything about that yet, or is it just there's music coming and that's about the gist of it?
No, we actually have 2 new singles that just recently released. One released in August of this summer, and then we just had one recently released in October called Whiskey Remembers. And we're very excited about both of them. It's kind of interesting because those 2, I would say, that we released first are different than our normal genre, both of them in different ways. So it's kind of fun. It's like the first one, Found My Love, is a little bit more groovy and jazzy and kind of funky, and then the second one, Whiskey Remembers, is like a straight country song. So it's interesting, but we like to keep people guessing. So
For sure. It's kind of exploring different opportunities that there is as a musical duo. Like, I'm sure you both have separate musical styles that you kind of what's the word I want to use? Specialize in?
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of taking this opportunity to explore them and see what they could be together to kind of build a cohesive sound that would be exclusively Courtney, Lynn, and Quinn. And, I think that's cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely both grew up with different styles of music being introduced to us, and we fell in love with different styles of music, and we write different styles of music, and so when we come together, I think it's easy for that product to be kind of a meld of those things. And in the past, it's been pretty down the line of Americana, folk music, folk indie music, and then with these last 2 songs, we were like, let's not be too overly critical of like boxing ourselves into that genre, and let's just have fun with music. And it's what came out, so let's just let it come out, and people have responded really well to it, so we're happy.
That's really cool. And so just for the sake of it, what's kind of each of yours individual stories as far as like getting into music? Because I'm sure you both have your own unique stories, right?
Yeah, definitely. Our stories are kind of very different actually. So I grew up as a dancer, really, and I started dancing when I was like 2.5, and I continued dancing through high school competitively. And then when I got to college, I wanted to kind of break into musical theater because I always also loved singing. I was in chorus my whole life and stuff like that, but dance was like my true focus. And so then when I got into musical theater, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like the best of all the worlds because I get to sing and dance, and it's so fun. And then I moved to New York City to chase that, and did some stuff in New York City, and then started joining bands in New York City, and then continued to join bands when I moved to LA. And then I just really kind of focused more in music. And then when we started singing together, that was it. I was like, this is what I want to focus on. So
Yeah.
that was kind of my journey.
And I'm much less of a limelight type of person than Quinn. Quinn is like in love with performance, and I'm so much more introspective about music. And, you know, I grew up and I knew I really loved music. No one in my family was particularly musical. I just had this like fascination with learning to play an instrument. And so I think I requested a different one for like 3 years in a row. I was like, yeah, get me a piano. And then I never touched it. And I was like, give me a harmonica. And I never touched it. And then as soon as the guitar came, it just clicked with me.
Yeah.
And I almost immediately started writing songs. And that's really my love, is writing. I love writing music. And I could just do that. I really could just like be in my bedroom and write songs and probably never share them with anyone if it wasn't for this one.
Yeah, I kind of forced her. I was like, show everybody.
Yes, get out and play the music and show it and arrange. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's funny. And so with these 2 new singles out, are you is the intent to make it as part of like a bigger project, or what?
You know, so we recorded 4 songs, so we have 2 more singles releasing as well. And we thought about releasing them like kind of together as like a small EP, but they're all unique in their own way. And we just thought
they're just
better solo.
alone.
They're better alone.
Yeah.
They all have their own unique style and their own unique message and story. And like, we just thought these songs are better for singles. They just need to be on their own and like fly on their own and kind of do their own thing.
Yeah. But I mean, and I'm sure you know this, it's just the way of the music world these days anyway. And so trying to keep the attention of not just our audience, but trying to gain new attention, especially, it's so much easier to do that if you're constantly pushing new material and new content out. And that's obviously like the stuff that musicians never want to think about, but we want to be successful. We have to. And so to try to be a little bit more smart in the music business side of things, we thought it would be better too, to just, you know, stretch that out over a longer period of time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And you know, I think it's the industry right now is in both kind of it's trying to be more singles driven, but I still think like if you're a band that's out touring and just kind of like playing in front of a different crowd every night, there's still a reality where releasing a fuller length project, whether it's an EP, LP, whatever it is, still makes sense.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Especially if you're doing a tour like based on that, you know, release. That makes a lot of sense to me.
And people still want to buy vinyls, and people still ask us for CDs, surprisingly.
Yeah, they
all
do.
the time.
I know.
Stop sending me CDs, people. I don't want them. I can't use them. I don't know what to do with them. So
yeah.
That's the sad part is I for the longest time bands send me like demo discs and all this stuff, and it's like at the time it was like cool. I'd go take a car ride, I'd bring my big bin of demo disc and just kind of, you know, just like magically just throw one in and just, you know, whatever it was. And then I had to get a new car a couple of years ago, and my new car didn't even have a CD player.
Yeah,
I'm like,
weird?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like, so what do I do with this bin of demo discs? I can't do anything with this anymore. So
yeah, I have a friend who he works for NASCAR. He's also a musician, but he works for NASCAR also. And he loves his old Jeep because it still has a CD player in it. Like he's like, no, I'm never gonna get rid of this old car because I want my CD player.
Yeah.
Which is just like it's nostalgic, you know. Like
Yeah.
I never thought we'd be in a day and age where CDs are nostalgic, but
hey, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Like I'm all for the vinyl because I think there's a cathartic experience when you listen to vinyl.
Definitely.
But I just don't have that same experience when listening to CDs.
No, I don't either.
You know,
I'm good with streaming, honestly.
we've talked about this extensively because we have a fascination with vinyls. We have a massive vinyl collection.
So many.
And I told her, I was like, I think the thing that's so different about vinyls is that you have to engage and interact with the music.
It's
like
an
you have
experience.
to take the record out and you have to
Yeah.
put it on your record player and you have to move the needle and you have to, like you can hear the cracks and the movement and then you have to flip it over and it's like you have to listen to the whole album. It's not so easy to just skip and cut songs and it's like a whole experience
Yeah.
rather than just this instantaneous gratification.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. Whereas a CD, it's just, oh, I want to listen to number 6. Okay, cool. Here we go.
Yeah.
Whereas on vinyl, it's like, yeah, we'll just wait.
We'll just we'll start at number 1 and just let it roll through. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let it do its thing, and we'll get to 6 when we get to 6.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yeah.
That's funny. Have you guys thought about the idea of like pressing, like in the future, pressing vinyl?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that. That's something that we've been wanting to do for a while. We're just kind of waiting for the right project, which we have one in mind. We just have to kind of get it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you, where are you guys kind of at, like writing wise? Are you like writing for that specific project right now, or are you just kind of trying to get what you have done and out in the world,
We're constantly dabbling.
Okay.
I don't think we have like some things in our back pocket that we really like want to work on and go forward with, and we have a couple that are like finished that we want to record down the road too, and we just are trying to find, it's always about timing and like figuring out like the placement of the song and where it, timing really. I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And so, you guys just made it to Indiana. Nice little road trip for you.
Yeah.
What's the plan? Are you guys playing shows consistently, or what's kind of the plans for the rest of the year?
Well, actually, we're taking a little bit of a pause because we've been playing shows nonstop since like February of this year, and we just had our last show at the end of October. So we were like, okay, we're gonna take a little creative break. We're gonna like, well, meaning like we're gonna take a break from performance so we can have more creativity and like writing. Right. So that's what we're doing. We're in Indiana right now visiting family for the holidays. We're gonna take some time to mellow out a little bit, do some social media work, like every musician has to do, and work on writing and being creative. Yeah. So
that's really cool. That's I think that's important for a lot of musicians to kind of recognize and know when they've kind of hit their limit as far as how far they're willing to push themselves, and just kind of realize, hey, there's another part to this industry, and it's called having to like create music. Otherwise, people stop showing up.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah. And the work is, I mean, like most industries, the work is never done. But when you're an independent musician, the work is never done.
Yep.
And you're always your wheels are always turning about like ways that you can reach a wider audience or book the next show or like line up your next tour or open for whoever. And it's just like you're constantly in that mindset of like achieving and goals. And I think it's so important, especially like, Quinn and I have very different personality types. Like she really thrives in fast pace, go, like it almost like gives her more energy somehow,
which is weird.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm weird.
Quinn's a superhuman. I need pause and balance and rest in my life to be creative. And if I don't have that, then you're just going to get burnt out, and burnout is hard to come back from sometimes. So I think it's important to catch it before it happens.
Yeah.
Before it gets too bad.
Yeah, I will say, like early on during the pandemic, I was when we kind of moved the podcast to online, we were doing it in person and all that stuff prior, but then when we moved it in online, and it's like, oh, hey, you mean I can do like 7 podcasts a day and it's not an issue? And I did that for like a few weeks straight, and yeah, the end result was not good.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
When you're waking up at 6 a.m. to do 2 podcasts before you got to go to work, and then do 2 while you're at lunch, and it's like, okay, there's something wrong here. Maybe I need to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
So.
You're like at the point where you got your afterburners on, and then you're like, okay, these afterburners are about to go down. So
Yeah, and it's like I'm doing more damage to my voice because I'm doing like quadruple the amount of talking, and like the way my voice sounds now, imagine it like 3 times deeper, and that's what it sounded like after like 3 weeks of doing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It
I
was
cannot imagine.
it was
And
pretty
we
rough.
did
we
we did
did
a
a
podcast for a little while too. Actually, something similar, to what you do with
Mhm.
interviewing musicians and kind of talking through like their experiences and stuff. And
Mm.
we had a blast with it, but man, it's a lot.
It's a lot
of
of
work.
work.
Like I think a lot of people
I
think
have a lot
like,
of respect for podcasters.
I knew in my head it was going to be work, but I didn't know how much work it was going to be. And there's a lot of preparation and equipment and like coordination and
Yeah.
whew.
The coordination is what burns me out. Like
Yes.
the like this was pushed me to my absolute limit, to every sense of the word limit. Like up until 4 p.m. today, I still had bands backing out or still trying to confirm. And I'm like,
Oh,
I was supposed to have like flyers in 2 days ago and flyers up and posted, but that went away really quickly. So
Oh, and of course we were one of those annoying bands that were like, we don't see a link. Where is it?
no, that wasn't even an issue. It was, and luckily Sherry's really good, so she picked up on that, and she's like, "Oh, it's the same link. Yeah, you're good."
Thank God.
And-
Thank God
and
for
it-
sharing.
yeah, and it was just like, because I'm dealing with so many different musicians in different places. Like some people I was dealing through email, some people I was dealing through Instagram, some people it was Facebook, and it's not my personal Facebook, it's my professional Facebook. And so I'm jumping between like 4 things, and I'm like, I'm done. Thanks,
What a
guys.
nightmare. Yeah.
not to mention, musicians don't have the best reputation for professionalism in this way. Like not in the music way, but like when it comes to like emails, we learned this actually when we were doing our podcast. We were like,
Yeah.
man, musicians can be the worst when it comes to just like answering
Answering
your
an
email.
email. That's so bad. Yeah. No,
But that's because we're creative brained people.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's not our fault.
Well, that's what there was a while there where I had everything kind of automated, where I just have them like fill out their form, and I would just start texting them, and they'd get back. But then I had somebody complain to their PR manager, like, "Hey, who's this guy texting me about a podcast?" And I'm like, "Oh, you put your freaking phone number in the thing."
Oh my gosh.
And I don't want to be intrusive, but texting, yeah. So
Yeah. I mean, I want to know really what is the difference between texting and email. Not much.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't.
The way I kind of compartmentalize it in my brain is an email is easy to miss. Like it's easy to miss an email. Whereas a text message, I feel like you have to deliberately miss a text message.
That is very true. That is very true. I just meant in terms of like intrusiveness. I don't really see much of a difference.
I don't either. Yeah. So,
but anyway,
but
thanks to you for putting together such an amazing fundraiser, because holy crap, I can't imagine how much coordination that took.
Yeah.
It took a bit. It was a feat of some kind of strength that I didn't know I had. So
yeah.
But I appreciate you all for joining us and chatting a little bit. Anytime you guys want to come back on, let me know. We'll get it set up, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into everything Courtney, Lynn, and Quinn.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Don't forget to check us out at Courtney Lennon Quinn on all the platforms. Thanks,
Wow,
guys.
look at you go. Good
It's
job.
like you know exactly where I'm going. Thank you. So awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have a good one, and we're gonna do a little musical Rochambeau here and bring in the next guest. Our
All
last
right.
guest,
Thanks so much.
actually.
Have a great night.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye. Awesome. So we got our next guest. We got El Sancho helping us close out the 3rd annual pancreatic cancer podcast fundraiser marathon. Wow, that is a mouthful. How's it going?
Good. How's it going, man?
Can you tell I'm kind of losing it over here?
Yeah, no, I've been watching here and there throughout the day, and just gauging your, like, you know, you seem like kind of cheery this morning, and you know, now the Monster Energy drinks have been wearing off.
Little
starting
bit.
to get a little jittery. And
Well, you know, it's funny because there was a point there where I had so I broke everything down into like groups of 6. So then I could take it would be like a 2-hour block and like a 10-minute break in between. I figured enough time to go to the bathroom, get a drink, bag of chips, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so I had one guest that didn't show up, and I was like, okay, cool. You know, put the thing up. And I was like, I'm going to throw out an Instagram live, try and get people to kind of really come in for this last segment here. And I look at the Instagram live and I'm like, I look like a freaking psychopath. My eyes are like, I'm just got the big like Joker grin, and my eyes just look pinned out. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, I didn't know
that's
caffeine
what happens
could
when you
do
talk
this.
into a microphone for 24 hours straight.
Yes. So how are things going with you?
It's good. How about you?
Things are good, man.
How many monsters have you gone through?
3.
24 hours.
Yeah, just
only
3.
3. That's impressive.
I've been trying to push water a lot more, but the thing is if I drank water as fast as I really needed to, I'd probably get up twice during this interview just to go to the bathroom. Yeah. And it's a 20-minute interview, so like,
you
that'd be
get
a problem
or something.
Yeah. So how's everything with El Sancho going?
It's good. I was gonna try to get the other guys in, but they had some technical difficulties, and that didn't work out. But
it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's I still got this shirt. It makes a regular rotation appearance in my band cycle. It's it's probably one of the nicer, like, as far as like the shirt itself. It's probably like that's the type of shirt that I like. It's nice and light.
I don't, you know, when I buy a band shirt, like I want to be able to wear it.
Yeah.
Like if I get one of those like thick Gildan ones, you know, or whatever, like you're like, I don't want to. So I was bringing a little extra money for something that's just a little thinner, a little comfier.
Yeah. And those don't seem to like break down like the Gildan.
Yeah. Because I figure like if you're not gonna like wearing it, like you might buy it to support the band, but then you're not gonna wear it, and then we don't get the free advertising if you don't So
there's only one shirt that's like one of the cheap like I don't know if it's Gildan specifically, but it's like one of the super thick shirts. I wear it all the time just because it is such an absurd shirt that it gets people's attentions. It says, "I work harder than an ugly stripper." and it's just like I had a musician send it to me after I did an interview with her, and she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna send you some merch," and I'm like, "Cool." And I open up and I look at the shirt and I'm like, "Huh, this is my new festival T-shirt." Like, nothing screams professional like wearing an ugly stripper shirt. So but
right on.
So I do want to admit you were one of the very few bands that got me during April Fool's Day.
Oh, we got a lot of people with that. And so just for the people, we were playing a show, and it was at a chicken restaurant. Just put it out there, which is one of our favorite places to play. It's just like there's no stage. It's just set up outside in the patio at the chicken restaurant. And so it's April Fool's, like I gotta do something. So posted, oh hey, and so we live in Hawaii, right? For those who who don't know that. And there's always celebrities here. There's literally like Dave Grohl owns a house, and like you'll see him driving down the road. You see Matthew McConaughey, like you see it, just like there's one show at the Chicken Shack where we weren't playing, but another band was playing, and Bill Murray showed up because he was just trying to buy some chicken. And ended up hanging out for a while. It's just so there's always these weird celebrities around. So I was like, it's not that far-fetched to say that Green Day happens to be here on vacation and heard there was a punk show and asked if they could come play a quick set. So did that, and I didn't think anyone would really believe me, but I guess the restaurant kept getting phone calls, and the owner was like, dude, you might need to take that post down.
That's funny.
And then just even recently, I was a friend of mine was out here visiting.
And
he's like, yeah, man, it's been cool how I can see, you've been playing with all these bands, because this last year we had a lot of shows. There's a lot of bands that have come to Hawaii recently, and like Fear and MDC and Agent Orange and all these other legendary punk bands. He's like, yeah, I'm like, that's so awesome that you got to play with Green Day. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Like, I forgot all about that.
Nice.
That's yeah.
I don't know. I'm usually pretty good about sniffing out the BS when it comes to like April Fool's jokes, but every once in a while, like the band just slips it in just right, where it's like, it's just like the band's good enough and the situation's believable enough where it's like, that I completely forget that it's April Fool's, and it's like, son of somebody had gotten me with she was like a country musician. She was saying that she was asked to open for like Kelsey Ballerini or something, like one of those country musicians, and I'm like, oh yeah, like, I mean, I can see that happening. Like she's whatever, and then it was like, oh, it's a joke, and I'm like, okay, I'm just not gonna open Facebook on April 1st anymore. So
yeah. There were people who came to the show, and there were people who would have come to the show anyway, but they were, and they had seen the post and then seen that people were like April Fools, and so they knew it was April Fool's joke, but then they still had it in their mind that it might just happen. Like, just there's a chance. There's a chance.
That's funny.
Like, if anybody could pull it off, it's El Sancho.
Right.
Not really.
That's fair. Very fair. That checks out. So with El Sancho, where are you guys kind of at with your music? Are you working on new stuff, releasing? Where are you guys kind of at?
Yeah. Well, so we put out a new album in June. Put it out, his first record on vinyl.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was a fun project. And we are, I know we're always writing songs. We're always writing songs, throwing away songs. So I don't know, we've got, and so typically like with our recording process, I usually make a demo and then we play it until they listen to the demo, and then until it sounds nothing like the demo. And then I have to redo the demo again to make it sound like we made it sound. And then I bring the drummer in and record his drums over the demo, and then re-record the whole entire demo. So it's kind of a process. So we have, I don't know, I think about 10 new songs that we have demos ready for. If I'm ready for the drummer to come play some drums on them. And then, so I don't know, we've been pretty busy. We were a 4-piece. We used to be a 3-piece. Then we became a 4-piece, and then now we're a 3-piece again. So it kind of changed the writing, how the songs are structured, and even the songs that we already play had to go back through all our old songs and figure out which ones you can still play with one guitar and which ones you don't sound good without a second guitar. So been busy with that.
Yeah.
I
got you. My buddy's band went through something similar. They were a 5-piece, and then they had to cut down to a 4-piece because of personal situations that were starting to rear its ugly little head. And and luckily it was the rhythm guitarist, so it wasn't their lead guitar. So I think they were able to kind of finagle some stuff there. But yeah.
Yeah, with our, so when we started this band, it was, I think 2019. It was just three of us, me, Tony, and Nate. And I play guitar and sing, and then Nate plays bass, Tony plays drums, and he'd never played drums, but I was just like, you're gonna be a drummer now, because he was a guitar player and we didn't know any drummers. So he learned how to play drums, and then before we ever played a show, maybe we played one show, and then we got another guitarist, and then he quit, and then we played a show as 3-piece, and then we got another guitarist and played a few shows, and then he quit, and then we were 3-piece for a long time. But then we had a friend who was moving from Oregon, and he's like, "Can I be in your band when I move there?" And I'm like, yeah, sure,
of course.
So he was in the band for about a year and a half, I think, and then he started a new band with another friend. Like his best friend from Oregon moved recently, who's a drummer, so they started a new band, and then he's trying to juggle 2 bands. It's like, you know what, just do one band. So but
fair enough.
Yeah,
you sometimes you got to make those hard choices.
Yeah. But I think it was good, because the three of us, like, we played together forever, and those 2 guys, like, I always come up with really stupid ideas. Like, I was just like, hey guys, do you want to go to Japan and play some shows? And they're like, yes. I'm like, okay, I'll figure out how to make that happen. Whereas the other people who've been in the band would all say, that sounds expensive, or I can't get it off work. Like, these guys, it's just like, yeah, that sounds like fun. Anything I propose that sounds like fun, they're like, yes. So
it sounds like an opportunity, or a once in a lifetime opportunity. Forget what it costs, figure it out.
Right. Yeah.
So
well, it's so I for my job, I've been having to go to Japan periodically, and so I'm like, you know what, I keep going over here, and I could just, it's only two my ticket's paid for, so it's only 2 plane tickets we have to pay for. That's pretty good. I'll bet I could work something out. So I think we're gonna try to do that early 2024.
Nice.
And
that's
then,
cool. That'll be
those.
I had a few friends pre-pandemic that they were in like punk bands, and they went over and did like those had a in with like a Japanese touring company that they tour around Asia a little bit, and like those supposedly they did pretty well. So
every band I know who has gone there, and some of them have been bands that people know, and other ones are bands nobody there has heard of, but they said everyone has just had a really positive experience. Said there's always a crowd. It's just something new, something, if they know that you're coming from far away, people come to the shows, especially if you get, go to other parts of Asia, like the Philippines, Indonesia. I've never gone and played there, but other people who have just say it's incredible. Like, they may not make very much money, but they have great shows. It ends up being a wash, but just so much fun, which is, that's why we do it. This isn't our full-time job. This is our hobby. So, we're all about trying to make it fun.
Yeah. It's your fun time thing. And if it ends up making a little bit of money, cool. If not, we had a good time doing it.
Right. Yeah. So far, like last year, I ran all the books, and I was like, we actually made money. Except for we helped bring the Super Suckers, the band. So they contacted us and wanted to come to Hawaii on tour and like do an extended vacation where they were here for a week and played shows. The week before, weekend after. So
nice.
Helped set that up, and learned I'm not very good at setting up concerts as far as knowing how much things are going to cost. So other than that, we made good. We actually did well that last year, but we had again, it's like it was an experience. Like, we got to do 4 shows with the Super Suckers, including one at our bass player's house, which was like super awesome. So it was worth whatever money. So
so it seems like you guys are getting cool opportunities to just that not every normal punk band would get, just
well, here it's so in Hawaii, especially like when the pandemic hit, like the punk scene on Oahu just kind of seemed to completely go dormant. And then it took a long time to ramp back up, even just venues turning the lights back on, practice spaces for the bands to practice have been available. And so, but we over here on the Big Island, I mean, we didn't, coronavirus case count in the